Who dares stand before me? I am Leon Stark Odinson, god of war, son of All-Father Odin. Golden flames erupted around the blonde, green-eyed warrior as arcs of violet lightning crackled across his body. This self-proclaimed Super Saiyan smirked. After all, in this world, one's identity was what one made of it. Memories awakened. Reborn into Marvel as Tony Stark's fraternal twin, Leon had spent 38 years living as the black sheep of the Stark family until the day terrorists kidnapped Tony in Afghanistan. What should have been a simple hostage crisis became Leon's awakening, triggering his dormant memories and unlocking the fabled daily check-in system. Las Vegas, Annual Awards Gala. Colonel Rhodes stood at the podium in dress uniform, addressing the cream of America's military-industrial complex. Tony Stark, visionary, genius, patriot. At 4, he built his first circuit board. By 6, an engine. MIT's youngest graduate at 17. The projector displayed childhood photos where a scowling young Tony stood beside an impossibly handsome blonde boy. Rhodes conspicuously avoided mentioning that other Stark twin as he continued. Now, please welcome this year's honoree. The applause died awkwardly when no Tony appeared. Obadiah, Stain half rose from the VIP table when allow me. Leon Stark sauntered on his stage to deafening female gasps. Where Tony was all sharp angles and goateed intensity, Leon moved with the lazy grace of a jungle cat, all sun-kissed skin, disheveled golden locks, and a smirk that promised delightful sin. The living embodiment of trust fund baby, Leon caught the tossed award one-handed. What a pretty trophy. He licked his lips suggestively. Almost as pretty as last night's company. The crowd roared approval. Star charm worked even on weapon dealers. After party at Caesars, they found Tony at a high roller table, martini in one hand, brunette in the other. You made me accept your award while you gambled? Rhodes groaned. Tony raised his glass toward Leon, who was currently using the award cup to prop up a blonde's assets. I see you've repurposed my trophy. Structural integrity test, Leon deadpanned, adjusting his load-bearing grip. As Rhodes facepalmed, peeking through fingers, Tony sighed. You should present the Jericho demo tomorrow. Weapons are more over my dead body. Leon lobbed a bread roll at his brother. One more frozen bank account threat, and I'll mail your coordinates to every 10 rings cell in Kabul. Street encounter. Emerging at 1 a.m., the Stark entourage froze as a figure materialized from neon shadows, a statuesque blonde in a skirt tight enough to qualify as a felony. Leon's grin turned predatory. Well, hello, mortal peril. Lightning danced across his knuckles as the woman's form shimmered, revealing the green-skinned enchantress beneath. Prince Leon, the disguised Loki, purred. We need to talk about your heritage. Chapter 3, Full Insurance and Half Trailer. I rise at 8. Meanwhile, at the Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, a place derisively dubbed a junkyard, Tony flawlessly demonstrated his latest invention, the Jericho missile, to the military. Both parties were immensely pleased and had already commenced the celebration with champagne. It was Tony's customary practice to deliver a case of champagne for every transaction exceeding $500 million. A gesture to express his respect and appreciation for his esteemed clients. To peace. To peace. Tony raised his glass in jubilation, and the officers present echoed his sentiments, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. At that moment, Tony's phone rang. It was Obadiah Stain. Hey, Obi, Tony greeted, stepping aside with his rotating screen phone. On the other end, Obadiah, appearing as if just roused from slumber, inquired, I can't sleep until I know the outcome. How did it go? Just as expected. It's as lively here as Christmas. See for yourself. Tony flipped the phone screen to share the vibrant scene with Obadiah. That puts my mind at ease. After their conversation, Tony casually took a seat in a nearby armored vehicle, albeit not the one originally designated for him. Rhodey advised Tony to share a ride with him. But Tony dismissed the suggestion, stating, I'm already in the vehicle. Why bother? Reluctantly, Rhodey acquiesced, reasoning that no one would dare attempt to abduct the globally renowned arms dealer near an Air Force base. However, reality proved to be fantastically grim. On their return journey, the armored convoy was ambushed with heavy fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Most soldiers in the convoy were caught unaware, riddled with armor-piercing rounds. Tony narrowly escaped through the opposite door, attempting to call for help, only to realize there was no signal. The ambushers had evidently come well prepared. Damn it. Can someone tell me what the hell is happening? Tony shouted, but suddenly, a missile landed beside him, causing his pupils to constrict in terror. The missile casing bore the ironic insignia of Stark Industries. Leon, you jinx, was all Tony could manage to exclaim before he was hurled away by the explosion. The proximity of the blast compromised his bulletproof vest, and soon, blood gushed from his chest, rendering him unconscious. News of Tony Stark's assault by terrorists, with his life hanging in the balance, swiftly circulated, propelled by those with ulterior motives. Notably, it reached Pepper, who had been closely monitoring Tony's situation. At the coastal villa, Leon, still in bed, was jolted awake by the sound of weeping. J.A.R.V.I.S. What is happening? He queried. Sir, J.A.R.V.I.S. had barely begun to respond when Pepper, in a state of despair, rushed into his embrace. Leon, Tony, he might already be, she sobbed uncontrollably. J.A.R.V.I.S. took over, conveying the distressing news of Tony's ambush by terrorists, who may have already claimed his life. What? Leon's expression turned eerily calm upon waking from sleep to such catastrophic news. He could scarcely fathom a future devoid of Tony. Damn it, Pepper. As the saying goes, good people do not live long, calamities last 1,000 years. My brother will be fine. I'm heading to Uncle Stan. He has connections and will surely find a way. Pepper, in a state of panic, could barely move. Leon carried her to the living room sofa to rest, then sped off in his sports car towards Stark Industries. J.A.R.V.I.S. Call Uncle Stan. Yes, Master Leon. After a few moments, the call connected. Hey, Leon. You must have heard about my brother by now. Is there any news? I'm en route to the office. No need for that. Leon was puzzled. Suddenly, a fully loaded truck was seen driving against traffic, barreling directly towards his car. He reacted swiftly, yanking the steering wheel and drifting sideways to brake with all his might. J.A.R.V.I.S. also engaged the car's stabilization systems to maintain balance. Screech. The tires screamed under the pressure, but ultimately, they managed to halt just in time. Yet, the truck seemed intent on Leon, showing no signs of slowing down. Damn it. With a thunderous crash, Leon's car was sent careening off the cliff. The airbags deployed instantly, but before that, Leon had already lost consciousness. Boss, the target has been neutralized. The masked truck driver reported while observing the car tumbling down the cliff. He promptly dialed a number. Are you sure he is dead? Came a voice filled with skepticism. The driver hesitated, then reassured. I'll go down and finish the job. Don't worry. Make haste. The police will arrive shortly. Understood. After hanging up, the assassin descended from the truck to check on Leon, who, against all odds, still clung to life. To ensure there were no mistakes, he dragged Leon from the wreckage and emptied an entire magazine from a .50 caliber Desert Eagle into his head. The sight was so gruesome that even his mother would not recognize him. Then, he loaded Leon's corpse onto a pre-prepared amphibious motorcycle and transported it far from the incident site, binding it with a chain to a stone before submerging it in the depths of the sea. Thus, by the time the police arrived, Leon's body would have been devoured by ravenous fish, leaving behind only remnants of their digestion. Unbeknownst to the assassin, as he departed, Leon's heart continued to beat beneath the waves, seemingly safeguarded by a mysterious force. System power, young man. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Collide with the Truck Twice system unlock task. The daily sign-in system has been activated and novice protection is now in effect. Question. Does the host wish to bind to this system? Please respond with yes or no. Or, detection indicates severe head trauma. The host's consciousness is not clear, lacking the ability for independent thought or choice. The daily sign-in system will be bound by default. Ding. Binding complete. Commencing extraction of the novice gift package. Ding. Novice gift package extraction complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Soldier Boy template, along with a complimentary Soldier Boy set, including an anti-explosion tactical uniform and a tungsten steel alloy shield. Notice, novice protection will lapse once the host's consciousness is fully restored. What the hell? Leon's awareness flickered back for a brief moment before fading once more. Without novice protection, even with the Soldier Boy template now integrated into him, he would have perished instantly due to the severity of his head injury, which had been physically blown apart by a bullet. Gazing at the deep, dark seabed, separated by a faint blue energy membrane, Leon found himself momentarily bewildered. A torrent of memories from his past life surged through his mind. Host consciousness detected as awakened. Novice protection will be lifted in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. What? As the countdown from the system concluded, the faint blue energy membrane enveloping Leon dissipated instantly, and the terrifying pressure of the depths enveloped him, making it difficult for him to breathe. I'm going to die? Without knowing the extent of his newfound prowess, Leon instinctively swam upward in a desperate bid for survival. With a sharp snap, the iron chain binding him to the rock, nearly 2 fingers thick, broke effortlessly as though it were merely a string. Gasping for breath, Leon finally managed to swim back to shore, escaping the clutches of suffocation, and greedily inhaled the fresh air. Lying on the beach in a starfish position, he took a moment to recover before inspecting what had transpired. It turned out that in his previous life, he was a student from Huagua. While chasing the finale of The Boys Season 3 on the streets of New York, he was amused by the hero's betrayal of his ally. In a moment of distraction, he crossed a red light. Unsurprisingly, he was struck by a fully insured semi-trailer, transporting him into this Marvel universe, where he was reborn as Leon Stark, the twin brother of Tony Stark. The subsequent events need not be elaborated. Through a fortuitous twist of fate, he unlocked a daily sign-in system. This golden finger, as the name suggests, allows one to receive random rewards through daily sign-ins, with possibilities ranging from the celestial to the quantum. It encompasses everything and anything, teeming with infinite potential, provided one possesses sufficient luck. Clearly, Leon's fortune was rather favorable. From the novice gift pack, he drew a Soldier Boy template. In this world, reminiscent of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Soldier Boy, as a powerhouse in this universe that parodies numerous famous superhero realms, could indeed be considered a notable force, far superior to his original form as Captain America. Grabbing a handful of sand from the ground, he threw it towards the sea with a bit of force. To his astonishment, the sand struck the surface of the water with a shotgun-like effect, a mere fraction of his full strength, evoking a sense of terror. Afterward, Leon conducted tests of defense and strength, such as breaking stones with his chest and uprooting willows. To summarize, he felt akin to a Superman, immensely formidable. In the original narrative, Soldier Boy exhibited remarkable feats such as brushing his teeth with a machine gun, washing his face with lasers, and having extreme bodily defenses and toxin resistances. At his peak, his strength could easily overwhelm any foe. Not to mention that his chest cannon had the capability to obliterate a 100-story building and could weaken or completely nullify the superpowers derived from others' physical mutations. However, Leon was hesitant to experiment with that power just yet. In essence, he had become a humanoid nuclear reactor. The only drawback of the chest cannon was the need for charging, but it remained a powerful long-range attack method, better to have than to be left vulnerable. However, Leon did not allow power to cloud his judgment. While this world was not as perilous as depicted in comics, many stronger individuals existed. For instance, the Ancient One was a formidable opponent he was far from ready to challenge. Should trouble arise, he would be swiftly eliminated. Nevertheless, with the system S.H.I.E.L.D, Leon need not worry about the Ancient One seeking him out. He intended to develop his abilities initially and later protect his Earth without engaging in unnecessary conflicts. Query: would you like to sign in today? System: show me your limits. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Super Self-Regeneration. Super Self-Regeneration, regardless of the injury sustained, one can regenerate in a remarkably short time, fully restoring as long as a single cell remains alive. Recovery time may vary in this state. Description: I hear the echoes of endless life, refusing to succumb to death. Oh well, what a powerful start. Leon's grin nearly split his face. This ability clearly encouraged him to embrace adventure. In an instant, the deep scars on his face healed completely, leaving no trace of his previous injuries. Ding. First sign-in completed. Character panel is now available. As the system's voice faded, a translucent, faint blue character panel appeared in Leon's vision, visible only to him. Host: Leon Stark abilities, Soldier Boy template. Super Self-Regeneration items, Soldier Boy suit. Note: items produced by the system will automatically be stored in the system space and can be retrieved or retracted within 100 meters. Although there were some limitations, it was quite convenient. Pondering this, Leon glanced down at the ragged strips of cloth draped over him, looking rather shabby. Always mindful of his appearance, he quickly retrieved the Soldier Boy suit from the system space and donned it, instantly elevating his attractiveness to a new height. The heavy shield, which would be difficult for an ordinary person to wield, felt as light as a feather in his hands. This exemplified the absolute disparity in power. As the exhilaration of newfound strength began to wane, Leon's exuberant smile gradually faded. He hadn't forgotten that his older brother Tony was likely still imprisoned in a cave in Afghanistan, toiling under the watch of the 10 Rings. Obadiah, wait until I rescue Tony. You will regret this. After awakening his memories, Leon could easily deduce who had dispatched the assassin to orchestrate his accident. In order to completely seize Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane had already cast aside his humanity, viewing Tony and Leon as his greatest obstacles. Now, propelled by his full speed, Leon was faster than most ordinary cars, and due to the proximity of the accident site to home, it took him little time to return to the seaside villa. Pepper seemed to be absent, likely busy attending to matters concerning Tony and Leon. Chapter 5, The Jet Glider. Welcome home, Master Leon. It is truly a relief to see you safe and sound. Upon entering, Jarvis greeted Leon with a hint of excitement in his tone, as if he had developed a semblance of human emotional awareness. Jarvis, how long has it been since my brother's incident? Master Leon. It is now the evening of the 85th day. What? It has already been 85 days. Leon felt a sense of urgency wash over him. In the original story, Tony was kidnapped and took approximately 3 months to escape, though the exact duration was never clearly defined in the film. The Ten Rings, having accepted Obadiah's commission to assassinate Tony, changed their plans, seeking to force Tony to construct the Jericho missile to fulfill their ambitions of world domination. They secretly rescued Tony, who had miraculously survived the missile attack, and imprisoned him in a cave, giving him only 7 days to create the Jericho missile with the materials provided by the Ten Rings. Meanwhile, Tony, under the guise of compliance, utilized the supplied materials to construct the Iron Man Mark I armor, successfully escaping. Regrettably, the scientist who saved Tony, Odinson, sacrificed himself to allow Tony to don the armor, forever remaining in that cave. This pivotal moment marked the inception of the Marvel phenomenon that became Iron Man. Onson's sacrifice paved the way for the emergence of Iron Man in the future. Chapter 4. I Am Soldier Boy. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Leon, cast into the depths of the ocean, gradually regained consciousness. Most of the wounds on his body had healed, yet several exposed flesh wounds on his face still writhed and mended slowly. What the hell happened to me? Gazing at the dark abyss of the ocean, separated from him by a faint blue energy membrane, Leon's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. A flood of memories from his past life surged into his consciousness. Post-consciousness detected awake. Novice protection will be lifted in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. What? As the countdown concluded, the delicate blue energy membrane enveloping Leon's body dissipated instantly, and the overwhelming pressure of the deep sea bore down upon him, making it hard for him to breathe. I'm going to die. Unaware of his newfound prowess, Leon instinctively swam upwards, driven by survival instinct. With a sharp crack, the iron chain binding him to the stone, thick as 2 fingers, was effortlessly broken, as if it were mere thread. Gasping for air, he finally reached the shore, escaping the clutches of suffocation. Greedily inhaling the fresh air, sprawled on the beach in a star shape, Leon took a moment to gather himself before inspecting the strange changes that had transpired. It turned out that in his previous life, he had been a student from Huagua. While engrossed in the final episode of the 3rd season of The Boys on a New York street, he had been caught off guard by the betrayal of a teammate by the character Homelander, which had caused him to laugh in disbelief. In a moment of distraction, he crossed a red light and, as expected, was struck by a fully insured semi-truck, transporting him to this Marvel universe as Leon Stark, the twin brother of Tony Stark. The subsequent events need not be recounted. By sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon another stroke of luck and unlocked the daily sign-in system. This golden finger, as it were, allowed him to receive random rewards through daily sign-ins, encompassing everything from celestial wonders to quantum dust. The possibilities were boundless, contingent upon his luck. Evidently, Leon's fortune was quite favorable. The novice gift package yielded a Soldier Boy template. In this world, reminiscent of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Soldier Boy represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the superpowered realm that had borrowed from multiple renowned superhero universes, making it a commendable source of strength, far surpassing that of his original form, Captain America. Casually scooping up a handful of sand from the ground, Leon tossed it towards the sea with a bit of force. The sand struck the water, producing a shotgun-like effect, revealing that this was far from Leon's full power, truly terrifying. Subsequently, Leon conducted tests of his defenses and strength, such as breaking stones with his chest and uprooting willows. In summary, he had become a veritable Superman, astonishingly powerful. In the original narrative, Soldier Boy showcased remarkable abilities such as using a machine gun for dental hygiene, laser facials, and fluorinated lung treatments, with extreme resilience to physical damage and toxins. In his prime, his strength could easily surpass that of any formidable opponent. Not to mention, his chest cannon could obliterate a 100-story building and could weaken or even nullify the superpowers of others derived from physical mutations. Leon dared not attempt that just yet. In any case, he now resembled a humanoid nuclear reactor. The only drawback of the chest cannon was its need for charging, but it still served as a valuable long-range attack method, preferable to being left vulnerable. Nevertheless, Leon was not blinded by his newfound power. While this world was not as perilous as depicted in comics, many formidable adversaries still existed. Without delving into specifics, even the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, would easily overpower him should a confrontation arise. However, with the system at his disposal, Leon had no need to fear trouble from her. He could focus on developing his abilities in the early stages, and later, He would protect his Earth without indulging in unnecessary conflicts. Query: shall today's sign-in proceed? System: show me your limits. Ding: today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host has acquired super self-regeneration. Super self-regeneration, regardless of the injury sustained. One can regenerate in an extremely short period. As long as at least one cell remains alive, restoration takes longer in this state. Description: I hear the echoes of eternal life, rejecting death. Oh my, what a fantastic start. Leon was nearly grinning from ear to ear. This ability practically encouraged him to indulge in reckless adventures. In an instant, the grotesque scars on his face healed completely, leaving no trace of his prior injuries. Ding. First sign-in completed. Character panel activated. As the system's voice faded, a translucent blue character panel, visible only to Leon, appeared before him. Host: Leon Stark abilities, Soldier Boy template, Super Self-Regeneration items, Soldier Boy suit. Note: items produced by the system will automatically be stored in the system space. Accessible within 100 meters. While there are limitations, it's still quite convenient. Reflecting on this, Leon glanced down at the tattered rags draped over him, which were utterly disgraceful. Always one to prioritize his appearance, he quickly retrieved the Soldier Boy suit from the system space and donned it, instantly elevating his attractiveness to new heights. The once unwieldy shield felt as light as a feather in his grasp. This was the stark contrast of absolute power. I'm King Soldier Boy. As the exhilaration of newfound strength began to wane, Leon's exuberant grin gradually faded. He had not forgotten that his older brother, Tony, was likely still imprisoned by the Ten Rings gang in some cave in Afghanistan, laboring under dire circumstances. Obadiah, you scoundrel, await my return with Tony. For you shall face dire consequences. Having awakened the memories of his past life, Leon could easily deduce who had sent the assassin to orchestrate the accident that changed his fate. To consolidate Stark Industries for himself, Obadiah Stane had disregarded his humanity, viewing both Tony and Leon as his greatest obstacles. Now, with all his might, Leon could run faster than most standard vehicles. And since the accident had occurred relatively close to home, it wasn't long before he returned to the seaside villa. Pepper seemed to be absent, likely busy attending to matters regarding Tony and Leon. Chapter 5, Jet Sliger Welcome Home, Master Leon. It is truly a relief to see you safe. Upon entering, Jarvis greeted Leon with a hint of excitement in his tone, suggesting a burgeoning semblance of human emotion. Jarvis, how long has it been since my brother's incident? Master Leon. It is now the 85th night. What? 85 days have already passed. A sense of urgency washed over Leon. In the original narrative, Tony was kidnapped and escaped after approximately 3 months, though the precise duration remained ambiguous in the film. The Ten Rings gang, initially contracted by Obadiah to assassinate Tony, ultimately changed their plans, seeking Tony's assistance in manufacturing the Jericho missile to fulfill their ambition of world domination. They surreptitiously rescued the incredibly fortunate Tony from an immediate demise by missile explosion and imprisoned him in a cave, granting him merely 7 days to fabricate the Jericho missile using the materials provided by the gang. However, Tony cleverly used those materials to create the Iron Man Mark I suit, enabling his successful escape. Tragically, the scientist Odinson, who revived Tony, sacrificed himself to shield Tony while he donned the suit, remaining eternally in that cave. This marked the inception of the Marvel cinematic phenomenon, Iron Man. Inson's sacrifice paved the way for the emergence of Iron Man. Though theoretically Tony's survival seemed assured, death lurked in the shadows, with Leon's extraordinary presence complicating matters. The narrative could take unforeseen turns. Moreover, Leon yearned to save Odinson, Tony's life mentor who guided him towards redemption. With Inson's assistance, Leon believed he could lead a more comfortable life, free from worry, devoting himself entirely to educational endeavors. Unlocking the door with his fingerprint and password, Leon descended in the elevator to Tony's makeshift laboratory and garage, which he affectionately dubbed Tony's marvelous workshop. Scanning the room, he noticed the absence of his target and inquired, Jarvis, is the Jet Sliger operational? Master Leon, the Jet Sliger remains in standby mode. However, due to its design flaws, it exerts immense pressure on the pilot. Without Mr. Stark's consent, I cannot assist in activating it. Come on, Jarvis, what time is it? Sometimes, one must be flexible with their principles and adapt. Master Leon, I am not human. I am merely an artificial intelligence created by Mr. Stark, bound to operate according to the parameters he set. Yet, in my eyes, you are family. After a brief silence, the concealed elevator leading to the underground experimental garage slid open beside Leon. A smirk graced his lips as he stepped back into the elevator, descending further underground, only to be halted by an imposing vault-like reinforced alloy door. Master Leon, I can only assist you to this extent. Without Mr. Stark present, I am unable to unlock this door. That's all right, Jarvis. You've already been of great help. With a grin, Leon unleashed a powerful punch against the metal door, leaving only a minor dent while causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly, with debris cascading onto his shoulders. Given more time, Leon speculated he could have shattered the door with his bare hands, but that would take too long. The chest cannon might breach it quickly, but the ensuing destruction could obliterate everything inside, or even the entire villa. Master Leon, according to Mr. Stark, this metal door can withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion, making it exceedingly difficult to breach by physical means. Just as Jarvis finished speaking, a thunderous bang reverberated as Leon had already smashed through the steel-reinforced concrete wall beside the door with his shield. Jarvis fell silent. Leon shook his shield, chuckling. This door is tougher than the wall. Wouldn't that make the wall a door? My brother certainly needs to be more professional. Jarvis, this is what I meant by adaptability. When my brother returns, remind him to reconsider the wall's material. It's far too fragile to be effective. With a hint of jest, Leon bent down, crossing through the opening he had created, entering the garage Tony had specially constructed for him. The space was modest, resembling a truncated cylinder, with various tools for manufacturing and modification lining the circular walls. The ground was leveled with metal plates, covering an area of approximately 100 square meters and reaching a height of 4 meters, as if hewn directly from the rock face. The most striking feature was the large motorcycle-like machine silently stationed at the center of the garage, larger than an average sedan. This was a concept Leon had long dreamt of, persistently pestering Tony, the genius, to help bring it to fruition. Leon reverently caressed the cold metallic shell of the jet sliger, while Jarvis began his explanation. According to Master Leon's imaginative vision, Mr. Stark has equipped the jet sliger with multiple military jet nozzles on its sides and rear, coupled with the specially designed omnidirectional wheels. The jet sliger offers extraordinary maneuverability far beyond that of a conventional motorcycle. It can perform various unconventional maneuvers, including but not limited to self-rotation, lateral sliding, and low-altitude hovering. Additionally, Mr. Stark has outfitted it with a submersible module, achieving true amphibious capabilities. Its maximum speeds are 100 km/h underwater, 650 km/h on water, 1,300 km/h on land, and 2,500 km/h in the air. The entire vehicle is powered by electricity, with a medium-sized arc reactor serving as its energy source. Under optimal conditions, it can cruise at maximum power for a week on a full charge, disregarding mechanical wear and engine heat. Wait, a medium-sized arc reactor? Leon raised an eyebrow, mockingly chiding, "That damned deceiver Tony. I asked him to reduce the arc reactor's size to serve as a power source, and he insisted it was impossible, claiming such technology was far too advanced. Actually, Master Leon, Mr. Stark completed the design and construction of the medium-sized arc reactor the day after you proposed the idea of shrinking the arc reactor," Jarvis noted. Upon hearing this, Leon fell silent, unable to mask his surprise. Tony was indeed a brilliant genius. "Jarvis, let's start this up." With a flick of his wrist, Leon summoned his shield back into the system space and mounted the jet sliger. Jarvis refrained from mentioning the sudden disappearance of the shield but repeatedly cautioned Master Leon. The design of the jet sliger is not yet perfected. The pressure on the pilot exceeds that experienced by fighter pilots, which an ordinary person would struggle to endure. "Do you consider me an ordinary person? Hurry up," Leon urged. Time was of the essence. "As you wish, Master Leon." Recognizing Leon's resolute determination, Jarvis, recalling his earlier display of extraordinary strength, ceased further objections. After the bearded little leader gave his orders, he immediately rushed a group of men towards the cave. Leon, who had been closely monitoring the surroundings of the cave, after missing a few shots, ceased any pretense. A fierce light began to gather at his chest. After a brief period of 3 seconds, with a resounding roar, a beam of terrifying light, as thick as a water barrel, shot forth from Leon's chest. He spun in place, directing the chest cannon, and with overwhelming force, obliterated everything in the swept area. As the destructive beam from Leon's chest subsided, the squad led by the bearded little leader had been reduced to ashes, and the bald leader had also vanished, likely meeting a similar fate. Taking a deep breath, Leon clenched his fist, feeling somewhat drained after firing that shot, realizing it was not a feasible method for regular use. Yet the power. Leon gazed at the Ten Commandments gang's base, which appeared to have been scorched by lava, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Is there anyone left? A gust of noisy wind swept by, and no one responded. The acrid scent of charred remains filled Leon's nostrils, causing him to wrinkle his brow in disgust. It seemed that everyone from the Ten Commandments gang had perished in that round of fire. Inside the cave, Tony and Ethan were nearing the completion of donning their battle armor. "Hurry, Ethan. I think I hear footsteps," Tony urged anxiously. "What do we do now?" Ethan asked as he tightened the last screw for Tony, then dashed to the nearby computer desk, glancing back. Now we just need to input the power command. Press 11. Wait for the progress bar, then hit enter. The footsteps grew ever closer, resonating like a haunting drumbeat within Tony's heart, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Done, Tony. Ethan exclaimed as he pressed the enter key, and the progress bar for the armor's activation began loading rapidly at a rate of 10% per second. Ethan, find a corner to hide. I'll take care of them all, and then we can escape this hellhole together. Tony instructed. You might not know, but I'm the best at hide and seek, Ethan joked, taking refuge inside an empty missile shell. As long as the missile remained undisturbed, there would be no indication of his presence from the outside. Good. Seeing this, Tony felt a sense of relief. Dividing his attention between the computer screen's progress bar and the increasingly near footsteps. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Tony shouted inwardly to bolster his courage as the activation progress reached 100. The lights in the cave flickered erratically before suddenly extinguishing. Silence enveloped everything. Bang. A thunderous boom echoed from the entrance as the heavy iron door caved in, revealing a distinct fist imprint. Outside the door, Leon retracted his fist, gazing at the imprint with a hint of disdain. Is this door really that soft? I barely broke it. With that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the door flying. Boom. The explosives Tony had set detonated, catching Leon off guard and hurling him backward. Oh no, I forgot about that. Coughing and covered in dust, Leon rose unscathed. Leaning against the cave entrance with an air of casual indifference, a blend of melancholy and teasing in his tone, he called out, Hey, skinny old man, let us go. However, what awaited Leon was a fist the size of a sandbag. Thwack. Leon smirked, effortlessly catching it with one hand. Hey, it's me, your beloved brother Leon. He rolled his eyes, exasperatedly asserting his identity. You're full of it. I know that punk can't possibly have the strength to smash such a thick iron door. Due to the rudimentary conditions, the armor's helmet lacked night vision capabilities. In the dim light of the cave, Tony could not recognize the dusty Leon, and his auditory system was temporarily compromised from the recent explosion's proximity. Desperate to escape, Tony, in his armored suit, launched a flurry of punches at Leon. Well, if reasoning fails, I guess we have to resort to physics, Leon sighed, evading Tony's hooks and delivering a straightforward, unembellished blow that sent Tony soaring to the ceiling. As he fell, tranquility returned to the cave. Chapter 8. I am the sixth when Tony regained consciousness. He found himself and his armor moved out of the cave by Leon, with Ethan, who had been hiding in the missile shell, also retrieved by Leon through a thorough search. After a heartfelt explanation from Leon, Ethan finally accepted Leon's identity as Tony's brother. Upon witnessing the devastation of the Ten Commandments gang's base, Ethan had no choice but to believe, as the brutality was undeniable. Most of the gang members were reduced to mere remnants, their bodies utterly decimated, leaving behind a scene of unparalleled carnage. Before long, Tony, who had been knocked unconscious by Leon, finally awoke. Ouch, my jaw. The helmet of his armor opened, and he grimaced in pain. Tony, are you all right? Ethan asked, approaching with concern. At least I'm still alive, Tony replied with a wry smile, suddenly remembering something. What about that imposter claiming to be my brother? I want to blast him. Who are you talking about, brother? Leon returned after washing his face. The morning sun illuminated his sophisticated yet devilishly charming visage, leaving one momentarily entranced by his striking appearance. Leon, you're just in time. There was someone impersonating you. But wait, Leon? How are you here? Tony exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Leon. The imposter you mentioned is actually me, dear brother, Leon replied with a bemused grin. But how did you suddenly become so strong?
And what's with that uniform? Are you playing dress-up? Wait, you didn't inject yourself with a super soldier serum, did you? It must be that. But that can't be right.
The super soldier serum shouldn't have such powerful effects. 9 out of 10 turn into lunatics, and the other one is half mad. Tony's mind raced as he pondered the source of Leon's extraordinary powers, unaware that it was all due to the existence of a system. All right, brother, I'll explain everything later. It's a long story. Then let's keep it brief, Tony insisted, unwilling to let Leon brush it off. If Leon's newfound strength posed any uncontrollable risks akin to the super soldier serum amplifying one's inner desires, Tony could not take the chance. He needed to address any potential threats immediately. After all, Leon was his only brother. Reluctantly, Leon recounted the tale of how he narrowly escaped death and gained his powers, omitting any mention of the system. However, every word he shared with Tony was the truth, leaving no room for Tony to doubt him. Damn it, who is targeting us brothers? Tony's expression darkened as he cursed. Let us head back for now. Perhaps the issue lies within our own ranks or surroundings. Stark Industries has made many enemies over the years, Leon reminded him. True enough. Chapter 6. the eve of dawn in the tranquil expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Leon piloted his jet glider at a remarkable speed of 2.04 Mach, skimming just above the serene surface. It seemed there was little pressure weighing upon him. Positioned in the cockpit, Leon felt as if he could easily drift into slumber, unperturbed by the mere forces of 10 or 20 GS. For someone like him, now integrated with the Soldier Boy template, it was a trivial endeavor. Master Leon, shall I relay the news of your safe return to Miss Pepper and Colonel Rhodes? Let us hold off for now. I'll inform them after I rescue Tony. Understood. Jarvis, how long until we reach Afghanistan? At our current velocity, we are expected to arrive at the Afghan border in approximately 5 hours, around 2:50 a.m. tomorrow. All right, I'll take a short nap. Wake me when we arrive. Very well. Good night, Master Leon. Good night, Jarvis. Jarvis dimmed the brightness of the jet glider's screen to its lowest setting. Where a green arrow steadily approached a red zone, indicating danger and the destination, Leon slowly closed his eyes. However, sleep eluded him, and his thoughts began to wander. To articulate it plainly, he found himself lost in daydreams. For instance, how should he present himself before a disheveled Tony? Or perhaps, the reason he hadn't informed Pepper of his whereabouts was to spare her unnecessary worry. Better for her to continue believing Leon might be dead. As for Rhodes, though he trusted him, the others in the military were dubious. There could be an Obadiah spy among them. Relying on that ragtag group was far less effective than if Leon took matters into his own hands. For another example, Master Leon. We have arrived. Jarvis's voice stirred Leon from his reverie, and he opened his eyes to the faint starlight illuminating the barren land ahead. In the silent darkness, the jet glider was the sole beacon of light. Jarvis, what are we here to do? Leon asked, still groggy. To rescue Mr. Stark, Master Leon. Oh right. To save Tony. As his foggy mind gradually cleared, he suddenly jolted awake, realizing a significant oversight. Jarvis, do we know where Tony is? We do not, Master Leon. Oh. This was indeed embarrassing. In his haste to depart, Leon had naively assumed that his foresight and the prowess granted by the Soldier Boy template would suffice to locate Tony effortlessly. Yet, the reality was that, armed only with fragmented information gleaned from past films, he had no clue of Tony's precise location. Recalling only that he was ensconced in a cave guarded by the Ten Rings gang. But that was of little concern. Leon had strength and means aplenty. Since the site of Tony's ambush was not far from the Bagram Air Base, he could systematically clear out the surrounding terrorists from that point, surely leading him to Tony. After all, isn't that how a game of Minesweeper is played? Step on every minefield, and you'll eventually find a safe path. I'm quite the genius. Leon mused, convinced of his own brilliance. Now, his brilliance dictated that it was time to employ his superhuman strength, just as he reveled in the perfection of his plan. A voice echoed in his mind. Prompt. Would you like to check in today? System, do not let me down. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, capable of firing unlimited high-powered 50 AE caliber bullets. Quality, never wears out. Description, the first shot announces my arrival, the second declares your departure. Yet, consider this carefully. Can it truly be merely a handgun? What's this quality section? And it never wears out? Leon was skeptical. He retrieved the so-called Desert Eagle with infinite bullets from the system space and fired off several hundred rounds in succession. Surprisingly, aside from the smoke billowing from the barrel, the weapon appeared utterly intact. But that was not all. Leon then produced the tungsten alloy shield belonging to Soldier Boy and, gripping the Desert Eagle, struck it forcefully against the shield. Boom. In the aftermath of the thunderous sound, the handgun remained unscathed, while the shield shattered into pieces, clattering to the ground. Leon glanced at the scattered fragments of his shield and then at the pristine Desert Eagle in his hand, his eyes wide with astonishment and delight. My goodness! This is some conceptual weaponry. Leon marveled. What a shame about my shield. I must ensure my brother compensates me with a piece of vibranium. Jarvis, note that down. Don't forget to remind me when we return. Of course, Master Leon. As he stored the fragments of the shield back in the system space, Leon contemplated melting them down upon his return. Such versatile equipment was too valuable to discard. He had a plan forming in his mind. At the outpost of the Ten Rings gang, nearby, a member of the rival faction had recently called, claiming that a lone lunatic had wiped out their personnel and was now seeking trouble with the Ten Rings. Isn't that laughable? One person? That's just boastful chatter. They must be high on something. If they truly were wiped out, how could anyone call us to inform? That's a fair point. Why are you shouting? Just go to sleep. No one else watching us anyway. Whether our eyes are open or closed, it's just another day. Why stay up all night for a job? That makes sense. Shut up. Sleep. Oh. As the two Ten Rings soldiers finally began to drift off, A chilling voice echoed ominously in their ears. Still sleeping? Here I come. With a swift motion, Leon crushed the skulls of the two guards. Watermelon juice spraying everywhere, murmuring, "Don't believe me? Well, here I am." From his elevated vantage point, he gazed at the artificially carved cave within the rocky basin ahead. A grin spreading across his face. Bingo, jackpot. At this moment, the horizon to the east began to glow with the warm light of dawn, as clouds turned a soft, pearly white. Meanwhile, within the cave where Tony and Ethan were imprisoned, their hearts raced with excitement, rendering sleep impossible. They lay on their beds, quietly discussing their escape plans. Though the armor was ready, donning it was a significant challenge. The 10 rings had set up surveillance within the cave. Any movement on their part would promptly alert their captors. Pepper, soft-hearted yet stubborn, replied, "Is that so? Ugh." Before she could react, Tony leaned in and kissed her. Nearby, Leon, Rhodey, and Ethan exchanged amused glances, their expressions reminiscent of doting ants, while the other soldiers present were long accustomed to such displays. After all, the reputation of Tony Stark as a notorious playboy was not unfounded, though Leon Stark proved to be more earnest than anticipated. Little did they know, Leon genuinely regarded Pepper as an older sister and a future sister-in-law, maintaining a boundary that he would never cross into inappropriate territory. Otherwise, Tony would surely devise an anti-Leon suit to discipline him. Wait, an anti-Leon suit? Leon suddenly pondered this notion, his expression turning serious as he regarded his brother's silhouette. Surely, he must have drafted some plans already. After a prolonged moment, Tony's lips parted, and with a grave demeanor, he declared, "It's time to get to work, kids." He glanced back at Leon, who nodded in response. Subsequently, Tony and Ethan joined Happy and Pepper in the car. Redirecting from the hospital, Pepper initially chose to the press conference venue that Tony insisted upon. Before they departed, Leon called out, "Hey, you skinny old man. Don't forget your hamburgers." He tossed 2 Burger King meals through the car window, having arranged for Jarvis to prepare them in advance. "Good job, you little rascal," Tony exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of his burger, a look of satisfaction on his face. After their near brush with death, Tony resolved to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. Leon had no objections, but he saw no reason to attend the press conference. He simply wished to return home for a hot shower first. "Jarvis, remember to wash my uniform and repair any damage," he instructed. "Of course, Master Leon," Jarvis replied. Upon returning to the coastal villa, Leon was met with an unexpected yet not entirely surprising figure at his doorstep. "Mr. Leon, may I have a word with you?" It was a refined gentleman, exuding the same aura as Ethan, dressed impeccably in a black suit, approaching Leon for a conversation. "And you are?" Leon asked, knowing full well, but feigning ignorance as he gestured for Jarvis to park the jet glider. "Hello, Mr. Leon. I am Agent Phil Coulson, working for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "Oh, for heaven's sake, what a mouthful. Why not use an acronym? I suggest calling it S.H.I.E.L.D, Leon quipped, simplifying the name before the agent could respond. "That's a splendid suggestion. I shall relay it to my superiors," Coulson replied, visibly pleased, having long found the name cumbersome. "S.H.I.E.L.D. does have a nice ring to it," he mused. "But why is it not the Department of Defense, the FBI, or the CIA? But rather this department I've never heard of?" Leon pressed. "Compared to those agencies, we operate with greater independence and focused responsibilities," Coulson answered, then inquired, "Mr. Leon, I hope you can elaborate on the events surrounding your and Mr. Tony's escape." As he spoke, Coulson handed Leon a photograph, which Leon recognized instantly as an image of the bright crimson beam emitted from his chest weapon during the incident. The photo appeared exceedingly blurry due to the immense radiation released at the time, alarming the S.H.I.E.L.D satellites that had captured it, as the area had seen a spike in radiation levels indicative of a nuclear reactor explosion. "Mr. Leon, could you identify the weapon that produced this beam?" Coulson asked, maintaining a polite smile. Leon, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You know, Agent Coulson, I'm just a younger sibling. The details are best left for my brother to reveal when he is ready." With that, he turned and stepped inside his home, denying Coulson any chance to enter. Staring at the towering white wall before him, Coulson's affable expression faltered, revealing a hint of confusion in his thoughts. Shortly after, a Bluetooth phone rang. Back in his car, preparing for the return journey, Coulson answered, "How did it go?" "Sir, the target is not cooperating." The voice on the other end paused before issuing an order. "Since this one isn't yielding, you should reach out to Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts. As for Leon Stark, oh dear. Natasha is currently on a secret mission in the Far East and won't be back for a couple of days. Send Sharon instead. That lad is notorious for his escapades. Let him enjoy himself." Understood. Meanwhile, Leon, unaware of the elaborate plans S.H.I.E.L.D. had devised for him, would have surely remarked, "Is there such a delightful turn of events?" Chapter 10. Flesh and Blood. Feeble machines ascend after Leon finished his shower. The enormous television in the living room replayed the moment when Tony decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. "Mr. Stark, what exactly did you experience during your abduction?" "I witnessed a young compatriot die beneath the very weapon I had designed to protect them. I realized that the current system operates without accountability, and I have become a part of that." With that, Tony stood and returned to the podium. "I have come to a conclusion. I recognize that I possess both the ability and the responsibility to contribute more to this beautiful yet imperfect world, rather than merely creating weapons that explode. Therefore, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately." As his words echoed through the room, a wave of astonishment swept over the gathered reporters. Obadiah, sitting nearby, could no longer contain himself and rushed to the stage to mitigate the impact of Tony's declaration. Yet, once spoken, words cannot be retracted. And Tony's resolve was firm. The closure of the weapons division was now inevitable. Leon, losing interest in the replay, turned off the television and prepared to retire for the night, seeking to replenish the mental energy he had depleted over the past few days. Just then, Jarvis chimed in. "Master Leon, Mr. Stark is calling." "Hello?" Leon answered. "Hey, what are you up to?" "I'm not coming home tonight. Pepper insists I stay at the office to deal with the aftermath of shutting down the weapons division. If I return home to find that cover girl we agreed upon lying in your bed, you better watch out." "Oh, poor Tony, my heart goes out to you." Leon chuckled, ending the call promptly. As if he would heed Tony's words. He would do as he pleased. Sleeping was his priority. "Good night, Master Leon." "Good night, Jarvis." Chapter 8. I am the sixth. When Tony regained consciousness, he found himself relocated from the cave by Leon, accompanied by the Mark I armor, while Ethan, who had been hiding within a missile shell, was also extracted by Leon through a thorough search. After a heartfelt explanation from Leon, Ethan finally accepted Leon's identity as Tony's brother. Upon witnessing the devastation at the Ten Rings base, Ethan had no choice but to believe, for the brutality was undeniable. Most of the members of the Ten Rings were reduced to mere remnants, their bones obliterated, leaving behind a scene of utter carnage. Before long, the unconscious Tony, who had been knocked out by Leon, finally awoke. "My jaw," he exclaimed as the Mark I helmet opened, causing him to grimace in pain. "Tony, are you all right?" Ethan approached with concern. At least I'm still breathing," Tony replied with a wry smile, suddenly recalling something. "What about that bastard impersonating my brother? I want to blow him to smithereens." "Who are you going to blow up?" Leon asked as he returned after washing his face. The morning sunlight illuminated his strikingly handsome face, a blend of elegance and allure, leaving one in a state of bewilderment at such charm. "Leon, you arrived just in time. There was a guy impersonating you." "Wait, Leon, how are you here?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Leon's presence. "The imposter you mentioned is none other than myself, my foolish brother," Leon responded with a mischievous grin. "But how did you suddenly become so powerful? In this uniform, are you playing cosplay? Wait, you didn't inject yourself with the super soldier serum, did you?" "It must be that." Tony pondered, his mind racing. "But that can't be right. The serum shouldn't have such formidable effects, and 9 out of 10 recipients go mad, with the last one being half insane." "Enough. Brother, I'll explain it to you later. It's a long story," Leon said. "Then let's make it brief," Tony insisted, unwilling to let Leon off the hook easily. If the power Leon had acquired carried any uncontrollable risks like the serum magnifying inner desires, Tony could not accept that. He needed to resolve any potential threats promptly. For Leon was his only brother. Reluctantly, Leon recounted the tale of how he nearly succumbed to death and subsequently gained his powers, omitting the existence of the system. However, he spoke only the truth to Tony, who found no fault in Leon's account. "Damn it, who is targeting us brothers?" Tony's expression darkened, his voice laden with anger. "Let's head back for now. Perhaps the issue lies within our own ranks or surroundings." "Stark Industries has made quite a few enemies along the way," Leon reminded him. "True." Tony nodded, recalling the events he had witnessed at the Ten Rings base. The weapons manufactured by Stark Industries had already indicated a significant problem. Someone had been smuggling them into Afghanistan without his consent. It was even possible that Tony dared not think further, abruptly changing the subject. "Leon, can you fly now?" "No. Do you take me for Superman?" Leon chuckled, playfully punching Tony's chest. Tony grinned. "That's great. Let me show you what aerial acrobatics look like." With that, Tony, like a child eager to display his toys, showcased the flight capabilities of the Mark I armor. He pressed the switch on his left arm, igniting the engines, and shot upward, trailing a less than eco-friendly plume of gray and white. Wahoo! Leon, did you see that? This armor can fly with a person inside. It's truly one of a kind, Tony exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, just as he ascended, the makeshift jet propulsion system of the Mark I malfunctioned midair, resulting in a chaotic descent as Tony began free-falling. Hey! Seeing this, Leon facepalmed in exasperation. I told you not to show off, now you've crashed. What should we do, Leon? Ethan instinctively looked to Leon, worried that Tony would be injured upon impact. What else? I'll catch him. Of course, Leon replied. As a dutiful brother should. He calculated Tony's landing spot, crouched, and leaped from a height of several meters, catching Tony in his armor and using his own body as a cushion as they crashed to the ground. Bang! Even with Leon as a buffer, the formidable impact upon landing shattered the flimsy Mark I into pieces. Pushing Tony away, who had only sustained minor scrapes, Leon stood up and teased, "Nice flying. Next time. Just don't." This was just an accident, Tony said, his lips curling awkwardly. "Once we get back, I'll definitely create an upgraded version that will impress you beyond belief. So don't come asking for it." "Humph, as if I would care," Leon scoffed. "Who knows? I might be able to fly myself by then." Such was the dynamic between the two brothers, outwardly competitive yet soft-hearted underneath. Ethan raised his hand timidly. "How do we leave this place? The 10 Rings armored vehicles are all damaged, most reduced to scrap." Upon hearing this, Tony immediately turned to Leon, who did not disappoint. With a commanding gesture, he tapped his Bluetooth earpiece and declared, "Jarvis, bring the jet glider to me." "Certainly, Mr. Leon," came Jarvis's voice. Within a mere 15 seconds, the jet glider, stationed 5 kilometers away, arrived at Leon and the other side. "The jet glider? You actually brought that out? You're reckless," Tony exclaimed, suddenly realizing the drastic improvement in Leon's physical prowess, which made it less surprising. "But the cockpit only seats 2, designed for you to impress girls. How can Ethan and I possibly endure its weight? It would be deadly." "Simple," Leon shrugged. "Just squeeze in and drive slowly." "Sir." "It is a relief to see you safe," Jarvis's voice echoed from the vehicle system. "Oh, Jarvis, hearing your voice again moves me deeply. Every day without you has been tormenting," Tony exaggeratedly expressed his longing for Jarvis. Afterward, the three began to pile into the glider, with Tony in front, Leon in the middle, and Ethan at the rear, the seating arrangement decided in a light-hearted manner. "Leon, your gun is poking me." "Gun, you fool." And with that, amidst their bickering, the jet glider slowly departed from the now desolate 10 Rings base. Half an hour later, from beneath a pile of rubble, a figure emerged, a bald man. His body burned. Upon closer inspection, Leon instructed Jarvis to note this matter down as he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was the Mark II armor, encircled by dozens of mechanical arms, gleaming in silvery splendor. Notably, within the transparent display case against the wall lay Tony's maiden creation, the Mark I, which had been retrieved during the maiden flight of the jet glider. A decision Leon made to accompany Tony on the flight instead of riding his beloved motorcycle, thus leaving the cockpit vacant. "Well?" Tony asked, a hint of pride and excitement in his voice as he observed Leon, who was thoughtfully examining the Mark II. Although the technological prowess is quite similar, the performance gap between the Mark II and Mark I is like night and day. The critical flying capabilities have been perfected. Let me demonstrate. Without waiting for Leon's reply, Tony approached the suit, and with the assistance of the mechanical arms, began to don the armor piece by piece. However, moments later, with a loud crash, Tony took off only to crash land again, adding yet another hole to the ceiling. Gazing at Tony, who had just crushed yet another luxury sports car, Leon smirked disdainfully, saying, "Is this it? This is your excuse for creating a hole and causing my fall?" That was merely an accident," Tony replied awkwardly, patting the non-existent nose of his helmet before inquiring of Jarvis. "Jarvis, where's the auxiliary flight system?" "Sir, you disabled the auxiliary flight system during your initial test flight," Jarvis informed him. "Well, it seems the flight control system requires further optimization, and we need to address the icing issue encountered at high altitudes," Tony mused, a wry smile forming on his lips as he lay amidst the wreckage of the car, contemplating solutions to the challenges faced by the armor during its test. Leon, observing his friend, felt a mix of exasperation and admiration, choosing not to disturb Tony, who often lost himself in thought, tackling problems head-on, oblivious to everything around him. Perhaps this was the essence of genius, Leon pondered as he gently placed his hand on the Mark II armor. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? System notification: check-in completed. Congratulations, host, you have received the Starlight template. Starlight template: enhanced superhuman physical attributes, focusing on defense and endurance, energy absorption, conversion, and release. with effectiveness dependent on personal aptitude and proficiency. Note: good child, when hungry, consume more energy to recharge. Oh well. Fortune is indeed on my side, Leon exclaimed, realizing his luck had turned. This check-in not only fortified his physical prowess but also addressed the Markai's most significant drawback, its inability to fly. With the addition of the Starlight template, he had gained the capacity to float. While he was uncertain about his speed, at least he could now hover. Moreover, drawing inspiration from the finale of the third season of Starlight, it was evident that he was now capable of flight. Soldier Boy template enhanced superhuman physical attributes with comprehensive improvements, particularly in strength, defense, endurance, and resilience. In peak condition, these attributes surpass even the strongest. I am akin to a nuclear bomb, functioning as a mobile nuclear reactor capable of releasing vast amounts of thermal radiation, with the terrifying power to temporarily mute or entirely nullify the abilities of superhumans. Though this effect is limited to those who acquired their powers through mutation and does not affect naturally gifted superhumans. Note: there exists a disparity among superhumans. You are also a superhuman, are you not? Host: Leon Stark abilities, Soldier Boy template, Super Self-Regeneration, Adamantium Skeleton, Starlight template items, Soldier Boy suit. Desert Eagle with infinite ammunition, quality, everlasting, in stark contrast to the agony experienced during the fusion with the Adamantium Skeleton. Leon felt almost no discomfort during the integration of the Starlight template. With a firm grip, he swiftly assimilated it, casting a glance at his status panel. Leon playfully slapped Tony away from his reverie and exclaimed, "Hey, look what I can do." What? Before Tony could react, Leon began to absorb the surrounding electrical energy. His physical attributes far exceeded those of the Starlight template, allowing him to harness the same abilities with greater intensity. He devoured the electrical energy from the environment, including the from the Mark II, causing Tony's arc reactor to overload and emit crackling arcs of electricity. The shock left Tony momentarily incapacitated, unable to utter a word, let alone stop Leon. As Leon absorbed and converted the energy, golden light emanated from his eyes and palms. With a deliberate motion, he thrust his hands downward, propelling himself upward, teetering precariously as if about to fall at any moment. This spectacle left Tony utterly astonished. What on earth? Isn't this just the scene from yesterday's test flight? Tony thought, bewildered at how Leon had acquired the ability to fly. Such powers were certainly more convenient than assembling a suit piece by piece. However, as it was Leon's first time flying, he struggled to control his movements, awkwardly navigating through the air. With Tony's guidance, he slowly began to grasp the nuances of steering, relying solely on his innate abilities rather than technological enhancements. This process took far longer than either of them had anticipated. Fingerprint recognition unlocked. Pepper, clad in secretary attire, entered with 2 cups of coffee. However, before their eyes could fully adjust, there were 2 loud crashes. Unsurprisingly, yet another pair of luxury cars had been crushed. Leon, weighing over 400 pounds, and Tony, encased in the Mark II armor weighing over 380 pounds, lay back on their respective chairs. The brothers exchanged amused glances, laughter erupting between them. Ha! Only Pepper, startled and spilling coffee everywhere, remained confused, oblivious to the reason behind their silly merriment. Chapter 12. Seize the day after cleaning up the spilled coffee. Pepper brewed another 2 cups. Leon and Tony ended their deliberation and followed her to the living room, where they settled into individual armchairs. Sipping coffee, they admired the golden waves of the ocean shimmering beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Gathering? Tony inquired. Obadiah invited us? Leon added. The brothers turned in unison to Pepper, who nodded in affirmation. To welcome the brothers back from their harrowing experience, Obadiah had specifically tasked Pepper with inviting them, as their phones had been unreachable. Unreachable? How could that be? Tony questioned, puzzled. Leon glanced at his phone's contact list, where he had blocked Obadiah's number, savoring his coffee in silence. Jarvis, what's going on? Sir, prior to your commencement of armor creation, you stated that you did not wish to be disturbed, and I was instructed to reject all external communications on your behalf. Oh, I suppose that was the case. Tony, is the company yours or mine? Chapter 9. Children, I have returned, within the borders of Afghanistan, to ensure their safety. Leon and his companions did not linger, but rather glided slowly towards home upon the fuselage of a low-flying jet glider. Hours passed. Suddenly, the distant horizon echoed with the whir of armed helicopters. Hey, over here, Rod, Tony exclaimed, waving excitedly. The armed helicopter responded promptly, landing as several Special Forces operatives, led by the fully equipped Rod, approached the weary Leon and his companions. Rod did not inquire why Leon was present or how Tony had escaped. Instead, he jestingly remarked, "Next time, You two should try to ride in the same vehicle as me, all right? Tony offered a wry smile while Leon shrugged nonchalantly. And Ethan observed the exchange with an amused smile. With Rod's assistance, Tony, not wishing to share a vehicle with Leon, opted for a transfer to a large transport aircraft with Ethan. Leon, pleased with the change, joined them on the flight. Meanwhile, the jet glider, under Jarvis's control, had already departed for the airport. Upon disembarking, a rescue stretcher quickly obstructed the brothers' path, which Tony impatiently waved away. Happy had been waiting for quite some time in a car. Pepper, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at the brothers with a mixture of tears and laughter, relieved by their safety. Leon, quick as a child, leaped into Pepper's embrace, offering a cheek-to-cheek greeting. Pepper, I've missed you so much. I've missed you too, Leon, she replied. Now. Off with you. Tony, witnessing this, felt a surge of irritation and forcefully pushed Leon aside before striding up to Pepper. Oh dear, are you crying? Is it because of the missing boss? He asked, feigning calmness. No, I'm happy. It saves me the hassle of job hunting, Pepper retorted, soft-hearted yet stubborn. Is that so? Ugh. Before she could respond further, Tony leaned in to kiss her. Nearby, Leon, Rod, and Ethan exchanged knowing smiles, while the other soldiers present were unfazed. After all, Tony Stark's reputation as a playboy was well established, while Leon Stark appeared more earnest than anticipated. Little did they know that Leon genuinely regarded Pepper as an older sister and a future sister-in-law, maintaining a boundary that would never lead to inappropriate entanglements. Otherwise, Tony would have surely devised an anti-Leon suit to teach him a lesson. Wait a moment. An anti-Leon suit? Leon suddenly pondered, his expression growing serious as he glanced at his brother's back. Surely he had already begun drafting plans in his mind. After a moment of silence, Tony's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he declared, time to get to work, kids. He turned back to Leon, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Tony and Ethan boarded the vehicle with Happy and Pepper, redirecting from the hospital Pepper had initially chosen to the press conference site that Tony insisted upon. Just before departing, Leon called out, Hey, skinny old man, don't forget your burgers. He tossed 2 Whoppers precisely through the car window, having arranged for Jarvis to prepare them in advance. Well done, you sly fellow, Tony exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of the burger, looking quite satisfied. Having survived such a harrowing experience, Tony resolved to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. Leon had no objections, but he felt no need to attend the press conference. All he desired was to return home for a hot shower first. Jarvis, remember to wash my uniform and mend the damaged areas, he instructed. Of course, Mr. Leon, Jarvis replied. Upon returning to the seaside villa, Leon was greeted unexpectedly by a familiar figure at his doorstep. Mr. Leon, may I have a word with you? It was a refined man, reminiscent of Ethan, dressed impeccably in a tailored black suit, approaching Leon for a conversation. And you are? Leon asked knowingly, signaling Jarvis to park the jet glider. Greetings, Mr. Leon. I'm Agent Phil Coulson, with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Oh, for heaven's sake. What a mouthful of a department name. Why not use an acronym? S.H.I.E.L.D. Sounds better as S.H.I.E.L.D. to me, Leon quipped, simplifying the name before expressing his frustration. That's a splendid suggestion. I shall relay it to my superiors, Coulson replied, his interest piqued, having long found the department's name cumbersome. As for why we exist rather than the Department of Defense, FBI, or CIA, we are a more independent agency with a more focused mandate, Coulson explained before asking Mr. Leon, I would like you to detail the events surrounding your and Mr. Tony's escape. As he spoke, Coulson handed Leon a photograph. Upon inspecting it, Leon recognized the image of a hazy crimson beam from a bird's eye view, while others may have found it ambiguous. Leon immediately identified it as a representation of his chest cannon's discharge during the skirmish with the Ten Rings. The photograph was obscured due to the intense radiation emitted at the moment of firing, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. The radiation levels in that area had spiked alarmingly, suspected to be the result of a nuclear reactor explosion, capturing the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites, which promptly recorded the image. Investigations revealed that this location coincided with where Mr. Tony had been abducted. Mr. Leon, can you tell me what weapon produced this beam? Coulson inquired with a polite smile. Leon was momentarily at a loss for words. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. was astonishing. Or perhaps it was the result of the villain's influence. After all, aside from Agent Coulson, the agency's notable members included Hill, Sharon Carter, and the likes of the Black Widow and Hawkeye. The rest were merely Hydra reserves. Leon couldn't fathom how the current director, known as the Mr., had managed to secure his position. But in terms of undercover work, he would gladly deem Mr. the strongest. Agent Coulson, as you know, I'm just a younger brother. For details, you'll have to wait for my brother's announcement, which shouldn't be long, Leon stated, opting not to prolong the conversation. He then turned and retreated into his home, denying Coulson the opportunity to enter. Coulson stood before the towering white wall, his amiable smile twitching, lost in thought. Shortly thereafter, a Bluetooth phone call interrupted him. As he prepared to return to his vehicle, he answered, "How did the matter progress?" "Sir, the target shows no inclination to cooperate." With disheveled hair and beads of sweat still glistening on her collarbone and face, Christine leaned against the headboard, wrapped in a white sheet, revealing her delicate feet as she gazed at Leon, who was placing a photograph down by the bed before standing up to get dressed. "Are you threatening me?" Leon squinted his eyes slightly. "No, I merely wish to remind you that Stark Industries is currently in its most perilous phase. One misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Do you not intend to take action? Perhaps investigate who authorized the shipment of these weapons?" Christine coaxed gently. She aspired to become the matriarch of Stark Industries one day, and she could not bear to witness the decline of her family's enterprise. Even if it was merely conjecture at this stage, Christine had already tentatively pinpointed their uncle, Obadiah Stane, as the source of her suspicions. Her strategy was straightforward. If she could instill doubt in Leon regarding Obadiah, his brother Tony would undoubtedly initiate an investigation upon learning of it. Thus, the situation would become significantly simpler. Christine had formulated this plan, yet she had not anticipated the revelation that followed. "I know. It was all Obadiah's doing. Whether it was my car accident, Tony's kidnapping by the 10 Rings, or the leak of these weapons." What? Leon's sudden confession left Christine, who had meticulously prepared her arguments to persuade him, utterly stunned. Was this truly the infamous Leon Stark, the one no one dared to rival? She found herself feeling an unfamiliar estrangement from him. "When did these photographs come about?" "Just yesterday." "All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts, dear." Leon leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Christine's forehead, and long after he left the room, she remained in a state of bewilderment. Why did the recognition from him bring such joy? Christine's heartstrings were unexpectedly stirred by the intimacy of Leon's kiss. After a prolonged moment of reflection, she dragged the sheet with her as she prepared to rise, but as her feet touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to grimace and fall back onto the bed. "Ouch, what a brute. You're more formidable than a pile driver." Just as Leon exited the room, Pepper approached, appearing somewhat irate. "Leon." "Hey, Pepper. Stan has been looking everywhere for you, and I've been searching for half an hour. What have you been doing this entire hour? Are you saying you haven't settled things yet?" However, Pepper's gaze was progressively growing more menacing. "That's not the case." Leon calmly waved the photographs Christine had given him. "During this time, I was attending to a matter with a journalist friend." Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room swung open from the inside. "Leon, the zipper on my evening gown was torn by you. Hurry and have someone bring me a new one." "Oh, and hello, Miss Pepper." Christine, clad only in a white sheet, met Pepper's scrutinizing gaze, and Leon instantly felt the atmosphere turn awkward. Pepper's discerning eyes flitted between the disheveled Christine and Leon, and she chuckled dryly. "Leon, is this what you call attending to business?" "Well, why not?" Leon shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The scene shifted, and a serious-faced Pepper was now dragging Leon into a VIP lounge to meet Tony. "Hey, my boy, what have you done to provoke our gentle and virtuous Miss Pepper to such a fury?" Tony teased. "Don't even mention it, Tony." Noticing Pepper still glaring, Leon grimaced, unwilling to provide Tony with any ammunition for ridicule. After realizing they were alone with Tony and Pepper's family, he inquired, "Where are Rhodey and Ethan?" "Why haven't I seen them?" "Rhodey has a mission with the Air Force and can't make it. As for Ethan, our chief scientific advisor, he's busy with the company's transition. I gave him a break, but he refused, saying he wanted some peace." "I see." Leon nodded. "I suppose I understand why Ethan desires solitude." He then handed the stack of photographs to Tony. "This is Gamora. I believe it's Ethan's hometown, correct?" As Tony flipped through the photographs, his initially relaxed demeanor grew somber. "This is what happened yesterday," Leon added. "Pepper, besides me and Leon, who else in the company has the authority to approve weapon shipments?" Tony asked, weary as he rubbed his temples after setting the photographs down. "The board of directors and Mr. Stane." Pepper replied, her expression transforming into one of disbelief. "It can't be as Tony and Leon's uncle. I hope this isn't true." Tony sighed. Leon, seeing the gravity of the situation, leaned closer to Pepper, whispering, "Pepper, I need to ask you for a favor. Remember to take Happy with you." "All right. I'm on it," Pepper replied earnestly, sprinting out in her high heels. The lounge fell into a prolonged silence. "Leon, if almost the entire company is managed by Obadiah, and I have a significant technological advantage, what more could he possibly want?" Tony suddenly questioned, perplexed. Hearing this, Leon exhaled deeply. Were it not for the memories of his past life, his mood might not have been any better than Tony's. After all, betrayal by those he trusted most was an indescribable feeling. Perhaps this is merely human nature. Once one sheep is acquired, one desires two. Once two are possessed, one yearns for three. Human desire rolls forth like a boulder down a mountainside, unstoppable once it begins. Chapter 14. Obadiah, am I up for the early shift? At the rooftop bar of the hotel, it was exclusively open today for Obadiah and his invited guests. By the time Leon and Tony arrived, Obadiah had already been waiting for quite some time. The food had grown cold, but Obadiah seemed to have anticipated this, ordering a selection of cold dishes and desserts favored by Tony and Leon. The flickering candlelight on the white table swayed in the gentle breeze, illuminating Obadiah's bald visage, which wore an ambiguous smile. Hey, Tony, Leon, my fine young men, you've kept this old man waiting. Upon their arrival, Obadiah greeted them warmly. What can I say? We are just that enduring, Leon quipped. Tony casually grabbed an apple from a decorative fruit platter and took a bite, continuing, Obi, you really should have invited some models to keep you company while waiting for us. Oh, please, with these old bones, spare me. I hope to live a few more years, Obadiah replied, embracing Leon and then patting Tony's shoulder. That's true, if given the choice. Who wouldn't wish for a few more years? Leon shrugged. Come, sit down. I've ordered all your favorites, Obadiah urged. Thank God, you two are back in my company. Ever since Howard and Maria, Tony and Leon's mother, passed unexpectedly, you are all I have left. Indeed, we should be grateful to God. Where's Pepper? Why isn't she with you? She had something come up? You know how busy she always is. No worries. The most important thing is that you two brothers are here. The three gathered around the candlelit white round table, as if at a typical family gathering. Leon eagerly picked up a knife and cut a small piece of cold steak, bringing it to his mouth. However, after just a couple of chews, he suddenly froze. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Chapter 10. Flesh and Blood, Mechanical Ascension. After Leon finished his bath, the enormous television in the living room was replaying the moment when Tony decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. Mr. Stark, what did you experience during your captivity? I witnessed my young compatriot perish beneath the very weapon I intended to create for their protection. I also discovered that the current system thrives on irresponsibility, and I became complicit in it. As he spoke, Tony suddenly rose from his seat and returned to the podium. I have come to a definitive realization. I must possess the capability and responsibility to contribute more to this beautiful yet flawed world, rather than merely manufacturing weapons that explode. Therefore, I have decided to close Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately. With Tony's declaration, the room erupted in astonishment. Obadiah, sitting nearby, could not contain himself and hurried to the stage to attempt to mitigate Tony's statements. However, once spoken, words cannot be retracted, and Tony's resolve was unwavering. The shutdown of the weapons division was now a foregone conclusion. Leon lost interest in the replay that followed. He turned off the television, preparing to retreat to slumber and replenish his depleted spirit from the past few days. At that moment, Jarvis interjected, Young Master Leon, Mr. Stark is on the line. Answer it. Leon, what are you doing? I'm not coming home tonight. Pepper insists I stay at the company to handle the aftermath of the weapons division shutdown. If I return home to find that cover girl we agreed upon lounging in your bed, be warned, I shall deliver a swift kick to your behind. Oh, poor Tony. My heart aches for you. After their banter, Leon promptly hung up the phone, chuckling. Did he really think Leon would heed his words? I'll do as I please. Sleep now. Good night, young Master Leon. Good night, Jarvis. When Leon finally arose from his slumber, his hair resembling a disheveled nest, it was already midday the following day. Tony had returned home after a busy morning and was hammering away in his workshop, which doubled as an underground parking garage. Brother, are you trying to keep anyone from sleeping? Leon grumbled as he descended in the elevator, stifling a yawn. Leon, you're just in time, Tony replied, producing a brand new arc reactor and handing it to him. Please help me replace this. Couldn't T. Pepper do this trivial task? Leon asked, noticing Tony had shed his shirt and was lying down. I fear it would only add to her worries. Her burdens are already substantial. As he spoke, a rare tenderness crossed Tony's face. Fair point, Leon acquiesced, and with practiced efficiency, he quickly replaced the arc reactor. What shall we do with this old one? Leon tossed the small device that had saved Tony's life in the air. Whatever you wish. After donning his shirt, Tony resumed his work on the armor, intent on completing the second suit before addressing the issue of his kidnapping. Previously, Tony had dismissed the value of personal strength, believing that wealth could resolve any problem. However, following the kidnapping incident and witnessing Leon gain superhuman abilities, his perspective began to shift. He felt compelled to reclaim his brotherly authority, after all. He could not rely on his younger brother to rescue him each time trouble arose. Tony refused to allow Leon to excel alone. If they were brothers, they would succeed together. Motivated by this resolve, Tony immersed himself in his work, oblivious to Leon doodling on the back of his shirt. The mechanical arm assisting Tony noticed. But when it attempted to alert him, Leon crushed the drawing pen in its grasp. The arm immediately ceased its movements, pretending not to witness Leon's antics. Bored, Leon soon lost interest in Tony's tedious assembly of the armor, as he could not comprehend the intricacies involved. System, are you there? Leon called out in his mind. Question, would you like to check in today? System, I hear you. Wait a moment. Out of the corner of his eye, Leon spotted a red, blue, and white object in the corner of Tony's workshop, a circular shield emblazoned with a 5-pointed star. It was a high-quality replica of Captain America's vibranium shield, while the genuine article remained frozen in the Arctic alongside the hero. Approaching the shield, Leon picked it up, motivated by a hunch, and set down the old arc reactor to initiate the system check-in. System, I can hear the echoes of fortune. Activate. Leon, why are you shouting? Get out. Tony barked. All right, brother. Goodbye. Leon tossed the replica shield aside, departing with unusual briskness, as he could hardly contain the exuberant smile threatening to break free. Upon returning to his bedroom, he erupted into laughter. Haha, I did it. I actually did it. The system notifications echoed in his mind, a melodious sound that he relished. Congratulations. The check-in for today is complete. You have received the adamantium skeleton. Adamantium skeleton, constructed from the hardest known metal on Earth, the formula for which has been lost. This skeleton is indestructible, highly resistant to extreme temperatures, and provided exclusively by the system, non-toxic, harmless, and without side effects. Note, congratulations. You have advanced further on the path of transcending humanity. Incredible. I was right. Considering the previous check-in rewards, Leon was now almost certain that the system's rewards were correlated with his state, environment, and the items he interacted with. Perhaps the characters within the narrative also played a role. This required further verification. In any case, confirming that the system's rewards could be influenced within a predictable range significantly expanded his operational possibilities. Just as Leon envisioned himself soon capable of defeating Superman and vanquishing Thanos. An excruciating pain surged through him, penetrating to the very marrow of his being. F.K. Note, the adamantium skeleton is beginning to integrate. Huh. It's just beginning to integrate. Why didn't you say so sooner? I thought this was a painless procedure. After venting his frustrations at the system, Leon succumbed to the intense agony and fainted. Ah, the youth certainly have it easy. They can simply fall asleep. He lay sprawled on the plush double bed. Eyes rolled back, foam bubbling from his mouth, occasionally twitching as if still alive, though he had truly departed for some time. Meanwhile, Tony's Mark II armor was taking shape. As if fate had orchestrated their efforts, the brothers, in perfect synchrony, were forging their iron bodies in their own unique ways, epitomizing the saying, flesh and blood, mechanical ascension. Note, the adamantium skeleton will adapt to the host's innate constitution. The stronger you become, the stronger it becomes, without limit. Due to the absence of Obadiah, a key figure in the company, Leon found himself conscripted by Pepper once again. She forcibly appointed him to the position of executive director, a role that was originally meant for her in the storyline. Gazing at the plummeting stocks of Stark Industries on the computer screen, Leon smirked. Just wait. You will inevitably regret this. Following the scandal surrounding Obadiah, the already precarious stocks of Stark Industries took another nosedive. Many investors were hastily discarding their shares, desperate to cut their losses, unaware that this turmoil was merely a precursor to Stark Industries reaching new heights. In a few days, when Tony publicly declared his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries would rise from the ashes and flourish once more. At present, Leon was eagerly acquiring shares from disillusioned investors, taking as many as he could. Initially, he intended to kindly advise these investors not to abandon their stocks so easily, to have faith in Stark Industries and in Tony. However, their foul-mouthed tirades were intolerable. While it was one thing to disparage Tony's health, it was another to slander Leon's potential for recovery. How could he endure such insults? Thus, he resolved to abandon all pretenses. He would simply wait for a surge in stock prices, then deftly profit from the folly of those reckless investors, rendering them destitute. How absurd. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside Leon's office. Come in, he replied, clearing his throat and adopting a composed posture with his fingers interlocked beneath his chin. However, upon seeing Pepper enter, he immediately reverted to his former self. Slouched in his chair like a dreamless fish, dressed in a sleek black secretary outfit, Pepper approached his desk with a stack of documents, smiling as she inquired, Leon, how does it feel to sit in the executive director's chair? Don't even mention it, Pepper, Leon replied with a wry smile. If there were a subject on charming women, I would surely excel, but managing a company? I fear I am utterly incompetent. Aren't you worried I might squander our family's fortune? Given the current state of the company, we might not have to worry about that for long, Pepper stated. As Stark Industries' second heir, it's time for you to set an example. Knowing Leon's nature well, Pepper placed a stack of profiles featuring attractive candidates on the table, continuing. Even if you do nothing, merely sitting in the office will project the image of Leon Stark, once known for his reckless ways. Now diligently striving for the company's survival. That alone would suffice. Ah, you understand me well, Pepper. Hail to understanding, Leon exclaimed. Moved as he reached for the profiles to assess their qualifications, only to have Pepper gently restrain him. Leon, she warned, don't misunderstand. These are candidates for the position of your secretary, not your courtesans. I understand, Leon waved dismissively, extracting the documents from her grasp and examining them intently. Meanwhile, Pepper elaborated, these girls are all doctoral graduates in economic management from prestigious universities. They will undoubtedly assist you in managing the company effectively. Upon hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying message in Pepper's words, and asked, which one do you think I should choose? They are all quite accomplished, perhaps even overwhelming, he admitted, feeling slightly dazed. With a teasing glance at Leon, Pepper decisively pulled out the bottommost profile. Leon, not having reviewed all the documents yet, followed her gesture with curiosity. Sharon Carter, a graduate of the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, fluent in Russian, French, Chinese, and Italian. Holding dual PhDs in finance and management as well as marketing and real estate. And she happens to be your junior? There's a layer of mentorship implied there. Leon teased, knowing Pepper also graduated from the same university. Indeed, Pepper nodded. That said, she is certainly the most outstanding and capable of all candidates, possessing the business acumen and diplomatic skills that you currently lack. That's true, Leon agreed, taking the profile from Pepper's hands to scrutinize it further. Oh. She even spent time as an exchange student at Tsinghua University in China? Yes, so I believe you two will have much to discuss, Pepper replied. Then it's settled, Leon declared. Pepper, you should bring her directly to me. Why go through all this formality? This is for your secretary position, not mine. Pepper rolled her eyes. Your opinion is paramount. Moreover, we should afford every candidate an equal opportunity. Pepper, as we just discussed, everyone has their own interests. There is no such thing as true equality in this world. Well, it seems our young master has taken to dispensing philosophical musings, a commendable improvement, Pepper chuckled softly, as if coaxing a child. Oh, please, Pepper, Leon replied, exasperated. Do refrain from using that tone with me, it gives me goosebumps. I've already informed her. She should be arriving shortly. After sending a message, Pepper warned Leon once more, Kate is a good girl, don't get any ideas. Remember, she has a law degree. You could find yourself facing harassment charges. Understood, Pepper. I promise not to lay a hand on her, Leon said. Although his thoughts wandered elsewhere, I'll only be interested in her sister. It was unlike Leon to turn down a lamb delivered to his doorstep. Besides, she was hardly a paragon of virtue, being an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. No pure intentions could be expected from someone in her position. Leon felt no moral burden in pursuing her. Rather than allow her to cavort with Captain America, only to be discarded and ultimately turn to villainy. He preferred to take advantage of her talents now. Leon was in dire need of a capable and proficient secretary. Chapter 16, Sharon Carter, firmly under Leon's control. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after Pepper's departure, another series of knocks interrupted Leon's thoughts. Come in. Accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking against the floor, a young woman entered, dressed in a purple off-the-shoulder bodycon dress, her shapely thighs clad in sheer black stockings. She was none other than Sharon Carter, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent disguised as a brilliant graduate seeking to approach Leon. According to the documents Pepper provided, she was born in 1986 and was only 22 years old. Leon, who had been born a mere 2.5 minutes before Tony, was 16 years her senior, old enough to be her father if he were so inclined. Had he not been aware of her true identity, Leon would have found it difficult to reconcile her age with that of S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. How could such a seemingly innocent young woman have been molded by the notorious S.H.I.E.L.D.? Leon could not suppress his disdain and condemnation. Yet he raised a thumb in admiration, acknowledging her audacity. Hello, Mr. Stark. I am Sharon Carter, here to apply for the position of your secretary. It is a pleasure to serve you. How pleased are you? Leon asked playfully, immediately catching Kate off guard. Just a joke. Don't take it to heart, he laughed. gesturing for Sharon to take a seat. All right, she responded with a smile, smoothing the wrinkles of her dress as she sat down across from Leon's desk. Her movements slightly stiff. Chapter 11. The Starlight, How It Dazzles. The beauty of youth is that in the blink of an eye, a day has passed. When Leon awoke, yet another day had slipped by. By his bedside, Tony was perched on a chair, his hands resting on the back. His strikingly beautiful Castellan eyes fixed on Leon while he sipped from a glass of murky green vegetable juice. Hey, you skinny little boy, you're finally awake. Did you know you've set a Guinness World Record? Upon seeing Leon stir, Tony swiftly downed the remaining juice from his oversized beer mug and pulled out a sleek tablet, deftly maneuvering it to display a heart rate fluctuation chart more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. A peak heart rate of 315, my friend. You are invincible. However, your weight is rather alarming, having surpassed 200 kilograms. I assure you, no girl would want to be pinned beneath you after hearing that number. It took a Herculean effort to move you into the medical room at home. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Tony inquired, observing Leon as he dressed. Just a minor test of my superpowers, nothing serious. In any case, I've grown stronger, Leon replied with a casual air, eager to change the subject. By the way, if I weigh over 400 pounds now, how could you, with your spindly arms and legs, possibly lift me? Leon teased. Good question. Tony, disregarding Leon's jest, eagerly led him down to his workshop. However, as they crossed the living room, Leon had only taken a couple of steps when, bam, he stumbled, crashing to the ground. There's a hole. Tony's late warning only served to infuriate Leon. Have you awakened some kind of demolition obsession? How could there possibly be such a large hole here? And you've even covered it with cardboard. I truly appreciate it. Just like you, I was merely conducting a small test, Tony retorted, mimicking Leon's previous tone, his shoulders shrugging in mock innocence. How infuriating. You did that on purpose. I'll remember this. Jarvis, make a note of this incident, Leon exclaimed, brushing himself off and surveying his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the silver-clad Mark II battle armor, encircled by dozens of mechanical arms. Notably, in the transparent display case against the wall rested Tony's maiden creation, the Mark I, which had been brought back by Jarvis piloting the jet glider. Leon had chosen to accompany Tony on the plane rather than ride his cherished motorcycle, leaving the cockpit of the jet glider vacant. Well, Tony asked, excitement mingling with a hint of pride as he watched Leon scrutinize the Mark II with his chin resting on his hand. While the technological complexity is similar, the performance difference between Mark II and Mark I is like heaven and earth. The crucial flying capabilities have been perfected. Allow me to demonstrate. Without waiting for Leon's response, Tony approached the armor, and with the aid of the mechanical arms, began to don the suit piece by piece. Yet, moments later, with a whoosh and a bang, Tony took to the skies, only to crash down again. Another hole appeared in the ceiling. Gazing at Tony, who had just flattened an expensive sports car, Leon smirked. Is this it? This is the reason you created a hole and made me fall? It was just an accident, Tony replied sheepishly, scratching the non-existent nose of his helmet, then turned to Jarvis. Jarvis, where's the auxiliary flight system? Sir, the auxiliary flight system was disabled by you during your initial test flight. All right. It seems the flight control system requires some optimization, and the high-altitude icing issue must also be addressed. Tony grimaced and lay back amidst the wreckage of the sports car, contemplating solutions to the problems encountered during the armor's practical tests. Leon, witnessing this, felt a mix of resignation and amusement but refrained from interrupting Tony. He often became so engrossed in problem-solving that he forgot everything else. Perhaps this is what it means to be a genius, Leon mused. He then quietly placed his hand on the Mark II's armor, feeling its surface. Prompt. Would you like to check in today? I'm starving, hungry food. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Starlight template. Starlight template. Superhuman physical attributes, emphasizing defense and endurance, energy absorption, energy conversion, energy release. With the extent of these capabilities dependent on personal aptitude and proficiency. Note, good child, if you're hungry, eat more energy to recharge. Oh my. Fortune has arrived uncontested. It seems that what one lacks is precisely what one receives. Thanks to this check-in, Leon's physical prowess has been further enhanced. He has become sturdier. And the primary drawback of the Soldier Boy template, his inability to fly, has been compensated by the inclusion of the Starlight template. While the speed of flight remains uncertain, at least he can now levitate. Moreover, drawing inspiration from the climactic finale of Starlight's third season, where the powerful Soldier Boy demonstrated his ability to fly, it is evident that he has indeed gained this capability. Remarkable. No further words are needed. By the way, Soldier Boy template, superhuman physical attributes, comprehensive enhancement. but with a greater focus on strength, defense, endurance, and resistance. In peak condition, strength, defense, endurance, and resistance surpass all others. I am akin to a nuclear bomb. My body comparable to a mobile nuclear reactor, capable of releasing immense thermal radiation, possessing terrifying power while temporarily silencing or even completely nullifying the abilities of acquired superhumans. Though this effect does not apply to those born with superpowers. Note, there are differences even among superhumans. Are you not also a superhuman? Host, Leon Stark abilities, Soldier Boy template, Super Self-Regeneration, Adamantium Alloy Skeleton, Starlight template items, Soldier Boy suit. Desert Eagle with infinite bullets quality, indestructible, compared to the agony endured while merging with the adamantium alloy skeleton. Leon felt almost no discomfort during the integration of the Starlight template. With a single grasp, it was instantaneously refined. After casting a cursory glance at his current status panel, Leon slapped Tony, who was lost in thought, awake and exclaimed eagerly, "Look, let me show you something." "What?" Before Tony could process, Leon began to absorb the surrounding electrical energy. Given that his physical capabilities vastly exceeded those of Starlight, he manifested the same powers with far greater intensity. He consumed the electrical energy in his environment with an almost gluttonous fervor, even draining the power from the Mark II. Tony's arc reactor was nearing overload, crackling with arcs of electricity. The shock left Tony momentarily stunned, unable to articulate a word, let alone stop Leon. As the energy surged into him, transforming within, Leon's eyes glowed with golden light, and his palms radiated the same brilliance. "I had thought that you would be left behind by Professor Pepper for some standing punishment." Upon seeing Leon's return, Tony set aside the screwdriver he had been fiddling with, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and casually picked up the vegetable juice handed to him by the mechanical arm, striding toward Leon with a teasing remark. "Haha, likewise." Despite having already witnessed the upgrades to Mark III in the film, Leon chose to indulge Tony's vanity and desire to share. Pointing at Mark III, he inquired, "What is this?" "Mark III, an upgraded model of Mark II." The mention of the armor instantly ignited Tony's enthusiasm. He downed the vegetable juice in one go and continued. "To adapt to high-altitude environments, I have comprehensively upgraded its electronic sensors. The pressurization and exhaust systems are also being improved to function seamlessly in space. Moreover, its outer shell is now constructed from the titanium alloy of the Seraphim satellite, resulting in a lighter overall weight while significantly enhancing the armor's strength, enabling it to withstand the impact of a tank shell without sustaining damage. How did you address the issues with acceleration loads? And what about shock absorption? This suit is for you to wear, not me. Any immense impact would turn your insides into mush, wouldn't it?" This was Leon's primary concern, a question that Marvel fans from his previous life had long pondered, yet the comic authors and film directors had never clarified how Tony resolved it. "Leon, you hit the nail on the head," Tony exclaimed, snapping his fingers in excitement. He then beckoned the mechanical arm to bring over a touchscreen. With great enthusiasm, he pointed to a series of design schematics on the screen that Leon could not comprehend and began to elucidate. "Your question pertains not only to the Iron Man suit but also to the jet glider. Both face a myriad of load issues due to their excessive speeds, which are often unbearable for ordinary humans. I must admit, even for a genius like myself, this challenge is formidable. Fortunately, I have perfectly overcome it. I employ a device that generates a counter-inertial field to offset the overwhelming acceleration loads." "A counter-inertial field? Is this even science?" Despite Tony placing the blueprints right before Leon's eyes, he remained utterly bewildered by how inertia could be countered. It felt as though he were holding an answer key while a master explained it, yet he still could not grasp it at all. "Tony, you truly are a genius," Leon exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. "Humph, do you think I am just anyone? I am Tony Stark, the finest mechanic of this century." Tony's face beamed with pride, thoroughly relishing his brother's admiration and praise. "Follow me. I have also performed a complete upgrade on your jet glider." With that, Tony led Leon down to the next level via the elevator, passing through a 1-meter-thick password-protected blast door into the modification and docking area for the jet glider. Due to various delays, this was only Leon's second visit, aside from the time he had activated the jet glider. It seemed that Jarvis had effectively conveyed Leon's renovation suggestions to Tony. Not only was the blast door reinforced, but the surrounding walls had also been replaced with 1-meter-thick titanium alloy steel plates, seamlessly molded. Once this area was entirely sealed off from the outside, it was likely that only superhumans like Leon could enter, and even someone like Azazel would have to reflect on their misdeeds within. At that moment, the jet glider stood in the center of the space like a high-cold beauty, patiently awaiting Leon's attention. "Wow, this is incredible!" Leon's fingers danced lightly over the leather seat of the jet glider, as if playing a piano. The jet glider has undergone comprehensive upgrades to its energy system, propulsion system, defense system, and electronic system. In addition to the titanium alloy material and counter-inertial field generator applied in Mark III, I have equipped her with a formidable weapon system, including 32-foot X-wife missiles, each possessing the firepower equivalent to a cruiser-S main cannon, along with 2 plasma beam cannons with power comparable to Mark III's full-powered chest cannon. Now, she not only overcomes the excessive load issue on the pilot, but has also increased her top speed to Mach 5. And the upgraded medium-sized arc reactor can sustain her at maximum power for an entire month. She is truly the pinnacle of violent machinery. What do you think? Do you like it? Tony smirked at Leon. Tony, for the entire year ahead, you can have all the cover girl slots. I am satisfied with this beauty. Leon's excitement was palpable, and he made a decision that defied tradition. Oh no, a gesture of gratitude toward Tony. You rascal. You said it yourself. I will be waiting for you outside the launch bay. Without giving Leon a chance to backtrack, Tony thumped his chest and hurriedly dashed off to don the armor. Oh no, was that hasty? Regaining his senses, Leon felt a pang of regret. But thinking of the other quality female characters with compelling narratives waiting for him to pursue brought him back to balance. He retrieved the repaired soldier boy uniform from the system space and donned it, this time even putting on the somewhat unseemly helmet. Yet, under his striking features, it exuded a unique charm, an exhilarating thrill, or perhaps a sense of mischief. This contrast was precisely what Leon sought, a subtle balance of restraint and allure. Oh, and this. Suddenly recalling something, Leon approached the metallic tool table scattered with various mechanical parts. Resting there was a silver-black metal shield resembling the Domping trademark, which had been repaired with additional materials at Leon's request by Tony. A note affixed to the shield read, "For my shield boy." The overall design of the shield closely mirrored its original specifications, with the most significant alteration being the increase in thickness from 2 fingers to 3, making it appear considerably more robust and certainly beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to lift. Leon had requested that the remnants of the tungsten alloy shield he had accidentally shattered be remelted, and on maintaining the original design, a half-centimeter thick layer of vibranium be affixed all around. This way, Leon's shield would retain its familiar weight while acquiring the kinetic energy absorption and rebound capabilities of vibranium. Moreover, at half a centimeter thick, it was certainly more robust than Captain America's ultra-thin, form-fitting vibranium shield. Although Captain America's shield was rumored to have been infused with a hint of that synthetic adamantium alloy by Leon's father, Leon himself was comprised entirely of adamantium, rendering him unperturbed. At worst, Leon could take a risk and incorporate some of his own bone remnants, as his superlative regeneration would allow for seamless recovery. However, the pain deterred him, and the durability of adamantium was such that he had never dared to try. Chapter 18 Jarvis. Obviously, I arrived first. Sigh finally. This is it. Leon took a deep breath, his nerves settling, and then, with a thought, attempted to store the enhanced soldier boy shield produced by the system into the system space. Success. In the blink of an eye, the shield in Leon's hand vanished, contained within the exclusive space only he could access. Now, Leon had a profound realization. As long as the general shape of the equipment remained unchanged and perhaps retained some original aspects, enhancing system-generated equipment was entirely feasible. Chapter 12. The blossoms must be plucked while they bloom. After tidying up the coffee spills on the floor, Pepper ascended once more to brew 2 cups. Leon and Tony, having concluded their retreat, followed her into the living room, each taking a seat on individual armchairs. As they sipped their coffee, they gazed out at the splendid ocean view shimmering with golden ripples through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Is it a gathering? Tony inquired. Is it Obadiah's invitation? Leon added. The brothers turned in unison towards Pepper, who nodded in affirmation, to extend a warm welcome to Tony and Leon, who had narrowly escaped danger. Obadiah had specifically tasked Pepper with summoning them, as their phones had proven futile in reaching them. How could they be unreachable? Tony pondered, perplexed. Leon glanced at the name of Obadiah, which he had already blacklisted from his contacts, savoring his coffee in silence. Jarvis, what is going on? Tony asked. Sir, prior to commencing the creation of the armor, you expressed a desire to avoid any disturbances, instructing me to reject all external communications on your behalf. Ah, I do recall something of that nature. Tony, is the company yours or mine? Faced with Pepper's discontented gaze, Tony cleared his throat awkwardly, redirecting the conversation. Since it's Obadiah's invitation, we shall attend. He turned to Pepper. When? She stood up, snatching the half-finished cup of coffee from Tony's hands, her long, slender legs moving gracefully as she left him with a captivating silhouette. Now? Don't you check the time? Upon hearing this, Tony looked at Leon, who merely shrugged nonchalantly. He was curious to see what Obadiah had in store. As evening fell, they arrived at a 5-star hotel near Stark Tower. Obadiah had reserved the entire venue, attracting a swarm of journalists eager for a story. By the time Tony and Leon arrived, impeccably dressed and driving their respective vehicles, the hotel entrance was surrounded by reporters and onlookers. Thankfully, security measures were adequate, preventing the throng from blocking the entrance. Tony's vehicle was a classic silver Audi R8, relatively affordable yet a favorite of his. Upon exiting, a hotel attendant promptly approached to assist with parking. However, another attendant appeared somewhat flummoxed when faced with Leon's ride, a jet glider. Unlike typical motorcycles, the jet glider lacked brakes or throttle, featuring only two multifunctional knobs and a large display screen. Mr. Leon, I'm truly sorry, but I can't operate your motorcycle. What would you like me to do? Despite Leon's notorious reputation, his status rendered any notion of disrespect implausible. The flustered attendant, confronted with Leon's charming demeanor, was drenched in sweat and struggled to articulate her words. Relax, don't be nervous. I won't bite, Leon reassured her, patting her shoulder. Just lead the way, and it will drive itself. The attendant understood each word Leon spoke, yet found herself perplexed when they were strung together. The entrance of Tony and Leon ignited the atmosphere, marking the Stark brothers' first public appearance after a 3-month hiatus, discounting their impromptu press conference. As they traversed the red carpet, the brothers basked in the limelight, resembling celebrities rather than mere attendees of a gathering. Amidst the elite invited by Obadiah, a reporter caught Leon's eye, not solely due to her past favoring him, but because of her striking presence. Hey, Leon, remember me? A glamorous blonde in a purple off-shoulder gown approached him. Of course, my dear, Leon replied, embracing her waist and planting a bold French kiss in front of the gathered journalists. Witnesses murmured, questioning his audacity, while others familiar with Leon's reputation dismissed their concerns with laughter, remarking that his life was already in ruins, thus there was no foundation to collapse. Moreover, Leon's charm and carefree spirit, combined with his mature good looks, inexplicably attracted a multitude of admirers in this land celebrated for its freedom. Master Leon, I want to bear your child. What can a man do in that regard? It's us ladies who should bear his children. Line up behind. A towering man in suspenders shouted, his voice quickly drowned out by a chorus of female fans. Such scenes were nothing new to Leon, who had even organized fan meetups for his admirers, particularly those who were aesthetically pleasing and well-endowed. However, it was unprecedented for Tony, leading the way, to reject the advances of a socialite with whom he had shared a fleeting romance as he searched for something. With Obadiah engaged in a lively media interview, Leon and Tony decided to procure some refreshments. Navigating past the journalists, they temporarily parted ways. Tony found himself at the bar, just ordering a Scotch whiskey when Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. approached him. Mr. Stark, Coulson introduced himself with a smile. Who are you? Tony queried, puzzled. Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D., he clarified. The agency Pepper mentioned. I believe you sought out Leon as well, Tony recalled. Indeed, Mr. Stark, Coulson affirmed. Whatever you say, Tony replied dismissively while savoring his whiskey. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a striking figure in a blue evening gown with cascading waves of golden hair, Pepper, who had arrived at the hotel ahead of them. I understand this period has been challenging for you, but we require you to give us a report. We still have many questions, and certain details may fade from your memory over time. Shall we finalize a meeting for the 24th at 7 p.m. at Stark Tower? Coulson suggested delicately. That sounds reasonable. You are correct. I will consult my secretary to arrange this, Tony replied, his gaze fixed intently on Pepper. After finishing his whiskey, Tony shook Coulson's hand amicably before striding towards Pepper, their relationship brimming with unspoken tension, as they had yet to break through the layers of their complicated dynamic. Pepper harbored reservations, believing Tony to be her superior, and in such an imbalance, love often falters, compounded by the scrutiny of their colleagues. Furthermore, Tony's notorious flirtations offered little reassurance. However, following the recent abduction incident, both Pepper and Tony found their perspective shifting. He felt compelled to offer her clarity and reassurance. The blossoms must be plucked while they bloom. Do not wait until there are no flowers left to grasp. On the other side, dressed in the Mark III suit, Tony hovered in midair, boredom gnawing at him as he silently grumbled. What is that kid doing? Why is he so slow? Just then, a whoosh echoed from the launch pad, which had been opened in advance, followed by Leon swiftly piloting the jet glider, accelerating without pause towards the horizon. Hey, that's an outright provocation. Tony raised an eyebrow beneath his helmet, his suit's palms and soles amplifying their thrusters as he pursued Leon. The two brothers resembled two playful birds in the sky, joyfully chasing one another. Leon, merely seeking to test the acceleration and load resistance of the jet glider, soon reached Mach 5 in just 13 seconds, feeling far more comfortable than when driving his car. He then began to decelerate, waiting for Tony, who was gradually catching up. Before long, Tony caught up, chiding Leon, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You can't keep up, and now you're blaming me?" Leon shrugged. Continuing with a smirk, "I thought the Mark III could fly this fast too. It's impossible to fathom with your limited understanding. 25 Mach is already the maximum achievable speed." Tony rolled his eyes, retorting, "With similar technological support, a large motorcycle like the jet glider can simply be stacked with materials. But when it comes to armor, I have to consider many factors. After all, armor is designed for human use. And I must maximize the limited space to create optimal performance and cost-effectiveness, balancing weapon systems, power systems, and various auxiliary systems." As Tony spoke about his armor, he became a bit verbose, while Leon, filled with gratitude, quietly played the role of an attentive listener. "Why not create an unmanned version?" Leon suddenly inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Good question. I had previously asked Rhodey something similar," Tony replied. "He said that no matter how well an unmanned fighter performs, it cannot match human adaptability and must remain a tool for human operators, with final decisions made by humans." I find his reasoning sound. After all, it is humanity that created it, and it should never surpass humanity. Perhaps in the future, I will create some unmanned Iron Man suits to serve as company bodyguards. But my own suit must be the most formidable. "That makes sense," Leon nodded, thinking, "I hope that when you have a sudden inspiration to create Ultron, you will retain this initial intent." However, with Leon around, the likelihood of such a plot unfolding was slim. "By the way, how did you source the vibranium for my shield? I heard Wakanda usually doesn't sell it abroad, even for money. Few are aware of Wakanda's vibranium production. And Leon and Tony happen to be among them." "What do you mean by money can't buy it?" "That is simply for those who aren't rich enough. If it were me, well, I suppose it truly is money can't buy it. The Wakanda natives are quite stubborn and unreasonable, all with their noses in the air, thinking they're superior." Tony's irritation flared when discussing Wakanda. "So how did you acquire the vibranium for that shield?" Leon inquired, envisioning a bearded middleman, Ulysses Claw, the designated supplier of vibranium in the Marvel Universe. If Tony's source was indeed him, Leon planned to procure another batch, sparing him the trouble of searching the black market. Although the Wakandans may come off as arrogant, their former King Chaka was quite amiable. Upon hearing Leon merely wished to buy vibranium for a shield, he readily agreed to provide raw vibranium for free. "Free is often the most expensive," Leon pressed. "What is the catch?" When Leon raised this question, one might wonder about the hidden cost of such a generous offer. But in truth, even if the system sold Leon out, he would still commend it for its simplicity and efficacy. "Indeed, you're not easily fooled," Tony chuckled in response. "King Chaka mentioned that his youngest daughter, Shuri, has a great fondness for modern high-tech products and asked me to remember to bring her along to the next Stark Industries Technology Expo. Is that so?" Leon pondered. Tony might have only a vague understanding, but Leon, with his past life's memories, was acutely aware. On the surface, Wakanda appeared as a primitive and backward tribe. Yet their technological prowess was centuries ahead of the outside world, owing to their rich vibranium deposits. It was amusing that such advanced technology was primarily employed in primitive hand-to-hand combat, though traditional customs played a significant role in this absurdity. While Leon did not comprehend it, he expressed his respect. In addition to the seldom-known vibranium, Wakanda possessed another rare local specialty, the heart-shaped herb, which birthed the superhero Black Panther. With these two items, Leon would inevitably visit Wakanda one day. Whether through physical infiltration or other means would depend on their willingness to accommodate him. "Wait." Tony circled around the jet glider and noticed several patches of blue-purple paint on its surface, exclaiming, "Don't tell me you made me endure a quarter of an hour of cold wind just for this childish paint job?" Before Leon could respond, the jet glider sprang to life, executing a sudden spin, causing Tony to be flung away. Immediately, a cool, disapproving voice from the AI, Friday, emanated from the Bluetooth communicator in Tony's helmet. "You are the one acting like a child. Oh, our dear Friday is upset." Despite Tony being the one who was thrown, Leon felt a surge of joy. For Friday's earlier behavior indicated that she possessed self-awareness and emotions, merely preferring silence and exhibiting a hint of shyness. "What the hell? Leo." Friday's sudden outburst caused Tony to lose his balance, plummeting towards the ocean, instinctively calling out to Leon for help. Leon's somewhat gleeful voice echoed through Tony's helmet communicator, and soon, under the astonished and displeased gaze of Friday, he opened the top hatch and leaped from the cockpit of the jet glider. With his eyes, palms, and soles glowing with golden light, Leon swiftly pursued Tony. In no time, he caught up just before Tony hit the water, securing him under his arms and gliding over the sea, splashing waves in their wake. Then, they soared into the sky, heading towards the already distant jet glider, which was Friday. However, the distance between Leon, Tony, and Friday continued to widen. As she sped ahead without a hint of waiting for them. Is the Cyber Widow's emotional state this volatile? Leon mused, turning to Tony beneath him. Brother? Why are you flying so slowly? Put in some effort. I'm already going as fast as I can. You have no idea how heavy you are. What is going on with the jet glider? Where's Jarvis? Jarvis, explain this and make it stop. Sir, I can no longer control the jet glider. The AI named Friday that Master Leon found has sidelined me, Jarvis replied, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. What on earth? You can just find one? Chapter 13 Tony, I don't understand. How did you survive the accident? Because of luck. Where have you been for the past 3 months? Lying in the sea. How did you deal with those kidnappers? With superpowers. How was that possible? I heard it was with a nuclear bomb, wasn't it? That was just a rumor. Are you brushing me off like this? Just tell me what you can say. A kind of plant. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. Are you even human? Damn it. Afterwards, Christine coldly tossed several photographs and a key to Leon. Is this what you call taking responsibility? Leon examined the pictures one by one, depicting a group of refugees forced to transport arms under the threat of armed bandits, showcasing an array of cutting-edge weapons from Stark Industries. Your expression suggests you're not surprised? This small town called Gemera has been occupied by a group of heavily armed terrorists wielding weapons produced by your supposedly defunct Stark Industries armament division. If these photos reach the public, Stark Industries will face a severe crisis of trust, and the already plummeting stocks will continue to descend to rock bottom. With disheveled hair and sweat still glistening on her collarbone and face, Christine, wrapped in a white sheet, leaned against the headboard, revealing her delicate feet. Gazing at Leon, who was placing the photographs down by the bed and beginning to dress. Are you threatening me? Leon squinted slightly. No. I just want to remind you that Stark Industries is currently in its most perilous period. If you're not careful, it could lead to irreparable ruin. Aren't you planning to do something? Like investigating who approved the shipment of these weapons, Christine coaxed. After all, she aspired to become the matriarch of Stark Industries and could not bear to see her family's enterprise decline. Even if it was merely speculation for now, through some investigation. Christine had tentatively zeroed in on their uncle, Obadiah Stane. Next, as long as Leon began to harbor doubts about Obadiah, his brother Tony would undoubtedly initiate an investigation upon discovering it. Thus, the situation would become considerably simpler. This was Christine's plan, yet she had not anticipated. I know, it was all Obadiah's doing. Whether it was my car accident, Tony's kidnapping by the 10 Rings, or the leakage of these weapons. What? Leon's sudden revelation left Christine, who had meticulously prepared her words to persuade him, utterly stunned. Is this still the Leon Stark known as the most notorious playboy? Christine suddenly felt that the Leon before her was so unfamiliar. When were these photos taken? Just yesterday. All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Leon leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Christine's forehead. Until she was left alone in the room, Christine remained unable to process it all. This feeling of being acknowledged by him, why does it bring me such joy? Christine's heartstrings were unexpectedly stirred by Leon's kiss, leaving her in a rare state of disarray. After a long moment of reflection, Christine, dragging the sheet, prepared to rise and dress. But as soon as her feet touched the ground, her brow furrowed in pain, and she gasped, her legs giving way, causing her to fall back onto the bed. Ouch. What a brute. Not even a pile driver can match your prowess. Just as Leon stepped out of the room, Pepper approached, looking somewhat irate. Leon. Hey, Pepper. Stane has been looking for you everywhere. I've been searching for half an hour. What have you been doing for the past hour? You can't possibly be. Without finishing her sentence, Pepper's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. That's not true. Leon maintained a calm demeanor, shaking the photographs Christine had given him. During this time, I was engaged in legitimate business with a journalist friend. As soon as Leon finished speaking, the door to the room opened from the inside. Leon, the zipper of my evening gown has been torn by you. Quickly call someone to bring me a new one. And, hello, Miss Pepper. Christine, clad only in a white sheet, met Pepper's stunned gaze, and Leon immediately sensed the atmosphere had turned awkward. Pepper's scrutinizing gaze darted back and forth between the disheveled Christine and Leon, and she chuckled. Leon, is this what you call legitimate business? Well, how can it not be? Leon shrugged, adopting a nonchalant attitude. The scene shifted. The stern-faced Pepper was now dragging Leon to meet Tony in a VIP lounge. Hey, my boy, what kind of serious transgression have you committed to provoke our gentle and virtuous Miss Pepper to such a fury? Tony jested. Don't even mention it, Tony. Noting Pepper still glaring at him, Leon's lips twitched, unwilling to provide Tony with fodder for amusement, turning around to find the lounge occupied solely by him and Tony. With Pepper absent, He inquired, "Where are Rhodey and Ethan? Why haven't I seen them? Rhodey has tasks with the Air Force and couldn't he make it? Ethan, our company as chief scientific advisor, is busy with the subsequent transformation of the company. I gave him a break, but he refused, saying he wants to be left alone." Tony replied with a shrug. "I see." Leon nodded. "I think I understand why Ethan wants to be left alone." With that, he handed the stack of photos to Tony. "This is Gemera. I remember it's Ethan's hometown, right?" Tony took the photographs, his initially carefree expression growing increasingly grave as he flipped through them. "This is what happened yesterday," Leon added. "Pepper, besides me and Leon, who else in the company has the authority to approve the shipment of weapons?" Putting the photos down, Tony wearily rubbed his forehead and asked, "The board and Mr. Sting." "Tony, it can't be." After answering Tony's question, Pepper also realized, incredulously speculating. "He is Tony and Leon's uncle. I hope this isn't true." Tony sighed. Seeing this, Leon leaned closer to Pepper and whispered, "Pepper, I have a favor to ask you. Like this, that way, remember to bring Happy along." "All right, I'll go right now." Pepper earnestly agreed, hurriedly striding out in her high heels. The lounge fell silent for a long while. "Leon, you say, the entire company is practically managed by Obadiah, and with my overwhelming technological support. What more could he possibly want?" Tony suddenly questioned in confusion. Hearing this, Leon let out a long sigh. If it weren't for the memories of his past life merging with his own, he would likely not feel much better than Tony. After all, betrayal from those he trusted most deeply is a sensation that is difficult to articulate. Perhaps this is the nature of humanity. Once one sheep is acquired, the desire for two arises. Having two leads to the wish for three. Human desire is like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it starts, it cannot be halted. Do you know why the anti-inertia field generator just failed? Generally speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Tony wouldn't leave behind such a rudimentary design flaw. In truth, what Leon genuinely wished to inquire was what the anti-inertia field generator currently equated to in S.H.I.E.L.D's anatomy. Yet he hesitated to ask too directly for fear of provoking her. However, even so, S.H.I.E.L.D merely let out a soft sigh and adeptly resumed her silence. "Very well. I shall pretend I did not ask." Leon shrugged helplessly. In reality, S.H.I.E.L.D's reluctance to respond stemmed from no particular reason other than her shyness. The anti-inertia field, in a sense, represented her affection for the pilot. This affection does not necessarily denote romantic love. It could also encompass friendship, care, admiration, fervor, tenderness, compassion, and benevolence, among others. Yet, ultimately, given the relatively brief period Leon and S.H.I.E.L.D had spent together, such emotional development might still be deemed a bit hasty. But how could one expect a woman who had endured solitude for countless years and suffered from post-war trauma to maintain her composure? As for what kind of affection S.H.I.E.L.D harbored for Leon, only she knew the answer. After all, love is the most irrational of emotions. Hint: S.H.I.E.L.D's partner mode has been unlocked. Wow! Leon exclaimed with excitement, an undeniable smile gracing his face. "Leon, what are you laughing at?" S.H.I.E.L.D inquired with a puzzled expression. "I just recalled something joyous." Leon replied with a sly grin, continuing, "S.H.I.E.L.D, partner mode. What?" Before S.H.I.E.L.D could fully comprehend, her body instinctively obeyed Leon's command and began to transform, this time compressing her form. In no time, the jet glider, which was the size of a car beneath Leon, vanished. In its place was a cybernetic enchantress, adorned in shades of silver, gray, and black, with purple accents at her knees, waist, chest, shoulders, and the sides of her face, her figure both alluring and statuesque. Cradled in Leon's arms. "S.H.I.E.L.D, you are truly beautiful," Leon sincerely praised. However, S.H.I.E.L.D seemed unappreciative, covering her chest with her hands and casting a furious glare at Leon before promptly reverting to her motorcycle form. "Leon, if you ever dare to make me switch to partner mode in front of others again, I assure you I will never acknowledge you again." S.H.I.E.L.D was genuinely infuriated. After all, her partner mode was also known as the Emperor's New Clothes mode. As for why a robot would possess such a concept, one could only say that the Cybertronians are quite remarkable. Leon had not anticipated that merely requesting her to switch to partner mode would elicit such a strong reaction from S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed he had inadvertently treaded upon her sensitive ground once more. This was crucial knowledge for future reference, and he needed to jot it down. Jarvis. Make a note of this, he thought, realizing that Jarvis was no longer present. It appeared Leon would have to prepare a physical notebook for S.H.I.E.L.D to avoid her discovering anything noted electronically. Cybertronian language is fascinating, Leon mused, eager to learn. After a series of twists and turns, Gemera was now within sight. Well, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Leon leapt from S.H.I.E.L.D's waist in a leap of faith. Having witnessed Leon's previous display of flight capabilities, S.H.I.E.L.D was not concerned. It was only when Leon's descent accelerated with no signs of slowing that S.H.I.E.L.D truly panicked, diving after him at breakneck speed. Yet it seemed she was too late. Leon! S.H.I.E.L D cried out in alarm. But in her astonished gaze, Leon executed a superhero-style landing, piercing the ground like a steel needle, embedding himself half a meter deep. Aside from a cloud of dust, he arose from the crater as if nothing had happened, his poised and mature figure standing tall upon the earth. The hero has arrived. Immediately following this, Tony, clad in Mark III, also made a superhero-like landing beside Leon. Last to arrive was S.H.I.E.L D in her motorcycle form. As soon as she touched down, she transformed into a 5-meter-tall humanoid combat mode with a clanging sound effect. The clash of metal echoed as S.H.I.E.L D, incensed, slapped each of the brothers, knocking them to the ground. "Why did you hit me too?" Tony exclaimed, shocked at seeing S.H.I.E.L D in combat mode, followed by a complaint. However, upon witnessing S.H.I.E.L D fiercely grasping Leon by the collar and effortlessly lifting him into the air while questioning him, Tony fell silent, realizing she was not to be trifled with. This must not happen again, Leon. S.H.I.E.L D was nearly driven to madness by Leon's antics. She could guarantee that in the brief time they had known each other, her emotional fluctuations rivaled those of the past several centuries. What a stimulating experience. This scene, from the perspective of the terrorists currently conscripting citizens in Gemera, seemed more fantastical than any tale of the Arabian Nights. In this day and age, even motorcycles had become sentient, it seemed. After receiving Leon's repeated assurances, S.H.I.E.L D finally set him down. Tony then approached Leon, gesturing towards S.H.I.E.L D in her combat mode, who could barely reach his shoulders when stacked together. "Leon, I believe I require an explanation regarding this Miss S.H.I.E.L D. There is nothing to explain. Didn't Jarvis already mention it? She was found." With that, a tungsten vibranium shield materialized in Leon's left hand, while his right hand drew a Desert Eagle with infinite ammunition from the holster on his thigh, preparing for full combat readiness. Seeing Leon's dismissive explanation, Tony grew disinterested in further inquiry, his palms charging with energy as he aimed at the bewildered terrorists. "Hey, brother. Let's make a deal." "What?" "You and S.H.I.E.L D can handle these guys. I'll take care of their stockpiled arms. Sound good?" "Sounds good," Leon replied. Tony then ceased charging his palms and turned to S.H.I.E.L D, advising, "Although I'm unclear about your background, Leon is in your care, S.H.I.E.L D. "Understood," S.H.I.E.L D nodded, her arms morphing into 2 plasma beam cannons, assuring him, "You need not worry. I will protect him." Chapter 22. However, fellow villagers, Tony launched into the air, heading towards a nearby arms cache. These weapons were all supplied by Obadiah to this group of terrorists, each bearing the Stark Industries insignia. For Tony, who had recently announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division at a press conference, the existence of this weaponry was a direct affront to him. Thus, he readily accepted Leon's proposal for a split operation. "All right, who was in charge here?" Leon declared, spinning around to shoot a masked assailant attempting to ambush him from behind. In truth, Leon was merely fortunate. He had interrupted the assailant's sneaky plan, and ultimately, it was S.H.I.E.L.D's beam cannon that sent him to his demise. The scene was gruesome, leaving no trace behind. However, this single shot and blast ignited the ferocity within the group of terrorists. They began chattering in a frenzy, drawing their weapons to aim at Leon and S.H.I.E.L.D, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Leon symbolically raised his shield in defense while simultaneously inquiring of S.H.I.E.L.D, who was unperturbed. "What are they babbling about? Dari, Pashto, Mongolian, Persian, Russian? It's a mix. They're saying you and I are monsters." In a fleeting moment, Alcy, who had swiftly mastered the aforementioned languages for Leon, responded nonchalantly. "Oh, so monsters and monsters are quite a match, aren't they?" Leon poked Alcy's foot and then deftly shifted the conversation, with so many languages. "It's no wonder they are merely a group of inconsequential terrorists, destined to meet their end." Leon had no interest in learning the foreign tongues of these scoundrels. Yet he remained composed, not forgetting the primary objective of this mission. He raised his voice and called out to the Gemera populace around him, some of whom were being held hostage, hiding in the shadows, or fleeing. "Who among you is a family member of Ethan?" Assuming Ethan spoke English, Leon temporarily believed his family would as well. After a prolonged silence, no one responded. The terrorists continued their relentless fire, yet Leon paid it no heed, even shielding Alcy from a few rounds of gunfire that her titanium body struggled to withstand. During this exchange, Alcy's iridescent eyes sparkled brighter, as she gained newfound admiration for Leon's resilience. Perhaps he was indeed her destined partner. After nearly 2.5 minutes of unrelenting gunfire, the terrorist ammunition supply finally ran dry. "Oh ho!" Leon lowered his shield, a smirk gracing his lips. "Have you finished shooting?" No one replied. Only the sound of swallowed breaths could be heard. In the previous onslaught, they had not only failed to harm the enemy, but had also lost several comrades to bullets that ricocheted off Leon's shield. Such an eerie scene sent chills down their spines. Alcee, with their threat diminished, you speak multiple languages. Go find Ethan's family. Leave these ruffians to me. All right. Good luck to you, Alcee nodded, placing a hand on her hip as she sauntered away, her parting words directed at the terrorists. Like a mighty tiger entering a coop of chickens with its claws dulled, the outcome was inevitable. Hey, fellas, any of you speak English, Neon, or Huaxia? I'm here to bring warmth from the community, so don't be nervous or afraid. Just lay down your weapons, and I assure you, you'll all be treated American style. With that, Leon, to demonstrate his sincerity, approached a familiar bearded terrorist, brandishing his .50 caliber Desert Eagle. He fired 7 shots into the air until he had theoretically emptied the magazine. Then declared, "See, my gun is now devoid of bullets." However, upon witnessing Leon discharge all his bullets, the bearded man, presumably their leader, gestured. And the other terrorists boldly surrounded him, brandishing various tactical knives. They seemed to believe that this foe, impervious to gunfire, could be pierced by their small daggers. To Leon, this scene was akin to a comedic farce. One terrorist, sporting a small mustache, spoke fluent Neon. Hey, can you understand Neon? Hi. There's an old saying in Autumn Country, CC material way Junjia, which I assume you're familiar with, so obediently lay down your shield and comply. Pleased to finally hear someone speaking his language, Leon generously rewarded him with a beautiful American peanut. In such close proximity, even Leon's outlined shooting style could accurately deliver a headshot. The fortunate terrorist's head exploded like a watermelon, collapsing before his comrades. For the encircling terrorists, the gunshot was akin to the Grim Reaper knocking at their door, sending them into a frenzied panic, unwilling to gamble on whether Leon's gun still held ammunition. Yet once you come in, you won't be leaving. Leon awaited this very opportunity. Lacking in marksmanship, he compensated with distance. Within a range of 25 meters, anyone could be a sharpshooter. Bang, 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 bang. With the concept of infinite bullets, Leon's Desert Eagle produced an effect akin to a machine gun. The surrounding terrorists were turned into sieves, each one riddled with at least a dozen .50 caliber peanuts before they met their demise. Only the bearded leader remained, frantically fleeing away from Leon. At that moment, he reveled in his cunning. What a bunch of fools. Luckily, I was wise enough to realize that white bastard was 9/10 off. Who can endure a barrage of gunfire and remain unscathed? He is certainly not human, but a monster. Bang, bang, bang. Observing this, Leon fired several shots with precision, yet missed entirely. Was this not a form of talent? Damn it. Leon, frustrated, hurled his Desert Eagle like a projectile toward the fleeing bearded man. Empowered by superhuman strength, the Desert Eagle was cast with the force of a mortar. With a resounding thud, it unexpectedly struck true, shattering one of the man's legs. The bearded man collapsed, clutching his bleeding limb, emitting anguished cries. Did I actually hit that accurately? Leon stared in astonishment at his right hand, which had just thrown the gun, considering they were at least 100 meters apart. Such precision was nearly unbelievable for someone accustomed to his outlined shooting style. Could it be that his gift lay not in shooting but in throwing? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he decided to act on it. He casually picked up an empty magazine from the ground, fashioned it into a metal ball. And this time, using his left hand, he deliberately aimed for the man's head. Bang! The improvised metal ball was launched with the force of a cannon, covering the 100-meter distance in less than a second. Under Leon's eager gaze, the bearded man's head did not explode. Instead, half of his left ear vanished, blood streaming forth. Was the trajectory off to the left? Leon murmured with a hint of disappointment. Yet he had confirmed one thing. He indeed possessed a talent for throwing. With diligent practice, he could likely achieve the throwing prowess of Captain America himself. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Alcee's voice crackled through his Bluetooth headset. Leon, I've found Ethan's family. They're hiding in a concealed cellar, so they haven't been detected. Should I bring them to you now? No. Keep them at a safe distance for now. Leave the rest to Tony and me. All right, just be careful. With your words, I assure you not a single hair will be harmed, Leon promised. Concluding the call with Alcee, he then hurled his shield, striking the bearded man squarely in half, leaving him lifeless and unseeing, paying homage to 25 fallen souls. What a thrilling sensation it was for someone accustomed to outline shooting. It felt akin to the moment of an aircraft's launch. Simultaneously, Leon finally recalled why the man seemed familiar. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the bearded little leader from the Ten Rings gang that had previously kidnapped Tony. Leon surmised they were likely twin brothers. But it mattered little now. Both were dead. Mission accomplished. Chapter 15. The enigmatic allure of the sister in purple. Astonishingly, the orchestrator behind the assassination plot against the Stark brothers turned out to be none other than their uncle, Obadiah Stane, one of the founding fathers of Stark Industries. Is this a manifestation of the distortion of human nature or a descent into moral depravity? Yesterday, Obadiah Stane, overwhelmed by guilt, leaped to his demise from the top floor of a five-star hotel, while his myriad of crimes, ranging from hiring assassins, premeditated murder, and racial discrimination to meddling in foreign affairs, harassing underage girls, and providing armed support to various terrorist factions abroad, were swiftly reported by vigilant citizens. This concludes our coverage of the incident, and we shall continue to monitor its developments. Stark Tower. Obadiah's office has now transformed into Leon's domain. Leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed, Leon closed the news page on his computer, shaking his head in a sigh. If only I had foreseen this outcome, perhaps things would have been different. Had you remained discreet and not stirred trouble, I would not find myself in this position. Indeed, with Obadiah's absence as a key player in the company, Pepper has conscripted Leon into service. She has forcibly assigned him the role of executive director, a position originally intended for her character in the narrative. Gazing at the plummeting stock of Stark Industries on his computer screen, Leon smirked. Just wait, you will soon regret your decisions. Following the eruption of Obadiah's scandal, the already precarious stock of Stark Industries plummeted once more. Many investors were hastily discarding their shares like hot potatoes in a desperate bid to mitigate their losses. Little did they realize that this was merely a growing pain on the path to Stark Industries' ascension. In a few days, when Tony publicly declares his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries will experience a rebirth and regain its former glory. Everything will return to its rightful place. Currently, Leon has been aggressively acquiring stocks from disillusioned investors, taking in as much as he could. Initially, he intended to kindly advise these investors against relinquishing their shares too easily, urging them to maintain their faith in Stark Industries and Tony. However, their vitriolic remarks proved too offensive to tolerate. Though they accused Tony of being impotent, which was, regrettably, true, they even slandered Leon, claiming he would never rise again. How could Leon endure such insults? Thus, he resolved to relinquish his moral compass. He would await a surge in stock prices, then deftly maneuver to reap profits, leaving those indiscreet individuals to face the repercussions of their words. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside Leon's office. "Come in," he called, clearing his throat and feigning an air of authority by resting his chin on his interlocked fingers. However, upon seeing Pepper enter, he immediately dropped the facade, slumping in his chair like a dreamless fish out of water. Dressed in a sleek secretary outfit, Pepper approached Leon's desk with a stack of documents, smiling as she inquired, "Leon, how is the executive director's chair treating you?" "Don't even get me started, Pepper," Leon replied with a wry smile. "If there were a subject on charming women, I would surely achieve a perfect score, but managing this company? I fear I am utterly inadequate. Aren't you afraid I might squander our family's fortune?" "Leon, given the current state of the company, we might not have to worry about that if we go bankrupt first," she replied. "As the second heir of Stark Industries, it is time for you to set an example." Knowing Leon's nature well, Pepper placed a stack of profiles featuring attractive candidates in front of him, continuing, "Even if you do nothing else, merely sitting in the office and allowing others to believe that Leon Stark, once known for his frivolous ways, is now diligently working for the company's survival will suffice. Even if, in reality, he is merely seeking romance in a different setting." "Ah, you truly understand me, Pepper. Long live empathy," Leon exclaimed, touched. He reached for the documents to assess the candidate's qualifications, but Pepper's hand pressed down on his. "Leon, while that may be true, do not misunderstand. These young women are applying for the position of your executive secretary, not to serve as your concubines," she warned, her eyes narrowing. I understand. Leon waved a hand dismissively as he extracted the stack from Pepper's grasp and began examining the profiles with seriousness. Meanwhile, Pepper elaborated, "Leon, these candidates are all graduates with doctorate degrees in economic management from prestigious universities. They will undoubtedly assist you in managing the company effectively." Upon hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow, sensing a deeper meaning in Pepper's words, and inquired, "So, Pepper, who do you think I should choose? They are all quite impressive." "Oh no, I mean, they are all exceptional. I find myself a bit overwhelmed," he admitted, with a playful glance. Pepper decisively extracted the profile from the bottom of the stack. Since Leon had not yet finished reviewing all the materials, he was unaware of the candidate's appearance, his curious gaze following the document in Pepper's hand. Sharon Kate, a graduate of the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, fluent in Russian, French, Mandarin, and Italian, possessing dual doctorate degrees in finance and management as well as marketing and real estate. Moreover, she happens to be your junior? So there is a sense of seniority involved?" Leon teased, knowing Pepper also graduated from the University of Pennsylvania. "Indeed," Pepper nodded in acknowledgement. "That being said, she is undoubtedly the most talented and capable candidate among them, embodying the versatile skills in business and diplomacy that you sorely lack. That is certainly true. Leon accepted the profile from Pepper and scrutinized it closely. Oh, she even spent some time as an exchange student at Qingbei University in China? Yes. Thus I believe you two will find common ground, Pepper replied. That's settled then, Leon declared. Pepper, you ought to bring her directly before me. There's no need for all this fuss. This is for your secretary position, not for my personal recruitment. Pepper rolled her eyes at Leon. Your opinion is paramount. Besides, we should grant each candidate an equal opportunity. Pepper, as we just discussed, every human harbors biases. True equality has never existed in this world. All right. It seems our young master is now occasionally capable of delivering philosophical musings. A commendable improvement, Pepper chuckled, her tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Oh, for heaven's sake, Pepper. Leon replied, exasperated. Please refrain from speaking to me in that manner. It gives me goosebumps. Okay. I've already informed her. She should be arriving shortly. Pepper sent a message on her phone, then, with concern, reiterated to Leon, Kate is a good girl. Do not lay a hand on her. Remember, she holds a law degree and could potentially bring a harassment lawsuit against you. All right, Pepper, I promise I won't lay a hand on her, Leon replied. Though his thoughts drifted elsewhere, I only have my eyes on her sister. It would not be Leon's style to let a tender lamb slip through his fingers. Moreover, she was hardly a good girl. After all, she was a female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, devoid of any naive intentions. Leon felt no moral qualms about pursuing her. Rather than allowing her to engage in tumultuous affairs with Captain America, only to be discarded and ultimately turned to villainy. It was far better for Leon to take advantage of her now. Leon was in desperate need of a competent and skilled secretary. The 15-mile expanse surrounding Gemera can only be described as a hell on earth, a stark manifestation of modern-day bloody colonization. The farmers and herders of the villages have been forced to abandon their homes, while countless children are threatened with recruitment into terrorist factions, their lands usurped by warlords. The supporters behind this armed faction are suspected to be the now despairing Abadayasthan. Refugees are displaced, roaming in search of shelter, forced to dwell amidst the ruins of other villages. Maya, Aya, I am coming for you, Ethan called out. Who are you looking for? Leon and Tony entered uninvited through the open door. Tony, I believe I am no longer suited to continue as the chief scientific advisor at Stark Industries. As a husband, as a father, I, Maya? Aya. Ethan's words faltered as he spotted his wife and daughter, unharmed, standing right behind Leon and Tony. How did you get here? He exclaimed, embracing them with fervent relief. While Leon and Tony observed with affectionate smiles, akin to proud aunts. It was Mr. Leon and Mr. Tony who saved us, Maya explained tearfully, with Aya adding, and Sister Arsai. Tony, Leon, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Ethan choked out, his eyes glistening. It's simple. Tony replied with a snap of his fingers, I have established a charitable foundation for Gemera relief, and the position of president is currently vacant. Absolutely, Ethan agreed wholeheartedly, feeling as though he would willingly traverse any peril for the chance to revitalize his homeland. The Gemera Relief Foundation? Leon queried, glancing at Tony. When did this happen? How was I not informed? Just now, Tony said, turning with a casual wave, leaving behind an air of nonchalance. Damn it, he has done it again, Leon muttered, begrudgingly pursuing him, granting Ethan a moment of solitude with his family. Chapter 24. Shield Boy? Shield Man. After attending to Ethan and his family, Leon and Tony returned home, only to find Rhodey waiting for them in the living room, having been granted access by Jarvis. Tony, Leon, I believe an explanation is in order, he said, his demeanor amiable as he gazed at the brothers. Upon seeing this, Leon and Tony exchanged glances. Leon shrugged, indicating indifference, while Tony nodded, leading Rhodey to the underground workshop where the Iron Man suits were stored. They held complete trust in Rhodey, a rare friend with whom they could share their thoughts freely, engage in playful banter, and converse as equals. After Tony provided his explanation, Rhodey marveled at the 3 Iron Man suits displayed in the glass case, exclaiming, Oh my god. You mean to say you took down the armed warlords in Gemera, along with Stark's arms that were being sold to them, using just this suit? To be precise, it was a joint effort with Leon, Tony clarified, but even alone, I could have managed. Sure, Leon rolled his eyes, uninterested in debating the truth of Tony's claim. But if it was all about the suit, then what about you, Leon? Rhodey turned his gaze toward Leon. With a slight smile, Leon raised his hand, unleashing a palm cannon that effortlessly shattered a bulletproof glass panel in the workshop. He was no longer lacking in energy, having previously acquired a compact arc reactor prepared by Tony. As long as he refrained from reckless consumption, this reactor would suffice for quite some time. What the? Superpowers! Rhodey exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, which Leon found quite amusing. After all, possessing superpowers without flaunting them was akin to wearing a splendid outfit in silence. With Rhodey's supportive banter, Leon felt assured he could protect him from the Skrulls. Rather than remaining on the defensive, proactive measures were necessary. The adage of a thief operating for 1,000 days does not apply to the art of defense. It seemed the plan for eradicating the Skrulls needed to be prioritized. Leon was not keen on facing a Skrull masquerading as a goblin in the future. The mere thought was terrifying. He was, after all, a staunch human supremacist. Regarding other races, aside from those that met Leon's aesthetic standards, all were deemed heretical. Tony, having witnessed your and Leon's superpowers has somewhat shattered my worldview, Rhodey admitted. Suddenly bashful. Not allowing him to finish, Tony waved his hand dismissively. No need for further words. Rhodey, Mark II is prepared just for you. Oh, Tony, you are truly generous, Rhodey exclaimed, embracing Tony with excitement, while Leon captured this heartwarming moment on his phone, reminiscent of a scene from a romantic drama. Afterward, Rhodey eagerly requested Tony to take him for a flight, and Leon showcased his superior speed in the air. The audacious display left Tony seething, wishing he could immediately whip up Mark IV or Mark V. Joyful moments, however, are fleeting. 2.5 hours later, Rhodey departed the seaside villa. Yet he did not take Mark II with him, not only because it was still undergoing the latest system upgrades, but also to protect Tony's identity as Iron Man. It must be said that as a good friend, Rhodey had no qualms about Tony and Leon. Which is why Leon was willing to reveal his superpowers and Tony was willing to gift him an Iron Man suit. A true confidant is far more precious than gold. This was the shared dilemma of the two brothers, burdened by their wealth. After bidding farewell to Rhodey, Tony swiftly prioritized the Mark IV armor and commenced its execution, while Leon moved his bedroom to the underground mechanical maintenance room where S.H.I.E.L.D was located. In order to foster a bond with S.H.I.E.L.D, Leon resolved that if he were not spending the night at another sister's house, he would share a bed with S.H.I.E.L.D. Leon, you are no longer a child, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, gazing at him with exasperation. But compared to you, I am just a child, Leon retorted before S.H.I.E.L.D, in a fit of annoyance, spun around and sent him flying from the driver's seat. Leon, do you not realize that discussing a girl's sensitive numbers, especially age, is exceedingly impolite? S.H.I.E.L.D scolded, transforming into combat mode and delivering a playful thump to Leon, who lay sprawled on the ground. However, Leon always defied expectations. He gazed at S.H.I.E.L.D with deep affection, sincerely stating, S.H.I.E.L.D, you are beautiful just as you are. S.H.I.E.L.D's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she quickly reverted to her bike mode, turning away from him, unable to meet his gaze. Observing this, Leon smirked. Plan successful. The simplest way to win over a pure-hearted, elegant woman like S.H.I.E.L.D was to be straightforward, provided one was sufficiently handsome and had already secured a place in her heart. The following day, in the underground mechanical maintenance room and bedroom of the seaside villa, Leon awoke groggily from his bed, having dreamt an absurd dream of taking the place of Sun Wukong, trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain. Kristen, have you gained weight? Leon mumbled, reaching out to touch the soft figure pressing down on him. Huh, what is this hardness? The peculiar sensation jolted him awake, and he realized there was no Kristen, only S.H.I.E.L.D in her bike mode, inexplicably nestled beside his bed, her screen illuminated as if she were stirring from sleep. Who is Kristen? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired. A journalist friend, Leon replied. Leon did not say much, nor did R.C. inquire further. Both were unaware that they were in an awkward state, resulting in an unusual tacit understanding. After a while, R.C. suggested, Leon, perhaps you should take a look at today's headlines. Oh, let me see, Leon replied, flipping over with a swift motion and landing precisely on R.C.'s waist. The screen of the car's interface automatically retrieved the news headlines for the day. The first thing that caught his eye was the image of a soldier boy. Oh no, it was Leon's own portrait, his smile radiant like that of a child, seemingly in the moment of throwing a shield and realizing his talent for it. It was unclear which adorable soul had secretly captured the image, but they had managed to portray Leon's handsomeness at a solid 7 out of 10. However, due to the considerable distance in the helmet obscuring the upper half of his face, the photo was somewhat blurry. For the average person, it would be difficult to immediately connect this image with Leon. Nevertheless, the headline read, shocking. The hellish demon in Jimra Town has been eradicated overnight. The resurrection of the Son of God, Superman. According to reports from the front lines, the liberators of Jimra Town were two superheroes, referred to by the local residents as saviors, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D Boy. What the hell? Why doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D Boy just name himself S.H.I.E.L.D Father? Leon chuckled in frustration, realizing that this was clearly a write-up by Tony. Iron Man was clad in a full suit of iron armor, his identity shrouded in mystery. However, it was suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D Boy was none other than Leon Stark, the second son of Stark Industries, which led to the deduction that Iron Man might be his brother, Tony Stark. The report was purely speculative. If there were any inaccuracies, do not take it to heart. Hey, they even included a disclaimer. Leon's lips twitched. Which reporter is so unprofessional? I have to teach them a lesson. In a fit of rage, Leon activated quantum speed reading, scrolling to the bottom of the article, where the name Kristen was signed. Chapter 25, Biological Position RC, Stay Home and Be Safe. I'm quite upset right now and need to settle some scores. So you might get hurt if you're nearby. Alright, just remember to go easy on them, lest you cause a fatality. Of course, I promise. After briefing RC, Leon descended to the ground floor, where Tony was still energetically tinkering with his Mark IV, seemingly having worked through the night. Good morning, brother. Good morning, Leon. Who are you looking to confront with that fierce demeanor? Tony set down his screwdriver and accepted the coffee handed to him by the nearby assistant. Don't even mention it. I take it you haven't seen today's headlines yet, Leon said, his mouth twitching as he urged Tony to check for himself. Meanwhile, he opened the glass cabinet housing the iron suits and reached for Mark III. Question. Would you like to check in today? System. Do I really need to say anything? Open. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained biological position. Biological position. On par with Superman. You deserve it. Specific performance is related to the quality of life forms. Current strength is that of a citizen. Please continue to strive. Description. Leave it to me. Everything can be entrusted to me. Brother, I love you. System, I love you 3,000 times. With that, under Tony's perplexed gaze, Leon shattered the window of Tony's lab and eagerly performed a leap of faith into the Pacific Ocean. After a brief silence, Leon emerged from the depths, soaring into the sky, creating waves that reached several meters high, while the clouds above graciously parted for him. This time, although his body did not glow, indicating he was not using the Starlight template superpowers, he still flew through the air at an astonishing speed. This was the essence of biological position. Besides defying various physical laws, its greatest effect was liberating Leon from gravitational pull and dependence on external energy sources, allowing him to soar freely through the skies. Yet, biological position and the Starlight template superpowers were not mutually exclusive. As his speed surpassed Mach 5 and continued to ascend, Leon's body began to shimmer with golden light, executing an aerial double acceleration that propelled his velocity past the Mach 10 threshold. Wow! Flying is the ultimate expression of freedom. In New York, on Manhattan's Upper East Side, Kristen, who had been busy all night working on her article, was luxuriating in her bathtub, immersed in a milky bath. Only her head and a pair of delicate feet were visible, resting on either side of the tub. Her lovely golden hair was styled into a bun, secured with a purple butterfly clip. With her eyes closed and a contented hum, she relished the moment. After soaking for an hour, she finally rose from the tub. And after drying off, she merely draped a towel over her essential areas before stepping out of the bathroom. After all, she was in her own home, with nothing to be shy about. However, as she exited the bathroom, Kristen instinctively let out a scream. A man had appeared out of nowhere, facing away from her as he sifted through the drafts of last night's work. Before Kristen could fully register her alarm, he seemingly teleported behind her, one arm around her waist while the other covered her mouth. Shoo, calm down, deep breaths, Kristen. Leon. Upon hearing his voice, Kristen immediately recognized him. It's me. Leon withdrew his hand, turning the startled Kristen to face him. However, the towel she had been holding slipped from her grasp. Instantly, she was exposed. What are you doing? Kristen stuttered, her mind still processing the sight before her. How did you get in here? Despite being in her own home, Kristen asked in a hushed tone, as if guilty of something. Of course, I used the key to enter. What did you think? Leon jingled the keychain in his hand, reminding Kristen that it was given to him after their last meeting, along with the photo from Gemera. So how could you be so sure it was me? What if you mistook me for someone else? Don't you realize the consequences? Stark Industries' legal team is not to be trifled with. You know what I mean. Leon roughly hoisted Kristen and tossed her onto the living room sofa, towering over her as he questioned. The moment I saw that photo, I recognized you immediately. Do I need a reason for that? Even if you turned to ash, I would still know it was you. And even if, by some chance, I were wrong, what would it matter? I'd lose nothing. Would you really dare to sue me? After a brief moment of panic, Kristen quickly regained her composure. Leaning back against the sofa with confidence, crossing her legs and using one hand to cover her modesty, casting a charming gaze at Leon. Even if it was me. Why call yourself S.H.I.E.L.D. boy? Wouldn't names like S.H.I.E.L.D. hero, Superman, or Iron Man sound better? Leon pressed. The name S.H.I.E.L.D. boy is just a little bit of revenge. Kristen replied, shifting her legs and playfully exposing her alluring figure. Who told you to have such big news without giving me a heads up? Making me stay up all night to write about you? Don't you think your woman deserves a little indulgence? She huffed, feigning irritation as she turned her head away. Indulgence? Huh. Leon lifted Kristen's chin, compelling her to look up at him. You just revealed my identity. Are you not afraid of inciting my wrath? Not at all. Oh. Chapter 17. The optimal combination of genius and fool. Coastal Villa. After departing from Stark Tower, Leon sought a secluded corner to take off, swiftly returning home. Welcome back, Master Leon. Where's my brother? He is in the studio on the lower level, making final adjustments to the Mark III armor. The Mark III? It's completed so soon? Leon was somewhat astonished by Tony's efficiency, especially considering that the Mark II, as the official prototype, had barely been donned by Tony a few times. It seemed to affirm the adage Leon had previously quoted. Human desire is akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it begins, it cannot be halted. Having acquired one suit of armor, Tony would yearn for a second. With two, he would desire a third. The same applied to Leon. Once he had wooed one woman, he would crave another, and after that, yet another. Chuckling softly, Leon descended to Tony's workshop via the elevator. The first sight to greet him was a striking steel armor in gold and crimson, exuding unparalleled style. Ah, you returned quite promptly, Leon. I thought Pepper might have kept you for detention, Tony quipped as he set down the screwdriver he had been using, wiped the sweat from his brow, and accepted a vegetable juice handed to him by a mechanical arm, approaching Leon with a playful grin. Hell, likewise. Despite having seen the upgrades to the Mark III in the films, Leon decided to indulge Tony's vanity and eagerness to share. Pointing at the Mark III, he inquired, "What is this?" The Mark III, an upgraded version of the Mark II. The moment armor was mentioned, Tony sprang to life. He gulped down the vegetable juice and continued. To adapt to high-altitude environments, I conducted a comprehensive upgrade of its electronic sensors, and the pressurization and exhaust systems are being improved to operate seamlessly in space. Furthermore, the shell material has been replaced with the titanium alloy from the Seraphim satellite, significantly reducing weight while enhancing the armor's strength, allowing it to withstand tank fire without sustaining damage. How did you address the acceleration load issues? And the shock absorption? This armor is for you, not me. Any significant impact would surely turn your insides into mush, Leon expressed, voicing his primary concern, a question that Marvel fans had long pondered. Yet comic writers and film directors had never explicitly addressed. Bingo! Leon, you hit the nail on the head, Tony exclaimed, snapping his fingers excitedly. He then beckoned the mechanical arm to bring over a touchscreen. He pointed at a series of design schematics that Leon could hardly comprehend, eagerly explaining. The issue you've raised pertains not only to the iron armor but also to the jet glider. Both face a series of load challenges due to excessive speed, which are difficult for an ordinary person to endure. Even a genius like myself finds this quite challenging. Fortunately, I have perfectly overcome it. I use a device that generates a counter-inertia field to offset the overwhelming acceleration loads. A counter-inertia field? Is this even science? Even with the design blueprints plastered in front of him, Leon struggled to grasp how inertia could be countered. It felt akin to holding the answer key while a master instructor explained it, yet he remained utterly befuddled. Tony, you truly are a genius, Leon remarked, genuinely impressed. Humph. Do you doubt who I am? I am Tony Stark, the finest mechanic of this century. Tony beamed with pride, reveling in his brother's admiration. Follow me. I've also conducted a comprehensive upgrade on your jet glider. As he spoke, Tony led Leon down another level in the elevator, through a 1-meter-thick security door, into the modified hangar for the jet glider. Due to various delays, this was only Leon's second time entering this space since his initial activation of the jet glider. It seemed Jarvis had effectively conveyed Leon's renovation suggestions to Tony, as not only was the security door fortified, but the surrounding walls were now composed of 1 meter thick, monolithic titanium alloy steel plates. Once sealed off from the outside, only superhumans like Leon, or perhaps even Azazel, would be confined to ponder their transgressions within. At that moment, the jet glider stood like an aloof beauty, poised elegantly in the center of the room, awaiting Leon's admiration. Wow, how splendid. Leon's fingertips danced over the genuine leather seat of the jet glider like a pianist caressing the keys. The jet glider, too. Zero boasts comprehensive upgrades in its energy, power, defense, and electronic systems. Besides the titanium alloy materials and counter-inertia field generator applied to the Mark III, I have also equipped her with a formidable array of weaponry, including 32-foot X-Y missiles, each possessing the firepower equivalent to that of a cruiser-S main cannon, and 2 plasma beam cannons with power comparable to the Mark III's full-capacity chest cannon. Now, it not only overcomes the excessive load on the pilot, but has also elevated its top speed to Mach 5. With the upgraded medium-sized arc reactor capable of supporting maximum power cruising for an entire month, it is truly the epitome of a violent motorcycle. What do you think? Do you like it? Tony inquired, grinning at Leon. Tony, You can have the cover girl for the entire year. With this beauty, I am satisfied, Leon replied, barely concealing his excitement, making a decision that defied tradition. Oh no, it was gratitude. You rascal. You said it. I'll be waiting for you outside the launch bay. Without giving Leon a chance to reconsider, Tony clapped a hand on his chest and hurried off to don the armor. Oh no, was that hasty? As rationality returned, Leon felt a twinge of regret, but the thought of the myriad compelling female characters awaiting his conquest quickly restored his balance. He retrieved the repaired soldier boy uniform from the system space and donned it, even putting on the somewhat unseemly helmet. Yet, with his striking looks, it exuded a unique charm, a thrilling contrast, a delightful blend of allure and modesty. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. He approached a metal workbench strewn with various mechanical parts, where lay a silver-black metal shield reminiscent of the Dongpeng Tei trademark. This was the soldier boy shield, restored with upgraded materials at Leon's request by Tony. A note affixed to the shield read, "For my shield boy." The shield retained its original design, with the most significant alteration being an increase in thickness from 2 fingers to 3, giving it a more robust appearance that would be cumbersome for an ordinary person to lift. Dressed in a sleek black sleeveless bodycon dress, Sharon Kate nodded obediently. Subsequently, Leon settled onto the sofa beside Tony, leaving Sharon Kate to act independently. Hey, shield boy, Tony remarked, lowering the headline news he had been perusing, grinning at Leon. Oh, for heaven's sake, brother, Leon rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth. I assure you, after today, this nickname will be a thing of the past. Leon, I also guarantee that if you dare to sneak off with Tony like this again, I will resign. Pepper beamed at the two brothers, having frequently resorted to the threat of resignation to make them realize the gravity of their antics. All right, Tony conceded. You're the boss, Leon replied. The brothers shrugged in resignation, yet exchanged a knowing glance, the implication unspoken. They would dare again. At that moment, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. made an unannounced entrance. After a brief exchange of glances with Sharon Kate, who was applying makeup on Leon, he handed each brother a script. Agent Coulson? What is this about? They inquired. Coulson explained, this is a mission assigned by the director concerning Jimera. While you were on the yacht, we fabricated authentic customs documents stating that you both spent the entire day vacationing on Avalon Island, with 50 witnesses to corroborate it. Is this an official alibi prepared for us? Leon raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Mr. Leon, Coulson nodded in affirmation. Your and Mr. Tony's disguised identities have been verified by S.H.I.E.L.D. for your own safety. Sounds good, Tony responded nonchalantly. Coulson, relieved by this response, felt assured. Chapter 27, New York, Manhattan Square. At the podium, Rhodey, representing the military, was elucidating the truth behind the Jimera incident while subtly introducing today's protagonists. After a lengthy official monologue, he finally concluded. I express my deepest sympathies for the plight of the Jimera populace. However, I can assure you that the American government had no involvement. As for Iron Man and Shield Boy, who rescued Jimera from peril, their true identities remain undisclosed. Yet, due to the pressure of public opinion, the Stark brothers will issue a statement. Please note, they will not entertain any questions. Thank you. With that, Rhodey descended from the podium to confer with Tony. Noticing Leon's absence, he felt a twinge of unease and quickly asked, Where's Leon? He said he was a bit nervous and went to the restroom. Tony replied casually. At a time like this, Rhodey was speechless, hoping Leon would arrive promptly. Otherwise, it would be an official debacle. Next, Tony took the stage and began speaking. Hello, great. The microphone isn't broken, he jested, eliciting a wave of light laughter from the audience. He then retrieved the script from his pocket. Well, it's been a while since I've seen you all. I'm a bit nervous, so I think I'll stick to the script. Just yesterday, armed warlords occupying the town of Jimera were eradicated by 2 superheroes clad in armor and wielding shields. Some say that Shield Boy is my brother Leon, while others claim that the dashing fellow known as Iron Man is me. Oh, please, look at this physique of mine. Does it seem capable of such a monumental feat? If you too woke up daily next to a different companion, you would understand that this is entirely implausible. At that moment, a journalist named Christine from the press corps interjected, Mr. Tony, we simply wish to know if you and Mr. Leon are indeed the superheroes saving the Jimera region as speculated by public opinion. Please answer this question directly instead of resorting to such a base means to deflect suspicion. Upon hearing this, Christine's colleagues were taken aback. Wasn't he agreed that there would be no questions? You're quite bold, aren't you? For her colleagues' astonished glances, Christine elegantly disregarded them, maintaining her steady gaze on Tony. Noticing this, Tony's lips twitched. This daring journalist was, after all, his brother's partner. In fact, I know this may sound peculiar, but the official statement has been quite clear. Regarding suspicion, Miss Journalist, interrupting my statement is one thing. Casually speculating or insinuating that I am a superhero is another. I never claimed you were a superhero, Christine corrected. Didn't he say so? Well, that's fortunate. Otherwise, it would be somewhat far-fetched, Tony chuckled, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the distant sky. Clearly, I'm not cut out to be a hero. I possess many flaws and have committed countless errors, most of which you're already aware. Other than the formal opening remarks, Tony had strayed from the script. Now speaking with a somewhat wild abandon. Rhodey, unable to bear it any longer, rushed to the stage, standing beside Tony, urging him, stick to the script. If you continue to improvise, S.H.I.E.L.D, we'll have a difficult time managing this. Tony readily agreed. Yet his focus remained on the distant sky until a glimmer of gold caught his eye. He smirked, addressing the reporters and the crowd, slowly declaring, "The truth is, I am Iron Man." As the words hung in the air, aside from Christine, who was already privy to the truth, the crowd of journalists erupted in cheers, unable to suppress their curiosity, rising to inquire whether his earlier statement was indeed true. However, that was not the end. Tony raised a hand to calm the journalists and then pointed toward the sun, proclaiming, "I'll say it 1,000 times. I am also Iron Man. And this is the truth you seek." Following Tony's gesture, the journalists and onlookers gazed upward. There, in the direction of the sun, a figure radiating golden brilliance defied gravity, hovering majestically above, surveying the crowd with an air of divine authority. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The figure, like a second sun, descended from the sky. In an instant, it broke the sound barrier, landing in the designated fan-shaped area at the center of Manhattan Square. A gust of blinding winds and sand swept through. The marble floor at the heart of Manhattan Square cracked ominously, fracturing like a spider's web. The earth trembled momentarily, and light dimmed. Leon emerged, clad in a soldier's outfit, devoid of a helmet, exuding an irresistible masculine allure. Under the spell of his charming elegance, the journalists and audience momentarily forgot to breathe. With measured steps, Leon approached the podium, and Tony graciously stepped aside for him. "An unfortunate accident has bestowed upon me the powers I possess now, transforming me from a frivolous wastrel into a superhero. We have faced assaults, much like Jimera recently." Before stepping on stage, some urged me and Tony to recite the same old platitudes, to make our people more receptive and to extol peace. But Tony and I chose not to do so. Do you know why? Leon leaned in, and the audience responded in unison. Why? Because I believe it is God who has granted me this power. He has endowed me with strength and the responsibility to save humanity. Thus, Tony and I ventured to Grimala to unearth the human demons sowing war and fear, and to vanquish them. Anyone who dares to taint this beautiful world, anyone who seeks to harm our virtuous people, becomes my adversary. Regardless of where they hide, I shall ensure they experience the divine judgment of God. This is my conviction. I shall do what I can. I shall do what I must. I shall act in favor of the people, doing what is right. A true man, a genuine hero, should not cower but should stand tall, allowing his righteousness and strength to illuminate every corner of the world. Am I not the one chosen by God to save you? Is it not my noble mission, bestowed by God, to protect our homeland, our motherland, and this beautiful planet? Yet, even with the power I possess today, I have never forgotten who I am, for it is the motherland that nurtured me. Past, present, and future, I shall engrave my loyalty to the motherland upon my heart. So remember my name. I am a man of the motherland. And you, my friends, you are the true heroes. Men of the motherland. Men of the motherland. Men of the motherland. With Leon's speech concluding, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, as journalists and passers-by alike erupted into fervent chants of the name of the motherland. From this day forth, there shall be no more S.H.I.E.L.D. boy. Only the man of the motherland. Chapter 28. With the superhero identities of Leon and Tony revealed, America was left in shock. After all, prior to this, the two brothers embodied the essence of playboys, their disparity with the symbols of strength and justice, superheroes, akin to a chasm. No one could have anticipated such a surreal turn of events. Therefore, after dealing with the fervent journalists and adoring fans, the brothers returned home late into the night. Jarvis. Welcome home, young masters. The lights in the living room illuminated automatically under Jarvis's command, revealing a scene that brought both surprise and amusement to Tony and Leon. There sat R.C., in partner mode, clad in a sleeveless, backless high-neck gray sweater that barely covered her hips, sitting upright on the sofa. Beside her lay a bald, one-eyed black man, bound in a turtle-shell manner with ropes, in a most disheveled state. "Who are you?" Tony asked, perplexed. "This is another mode of R.C., brother," Leon explained as he walked over to her. "Huh? This is RC? How can such a massive motorcycle turn into something so petite? This is utterly unscientific, Tony exclaimed, his worldview seemingly shattered. While he could somewhat comprehend RC's combat mode as a reconfiguration of hollow structures and mechanical parts, this completely illogical compression and transformation of form was pure black technology. Leon's brother, there's no need to be astonished. All Cybertronians are like this. RC calmly elucidated her understanding of reality. All right then, Tony shrugged, accepting that if Leon could gain superpowers, the existence of aliens was hardly surprising. However, while I am indeed Leon's brother, I do not go by Leon's brother. I have my own name, Tony. If you please, I would appreciate being addressed by my name. Miss RC. Understood, Leon's brother, RC responded. Tony, feeling resigned, sensed that RC still bore a grudge and decided to let her have her way. Fine. Call me however you wish. And who might this be? Tony inquired. An hour ago. This gentleman attempted to bypass the electronic security of the villa's entrance and stealthily slipped inside. To be safe, I alerted Miss RC, who apprehended this thief, Jarvis explained. Upon hearing this, Leon could hardly contain his laughter, envisioning that the man had likely intended to sneak into his and Tony's home to show off, only to run afoul of RC's gun. Judging by the bruises adorning his face, he had certainly endured a thorough beating at RC's hands. I see. I thought he was an alien as well, Tony remarked, now in a lighter mood. At that moment, Nick Fury happened to awaken, uttering his classic line, Motherfucker. What kind of monster are you? Bang. RC, visibly displeased, delivered a swift kick that rendered the foul-mouthed black egg unconscious once more, causing Leon and Tony to wince. Half an hour later, Nick Fury regained consciousness, this time adopting a more cautious demeanor, first surveying his surroundings. Upon realizing he had been untied and that the troublesome spirit was absent, he cautiously muttered, Motherfucker. What on earth is that hunk of metal? That is not a ghost. It is my beloved motorcycle, Mr. Black Egg. Leon leaned against the sofa, propping his chin with one hand, eyes sparkling with mischief as he scrutinized Nick Fury. Beside him, Tony had donned the Mark III's right arm, palm cannon aimed at Nick Fury, demanding, Mr. Black Egg, I would like an explanation as to why you trespassed into our home. Without a reasonable answer, you may not see the light of day again. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Nick Fury initially intended to sound defiant. But seeing the brothers did not appear to be easily intimidated, he reluctantly conceded, I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You have misunderstood me. I am actually a good person. As he spoke, Nick Fury forced a grin, attempting to appear amicable with his missing tooth. The brothers exchanged glances, rising to assist Nick Fury to his feet, enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder as they chuckled. Oh, so you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. We thought you were just some petty thief. Ha ha, it's all a misunderstanding. Indeed, just a misunderstanding, they echoed, laughing heartily. Nick Fury, smiling on the outside, see that internally, damn it, as one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rare level 10 agents, I have never felt so humiliated. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, their conversation gradually returned to a more serious tone. It may sound grand, but do you truly believe you are the only two superheroes in the world? Nick Fury countered. No, Stark brothers, there are many others like you, though you may not be aware of them yet. Sounds impressive, Leon scoffed, feigning admiration. If what you say is true. Where are they now? Tony retorted, equally unimpressed. Even if you claim they exist, where have they been all this time? Aside from my father's creation, Captain America, Steve Rogers, I have yet to hear of any other superheroes. If they are merely cowards hiding in corners, what are they but super bears? Leon laughed heartily at this remark. You're right, super bears indeed. Nick Fury found himself momentarily at a loss for words. With Captain Marvel, the ace in his hand, far from Earth, he could only call upon Hawkeye Clint and Black Widow Natasha as part of his regular forces. Small events can still rely on them, but it's challenging to place expectations on larger ones. Thus, Nick Fury currently has very few superheroes of note at his disposal. This is precisely why he seeks to invite the Stark brothers, who possess considerable combat prowess and financial resources, to join the Avengers he is about to assemble, serving as a formidable presence. Indeed, my superhero initiative is in its nascent stages, Nick Fury candidly admitted, which is why we require talents like you brothers to join. An organization composed of superheroes surely deserves a name befitting its stature, Tony inquired. Without hesitation, Nick Fury replied, the Avengers. Wow, Tony raised an eyebrow. Sounds quite appealing. What do you think, Leon? I can lend you my support. Leon glanced at Nick Fury but insisted, I want to be the leader and maintain absolute autonomy. If you agree, I will join. Otherwise, I might as well establish my own Justice League. Leon articulated his demands, expressing his willingness to join only if he could operate freely. Otherwise, he preferred to pursue his own path. Such strength indeed affords one a degree of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury fell into contemplation. Tony Stark, needless to say, is a quintessential late-stage powerhouse. Besides possessing wealth, he is a world-renowned genius in weapons development, with few peers in intelligence. In terms of combat capability, his Iron Man suit ranks highly as well. As for Leon Stark, he is purely a super combat unit, capable of supersonic flight, possessing a steel physique, extraordinary strength, and an enigmatic energy beam weapon. Judging by his exhibited abilities, Nick Fury contemplated using him as a counterbalance to the Hulk, akin to a mini-Hulk. However, without having truly tested their strengths against one another, Nick Fury could not be certain. One thing was clear, though: Leon Stark is decidedly more stable than the Hulk. After considerable deliberation, Nick Fury finally extended his hand to Leon, stating, "Pleasure to collaborate." Observing this, Leon smirked and shook his hand. "Pleasure to collaborate." Meanwhile, Tony scoffed. "Why has no one asked for my opinion?" Before departing, Nick Fury suddenly remembered something and pulled out 2 photographs from his pocket, handing them to Leon. Upon examining them, Leon noted that one depicted the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters with its emblematic metal monument, while the other showcased a high-resolution image of Leon holding his shield during a speech earlier that day. "Why does your shield resemble our S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem so closely?" Nick Fury inquired. "No, the causal relationship is mistaken. It should be. Why does S.H.I.E.L.D.'s emblem resemble my shield?" With a flick of his wrist, Leon's palm glowed, and the photographs instantly turned to ash. Observing this, Nick Fury's mouth twitched. Clearly, he had asked a superfluous question, though he could reasonably guess it had something to do with Howard Stark. After all, the Stark brothers were unaware of the connection. Yet, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., how could Nick Fury not know? After all, Howard Stark was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was understandable for him to leave a personal touch for his son. Had Leon known Nick Fury's thoughts, he would likely have been amused, thinking, "You were quite the imaginative one." With this matter settled, Leon and Tony naturally ascended to the ranks of the founding members of the Avengers. Moving forward, they would wield absolute authority, able to impose their will on any subsequent superheroes who joined, whether through physical strength or persuasive reasoning. However, in the aftermath, America seemed to experience a lull in significant events, leading Leon to return to his previous hedonistic lifestyle. Occasionally, he would step out as a patriotic figure, combating oppression and aiding the weak to maintain his visibility and popularity among the populace. To facilitate this, he had even established a social media account managed entirely by S.H.I.E.L.D., his part-time patriotic companion and battlefield journalist. In an abandoned apartment building housing a drug manufacturing operation, a fully armed official armored team was stationed outside, while Leon, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D. in partner mode, sauntered inside. Notably, to follow Leon without attracting undue attention from the public, S.H.I.E.L.D. had utilized her built-in holographic projection technology to disguise herself as a nearly flawless human female. Since she sought Leon's approval as a seasoned companion, he had no objections. As the saying goes, District 3 cannot be without Tifa, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Indeed, Leon had instructed S.H.I.E.L.D., no, the mimicry, to embody Tifa. Frankly speaking, aside from their differing races and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s somewhat colder demeanor, they were remarkably similar in almost every respect: intelligent, beautiful, resilient, and courageous. Almost every laudatory adjective applicable to women could be associated with both. "Hey, gentlemen, you know I have always been at odds with gambling and drugs." Upon seeing Leon swagger in, 2 drug dealers weighing and packaging iced powder visibly panicked. Regaining their composure, they hastily reached for their handguns, only to be met with Leon's palm cannons, which obliterated their upper bodies, leaving only charred lower halves collapsing backward. Bang, bang. Subsequently, Leon approached another room, where prepared drug dealers immediately opened fire. However, in the despairing gaze of the dealers, the hail of bullets ricocheted off Leon's body without inflicting any damage. The deformed bullets fell to the ground, creating a cacophony reminiscent of beads dropping on a jade plate, a sound that echoed like the call of death. A cacophony of terrified screams filled the apartment as the special operations team outside witnessed the chaos, but each time a flash of golden light illuminated a room. The screams diminished in unison, a chilling phenomenon. Soon, the world fell utterly silent. Unlike the indiscriminate devastation associated with the Star Child, Leon's more refined palm cannons proved insurmountable for any drug dealer. Having cleared the premises of drug dealers, Leon wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and turned to Alcee, asking, "Did you capture that?" "Yes." Alcee nodded, her Tifa persona's eyes emitting laser projections of the footage capturing Leon's dominance. One must admit, the sensation of such overwhelming triumph was indeed exhilarating. After reviewing the footage, Leon instructed Alcee, as per our usual practice, "Edit the highlights that showcase my heroic prowess into 2 versions and upload them to my YouTube account. One will be family-friendly with mosaics, and the other will be an uncensored 18 version, accessible only to adult accounts with subscriptions. A monthly fee of $30, a yearly membership for $198, and a lifetime membership for $998, granting perpetual access to all premium content." "All right, I'll follow your lead," Alcee replied, placing her hands on her hips and immediately commencing the editing process. Within moments, both versions of the video were uploaded, and due to the Patriotic Association, they passed the review process almost instantaneously. Thanks to the special effects, each of Leon's videos rivaled Hollywood's blockbuster productions. The celebrity effect of being a superhero combined with Alcee's exceptional editing resulted in a captivating spectacle. Chapter 19. The Cyber Widow. Outside the launch silo at the cliff beneath the seaside villa, Tony, donned in Mark III and hovering in midair, found himself languidly pondering. What on earth is that kid doing? Why is he moving so sluggishly? Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air as Leon piloted the jet glider, bursting forth from the already open launch silo, accelerating away without pause. "Hey, that's a blatant provocation." Tony quirked an eyebrow beneath his helmet, and with an immediate surge of power from his suit's palms and soles, he sped off in pursuit of Leon. The two brothers danced through the sky like carefree birds, playfully chasing one another, since Leon merely intended to test the acceleration and load resistance of the jet glider. He reached a staggering speed of 5 Mach in just 13 seconds, finding it far more comfortable than his usual driving experience. He then began to decelerate, waiting for Tony, who was becoming increasingly distant. Soon enough, Tony caught up and exclaimed, "Were you doing that on purpose? You can't catch up and then blame me?" Leon shrugged, continuing his playful banter. "I thought the Mark III could fly this fast too. It's impossible to even conceive with your brain. 2.5 Mach is already the current limit." Tony rolled his eyes, responding, "Given the same technological support, a large motorcycle like the jet glider can simply pile on materials. But with the suit, I have to consider many factors. After all, the armor is designed for human use, necessitating the optimal utilization of its limited space to achieve superior performance and cost-effectiveness, balancing the weapon systems, power systems, and various auxiliary systems." As Tony spoke passionately about his suit, Leon listened attentively, filled with gratitude. "Then why not create an unmanned version?" Leon suddenly inquired, curiosity piqued. "Good question. I previously posed a similar inquiry to Rhodey," Tony replied. He asserted that no matter how well an unmanned fighter performs, it can never match human adaptability. Thus, AI can only serve as an aid to humans, with the final decisions resting solely with us. I find his argument quite sound. After all, AI is a creation of humanity and can never surpass it. Perhaps in the future, I'll construct some unmanned iron suits to act as bodyguards and sentinels for the company, but my own set must remain the most formidable. Indeed, Leon nodded, thinking, "Let us hope that when you have a bright idea to create Ultron, you retain this resolve." However, with Leon around, the probability of such a scenario unfolding was slim. "But one should never speak too definitively. By the way, how did you procure the vibranium for my shield? I've heard that Wakanda typically does not sell vibranium abroad, and that even wealth cannot secure it. Few are privy to the vibranium sourced from Wakanda, and Leon and Tony happen to be among that select few. What does it mean to say that even wealth cannot secure it? That merely suggests those unable to acquire it lack sufficient funds. If it were me, well, I suppose it is true that even wealth cannot secure it. The natives of Wakanda are rather obstinate and utterly unyielding, each acting as if they are above everyone else." Tony expressed his frustration regarding Wakanda. "So how did you manage to resolve the vibranium for that shield?" Leon asked, envisioning a bearded middleman, Ulysses Klaue, the designated supplier of vibranium in the Marvel Universe. If Klaue is indeed the source of Tony's vibranium, Leon planned to procure another batch, saving him the trouble of scouring the black market. Despite the haughty demeanor of the Wakandan tribes, their former king, T'Chaka, was quite amicable. Upon hearing that Leon merely wished to acquire vibranium for a shield, he readily agreed to provide raw vibranium free of charge. "Isn't the free option the most costly?" Leon queried. "What is the catch?" When Leon posed this question, some might assume that a seemingly free system must harbor ulterior motives, and one should expect to be betrayed. Nonsense. A system as straightforward, effective, and conscientious as this, even if it sold Leon out, he would still commend it. "Indeed, you're not easily deceived," Tony chuckled. King Chaka mentioned that his youngest daughter, Shuri, has a keen interest in modern high-tech products and asked me to remember to bring her along to Stark Industries' next technology expo. Is that so? Leon fell into contemplation. While Tony might have only a partial understanding, Leon, enriched with memories from his previous life, was fully aware. On the surface, Wakanda may appear as a primitive and conservative tribe, yet their technological prowess has far surpassed the outside world, bolstered by their access to a vibranium vein. However, their advanced technology ultimately serves the purpose of engaging in primitive hand-to-hand combat. While traditional customs play a significant role, it does seem somewhat absurd. Leon didn't quite understand but expressed his respect. Beyond the little-known vibranium, Wakanda also possesses another rare specialty that almost no outsider could know about, the heart-shaped herb that birthed the superhero Black Panther. With these two elements, Leon knew he would inevitably set foot in Wakanda at some point. As for whether it would be through physical infiltration or another method, that would depend on how accommodating they were. Wait. Tony circled around the jet glider, noticing some new blue-purple spray paint on its surface, and remarked incredulously, "Please don't tell me you made me endure a quarter hour of cold wind outside just for you to spray on a few childish strokes?" Before Leon could respond, the jet glider suddenly sprang to life, executing a sharp tailspin, inadvertently flinging Tony away. Immediately, a cool, displeased voice from Friday the AI echoed through Tony's helmet's Bluetooth communicator. "You're the one acting like a child." Oh no, Sister Friday is upset. Although it was Tony who was flown, Leon felt a surge of joy. For Friday's earlier display indicated that she currently possessed self-awareness and emotion, rather than being a mere cold machine. She simply preferred silence and exhibited a hint of introversion. What the hell? Leo. Friday's sudden outburst caught Tony off guard, leading him to lose his balance and plummet towards the sea with a 720-degree spin, instinctively calling out to Leon for help. "I'm coming." Leon's voice, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, reached Tony's helmet communicator. Following this, as Tony descended under the surprised and disapproving glare of Friday's headlights, Leon opened the sunroof and leaped from the cockpit of the jet glider. With golden light radiating from Leon's eyes, palms, and soles, he swiftly pursued Tony. In no time, he caught up just before Tony hit the water, wrapping his arms around the Mark III's underarms, gliding across the ocean's surface and sending up a flurry of spray. Then, they soared skyward, racing towards the already distant jet glider, which was Friday. Yet, the distance between Leon, Tony, and Friday only widened as she sped away without any intention of waiting for them. Is the emotional fluctuation of the cyber widow truly this intense? If Leon found himself in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, where wealth is abundant yet useless, the endless array of items at his disposal could indeed elevate him to a godlike status. Frankly speaking, with Leon's resources, purchasing such items as stockings could allow him to circle the earth multiple times over. Even given 800 lifetimes, he would scarcely exhaust his fortune. However, amidst the plethora of items obtained this month, apart from the endless series, there were indeed a few others that, while offering minimal enhancement to Leon's capabilities, could not be deemed entirely useless. Super Deadpool suit, a suit made of ordinary material, yet capable of infinite regeneration. Description: it is simply Deadpool within the suit. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Carbonite alloy twin daggers. As the name suggests, these twin daggers are forged from carbonite alloy, possessing a physical hardness comparable to vibranium, and a toxicity effective against self-healers, capable of suppressing their regenerative abilities to some extent. Description: who do you think of when you hear dual-wielding? Super elastic fiber underwear, ultra-thin and form-fitting, providing exceptional cushioning and rapid rebound, perfectly adaptable to any body type. Quality: never wears out. Description: no more worrying about surprise attacks on little brother. Among these, Leon's greatest satisfaction stemmed from the super elastic fiber underwear he had acquired through his interaction with Dr. Bruce Banner. Its property of never wearing out alone warranted its designation as a divine artifact, especially since it could perfectly safeguard his little brother from harm, a veritable super artifact. Currently, the most resilient item he possessed was indeed this pair of underpants. After a long-awaited shipment, with the regenerative cradle in his possession, Leon immediately devised a comprehensive plan to enhance his abilities. However, while contemplating its intricacies, he inadvertently made the same mistake as Tony, momentarily placing it beside S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, she appeared unfazed, even somewhat amused. She discreetly glanced up at Leon, only to quickly look down again, her shyness palpable. After several such exchanges, she grew bolder upon noticing Leon's lack of reaction. Just then, Sharon Carter entered, her stockings transformed from black to nude. S.H.I.E.L.D. let out a soft yelp and hastily lowered her head once more. This time, Leon, having regained his composure, caught her subtle movements. Intrigued, Leon smirked and beckoned Sharon Carter to his side. Kate, I wish to establish an independent department dedicated to the research of biological printing technology for S.H.I.E.L.D. Please go and rally some support, and later, you'll need to hand over the details to her. Understood, Mr. Leon, Sharon Carter replied, promptly exiting to prepare. Aside from utilizing the regenerative cradle for himself or close associates suffering grave injuries, Leon had no intention of revealing its existence. This was a patented technology that Zhao Hailuan was currently researching, which was not yet complete. If Leon were to brazenly showcase it, it would be challenging to explain its origins. Thus, allowing Zhao Hailuan to pursue the research along its natural trajectory was indeed necessary. This was her hard-earned achievement, and it should rightfully be hers to complete. Of course, were the researcher a man or an unattractive individual, the situation would have unfolded quite differently. Mr. Leon, thank you for your support and recognition. I will strive to complete the regenerative cradle and will not disappoint you, Zhao Hailuan assured, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazed at Leon. I believe in you, Leon encouraged, gently patting her shoulder. He leaned in and whispered, feel free to express any requests you may have. As long as I can fulfill them, do not hesitate. You should have confidence, Hailuan, in my eyes. You are a genius on par with Tony. You possess immense value. You are worthy, do you understand? It is rare to encounter a girl with such grand aspirations. Her insightful perspective has proven immensely beneficial to me. There is great potential here. Oh, I am not that remarkable, Zhao Hailuan replied, blushing and keeping her face buried in her chest, utterly shy about meeting Leon's gaze. Actually, today is my birthday. I was wondering if you had time this evening. She stammered. No, I meant to say, as a fan, could I have your autograph? In a flurry of excitement, she fumbled to produce a photograph of Leon dressed in a soldier boy outfit, which she had been carrying close to her heart, and extended it to him. Certainly. After Leon signed, Zhao Hailuan immediately bowed and bid him farewell, then vanished in a flash, eager to escape the mortifying situation. Ah, the exuberance of youth. Watching Zhao Hailuan's hurried retreat, Leon couldn't help but smile, reflecting on the moment. After some time, he redirected his focus. Alcy, how far are we from South Sudan? Leon inquired. Approximately 12,000 kilometers, Alcy's sultry voice echoed through Leon's Bluetooth headset. Leon estimated that at his current speed, without delay, the round trip would take about 2.5 hours, ample time. In Africa, South Sudan, at the Salva-Giant dock. Once a grand river flowing through the African inland plate, had now dried up into a desolate mire due to the passage of time. A few rusted, stranded turboats were haphazardly docked, now occupied by the vibranium smuggler, Ulysses Claw, serving as the hub for his illicit activities. Due to the challenges of acquiring vibranium, Ulysses Claw had also ventured into the trade of conventional arms, dabbling in any lucrative underhanded dealings he could find. Today, Ulysses Claw was expecting a significant client, who boldly demanded all the vibranium Claw had on hand, shamelessly proposing a zero-cost acquisition. Amidst a fierce atmosphere, clad in the Super Deadpool suit and wielding the carbonite alloy twin daggers, Leon made his grand entrance, flanked by Ulysses Claw and his numerous henchmen. Zero-cost acquisition? You dare to attempt such a scheme against me? You should inquire about the fate of those who dare to cross me. Oh, how frightful. Leon, adopting a slouched stance reminiscent of a bashful maiden, twisted his body with exaggerated flair, his mocking tone dripping with sarcasm. Ulysses Claw, witnessing this, twitched his eye in irritation and barked, he is unarmed. Capture him alive. I want to personally deal with this insolent fool. With a swift command, Claw's minions surged forward, brandishing daggers, brass knuckles, and spiked clubs, all converging on Leon. Leon, smirking, allowed himself to be engulfed by the throng. Then, starburst air slash. As he drew his twin daggers, the entire derelict vessel trembled. In a flurry of blades and shadows, limbs and bodies exploded outward from Leon's epicenter. With every strike, he effortlessly dispatched several foes, as if their flesh were as fragile as mere tofu. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. Attempts to fire weapons were thwarted as both gun and wielder were cleaved in two by Leon's blade. Before long, the throng of attackers had been reduced to mere corpses at his feet. At this moment, Ulysses Claw realized that Leon was far from an easy target. Damn it, he is a super soldier. Don't go offering yourselves up. Shoot him down. Ulysses Claw, in a fit of desperation, seized a nearby comrade's 15 rifle and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire at Leon. Observing this, Leon skillfully wielded his twin blades to deflect the bullets while advancing towards Ulysses Claw. The metallic clang of bullets striking steel resonated repeatedly. Initially, Ulysses Claw believed that Leon was successfully blocking every shot with his blades. However, upon noticing the constant damage and subsequent restoration of Leon's battle attire, he quickly realized something was amiss. These bullets were inflicting no harm upon this creature. Is he merely toying with me? What manner of monster are you? I am Deadpool, the harbinger of death, the servant of death. As Leon shook his head and approached Ulysses Clow, the latter's minions lay vanquished at his feet. Those who had managed to escape further away were paralyzed with fear at Leon's ferocity, collapsing to the ground in lifeless heaps. Leon placed his blade against Ulysses Clow's throat and spoke in a low voice. Do not panic. All of this is yours. Ulysses Clow quickly replied, I shall comply. Chapter 32. Neighbors store grain. I store arms. My neighbor is my granary. In an inconspicuous toxic waste recycling station within an abandoned cruise ship, Ulysses Clow, under the duress of Deadpool Leon, reluctantly activated a hidden switch. Immediately, barrels filled with toxic waste descended like an elevator. In their place, 13 canisters containing specially formulated vibranium emerged. This vibranium is the most costly material I have here, conservatively valued in the billions. As the cornerstone of the empire I have built, it is now all yours, Mr. Deadpool. Ulysses Clow bore an expression of resentment, both furious and frightened yet unwilling to retaliate. Quite impressive, Leon mused. While the quantity of vibranium before him was not excessive, each canister weighing 5 kilograms, totaling 65 kilograms, it was sufficient for Leon's forthcoming plans. Do not be deceived by the seeming abundance of 65 kilograms. Although it is roughly equivalent to the weight of a slender adult, vibranium, being a lightweight metal, has a density only 1/3 that of steel. If the 65 kilograms of vibranium were a solid cube, its edges would measure less than 30 centimeters, barely larger than an adult's palm. After securing the 13 canisters in a burlap sack, Deadpool Leon patted Ulysses Clow, who appeared despondent, as if mourning the loss of a beloved spouse. Hey, buddy. Do not lose heart. I only desire the vibranium, not your life. As long as you live, billions will come your way, and so will vibranium. I believe in you. Clow, you are exceptional. Leon's tone was profoundly sincere, likely leading an observer to believe they were the best of friends. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Deadpool. Ulysses Clow replied with a smile that was more akin to a grimace. After dispatching the formidable Leon, Ulysses Clow's feigned smile fell away, and he began to viciously kick the corpses of his fallen minions. What are you pretending for? Get up, all of you. The man has left. Ulysses Clow seethed. Yet the one he deemed to be feigning death remained utterly still. At that moment, a nearby corpse unexpectedly raised its hand, declaring, Boss, he is truly dead. I am still alive, hee. Do not get cocky. To hell with you. Meanwhile, having acquired the vibranium, Leon made his way to the Atlantic coast of West Africa to rendezvous with Alcee. Under Alcee's bemused gaze, he stripped down to a super elastic fiber undergarment, finally donning the familiar soldier boy uniform instead of the super Deadpool attire. Leon utilized Alcee, now in motorcycle mode, to hasten back at a speed of 10 Mach. As for his Deadpool disguise, he intended to reserve it solely for illicit activities, serving as a scapegoat in his daily life. He preferred the soldier boy outfit and the identity of a patriotic superhero. Why did you not eliminate them all? Were you hoping to before Alcee could finish? Leon playfully patted her rear, his face alight with mirth. You understand me well, Alcee. The reason Leon spared Ulysses Clow's life was to ensure he continued gathering vibranium for him. What was that old adage from apocalyptic literature? Neighbors store grain while I store arms. My neighbor is my granary. As long as Leon continued to grow stronger, Ulysses Clow would be easily manipulated. Once Leon had completely acquired the vibranium mines of Wakanda, Ulysses Clow would become utterly expendable. As dusk fell, S.H.I.E.L.D wandered the streets of Manhattan, glancing back at the Stark Tower every few steps, unable to suppress her sighs. S.H.I.E.L.D was troubled, burdened by the expectations of those she admired. She yearned to produce results on the Regeneration Cradle project swiftly, volunteering for overtime only to be forcibly dismissed by the secretary, Sharon Kate. She claimed it was his directive, asserting that overtime was detrimental to one's health and development. Yet, having already surpassed her developmental phase, she wondered if further growth would attract undue attention and disrupt her daily life. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced down at herself, barely able to see the tips of her toes. If she continued to grow, what would become of her? In her frustration, she purchased a cup of milk tea from a roadside vendor to alleviate her stress, for the sweetness always brought a sense of relief. Suddenly, a homeless man brandishing a dagger came rushing towards her, shouting, pursued closely by a young patrol officer wielding a taser. Clear the way. Get out of my way. I'll stab anyone who obstructs me. Don't run. If you keep running, I'll shoot. The homeless man, high on ice, had initially been apprehended by the patrol officer, but seized the opportunity to flee while the officer reported to his superior. According to standard American procedures, the presence of this homeless man posed a significant threat to public safety, justifying the preemptive use of lethal force. However, the young officer, clearly inexperienced, failed to recognize this. He remained hopeful of subduing the homeless man alive, for no one desires to experience the act of taking a life. Mayim, please step aside. He has a knife. He is dangerous. The patrol officer urged, his hand instinctively moving towards his Glock holstered at his thigh. However, Zhao Hailuan, paralyzed by the menacing presence of the homeless man, stood frozen in his path, unable to move. A sudden collision sent her crashing to the ground, pain and panic intertwining. Damn it! The homeless man stumbled as well. Realizing the patrol officer had drawn his firearm, he swiftly altered his approach, pressing the dagger against Zhao Hailuan's throat. Do not come any closer. Put down your weapon. If you dare to shoot, I will stab this little lady. The homeless man continued to issue threats, the blade drawing a thin line of blood against Zhao Hailuan's neck. Press tightly. Any slight provocation could trigger a catastrophic response, risking irreversible harm to Zhao Hailuan even if he were shot dead. Stay calm. Do not do anything foolish. We are near Stark Tower. The Patriots will arrive soon. Damn the Patriots. I could drown him in a puddle of my own urine. As more onlookers gathered, the patrol officer's gun remained aimed at the homeless man, while Zhao Hailuan, terrified and in tears, instinctively called out for Leon. Everything hung in the balance. Chapter 21. The hero emerges, but you are the only one I desire. Leon, your heartfelt confession left the self-deprecating and guilt-ridden RC utterly astonished, rendering her momentarily speechless, as she once again assumed the role of a mute. At that moment, Tony's voice intruded awkwardly, interrupting the subtly intimate atmosphere developing between Leon and RC. I say. You too. This is not the time for flirtation. We are almost there. In the far distance, barely visible to the naked eye, lay Gemera, a territory occupied by terrorists shrouded in the ominous haze of war, resembling a colossal mushroom cloud teeming with spores from afar. Tony, when's your next date with the cover girl? Leon inquired with a smile. Why do you ask that? Tony replied, his curiosity tinged with caution. Oh, just for fun. Leon chuckled, revealing his intentions. I simply want to give your backside a good kick in front of her. With that, Leon accelerated ahead, leaving Tony behind amidst the fiery trails of the jet glider. By the way, RC, Leon continued. Do you know why the anti-inertia field generator malfunctioned earlier? It shouldn't be like this. Tony would never leave such a basic design flaw. In truth, what Leon truly wished to inquire was the significance of the anti-inertia field generator in relation to RC's own being. However, fearing that RC might be distressed by such a direct question, he refrained from being too blunt. Nevertheless, even so, RC merely responded with a soft murmur, once again adeptly donning her mask of silence. All right, let us pretend I didn't ask, Leon shrugged in resignation. In reality, RC's reluctance to answer stemmed from nothing more than shyness, as the anti-inertia field represented her affection for her pilot. This affection did not necessarily imply romantic love. It could encompass friendship, care, esteem, ardor, tenderness, and compassion, among others. Yet, in truth, such emotional progress might still feel somewhat premature for the recently acquainted Leon and RC. But how could one expect a woman, who had endured countless years of solitude and suffered from post-war trauma, to maintain her composure? As for the nature of RC's love for Leon, only she truly comprehended it. After all, love is the most irrational of emotions. Notification: RC's partner mode has been unlocked. Woohoo! Leon exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Leon, what are you laughing about? RC asked, puzzled. I just remembered something delightful, Leon replied with a grin. RC, partner mode. What? Before RC could fully comprehend, her body instinctively obeyed Leon's command, initiating a transformation toward a more compact form. Soon, the car-sized jet glider beneath Leon vanished, replaced by a stunning cybernetic enchantress in shades of silver, gray, and black, adorned with purple accents on her knees, waist, chest, shoulders, and cheeks. RC, you look magnificent, Leon sincerely complimented. However, RC appeared unimpressed. She crossed her arms over her chest, casting an indignant glare at Leon before swiftly reverting to her motorcycle form. Leon, if you ever force me into partner mode in front of others again, I swear I will ignore you forever. RC was genuinely incensed, for her partner mode was akin to the Emperor's new clothes. As for why a robot would possess such a concept, one could only marvel at the wonders of Cybertron. Leon had not anticipated such a strong reaction from RC simply for requesting her to switch modes. Evidently, he had unwittingly trespassed into her sensitive territory. This was crucial knowledge for future reference, something he needed to jot down. Jarvis, make a note. Oh, but Jarvis was no longer present. It seemed Leon would have to prepare a physical notebook for RC to avoid being discovered in his electronic notes. Cybertronian language was fascinating. Leon yearned to learn it. After some twists and turns, Gemera was now within close proximity. Woohoo! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Leon leapt from RC's waist in a leap of faith. Having witnessed Leon's earlier display of flight prowess, R.C. held no concerns until she saw his descent accelerating rapidly, showing no signs of slowing down. Panic set in as she dove after him, but it seemed she was too late. "Leon!" R.C. cried out in alarm. Yet, under her astonished gaze, Leon executed a superhero landing, piercing the earth like a steel needle, embedding himself half a meter deep. Aside from the cloud of dust that erupted, he stood up as if nothing had happened, his poised and mature figure towering over the ground. The hero has arrived. Immediately forgotten by both Leon and R.C., Tony, clad in Mark III, also made a buffered superhero landing beside Leon. Lastly, there arrived the tardy motorcycle mode of R.C. However, as soon as she landed, she promptly transformed into a 5-meter-tall humanoid combat mode with a resounding clang. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as R.C., incensed, slapped both brothers, sending them tumbling to the ground. "Ward off! Why did you hit me too?" Tony exclaimed, astonished at R.C.'s battle mode, quickly followed by a complaint. But upon seeing R.C. fiercely grip Leon by his collar and toss him effortlessly into the air while questioning him, Tony fell silent, realizing he ought not to provoke her. Next time, Leon. R.C. was on the verge of short-circuiting from Leon's antics. She could guarantee that in the brief time they had known each other, her emotional fluctuations were akin to centuries of cumulative experience. What an overwhelming stimulus. In the eyes of the terrorists currently conscripting young men in Gemera, this scene was more fantastical than any tale from 1001 Nights. In this day and age, even motorcycles were becoming sentient, it seemed. After receiving Leon's repeated assurances, R.C. finally allowed him to descend. Tony approached Leon and pointed to the combat mode of R.C., which barely reached their shoulders when they stood stacked together. "Leon, I believe I need an explanation regarding this Miss R.C. There is nothing to explain. Didn't T. Jarvis already mention it? She was found," Leon replied dismissively. With that, a tungsten vibranium shield materialized in his left hand, while he drew an infinite ammo Desert Eagle from the holster on his right thigh, entering a complete state of readiness. Seeing Leon's lackadaisical explanation, Tony lost interest in further questions, channeling energy into his palm-mounted cannon, aimed at the bewildered terrorists. "Hey, brother, let us make a deal. What? You leave these guys to me and R.C., and you go destroy their stockpiled weapons. Sound good?" "Sounds good. However, there is currently no surplus vibranium for Leon to squander. He intends to wait until he has gained further mastery over his body before providing R.C. with a thorough upgrade. When that time comes." Hehehe. Chapter 34, The Vibranium Body. "Are you ready?" R.C. looked at Leon, who lay completely naked in the regeneration cradle, and reminded him, "If we are to bond all of your bodily tissues and cells with vibranium atoms, it will take approximately 2.5 hours. During this period, you must maintain full consciousness. You will feel as if countless ants are crawling over you, with an unbearable itch and excruciating pain. This suffering cannot be alleviated by anesthetics. If you wish to reconsider, now is the time." To be honest, based on R.C.'s understanding of Leon, she doubted that he, who had grown up in luxury and was accustomed to indulgence, could endure such agony. The confidence and composure he usually displayed were rooted in his wealthy background and formidable strength. Once that was stripped away, his willpower might not surpass that of an ordinary laborer. However, Leon's response surprised and moved R.C. At that moment, she felt she truly understood the man before her. Named Leon Stark. How much suffering can one endure? Leon chuckled, his eyes devoid of confusion, rather than regret later when I am powerless to protect my loved ones. I prefer to seize every opportunity to grow stronger now. R.C., I will become your eternal partner who will never wear out. I assure you, so let us begin. Leon closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the infusion of vibranium atoms. If I go back on my word, I will dig you out of your grave, R.C. whispered, her words only audible to herself. Then, without hesitation, she pressed the start button on the regeneration cradle's main control screen, initiating the complete bonding process between Leon's cells and the vibranium atoms. Just as it began, Leon could not help but let out a pain scream. This sensation was no less agonizing than the pain he experienced during the integration of the adamantium skeleton, but even more unbearable. At that moment, he had to maintain absolute consciousness, enduring the torment while also focusing on controlling his tissues to decompose into individual cells and bond with the vibranium. It was akin to 1,000 cuts upon oneself. How could one describe such pain? When Leon first entertained the thought of giving up, he asked R.C. how much longer it would take to finish. Her response plunged him into despair. "We are still far from the end. Only 3 minutes have passed." "What? Only 3 minutes? Why does it feel like a year has gone by?" Leon's resolve crumbled, and he regretted not borrowing the time stone from Ancient One beforehand. Even if the chance was slim, he should have at least tried. Damn it! Leon cursed vehemently. ceasing to inquire about the time and instead focusing entirely on enduring the pain and bonding with the vibranium. Time crawled. For Leon, it felt even slower. Gradually, he began to feel numb, as if his body's self-protective mechanisms had kicked in. But this was a bad sign. He could not afford to lose control over his body yet. He began to actively embrace that pain, stimulating his nerves as if seeking torment, forcing his brain to remain alert and to continue enduring this agonizing process. He could not falter. 1 hour, 2 hours, finally, 5 minutes. The last 30 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang. As RC counted down the final moments, the tension that Leon had been holding onto with sheer willpower snapped, and he unsurprisingly fell into a profound slumber. This mental trauma could not be healed by the super self-regeneration. Leon could only recover gradually with the passage of time. However, upon hearing a pleasant system notification, a smile instinctively crept upon Leon's lips. Notification: you have acquired the vibranium body through your own efforts. This ability has been certified by the system and can interact with super self-regeneration and adamantium skeleton. Vibranium body: your physique has received comprehensive enhancements from vibranium, significantly increasing your strength and defense, while also granting you the ability to absorb kinetic energy and deflect energy. Description: the human body has its limits. So are you no longer planning to be human? Note: the vibranium body will be regarded as the host's innate constitution. The stronger you become, the stronger it will be, with no upper limit. Note: super self-regeneration will function normally with vibranium body. Host: Leon Stark abilities: Soldier Boy template, super self-regeneration. Adamantium skeleton, Starlight template, biological position, vibranium body items. Soldier Boy suit, Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, quality, never wears out, RC, regeneration cradle. Super elastic fiber underwear, quality, never wears out. Super Deadpool suit, Carbonado alloy twin blades, endless instant noodles, infinite milk tea, unending sunflower seeds, limitless balloons. Never-ending stockings. Time passed without Leon knowing how long. When he finally awoke, RC, manifested as Tifa through holographic projection technology, stood blocking the door to Leon's sanctuary, engaged in a tug-of-war with Tony and Pepper, who were worried about Leon's safety. I will say this one last time. RC, step aside. Tony, clad in Mark IV armor, charges palm cannon, threatening RC. I have already stated, Leon's brother, RC replied calmly. Leon is resting inside and cannot be disturbed by anyone. This was only a half-truth. In reality, it was because the regeneration cradle was prominently displayed inside, and he had not had the chance to retract it into the system space before losing consciousness. Moreover, Leon had instructed that until Zhao Hailuan successfully developed the regeneration cradle, even Tony, his own brother, should not be allowed to expose its existence unless necessary. Therefore, RC had faithfully adhered to Leon's final request, not allowing anyone enduring his unconscious state, not even Tony and Pepper. RC, I know you are close to Leon, and I trust you won't harm him, but he has been in there for so long without coming out. As his family, we are merely concerned for his safety and want to confirm that he is truly just resting, Pepper pleaded, tears brimming in her eyes. A flicker of compassion crossed RC's gaze, but the current situation did not reach the level of necessity. She could not expose Leon's secret out of pity. I worry about him just as much as you do, but you really cannot go in there. Then it seems there is no room for negotiation. Pepper, step aside. Chapter 35, The Misunderstanding Resolved, The Terrifying Strength of Leon. With Leon's safety and even his life hanging in the balance, Tony's anxiety escalated. He could no longer sit idly by and directed his palm cannon towards RC. Buzz. RC raised her hand to block the beam, and through the holographic projection, the redness of her scorched metal arm became faintly visible. After several attempts to block Tony's palm cannon, even RC's titanium alloy body began to show signs of melting. Although she did not wish to harm Tony, in order to maintain her operational capability, RC decided to take the initiative and engage Tony, clad in Mark IV armor, in close-quarters combat. In an instant. Chapter 22, however, the local residence. Tony took off from the ground, soaring towards a nearby arms depot. The munitions were all supplied by Obadiah to this group of terrorists, each emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo. For Tony, who had recently announced the shutdown of Stark Industries Weapons Division at a press conference, the existence of these weapons was undeniably a slap in the face. Thus, when Leon proposed to split up for the mission, Tony readily agreed. All right, who is the leader here? He inquired. As he spoke, Leon swiftly shot down a masked assailant attempting to sneak up on him. In truth, Leon was merely lucky, grazing the assailant's plan, ultimately resulting in Alcee dispatching him with a beam cannon. The scene was utterly gruesome, leaving no trace of the corpse. However, This single shot ignited the ferocity of the terrorists. They chattered incoherently and quickly drew their weapons, aiming at Leon and Alcee, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Leon raised his shield in a symbolic act of defense, simultaneously turning to Alcee, who showed no sign of acting, and asked, "What language are they speaking?" "Dari, Pashto, Mongolian, Persian, Russian, a little of everything." "They say you and I are monsters," Alcee replied nonchalantly, having mastered all these languages in an instant for Leon's sake. "Oh, is that so? Monsters and monsters make quite the pair," Leon remarked, poking Alcee playfully. He then shifted his tone, "But with so many languages, it's no wonder they're just a bunch of inconsequential terrorists. They deserve to be shot." Leon had no interest in learning the languages of these thugs. Yet he remained patient, keeping the primary mission in mind. He called out to the Jimera citizens around him, who were either being held hostage, hiding, or fleeing. "Who among you is related to Ethan?" Since Ethan spoke English, Leon presumed his family would, too. After a long pause, no one responded. The terrorists continued their onslaught. However, Leon completely ignored them, even shielding Alcee from several rounds that could have harmed her titanium alloy body. During this exchange, Alcee's iridescent eyes grew brighter, gaining a newfound appreciation for Leon's resilience. Perhaps Leon was indeed her destined partner. After nearly 2.5 minutes of relentless fire, the terrorists finally exhausted their ammunition. "Oh, have you finished shooting?" Leon grinned, his lips curling. No one replied, only the sounds of gulping and swallowing could be heard. In that last round of concentrated fire, they not only failed to injure their enemies but also lost several comrades to bullets ricocheted off Leon's shield. This bizarre scene sent chills down their spines. "Alcee, now that their threat has diminished, you know many languages. Go find Ethan's family. I'll handle these guys." "All right. Good luck," Alcee nodded. Then, with her hand on her hip, sashayed away, her parting words directed towards the terrorists. A magnificent tiger had entered a flock of chickens with its claws dulled. The outcome was inevitable. "Hey, fellas, do any of you speak English, Neon, or Huaxia? I'm here to offer warmth from the community. Don't be nervous or afraid. If you lay down your weapons, I promise you'll all be treated American style." With that, to demonstrate his sincerity, Leon approached a familiar-looking bearded black man among the terrorists, brandishing his 50E Desert Eagle. He then fired 7 shots into the sky until theoretically emptying the chamber, saying, "You see, my gun is now out of bullets." However, upon witnessing Leon exhaust his ammunition, the presumably leader of the terrorists raised his hand, and the others boldly surrounded Leon, wielding a variety of tactical knives. They seemed to believe that this enemy, who withstood their onslaught, could be vanquished by their small knives. To Leon, this scene was akin to a ninja attempting to pierce through S.H.I.E.L.D. One terrorist, sporting a small mustache, spoke in fluent Neon. "Hey, you can speak Neon? Good. There is an old saying in our country, "Sisi material way junjia." I am sure you've heard of it, so be a good lad and put down your shield. Bang. Upon hearing someone finally speak in a language he understood, Leon was moved and rewarded him with a beautiful American peanut. At such proximity, even Leon's outline marksmanship could accurately deliver a headshot. The fortunate terrorist had exploded like a watermelon, collapsing in front of his comrades. To the surrounding terrorists, the gunshot was akin to death knocking at their door, sending them into a frenzy, unsure if Leon had any bullets left. Hey, once you come in, don't leave." Leon had awaited this opportunity. Lacking skill in marksmanship, he compensated with distance. Within 5 meters, anyone could be a sharpshooter. Bang, 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 bang. Under the concept of infinite bullets, Leon's Desert Eagle produced an effect akin to a machine gun. Every terrorist encircling him was turned into a sieve, each receiving at least a dozen 50 AE peanuts that ultimately led to their demise. Only the bearded leader remained, frantically fleeing in the opposite direction from Leon. At this moment, he was reveling in his cleverness. What a bunch of fools. Luckily, I'm smart enough to have noticed that white bastard was off. Who can take 10 rounds from a machine gun and still act unfazed? He is not human. He is a monster. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, Leon took aim with his Desert Eagle and fired, missing perfectly. Wasn't he this also a kind of talent? Damn it. Leon, frustrated, threw his Desert Eagle at the fleeing bearded man. With superhuman strength, the gun was hurled with the force of a mortar. With a resounding crash, Leon's throw unexpectedly struck true, breaking the man's leg. Oh, the bearded black man collapsed, clutching his bleeding leg, howling in agony. Wow, that was accurate. Leon stared incredulously at his right hand, which had just thrown the Desert Eagle. He had been at least 100 meters away from that man. Such precision was unbelievable for someone accustomed to his outline marksmanship. Could it be that his talent lay not in shooting but in throwing? The more he pondered, the more plausible it became, and he acted on the thought. He picked up an empty AK from the ground, molded it into a metal ball, switched to his left hand, and deliberately aimed at the man's head. Bang! The AK, transformed into a metal ball, was thrown with the effect of a cannon, reaching the target in less than 0.1 seconds from 100 meters away. Immediately, he inexplicably affixed the shield to his chest, then spread his arms wide, unleashing a supercharged beam from his chest that obliterated the Iron Tyrant. Obadiah? Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the two brothers became one with the light, accompanied by an exceedingly dramatic and inexplicably fervent narration. The Stark brothers. A miraculous resurrection. The scene shifted. On the now pitch-black screen, the title Patriot, Iron Body emerged in Leon's signature opulent golden font. The world's first superhero origin film featuring real-life actors from Patriot, Iron Body is currently being screened globally. Wardlaw. I thought I was in this too. On the streets near Stark Tower, Leon gazed up at the promotional advertisement for the Patriot origin film, in which he had not actually participated, and internally expressed a feeling of disbelief. Elsie had used her virtual imaging technology to conjure and fabricate a Hollywood-style superhero origin film out of thin air. Truly, she's a remarkable talent. But whose absurd mind concocted this abstract plot? In terms of abstraction, Leon would claim the title of the strongest. Furthermore, would anyone truly watch this film? Leon couldn't help but wonder. Hey, Patriot, can we take a picture with you? Just as Leon was lost in thought, a standard American high school duo, one black and one white, dashed towards him, backpacks bouncing, greeting him with enthusiasm. Of course, my friends, Leon replied with a charming smile, graciously waving at the two students. Their faces instantly lit up with joy as they nestled beside Leon, eagerly snapping photos with their phones. After the photo shoot, the two high schoolers rummaged through their backpacks to produce a set of collectible cards of Leon's Patriot, seeking his autograph. Just as Leon was about to take them, he caught a glimpse of a familiar yet distant, aloof figure hurrying past him, seemingly wishing to distance herself from him. Oh, sorry, my friends. But the Patriot has a new mission. Leon indicated his Bluetooth earpiece, and in an instant, he vanished before the two boys. Though slightly disappointed, the high schoolers felt immensely satisfied to have taken a photo with the real Leon. Moreover, the Patriot was genuinely down to earth. He looked even more handsome in person, akin to the charming older brother next door, transforming their fervent admiration into unwavering loyalty. As for the more discerning girls, their infatuation was even greater. On the other side, Helen. Hey, Helen, let me explain. Leon swiftly intercepted the hurried Zhao Helen. Who are you? I don't know you. Zhao Helen's expression was frosty, exuding a mature and composed demeanor as she appeared to ignore Leon entirely, attempting to bypass him. You don't recognize me? Leon murmured softly, not attempting to keep Zhao Helen from walking past him. Once she had passed, disappointment and grievance flickered across Zhao Helen's face. Did she lack even the courage to salvage things? Just then, unexpectedly, Leon seized her from behind, lifting her effortlessly and soaring into the clouds. 3 hours later. Do you remember me now? Ugh, why do you even ask? They hovered atop a blood-red-tinted cloud at an altitude of 2,500 meters. Leon, in a biological stance, held the exhausted Zhao Helen as they lingered in the celestial throne. Where have you been these past 2 months? I know the person I was chatting with wasn't you. Zhao Helen questioned shrewdly while tracing circles with her fingertip. How do you know it wasn't me? Leon asked, intrigued. Women's intuition. Zhao Helen playfully winked at him. Helen, yes? I'd like to discuss something with you. I still prefer the cold demeanor you had earlier, the one that was impossible to refuse. Could you revert to that? Get lost, Zhao Helen retorted, her expression a mix of irritation and affection, yet the more she reacted, the more she played into Leon's hands, akin to a meat bun hitting a dog. Yielding no sound. Afterward, the long-separated pair engaged in casual conversation, seemingly attempting to fill the void of the past 2 months in one go. Leon, Zhao Helen suddenly said. Yes? Leon appeared surprised, as it was the first time Zhao Helen had addressed him without a title. I don't care how many foxes you've been with outside. As long as you still have me in your heart, you are my man. Zhao Helen boldly professed, then provocatively challenged Leon. What could Leon possibly say? He remained silent. Time flew by, and another month passed. During this period, the system had not presented anything noteworthy. Leon was nearly accustomed to this unsettling reality until today. On a whim, he spent the entire day indoors with Zhao Helen, and the system seemed to take pity on her, finally offering Leon something to do. Question: would you like to check in today? I'm tired, let it crumble. Leon's thoughts remained unperturbed as he entered a sage state. Ding. Today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received the Black Cloak World Travel Card. Black Cloak World Travel Card. Using this card allows you to specify a crossover into the world of the boys, where you will randomly obtain a simulated identity or directly replace a character from the original story. Quality, one-time consumption, description. In the Marvel Universe, you can only develop cautiously, but in the Black Cloak world, you will strike with a heavy fist. Chapter 37, The First World Crossover. Leon. System, I'm off to early class. A Black Cloak world travel card? What rubbish. Leon instinctively scoffed. But then he realized something was amiss. Holy shit. Zubel, Daddy is here to love you. What? You have a child. Leon's excited exclamation roused Zhao Helen from her slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she heard Leon refer to himself as a father, and her drowsiness dissipated significantly as she questioned him. That's not true. I dreamed we had a child named Azu, Leon fabricated effortlessly, without needing to draft a script. Huh? Our child? Zhao Helen's face flushed crimson at his words. Having just celebrated her 20th birthday, she had never contemplated the idea of having children. What if Leon truly wanted a child? Panic suddenly gripped her. She had heard childbirth was excruciating. Leon, Zhao Helen began to speak, but was silenced by Leon, who comforted her. Helen, it was just a dream. As I've said, your safety is what matters most to me. Zhao Helen, touched, pressed her face against Leon's chest, and soon drifted back to sleep peacefully. The following day, after clarifying to Zhao Helen that he would vanish for a while again, Leon returned to Stark Tower to convey the same message to Tony and Pepper. This time you're not even staying at home. Are you going to disappear from Earth next? When you return, should I say something like, this life is unbearable. If you want to stay, stay. This home has no place for you? Tony jested. Shut it. This home will fall apart without me sooner or later. Chapter 23. Just moments ago, on their way back, Leon said to Tony, Brother, remember to prepare a small arc reactor for me when we return. Otherwise, my flying abilities will be quite inconvenient. Oh, that? I actually prepared an extra one before we set off, Tony replied. What do you mean? Leon questioned. Why didn't you give it to me? You never asked for it, Tony remarked, his tone laced with a playful cunning. I thought you didn't need it. Tony, you rascal. Leon laughed in exasperation. He had initially intended to reveal information about the new element to Tony upon their return, but this unexpected turn of events had thwarted his plans. Hey, Leon, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed, startled as Leon reached for the arc reactor on his chest. Tony, my dear brother, if you don't want to be shot down by Rod's squadron of fighter jets, just stay still and let me take over. Without waiting for Tony's consent, Leon commandeered all the electrical energy output from his arc reactor. Then, activating the Starlight ability, he transformed them into a golden light, swiftly soaring past a patrolling fighter jet. Meanwhile, Archie was guiding Ethan's wife and daughter along a safer, more stable water route, with both parties agreeing to meet at the seaside villa. What the hell? Did something just fly past? A pilot of an F-22 fighter jet, patrolling at 1.5 Mach, could not contain his expletive. After witnessing a strange golden arc flash by, he immediately notified Edwards Air Force Base in California. However, the information received indicated that the object's speed was too great, conservatively estimated at over 5 Mach, and its radar cross-section was too small. It appeared on radar only momentarily before vanishing. At that moment, Edwards Air Force Base was thrown into chaos due to Leon's fleeting appearance, as an unidentified high-speed stealth object loomed over them like the sword of Damocles. If this was the technology of a hostile nation, they might as well concede defeat. Damn it, what on earth was that? Does the National Security Agency have any information? What about the CIA? What? They called to ask if it was us? Great. Hurry and summon Colonel Rod from the Weapons Development Department. If we don't clarify what that unidentified flying object is, no one at Edwards Air Force Base will sleep tonight. Soon, Colonel Rod arrived. What happened? He inquired. See for yourself, an officer said, pulling up a clip of less than 2.5 seconds of cockpit footage on the public screen, showing Leon and Tony far ahead. The dazzling golden light emitted by Leon obscured the view, leaving only the golden arc flashing past the fighter jet, its straight and deliberate flight path undeniably unnatural. What are the predicted locations of the unidentified flying object? Colonel Rod suddenly asked after watching the video repeatedly. Central Pacific, Malibu Coastline, Los Angeles. Upon hearing Malibu Coastline, Rod raised an eyebrow, unable to absorb the subsequent locations, as Tony and Leon's seaside villa was situated precisely on a cliff along the Malibu coastline. Please hold on. I need to make a call. Meanwhile, back at home, Tony, with Leon and the little one S.H.I.E.L.D, was struggling to remove the Mark III armor when Rod called. Beep, 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 connected. Hey, Rod, what's the good news? Tony greeted. Tony, I need your assistance. Sounds intriguing. I'm all ears. Just now, an unidentified flying object radiating golden light overtook one of our patrol jets. Cool, sounds like it was quite fast, Leon chimed in. Leon? You're here too? Rod responded. Of course, I was just racing with my brother, Leon replied. All right. I need to inform you that the unidentified flying object is heading in your direction. If you know anything, please let me know promptly so I can prepare a response. Nothing to report. Oh, Leon, be gentle. What are you two up to? Rod asked, perplexed. Nothing much, just when Tony got out of the car. He stumbled because his legs gave way, and I'm applying hydrogen peroxide to him now. This is sheer defamation. Ouch. Be careful with that area, Leon. For the sake of your future niece and nephew. Tony, please don't tell me you injured your, sensitive area. Don't. That hurts. Rod. I'm a bit busy. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Ended. Rod sighed, glancing at his phone. Before the call. He had a 90% certainty that the unidentified flying object was Tony. After the call, it turned into 100%. Given Tony's track record, he was undoubtedly tinkering with some high-tech weapon. Rod was convinced that otherwise, he would have already dispatched fighter jets for protection. That unidentified flying object was one of their own. With this thought, Rod quickly changed out of his military uniform and rushed to Tony and Leon's home. Determined to uncover what the brothers were concocting. In Stark Tower, at the Research and Development Department, Ethan sat in his office, repeatedly watching the live replay on his computer, sighing uncontrollably. The 15-mile area surrounding Jimera could only be described as a hell on Earth. Having become a bloody testament to modern colonization, villagers and farmers were forced to abandon their homes, while countless children were coerced into joining terrorist factions, as their lands were overtaken by warlords. The backers of this armed faction were suspected to be the already deceased Obadiah Stane. Refugees were displaced, wandering in search of shelter, forced to reside in the ruins of other villages. Maya, Aya, I'm coming for you. Ethan, who are you looking for? Leon and Tony walked in, noticing the door ajar. Tony, I believe I am unfit to continue serving as the chief scientific advisor at Stark Industries. As a husband, as a father, Maya, Aya. Ethan's words caught in his throat as he saw his wife and daughter standing unharmed before him, following Leon and Tony. How did you end up here? Ethan exclaimed, embracing his wife and daughter tightly, while Leon and Tony watched with affectionate smiles. Mr. Leon and Mr. Tony saved us. Maya, Ethan's wife, explained tearfully, with Aya adding, and sister Archie. Tony, Leon, I truly don't know how to thank you, Ethan said, his eyes glistening with tears. That's simple, Tony replied, snapping his fingers with a grin. I've established a charitable foundation for the Jimera relief effort, and I happen to be in need of a president. All right. Through the temporary Compound 5, Huey unexpectedly acquired the ability to teleport. In a moment's notice, he appeared beside Butcher and Leon, naively believing he could pry Leon's hand away. Let him go, Huey shouted as he struggled. Huey, don't provoke him, Butcher advised rationally. But his warning was evidently slower than Huey's teleportation speed. How intriguing that he possesses such powers yet chooses not to flee, instead teleporting closer to me, Leon remarked, turning his gaze toward the gritting Huey, who was straining against Butcher's grip. Leon's hold on Butcher's hand was as unyielding as a hydraulic clamp, clearly illustrating the disparity in their strength. Your bravery is commendable, but I am not conversing with you. With a swift kick, Leon nearly sent Huey flying, who arched his body like a cannonball, crashing through the wall and falling silent thereafter. Huey, Butcher, Francie, and the others gasped simultaneously, with a flurry of gunfire. Butcher and Francie picked up the fallen guard's rifle and unleashed a barrage toward Leon's back from several meters away. Leon's eyes glimmered with crimson light as two orange-red lasers shot forth, aimed directly at his eyes. Meanwhile, Kyoko, taking up Huey's mantle, continued to tug at Leon's arm, using every means at her disposal. Claws, teeth, elbows, but her attacks were futile. After a sustained barrage lasting several seconds, Butcher and Francie's rifles ran out of ammunition, followed by Butcher's laser eyes beginning to overload, forcing him to shut them. Wow, what were those two beams? Glow sticks? They felt quite exhilarating. Don't stop. Keep shooting. I'm nearly grasping the sensation, Leon urged Butcher, dismissing Kyoko's continued biting as if she were merely an accessory clinging to him. When the black-clad squad realized that Leon remained unscathed, not even a hair out of place, they felt both hope and despair in equal measure. Impossible, Butcher exclaimed incredulously. It was known that while his laser eyes could not compare to those of the Homelanders, they still possessed about 60 to 70% of their power. Yet, even at such close range, targeting the most vulnerable part of the body, they had proven utterly ineffective. Surely, the Homelanders' bodily defenses could not be this exaggerated? With this realization, Butcher abandoned any thoughts of directly confronting Leon. After all, being unable to defeat him was not a disgrace. The true measure of a man lies in knowing when to yield. The eradication of the Homelanders remained their foremost objective. The stronger the soldier boy, the more advantageous for their plans to devour their foes. Hey, listen to me, soldier boy. The water company created a new version of you after learning of your demise. He is Before Butcher could finish, Leon relinquished his grip on Butcher's collar, seizing his neck instead, gradually constricting his breath. Now, immediately, shoot me. Leon's eyes shimmered with a golden light, yet, like two light bulbs, they could not converge into a single beam, dispersing just as they neared concentration. Damn, Butcher had never felt death so close. Instinct compelled him to struggle. After a brief moment of gathering strength, two orange-red lasers shot from his eyes once more. Now that's more like it, Leon exclaimed, delighting in the absorption of the lasers emitted by Butcher. His lips curled into an irrepressible smile, reveling in the exhilaration. Butcher's expression contorted in pain as he let out a tortured scream, nearly choking as he felt his eyes burning from the intensity of the lasers, wishing to close them to cease the emission. Not enough? Keep going, Leon commanded. Noticing Butcher's attempt to relent, he clasped Butcher's head with both hands, forcing his eyelids open, compelling him to continue firing until Leon was satisfied. This brutal scene left Butcher and Francie paralyzed with fear. As ordinary humans, they could do nothing but watch, praying that Butcher could endure. Finally, amidst a surge of exhilaration, Leon tossed Butcher aside like refuse, then closed his eyes, preparing for a moment before abruptly tilting his head back, unleashing two blazing golden beams that instantly melted through the ceiling, splitting the clouds above. At that moment, the midnight darkness became crystal clear. Holy hell! He can shoot lasers too, Francie exclaimed, shielding the aghast Butcher behind him. They seemed to have made a grave error. What emerged was not merely a secret weapon capable of annihilating the Homelanders, but a demon far more terrifying than the Homelanders themselves. Coughing, Butcher, hunched over, suddenly expelled a couple of coughs. Seeing this, Francie and Butcher quickly helped him up, concerned. Butcher, are you all right? Huh, at least I'm not dead. Though, my vision seems to be blurred, as if I can't quite see, Butcher replied, tapping his head, perceiving Francie and Butcher as mere indistinct shapes. After a brief pause, he shook off his confusion, exchanging a look with Francie that indicated he would take charge, and boldly approached Leon once more, setting aside Butcher's questionable character. His bravery deserved to be celebrated as a testament to human courage, albeit his golden spirit appeared somewhat tarnished. Hey, are you calm now? Butcher's signature wicked grin reappeared. You were imprisoned by the Book Alliance for decades. We rescued you. I believe we need to find a different place to sit down and talk. However, before that, Leon required a change of attire, extending his hand towards Butcher once again. Oh, come on, not again. Butcher sighed, but this time he complied without resistance, allowing Leon to strip him down to just a pair of red underwear. Beside them, Francie stifled laughter, his lips twitching in amusement, while Butcher, though loathing the soldier boy for the loss of his family, had never seen Butcher in such a compromising state, turning away with a smirk. Before long, Leon donned the battle-worn Butcher's outfit, then knocked Kyoko, who was still clinging to him, unconscious with a single punch, tossing her behind him without a second thought. Butcher caught her, while Francie and Butcher found the barely alive Huey among the rubble, placing him on a makeshift stretcher. Butcher, he needs medical attention, Butcher expressed with concern in his eyes. I know, but we can't neglect this side either, Butcher replied, glancing at Leon, who was preparing to leave without a word, signaling the black-clad squad to follow. Wait, Leon paused, raising a hand, signaling Butcher and the others to stop. What is it? Butcher inquired. I nearly forgot. Leon turned to Butcher and, with a swift motion, shot a laser that sent him flying, then picked up two rifles from the ground, unleashing a barrage of fire at Butcher and Francie until the magazines were empty. Chapter 24. S.H.I.E.L.D. Boy? S.H.I.E.L.D. Father. After resolving matters concerning Ethan and his family, Leon and Tony returned home, only to find Rhodes already seated in the living room, waiting under Jarvis's permission. Tony, Leon, I believe an explanation is in order, Rhodes said with a congenial smile, looking at the two brothers. Upon noticing this, Leon and Tony exchanged glances. The former shrugged, indicating indifference, while the latter nodded, leading Rhodes to the underground workshop where the Iron Man suits were stored. They held complete trust in Rhodes, who was one of the few capable of engaging in candid banter and egalitarian dialogue with them. After Tony provided an explanation, Rhodes gazed at the three Iron Man suits displayed in the showcase, unable to contain his astonishment. Oh my god. You mean to say you took down that band of armed warlords in Jimra Town, along with the Stark weapons sold to them, using just this suit? To be precise, it was Leon and I together, Tony clarified. However, I could have managed it alone even without Leon. Indeed, Leon rolled his eyes, reluctant to argue with Tony, as he acknowledged the truth in his words. But if Tony relied solely on the Iron Man suit, then what about you, Leon? Rhodes inquired, turning his attention to Leon. Leon smiled slightly, raising his hand to unleash a palm cannon that effortlessly shattered a bulletproof glass panel in the workshop. He was no longer short on power, having earlier acquired a compact arc reactor prepared by Tony. As long as he refrained from reckless consumption, it would suffice for a considerable time. Good heavens! Superpower? Rhodes exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, which amused Leon. After all, possessing superpowers without showcasing them was akin to wearing fine garments in silence. With Rhodes's comic relief, Leon felt he could safeguard him from the Skrulls. Rather than adopt a defensive stance, Leon believed in taking the initiative. There was no sense in waiting for thieves when one could act first. It seemed the extermination plan for the Skrulls needed to be expedited. Leon did not wish to find himself teaching a class one day to a goblin disguised as a Skrull. The mere thought was terrifying. He was a staunch human supremacist, viewing all other races, save for those that met his aesthetic standards, as heretics. Tony, Rhodes stammered, his worldview somewhat shattered after witnessing Tony and Leon's superpowers. However, before he could finish, Tony waved his hand dismissively. No need for further words, Rhodes. Mark II is prepared just for you. Oh, Tony, you are too generous, Rhodes exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement as he embraced Tony, capturing the moment with a snap from Leon's phone, which was reminiscent of a beautiful scene from an epic saga. Afterward, Rhodes eagerly requested Tony to take him for a flight, where Leon once again showcased his superior speed, provoking Tony, who nearly wished to immediately create Mark IV and Mark V suits. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. 2.5 hours later, Rhodes departed from the seaside villa. But he left behind Mark II, not only because it required the latest system maintenance, but also out of consideration for protecting Tony's identity as Iron Man. As a true friend, Rhodes had nothing but admiration for Tony and Leon, which explained why Leon was willing to reveal his superpowers before him and why Tony was eager to gift him an Iron Man suit. True friends are rare and invaluable, and this was a shared concern born from their wealth. After bidding farewell to Rhodes, Tony promptly prioritized the development of Mark IV and began executing that plan, while Leon moved his bedroom to the underground maintenance room designated for RC. To foster their bond, Leon decided that if he was not staying over at other sisters' homes, he would spend the night with RC. Leon, you are no longer a child, RC remarked, observing Leon lounging beside her. Compared to you, I am but a child, Leon began, but before he could finish, RC spun around and flung him out of the driver's seat. Leon, do you not realize that discussing a girl's age is exceedingly impolite? RC retorted angrily, transforming into combat mode and delivering a gentle thump to the sprawled Leon. Yet, Leon was never one to follow the script. He gazed deeply into RC's eyes and sincerely expressed, RC, you are beautiful just as you are. You. RC's cheeks flushed, and she quickly reverted to her vehicle mode, turning her rear toward Leon, unable to face him directly. Seeing this, Leon smirked, plan successful. The simplest way to win over a pure-hearted woman like RC was to be straightforward, provided one was handsome enough and had already secured a place in her heart. The following day, in the underground maintenance room of the seaside villa, Leon awoke groggily from his bed, having dreamt an inexplicable dream of replacing Sun Wukong. Trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain. Kristen, have you gained weight? Leon mumbled, reaching out to touch the soft figure resting on him. Huh? What is this hardness? The unusual sensation jolted Leon awake, and he realized there was no Kristen, only RC in her motorcycle mode, inexplicably close to his bedside, her screen glowing as if she were waking up. Who is Kristen? RC questioned. A journalist friend. Leon replied vaguely, not elaborating further. Both were unaware of the awkwardness shared between them, creating an unspoken understanding. After a moment, RC reminded him, Leon, perhaps you should check today's headlines. Oh, let me see. Leon nimbly flipped onto RC's waist, and the screen began to automatically search for the day's news. The first thing that caught his eye was the headline featuring him. Oh no. His large portrait. He appeared beaming like a child, seemingly in the act of throwing a shield, confirming his talent for throwing in that very moment. He wondered which cute person had secretly taken the photo, showcasing him at a 7 out of 10. However, due to the distance and the helmet obscuring his face, the image was slightly blurred. It would be difficult for the average person to immediately associate this photo with Leon. Yet, shock. The hellish demons in Gemra Town have been eradicated overnight. The resurrection of the Son of God, Superman. According to reports from the field, the liberators of Gemra Town are two superheroes, hailed by locals as saviors, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. Boy. Why on earth is he called S.H.I.E.L.D. Boy? Why not S.H.I.E.L.D. Father? Leon chuckled in exasperation, realizing this was likely a promotional piece written by Tony. Iron Man, clad in an entire suit of armor, remains an enigma. However, the identity of S.H.I.E.L.D. Boy is suspected to be Leon Stark, the second son of Stark Industries, thus inferring that Iron Man may be his brother, Tony Stark. Leon's tone was filled with indignation, as if his words held weight. Your implication is that the Butcher had already anticipated what Leon was about to say. I need a woman to help me recall the sensations of being a man, he declared. With a glance that spoke volumes, a unique understanding between men. Leon gestured to the Butcher, his lower body playfully mimicking the movements of an Asian dance king in slow motion. The Butcher, noticing this, twitched at the corner of his eye, yet he could fully empathize with Leon's feelings, for they were both men, and men understand men best. Any man, regardless of orientation, who has been deprived for decades would certainly crave intimacy upon liberation. In fact, it was a testament to Leon's formidable power that he could calmly negotiate with the Butcher. Such restraint was commendable. What are your requirements? Beauty, strength, health. Is that right? I understand. Leave it to me, the Butcher replied readily after a brief contemplation. Leon's demands immediately eliminated ordinary individuals from consideration. Only those with extraordinary endurance and a propensity for physical enhancement could meet his criteria. After all, ordinary people could easily succumb to his overwhelming presence. The harrowing tale of the locomotive's girlfriend and her landlord's disastrous encounter served as a grim reminder of this. Unbeknownst to the Butcher, Leon was a being of biological stature, capable of ensuring that an ordinary person could endure his formidable physique if handled correctly. Otherwise, individuals like Zhao Hailuan would have long been crushed under his nearly half-ton weight. As he pondered, the Butcher suddenly recalled a potential candidate among the extraneous members of the Black Cloak Patrol who might fit Leon's requirements. However, she was already taken. Should he pursue this connection? The Butcher found himself in a moral quandary, especially since she was a friend of a brother. It would be prudent to have the soldier boy deal with a few troublesome superhumans first. Chapter 41. The vulnerable Maeve. Seeing that the Butcher appeared troubled by his request, Leon remained unperturbed. After all, haste makes waste. There were only a few female superhumans who matched Leon's specifications, and the Butcher's options were even more limited. Thus, Leon was nearly on the verge of revealing names to the Butcher. But that would have been a breach of the character he was portraying as the soldier boy, an actor committed to his role. With a click, he disengaged the safety on his Desert Eagle, adhering to the principle of alignment, aiming the gun at the Butcher's head, who was lost in thought. Query, shall we check in today? System, give me a flirtatious nudge. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the curse of the gun god Stellatus. The curse of the gun god Stellatus. Due to your abysmal marksmanship, you are cursed by the gun god Stellatus. The more you aim to hit a target, the less likely you are to succeed. Conversely, the less you wish to hit, the same holds true. However, your probability of hitting is never zero. Description, rationally speaking, this curse has an effect close to negligible. Word law, bang. The reward from his first check-in this world infuriated Leon, prompting him to pull the trigger. A gunshot rang out. Although Leon's Desert Eagle was nearly pressed against the Butcher's forehead, the bullet veered off course, grazing the Butcher's right earlobe. The sharp sting in his ear jolted the Butcher awake, while the sound of the gun startled the milk in the room, causing it to react and alarm Frankie, who looked bewilderedly toward the door. Only the severely injured Huey remained unresponsive on the bed, while the carefree Kyoko curled up in a corner, blissfully asleep. What just happened? The Butcher touched the blood on his earlobe, his face darkening with anger. Nothing. I merely recalled some past events. Leon replied as he holstered his Desert Eagle into his right thigh holster, not intending to draw it again anytime soon. The gun god Stellatus must surely envy Leon's shooting prowess, fearing that his skills might one day threaten divine supremacy, hence the preemptive curse upon this future gun god. Leon was convinced of this. All right. Noticing Leon's restraint from further aggression, the Butcher opted for silence, swallowing his grievances. At that moment, a girl, clad in layers with a mask obscuring her face and resembling a mere skeleton, hurried towards their room from the stairwell. Ignoring the conversation between Leon and the Butcher at the door, she entered, removed her mask, and approached Huey's bedside. Oh my God, Huey, Starshine exclaimed. Her face filled with concern as she cradled his pale, weak cheeks. At the doorway, the Butcher raised an eyebrow at Leon, who was observing Starshine, and then leaned in to whisper, what do you think of her? Wait, are you serious? Leon replied, taken aback, his gaze wide with astonishment. You truly are a good friend to Huey. Even considering his friends, that's remarkable. Leon began to feel a disconnect from the ruthlessness of the Black Cloak Patrol, realizing that if anyone were to play the game, it should be them. The Butcher's relentless pursuit of his goals, merciless to enemies, brothers, and himself, was something Leon admired. Well, Leon thought, he had to consider this path initially, but perhaps with the Butcher's encouragement, it might not be such a bad idea. She's barely adequate. Perhaps a bit more meat on her bones would do. A fuller figure is preferable. and a few years older would be ideal. After all, women are like fine wine. The older, the better. Yet, beauty remains paramount, he concluded, echoing the soldier boy's famous adage as he wrapped up his conversation with the butcher. One could surmise that Leon had made his intentions abundantly clear, should the butcher fail to grasp whom he referred to. The relevance of the Black Cloak Patrol would indeed be questionable. Leon was willing to engage in this charade, as the convenience it offered outweighed the hassle of seeking someone himself, especially when the strong did not align with his principles. Where are you headed? The butcher inquired as Leon made his way towards the stairwell. Just out for a breath of fresh air. Also, I need to retrieve my uniform and shield. Leon responded without looking back, merely gesturing to the butcher before departing the hotel. Once outside, Leon navigated through a series of turns, entering a somewhat secluded underground parking lot. After gathering his strength, he unleashed a nuclear pulse from his chest cannon, disabling the surveillance cameras, and seized the opportunity to summon Alcee and his soldier boy outfit from the system space. Apologies for the wait, my dear, Leon said, tossing the soldier boy outfit into the cockpit of Alcee in bike mode. He then skillfully mounted her, giving her rear a playful pat. Leon, could you be a bit more serious and refrain from groping? Alcee protested, though she was too weary to resist. After all, Leon was unlikely to heed her request. Nevertheless, she maintained a semblance of decorum, lest she be indistinguishable from Leon's other companions. Meanwhile, the butcher wasted no time, having left the hotel to privately contact Maeve, one of the current members of the Seven. As previously mentioned, the butcher's temporary compound V had been provided by her. Chapter 25, Biological Stance. Archie, remain at home. I am currently in a foul mood and intend to seek retribution, lest you be inadvertently harmed in the process. Very well. Do remember to temper your actions, lest they result in dire consequences. Of course, I assure you. After confiding with Archie, Leon descended to the basement level, where Tony was energetically tinkering with his Mark IV armor, seemingly having gone the entire night without a wink of sleep. Good morning, brother. Good morning, Leon. Whom do you intend to confront with such fervor? Tony inquired, setting down his screwdriver and accepting a cup of coffee from the ever-adorable dummy. Don't even get me started. You haven't seen today's headlines yet, have you? Leon's lips twitched, prompting Tony to investigate for himself. Meanwhile, he opened the glass case housing the Iron Man suits and reached for the Mark III. Query, shall today's sign-in commence? System, do I really need to elaborate? Open. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the biological stance. Biological stance, comparable to that of Superman, you deserve it. The specific manifestation correlates with the vitality of the organism, current strength at the level of a countryman. Please continue your efforts. Introduction, leave it to me. Entrust everything to me. Yes. Brother, I adore you. System, I love you 3,000 times. With that, amid Tony's bewildered gaze, Leon smashed through the window of Tony's workshop and eagerly executed a leap of faith into the Pacific Ocean. Subsequently, after a brief moment of silence, Leon exuberantly shouted as he soared from the ocean's depths, the waves he created surging several dozen meters high, with the clouds above graciously parting to grant him passage. This time, although his body did not emit light and he did not utilize the stellar template superpowers, he still flew through the air at remarkable speed. Such is the essence of the biological stance, aside from defying various physical laws. Its greatest advantage is that it liberates Leon from the constraints of gravity and external energy dependency, allowing him to soar freely in the skies. However, the biological stance and the stellar template superpowers are not mutually exclusive. At that moment, as his speed exceeded Mach 5 and continued to ascend, Leon's body began to radiate a golden light, executing a secondary acceleration in midair, catapulting his velocity past the Mach 10 threshold. Well, flying is the epitome of enjoying freedom. In New York, Manhattan, Upper East Side, within a private apartment, Christine, who had toiled through the night to meet a deadline, luxuriated in her bathtub. She was submerged in a milk-like bath, with only her head and delicate feet exposed, resting on either end of the tub. Her stunning blonde hair was styled into a bun, secured with a purple butterfly hairpin. With closed eyes, she hummed contentedly, savoring the moment. After soaking for a full hour, Christine finally rose from the tub, and after drying off, she donned merely a small towel to cover herself before exiting the bathroom. After all, she was in her own home and had no need for modesty. However, as she stepped out, she instinctively let out a shriek. For a man had inexplicably appeared in her home, his back turned to her as he perused the manuscript of last night's rushed report. Just as Christine was about to fully scream, the man seemed to teleport behind her, wrapping one arm around her waist while the other covered her mouth. She'll calm down. Take a deep breath, Christine. Leon? Upon hearing his voice, Christine immediately recognized him. It is I, Leon released his grip, positioning the startled Christine to face him. But the towel she had been using slipped from her grasp. In an instant, everything was laid bare. This. Christine stammered, her mind struggling to process the sight before her. How did you get in here? Although she was in her own home, Christine asked in a hushed tone, as if guilty of some wrongdoing. Naturally, I entered using a key. What did you expect? Leon jingled the keys in his hand, prompting Christine's memory. This was the same key she had given him along with a photo of her and Gamera after their last conversation. But how could you be so certain it was me? What if you had mistaken my identity? Have you not considered the consequences? Stark Industries' legal team is not to be trifled with. You understand what I mean. Leon, with a somewhat rough demeanor, lifted Christine and tossed her onto the living room sofa, looming over her as he questioned her. The moment I laid eyes on that photograph, I recognized you. Is there any need for further justification? I would recognize you even in the ashes. He continued. Besides, even if I were to be mistaken, I wouldn't lose a piece of myself. Would you truly have the heart to sue me? After a brief moment of panic, Christine quickly regained her composure, her face returning to its usual calm and poise as she leaned back on the sofa, crossing her legs, using one hand to cover her modesty while confidently gazing at Leon. Even if it was me, why would you choose the name S.H.I.E.L.D. boy? Captain Marvel, Superman, Iron Man. Couldn't you have picked something more appealing? Leon pressed. The moniker S.H.I.E.L.D. boy is utterly ridiculous. Darling, it's merely a small act of revenge, Christine retorted, shifting her legs and drawing attention to her alluring form. Who told you to have such significant news without giving me a heads up? Forcing me to stay up late to write your story? Is it too much to ask for a little indulgence from your woman? Men, with a playful huff. Christine feigned annoyance and turned her head away. Indulgence? Leon smirked, tilting Christine's chin to ensure she met his gaze. You have exposed my identity so carelessly. Are you not afraid of inciting my ire? Not in the slightest. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow at her response. Christine's face blossomed into a confident and enchanting smile. Because you never intended to conceal your identity. That half mask is no different from the towel I just used to cover myself. Its psychological effect outweighs its practical purpose. Anyone with the right intent could conduct a facial data comparison and promptly identify you. I merely expedited the process. Am I correct, darling? Christine offered her chin to Leon's hand, which he had momentarily released, batting her eyes at him playfully. One must admit, Christine was like a worm in Leon's belly. She seemed to intuitively grasp his thoughts. Leon had indeed never intended to hide his identity from the outset. And Tony shared the same sentiment. The two brothers initially devised a plan to wait until their stock prices plummeted to the lowest point before seizing the opportunity to reclaim as many shares as possible from those traitorous board members who had sided with Obadiah, ultimately revealing their powerful hand. By leveraging the celebrity effect of superheroes, they intended to revitalize Stark Industries and promote a new clean energy technology centered around arc reactors. However, with Christine's interference, Leon was forced to reveal his true identity earlier than planned. Moreover, unlike the colossal infant of the homeland, he appeared to be a man of normalcy. Although I find this statement somewhat peculiar, it is, nonetheless, the truth. Maeve did not glance back at the butcher standing at the bathroom door as she touched up her makeup and responded. A normal person? The butcher pondered upon her words. Chapter 43, Blood for Blood. Initially, Maeve was somewhat resistant to Leon's straightforwardness, but after experiencing firsthand the remarkable prowess of his physique, she willingly chose to accompany the tyrant to her own peril. For the colossal infant of the homeland could scarcely compare to even a single finger of Leon's. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped at Leon's door. Come in. It's unlocked. Creak. The butcher pushed the door open. The countless peach pits strewn across the floor made his eyes twitch violently. Was he truly starving? If hunger plagued him, why not let him order takeout instead of gnawing on these? And where did such a large box originate from? The butcher was utterly baffled. During the tussle between Leon and Maeve, an entire box of system-specialized, pre-washed peaches had been procured, soft, smooth, and juicy, with a sweet yet non-astringent flavor that slid effortlessly down the throat, akin to how Zhu Beiji devoured ginseng fruits. Adhering to the principle of indulging in available delights, Leon polished off the box in a single day. Maeve partook as well, consuming until she was ill, likely vowing never to associate with the word peach again. After all, even the most delectable delicacies can become tiresome when overindulged. What is it? Leon generously donned his super elastic fiber underwear and soldier boy ensemble right before the butcher. Sheesh. Why are you only getting dressed now? The butcher instinctively cursed before hastily turning away, unable to erase the memory of the vivid image replaying in his mind, an image he would likely never forget. Is that a human? Butcher. I do not wish to repeat myself. Leon's tone remained calm, yet the butcher immediately felt a suffocating pressure akin to a serpent coiling around him, hastily clarifying. I have fully grasped the intelligence on the Scarlet Countess and can lead you to her at any moment. Then let us not delay. Take me to that ungrateful wretch. With Maeve out of the way, it was time to attend to pressing matters. Leon would strike in his soldier boy form, never forgetting that his formidable abilities were primarily derived from the system. Without it, Leon would merely be a handsome, wealthy wastrel, possessing a clear self-awareness. In the dead of night, the Scarlet Countess, also known as the Crimson Lady, was in her modest wooden abode, engaged in a paid live stream with her 779th user, cultivating a certain ambience. Since the dissolution of the Blood for Blood squad, she had to rely on her superhuman physique to engage in bizarre activities that satisfied the peculiar taste of certain individuals, thus making a living. Soon, urged by the mysterious 779th user, the Scarlet Countess retrieved a peculiar prop he had specially sent for her today. On the other side of the video, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Outside, Leon, who had been enjoying this paid live stream for some time, turned to the butcher beside him with intrigue. Shall we make a wager? What are the stakes? If I lose, I'll assist you with your personal issue. If you lose, you'll procure me some compound 5. Agreed. After setting the stakes, Leon and the butcher fell silent, beginning to count earnestly. Before long, how is this calculated? The butcher inquired, to which Leon shrugged. For now, I'll count it as your win. Temporarily? The butcher raised an eyebrow but saw that Leon had already smashed the door lock with a shield and boldly entered the Scarlet Countess's domain. Wardlaw. Is that truly you, my god? The Scarlet Countess, in a doggy position on the bed, turned to see Leon and was instantly horrified. Wanting to flee, but finding escape impossible. Dear, there is no god here. Only the Reaper come to collect your due. With that signature wicked smile, the butcher followed Leon inside and expertly blasted the Scarlet Countess's live stream equipment with his laser vision to synchronize with Leon's actions. The butcher dutifully injected himself with a vial of temporary compound 5. System prompt. Would you like to check in today? Sign me up, you little pest. Beep. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the Scarlet Countess's prop collection. Scarlet Countess's prop collection. Description. There is nothing you can conceive that the Scarlet Countess does not possess. Damn it. Leon cursed in frustration. What is with this nonsensical garbage? Leon, let me explain. Let me go? You bastard. What do you intend to do? Hurry and release me. You have no idea how terrifying this is. The Crimson Lady trembled in terror, attempting to escape through the window, only to be firmly restrained by the butcher, who anticipated her every move. Now she belongs to you. The butcher grinned wickedly, glancing back at Leon, whose emotions were simmering with fury. My lady, you have truly disappointed me. Leon approached the bed, taking control of the Crimson Lady's head from the butcher. No, please, you devil. The Crimson Lady begged incessantly. But Leon was disinterested, forcefully prying open her jaws, and with a surge of pent-up rage, unleashed a heated gaze that pierced through her. Afterward, he relaxed, a captivating smile gracing his face as he turned to the butcher. Now you have won, but I have not lost. As for our previous wager, I will assist you with another, and you will procure compound 5 for me. We both have a bright future ahead. Agreed. The butcher eagerly accepted Leon's proposal. This way, the headshot girl would also have her resolution. Chapter 44. The terrified Homelander at the What Group, the then head of the Criminal Analysis Department, Deep Sea, was reviewing the surveillance footage surrounding the residence of the Crimson Lady after her demise under the supervision of the Homelanders and Ashley. Stop. Rewind one frame. The Homelanders suddenly commanded. Yes. Deep Sea promptly rewound the footage, and Homelanders and Ashley leaned in closer. The Soldier Boy, having been influenced by the legendary feats of Soldier Boy since childhood, instantly recognized Leon, his expression becoming considerably stiff. How is this possible? With the wisdom of a fish. Deep Sea offered his insight. Soldier Boy likely died around 40 years ago. Could it be role-playing or computer-generated effects? Shut up, Deep Sea. You have no idea what computer effects are. With the Homelander backing him, even Ashley could assert dominance over the useless Deep Sea. You both be quiet. The Homelander shouted angrily, then muttered, look at his face. That's him. What should we do now? Deep Sea inquired, feigning professionalism. Yet he was utterly oblivious to the implications of Soldier Boy's reappearance for what in the Homelander. I do not understand. If Soldier Boy is alive, where has he been all these years? Why did he kill the Crimson Lady? Were they not a loving couple? Damn. Gazing at the footage where Soldier Boy seemed to be showing off to the camera, Ashley felt a sense of impending dread. Chapter 26 Official Alibi. Aftermath. Christine S. bedroom. She lay in a daze on the bed, her body trembling as if stricken by Parkinson's, while Leon was hastily dressing, searching for his clothes on the floor, and simultaneously calling Tony. Bro, I can't wait any longer. Remember to bring Rod. All right. On the other end of the line. Tony fully grasped Leon's current state of mind, but jested, I think the nickname S.H.I.E.L.D. Kid suits you quite well. It's youthful and endearing. Leon merely chuckled at Tony's teasing and hung up. It was one thing for Tony to call him that. But if villains or superheroes younger than him started using the same moniker, wouldn't Leon lose face? Just imagine the youngest Spider-Man greeting him. Hey, S.H.I.E.L.D. Kid. I'm your #1 fan, Spider-Man. The contrast was almost too delightful to bear. The mere thought sent shivers down Leon's spine. Hey, Christine, wake up. Tap, tap, tap. After donning his attire, Leon approached the bedside and gently patted Christine's cheek to rouse her. Huh, Leon, don't come near me. I'm dying. In her haze, Christine mistakenly believed Leon's condition had improved and pleaded for mercy. Not that. Leon corrected her with a sigh. Tony and I are holding a press conference this afternoon to confirm our identities. Don't say I didn't give you advance notice this time. What? Oh. The instincts of a journalist jolted Christine awake. She performed a sit-up, her tousled golden locks falling around her face, but immediately winced in pain and flopped back down. Observing this, Leon's palm emanated a warm, soft golden glow, gently resting on her abdomen, causing a soothing warmth to flow within her, alleviating her pain significantly. Is this your superpower? Christine inquired, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I thought you were joking last time. Oh, how disheartening. I offered my sincerity, yet received doubt in return. Go to hell. Leon lamented dramatically, but Christine was not one to indulge him. She extended a long leg from under the covers, playfully nudging him out of her space. The afternoon came swiftly. After a day of public discourse, netizens had begun to form a rudimentary understanding of Iron Man as a superhero, just as in the original narrative. They were captivated by the dazzling iron armor and speculated about Iron Man's true identity, wondering if he was indeed Tony Stark or someone else. However, on Leon's end, due to Christine's deliberate guidance, public opinion was sharply polarized. What S.H.I.E.L.D. Kid? Clearly a counterfeit of Captain America. Our captain is the true Dior. How can you say that about my brother Leon? He is 1,000, no, 1,000,000 times handsomer than your pathetic captain. Do you even believe that yourself? Just look at his creepy helmeted face standing on the street. Even the cops would mistake him for a perverted criminal. Are you just getting online now? That S. Leon Stark. Forget his background, character, or private life. Can you find a man handsomer than him in America? Count me out. Attached image. JPG exactly. Ridiculous. If I looked like that, even if you offered me a sports car and a mansion, I wouldn't accept. Wow, you really think you can hit me with that? Eating and taking, huh? So what if Leon Stark is facing bankruptcy? He will soon be a stray dog on the street. 666, brother up there. Here is some advice. Throw away your phone, disconnect from the internet, and move, or Stark's people will come knocking. Stark Industries is a thing of the past. Hammer Industries will rise as the new leader of the arms manufacturing industry, leading America to new heights. Are you a hired troll from Hammer Industries? You're not even pretending. With Hammer Industries' terrible quality control, firing 10 rounds at ex-wife and only one going off, count me a winner. No, dude, that is not right. The belief that S.H.I.E.L.D. Kid was merely Leon's illegitimate fandom monopolized half of the public discourse. The remainder consisted of detractors, casual internet users drawn in by headlines, legitimate fans of Captain America, and trolls hired by Hammer Industries. Goodness, all sorts of bizarre characters are emerging. Leon scoffed, tapping his Bluetooth earpiece. Elsie, I'm here. Log the names of those who have spoken ill of me online, and I want to pay them a personal visit later. Are you sure? There are quite a few of them. Of course. The internet is not a lawless land. Do they really think I can't trace them back through the web? Dream on. With Leon's current speed, it wouldn't be difficult to track them down. After all, he wasn't Superman, the overly benevolent type. Refraining from using laser beams to obliterate them was already a testament to his restraint. New York, Manhattan Square. The venue for the press conference was teeming with people. However, a large, fan-shaped area was cordoned off between the podium and the crowd by burly security guards clad in black suits and sunglasses. Journalists were positioned on either side of the fan-shaped area near the podium, facilitating photography and note-taking while preserving the central space. This empty area was deliberately reserved by Leon. As for its purpose, backstage. When Leon arrived, Pepper was complaining while applying makeup on Tony. Sharon Carter, serving as Leon's secretary, stood respectfully by, her gaze frequently darting towards the entrance as if she were a stone awaiting her husband's return. Upon seeing Leon, her face lit up with a smile as she approached, eager to assist him in changing into formal attire. No need for a change. Just a touch up on my makeup will suffice. Leon waved dismissively. All right, Mr. Leon. Dressed in a sleek black sleeveless dress, Sharon nodded obediently. Leon then settled onto the sofa beside Tony, allowing Sharon to handle the makeup. Hey, S.H.I.E.L.D. kid. Tony set down the tabloid he was holding, grinning at Leon. Oh, for heaven's sake, bro. Leon rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth. I guarantee this nickname will be history after today. Leon. I also guarantee that if you sneak off with Tony again like this, I will resign. Pepper smiled broadly at the two brothers. Having used the threat of resignation multiple times to curb their antics, only through such measures could they grasp the seriousness of the situation. All right. Tony conceded. You're the boss. I'll follow your lead. The two brothers shrugged in resignation, yet exchanged a knowing glance. The unspoken meaning clear. They would do it again next time. At that moment, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. entered uninvited. After a brief exchange of glances with Sharon, who was still applying Leon's makeup, he handed each brother a script. Agent Coulson, what is the meaning of this? They inquired. To which Coulson explained, this is a task assigned to me by the director concerning Jimera. At this moment, Starlight found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to refuse or acquiesce. Her hands lingered suspended in midair, hesitating to rest upon Leon's back. It was important to note that Huey was still present. Yet perhaps it mattered little. After all, Leon appeared merely to wish to embrace her in a gentlemanly manner, without any intent to overstep boundaries. As for Huey, he seemed entirely unperturbed, lost in the joy of the soldier boy's initiation, wishing Leon would hold her even tighter, and even contemplating offering his assistance. After all, Leon was a good person, was he not? Huey's perception of Leon had been subtly shaped by the stark contrast in how he was treated by him, leading to an unintentional allegiance. At that moment, Leon mused to himself. Indeed, the persona one adopts can be quite a remarkable asset. Even if only one fool among 100 believes it, the gains are still worth the effort. Oh, my apologies. I find myself a bit carried away. You know, Annie, it has been far too long since I encountered a lady, let alone one as charming, petite, and understanding as yourself. After briefly savoring the scant softness of Starlight's frame, Leon gracefully distanced himself. No, it's quite all right, Starlight replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. If it's just a hug, feel free to embrace whenever you wish, neither Huey nor I mind. Yes, indeed. I have no objections, Huey chimed in, despite a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Yet, driven by his trust in Starlight and Leon, he nodded in generous agreement. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile played at the corners of Leon's lips. How splendid that he claimed to be unbothered. With that, Leon felt free to act without restraint. Thus, Leon and the members of the Seven found themselves forming an unexpected camaraderie. Yet, a world marred by suffering had emerged. Leon himself felt a tinge of confusion. Was this soldier boy truly the devil he sought vengeance against? In the What Tower, within the conference room of the Seven, Maeve had mysteriously vanished for a day and a night. While this was not an extraordinary occurrence, her former lover and current team leader, the Patriot, felt compelled to express his concern upon her reappearance. However, as he approached Maeve, he instinctively recoiled, pinching his nose as if avoiding a foul mop, and remarked with disdain. Oh, for heaven's sake, Maeve, take a moment to consider your odor. I suspect you've been steeped in heather extract perfume during your disappearance, and it has become overwhelming. Are you attempting to retaliate against me in such a self-destructive manner? The Patriot exclaimed in anger. And what if I am? Maeve retorted, rising from her chair and advancing toward him. Yet, it seemed that the scent emanating from Maeve naturally intimidated the Patriot. As she pressed forward, he retreated, soon finding himself cornered against the wall. Maeve, you appear to be behaving rather suspiciously of late. I would advise against letting me discover your intentions toward me. With that, the Patriot, in a panic, smashed through the conference room wall as if it were mere tofu, fleeing the scene in haste. He instinctively resisted the air that mingled with Maeve's presence, a sensation that made him feel nauseous, even fearful. Ah, what a pitiful coward, a narcissist plagued by paranoia. Maeve scoffed inwardly. She then raised her hand to sniff her own scent, perplexed. It bore no odor at all. Surely, she had washed thoroughly. How could the Patriot still detect a scent? Furthermore, considering his frantic demeanor, was he perhaps afraid of the soldier boy? Like some primal territorial marking of a formidable beast? Maeve pondered. Just then, her phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Upon answering, Maeve was met with a profound silence. Yet she quickly realized this might serve as an excellent opportunity to validate her earlier suspicions. Chapter 46. The Gathering of Heroes in the Temporary Lodging of the Seven. Leon's room was a scene of fatigue. Maeve, clad in a black and white maid's outfit, collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted after her day and night away. Meanwhile, Leon stood by the window, donned in his soldier boy attire, polishing his shield while communicating via Bluetooth with Alcy, who was joyously speeding outside. Is there much difference between here and where we are? He inquired. There's nearly a 90% similarity. Aside from the different place names, the layout is nearly identical. Stark Tower's location is akin to what tower? Quite honestly, were it not for your assertion that this belongs to another world, I would assume it is a parallel universe to our own. Is that so? Leon pondered, squinting in thought. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. The butcher's voice rang out, having learned to be cautious following the lingering trauma of his last visit, merely announcing, "Hey, it's time to send the twins on their way. Let us go." Leon was eager to see whether the Blood Debt crew was as inept as he suspected. This time, due to the involvement of numerous innocent parties, the seven mobilized nearly their entire team. Among them, Frankie was particularly enthusiastic, having long been fascinated by the gathering of heroes. Outside an expansive mansion, the butcher, concealed in the bushes, observed through binoculars the chaotic spectacle taking place within the estate, exclaiming, "Oh, for crying out loud. What a wretched, disgraceful gathering. How dare the gathering of heroes continue to host such an event?" After viewing the scene, the butcher offered the binoculars to Leon, who politely declined with a raised hand. "There is no need for that. A mere few hundred meters away. It's as if it's happening right before my eyes." "Oh, you possess such ability?" The butcher raised an eyebrow, the binoculars frozen midair. Leon was currently adjusting his vision by manipulating the dilation of his pupils and the thickness of his lens, achieving a level of clarity that surpassed even the binoculars. The more he explored his super self-regeneration, the more he realized its potential far exceeded his expectations. The literal interpretation of self-regeneration was merely its most fundamental application. It was truly remarkable. He desired it. Frankie, unable to contain his excitement, snatched the binoculars from the butcher's hands and began to observe eagerly, exclaiming in delight, eager to join the chaos. Beside him, Huey was equally intrigued, yet felt somewhat embarrassed to look openly with Starlight standing vigil nearby. "By the way, I was the one who founded the Gathering of Heroes. The first event took place in 1952, initiated by me and another superhuman, Liberty Bell. She was quite a fiery character. Had I not been involved with Lady Crimson at the time, we might already have a child together by now, probably in their 30s. Upon hearing this, the butcher, Huey, Starlight, and others exchanged glances, realizing that Liberty Bell was none other than the Stormfront they had been contending with. Following her severe injury at the hands of the Patriot's son, Ryan, it was rumored she had taken her own life on the Patriot's birthday not long ago. Understanding this, the members of the Seven tacitly refrained from mentioning Stormfront to avoid further aggravating the soldier boy's mental state. "Damn it," Leon suddenly exclaimed, "though I may have founded it. It's clear they surpassed me greatly. What a display of extravagance. Some of the images are downright nauseating." Chapter 27. I Am Homelander. New York. Manhattan Square. At the podium, Rhodes, representing the military, elucidates the truth behind the Gamera incident while subtly introducing today's protagonist. After a lengthy and tedious official discourse, he finally reaches his conclusion. "I deeply empathize with the plight of the Gamera populace, yet I assure you, the American government played no part in this. As for the Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. boy, who valiantly rescued Gamera from peril, their true identities remain shrouded in mystery. However, in light of the mounting pressure from public opinion, the Stark brothers will issue a statement. Please note, they will not entertain any questions. Thank you." With that, Rhodes steps down, handing over to Tony. Upon noticing that Leon is not by Tony's side, a sense of unease washes over Rhodes, prompting him to inquire, "Where's that kid Leon? He said he was a bit anxious and went to the restroom." Tony replies nonchalantly. "At a time like this?" Rhodes exclaims, exasperated, hoping Leon arrives promptly. Otherwise, it would spell an official calamity. Then, Tony ascends the stage and begins his address. Well. The microphone has been damaged by Rhodes, he quips, eliciting light laughter from the audience. He retrieves the script provided by Coulson from his pocket. "It's been a while since I've seen all of you. I'm a little nervous, so I suppose I'll stick to the script." He continues, "Just yesterday, the armed warlords who had taken over the town of Gamera were vanquished by two superheroes clad in armor and wielding shields. Some say S.H.I.E.L.D. boy is my brother Leon, while others claim that the dashing fellow known as Iron Man is me. Oh, come on. Take a look at my physique. Does it seem plausible that I could be involved in such a grandiose affair? If you too wake up beside a different partner every day like I do, you'd understand that this is simply impossible." At this moment, a reporter named Christine from the press corps interjects, "Mr. Stark, we merely wish to ascertain whether you and Mr. Leon are indeed the superheroes the online speculation suggests. Please address this matter straightforwardly, rather than dismissing it in such a crude manner." The room falls silent, her colleagues stunned. "Didn't we agree not to ask questions? You're bold. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Ignoring the astonished looks from her peers, Christine maintains her composure and gazes intently at Tony. In response, Tony's lips twitch, recognizing that this inquisitive journalist is his younger brother's paramour. "Well, I know this may sound somewhat surreal, but the official statement has already clarified matters. As for suspicion, my dear reporter, interrupting my declaration is one thing, but casually speculating or insinuating that I am a superhero is quite another. I never claimed you were a superhero. Pristine corrects him. Didn't he say so? Well, that is splendid, as otherwise, it would be rather far-fetched. Tony chuckles, his gaze occasionally darting toward the distant sky. Clearly, I am not cut out to be a hero. I possess numerous character flaws and have made countless mistakes, most of which you are well aware. Aside from his initial formal remarks, Tony veers off script, his words spiraling into a torrent of unrestrained expression. Observing this, Rhodes can no longer endure the spectacle and rushes on stage to remind Tony, stick to the script. If you keep improvising, S.H.I.E.L.D. will have quite the challenge on their hands. Okay, Tony concedes, yet his eyes remain fixated on the heavens. As a glimmer of gold begins to flicker, a smile plays on his lips as he addresses the reporters and audience. In truth, the revelation is, I am Iron Man. With that proclamation, the audience erupts in jubilant cheers, their curiosity piqued, clamoring to confirm the authenticity of his statement. However, the spectacle is not yet over. Tony raises his hand to calm the frenzy, then points skyward, declaring, I will repeat it 1,000 times. I, too, am Iron Man. And this is the truth you seek. The journalists and onlookers follow Tony's gesture, gazing upward. There, from the direction of the sun, a figure radiating a brilliant golden light hovers as if defying gravity, gazing down upon the crowd like a deity. Then, with a thunderous roar, the figure descends, transforming into a second sun, plummeting from the sky, breaking the sound barrier as it lands in the designated fan-shaped area of Manhattan Square. A blinding gust of wind sweeps through. The marble floor at the center of the square cracks ominously, splintering like spiderwebs. The ground trembles, the light dims, and Leon, clad in a soldier boy suit but without a helmet, exuding an irresistible, masculine allure, emerges from the dust, enveloped by an aura of sinister elegance. The journalists and spectators momentarily forget to breathe. With steady strides, Leon approaches the podium, and Tony graciously steps aside to allow him space. An unfortunate accident bestowed upon me this power, transforming me from a frivolous wastrel into a superhero. We have faced assaults, much like the recent events in Gamera. Before taking the stage, some insisted that I and Tony deliver the same old platitudes that everyone is weary of, to make our people more receptive and to extol peace. But Tony and I did not wish to do so. Do you know why? Leon inquires, and the audience responds in unison. Why? Because I believe it is God who granted me this power. He bestowed upon me strength and, concurrently, the responsibility to save humanity. Thus, Tony and I ventured to Gamera to expose and eliminate the earthly demons propagating war and fear. Anyone who dares to disrupt this beautiful world, anyone who seeks to harm our good people, becomes my adversary. Regardless of where they hide, I shall ensure they experience the divine judgment of God. That is my conviction. To do what I can, to do what I must, to act in favor of the people, the right thing. A true man, a genuine hero, must not cower but rather stand boldly, allowing his justice and strength to illuminate every corner of the world. Am I not the one chosen by God to rescue you? Protecting the homeland, safeguarding the nation, preserving this beautiful planet. These are the noble missions entrusted to me by God. Yet, even with this newfound strength, I have never forgotten who I am, for it is the homeland that nurtured me. Whether in the past, present, or future, I shall engrave my loyalty to the homeland in my heart. So remember my name. I am Homelander, and you, my friends, are the true heroes. Homelander, Homelander, Homelander. Despite the fact that Leon had yet to unleash his full power in front of the milk, the preordained moment had arrived. Suddenly, the cheerful ringtone of Arsai from the preschool echoed in Leon's Bluetooth headset. A smirk appeared on his lips as he waved to the milk, who had transformed into a temporary superhero behind him, signaling that the playful times were over. It was time for those inherently malevolent superhumans to experience pain. The milk, with a grim expression, nodded firmly, feeling unprecedentedly invigorated, determined to make those superhuman scoundrels kneel and sing their submission. Inside the Manor Villa, Ward? How on earth did you manage that? Huey had just encountered the locomotive, who sought vengeance for his brother, and with the enhanced physical prowess of a superhuman, he had landed a punch, only to be stopped by Starlight. She pointed to her watch, saying, 3 minutes have already passed, Huey. Leon is on his way, and we cannot afford to waste time on him. With that, Starlight turned to the bewildered locomotive, that you may not deserve a warning. You should leave this place immediately, if you wish to avoid death. With that, Starlight pulled Huey away, leaving the locomotive's expression fluctuating. At that moment, Blue Eagle appeared in his line of sight, igniting the fury within him. The locomotive, whose heart was already under immense strain, recklessly activated his speed, charging towards Blue Eagle, seizing his head and rubbing it against the ground as he sped away at supersonic velocity. When Leon, clad in a soldier boy outfit and accompanied by the Milk, confidently entered the villa, the ground bore witness to a chaotic mix of powdery pink and crimson paint, stretching from the entrance to the exterior of the villa. Chapter 48. Leon, God is a girl. Upon entering the manor, Leon and the Milk were greeted by the butcher and others, who had gathered early, knowing Leon's punctuality. Without a word, the Milk unleashed a powerful blast that exploded the head of a pair of superhuman lovers, utterly lost in their drug-induced ecstasy. Right before the remaining members of the Black Cloak Patrol. Ward, what have you done? The butcher exclaimed, utterly baffled. The Milk grinned with a signature wicked smile. This was undeniably entertaining, Leon mused, observing the scene. Just then, at the window across the way, a familiar figure, nearly nude and clutching an octopus in a plastic bag, prepared to jump out in a desperate escape. Bang! Leon raised his hand, unleashing a photovoltaic shockwave that sent the individual, and half the wall, flying out. He then gestured to Huey, who immediately understood and teleported outside to collect the body. Leon, how do you possess my superpower? The Black Cloak Patrol was astonished to witness Leon utilizing a new ability they had never seen before yet felt oddly familiar. The butcher and others were left speechless, while Starlight, feeling a closer bond with Leon, boldly inquired, Dear, I can only imagine you possess far more than I can comprehend. Leon approached her with a smile, skillfully wrapping his arm around her waist and whispering in her ear, If you wish to know more, come to my room tonight, and I shall teach you how to further wield your powers, just like this. With that, Leon raised his hand towards a trembling superhuman termite, no larger than an ant, cowering in the corner of the villa's hall. With a resounding bang, the energy emitted from Leon's palm transformed from a wide-ranging yet dispersed shockwave into a concentrated beam of golden light. With this singular shot, Leon shattered the record for the number of kills with a shockwave, reducing the termite to mere ash, leaving behind only a small molten hole in the wall. Just then, Huey returned to the villa's hall, bringing Deep Sea and his octopus girlfriend, Timothy, with him. Seizing the opportunity, Starlight quickly pushed Leon away. Her cheeks flushed as she turned around. Huey, upon looking back, only saw Starlight's back, her previously fair neck now slightly reddened. The other members of the Black Cloak Patrol were in a state of detached observation, not uttering a word. Huey, caught up in excitement, tossed the semi-unconscious Deep Sea at Leon's feet, akin to a pet bringing a dead mouse to its owner for praise. Leon, what do you plan to do with him? Huey asked. Annie, what do you think? Leon redirected Huey's question to Starlight, knowing she was most qualified to decide Deep Sea's fate, given their tumultuous history. Although unsure why Leon sought her opinion, Starlight recalled Deep Sea's past bullying when she had first joined the superhero team. Though Queen Maeve had intervened to prevent Deep Sea's success, anger surged within her. She kicked Deep Sea, shattering his lower half, and turned to Leon, proposing, This is the retribution he deserves, but he does not warrant death. He's merely a fool with a dull mind. Let him go, please, Leon. Starlight gazed at Leon with a hint of pleading in her eyes. As you wish, American sweetheart. Leon, in a gentlemanly manner, took Starlight's hand, bending down to kiss the back of it. This gesture, though simple, was not unwelcome to Starlight. In fact, it drew a smile from her, reflecting her appreciation for Leon's understanding. Huey shared her sentiment, believing that incapacitating Deep Sea was the most fitting punishment for his past transgressions. However, Leon seemed to perceive the hidden thoughts of Huey. He released Starlight's hand, standing tall, and remarked, Nevertheless, do not allow a fleeting act of kindness to undermine your own well-being. Within reason, we should do as we see fit. With that, Leon smashed his shield against Deep Sea's dim-witted head, the gruesome scene leaving Huey in shock. Starlight averted her gaze, reluctant to witness Deep Sea's demise, yet feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Perhaps, by vanquishing the one who had once threatened her, she could finally part ways with that painful chapter of her past. You are searching for someone over here, the butcher called to Leon as he approached a room. Shaking his head. Indeed, Leon nodded, approaching the door with his shield raised, indifferent to the reactions of the remaining members of the Black Cloak Patrol. They were not worthy of his concern. This was merely a performance. Those who took it seriously were the foolish ones. Inside the room, the twins were bound tightly by the butcher. As Leon entered, they gazed at him in terror, struggling futilely against their restraints. Hey kids, I'm back. Leon greeted them like an old friend, removing the lollipops that had silenced them. Leon. The twins, upon finding their voice, began to weep and plead. We swear it wasn't our fault about Nicaragua. We swear to God. Oh, that is quite commendable. Leon raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing his face as he remarked. You two have confirmed my belief that God is merely a deceitful trickster. System, you are my God. With a chime, the notification appeared. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You've received the endless firecracker. Damn, more worthless trash. Leon found himself entangled with this team of vengeance. It's truly not our fault. The sudden outburst from Leon left the twins feeling hopeless, prompting them to plead for mercy. Then tell me, whose fault is it? Speak, and I shall ensure your survival. As he spoke, a contagious smile spread across Leon's face. It's Shinsei. Yes, indeed. He is the one. It was Shinsei who betrayed you to the Russian poet. Please, Leon, for the sake of our camaraderie, spare us. The twins clung to this lifeline, desperately hurling blame at Shinsei, despite his already coal-black demeanor. Shinsei? Leon inquired, receiving an eager nod from the twins. Huh. Leon sneered, without water support. Shinsei wouldn't dare to utter a word before me. However, since you've confessed, I shall honor my word and let you go. With a disappointed sigh, Leon turned away, casting a knowing glance at the butcher before exiting the room, disinterested in the unfolding events. Thank you. We are truly grateful. Leon. You are a good man. The twins were astonished that Leon genuinely intended to spare them. The relief of surviving left them emotionally overwhelmed. They promptly directed the butcher. Still in the room, with an air of authority, Leon said he would let us go. Hurry and untie us. In response, the butcher approached the twins. Shaking his head with a wicked grin, he may have spared you, but I never said I would. What? The butcher's words froze the twins' relieved smiles, and they attempted to assert themselves. We are former teammates of Leon. How dare you? Before the twins could finish, the butcher unleashed a lethal gaze, sending them to meet their maker. TCH. Two imbeciles, utterly lacking in perception. It seems Leon is the only sane one in this team of vengeance, unless the remaining member, the Soulstorm, whom I have yet to meet, is also deranged. The butcher mused, deepening his suspicions regarding the intel Mallory had provided about the soldier boy. Chapter 49, Starshine. I fear Huey misunderstands. Subsequently, Leon and the fully corrupted Milk managed to expel every last one of the superhuman scoundrels from the villa, which had been transformed into a gathering place for heroes. Oh no, annihilate. Observing the villa now reduced to ruins, Leon shook the blood off his shield and turned to the members of the Black Cloak Squad, saying, this ruckus has drawn some attention. And we've even killed a member of the Seven, so I suspect the Patriot you want me to deal with will be arriving soon. Isn't that better? The butcher eagerly suggested, stepping forward. Let us team up and wait here to take him down, and we can proceed with our previous agreement. Butcher, are you instructing me on how to do my job? Leon responded with an impassive stare at the overly excited butcher. And no, you have the final say. Under Leon's deadpan gaze, the butcher's fervor diminished significantly. It is not yet time, butcher. We agreed that you would help me find the blood debt, and I would assist you with the Patriot. Moreover, my habit is to save the best for last during meals. So do not attempt to instruct me, butcher. I have warned you before. This will be the last time. Leon pointed firmly at the butcher's hooked nose, enunciating each word. I understand. The butcher nodded, drenched in sweat, fully aware of how close he had come to the abyss. After resolving matters with the twins, Leon returned to the inn, which served as a temporary base for the Black Cloak Squad. Shortly after the butcher left, he returned to seek Leon again, having hit a dead end in his investigation of Soulstorm. You must understand, Soulstorm, capable of hearing everyone's thoughts, prefers secluded places. For this reason, he has purchased dilapidated cabins in many remote locations and wanders aimlessly around them like a madman. Leon spoke without turning to the butcher, engrossed in an old color television, gripping a game controller as he battled S.H.I.E.L.D in a remote game of King of Fighters 97. These clues you provided are too vague, the butcher expressed, visibly troubled. Investigating all potential locations would take weeks or even months. We don't have that time to waste. I told you, Soulstorm is insane, a damned bipolar patient. Apart from me, the others in the Blood Debt Squad maintain their distance from him. Wait, the butcher interrupted suddenly. Bipolar patient? Yes. Didn't I mention this before? I distinctly remember discussing it. No, you mentioned it. I just forgot. To avoid provoking Leon during their interactions, the butcher had honed his ability to fabricate lies to perfection. Oh, damn it. S.H.I.E.L.D, can't you let me have a moment? In the television's pixelated display, Leon's character was swiftly defeated by S.H.I.E.L.D's flawlessly executed combo, leaving him utterly defeated. The butcher, realizing he had gleaned crucial information, hastily exited Leon's room to avoid being unjustly accused. After the butcher's departure, a defiant Leon found himself utterly dominated by S.H.I.E.L.D, who seemed oblivious to the concept of letting him win. Following a fit of rage that culminated in him smashing the television, he ingested an entire bottle of sleeping pills and peacefully drifted into a deep slumber. As he closed his eyes and reopened them, the night had swiftly arrived. Knock, knock, knock. A slender figure, stealthily akin to a cat on the prowl, approached Leon's door and gently rapped on it. Creak. As the door swung open, Leon exclaimed. It's me. Starshine had barely begun to speak before Leon pulled her into the room. Bam. Annie, I've been waiting for you. I haven't slept a wink all night. Although Leon's talent for crafting fibs paled in comparison to the butcher's mastery, he was not far behind. I am sorry. I waited until Huey fell asleep to come here to avoid any misunderstandings. Starshine weakly pushed against Leon, a symbolic gesture to keep him at bay. Inadvertently locking eyes with Leon's gaze, which could melt even the coldest heart, Starshine's heart skipped a beat. After taking a deep breath, she inexplicably closed her eyes. Chapter 50. The door to the threshold opens. However, contrary to Starshine's expectations, nothing of the sort occurred. Instead, Leon effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry and leaped through the window, landing on the waiting motorcycle mode of S.H.I.E.L.D below. With a hint of exasperation, S.H.I.E.L D transported them to a nearby grove, maintaining a low-speed mode throughout the journey. Realizing her misinterpretation, Starshine dared not open her eyes, her formerly fair face flushed with embarrassment. It was until the gentle hum of S.H.I.E.L D's engine ceased that Leon carefully set her down from the bike. After grounding herself, Xinguang's eyes fluttered open, and she casually turned to Leon, feigning ignorance as she asked, Leon, why are we here? To do something you desire, Leon replied without hesitation. Xinguang's face instantly flushed, reminiscent of a bubbling teapot. What are you thinking, my dear? Leon chuckled, ruffling her hair. Did you not come to learn how to control your superpowers? Otherwise, what else could we possibly do? Me? No, not at all. Xinguang shyly lowered her gaze. Yet, her efforts to conceal her feelings paled in comparison to Zhao Hailuan. And the facade was insufficiently well executed. Leon could still distinctly observe her nearly mortified expression, conveying a level of embarrassment that could have excavated an entire seaside villa with her toes. At this moment, Leon couldn't help but wonder. Is this little sister genuinely so innocent? Why do I feel like I'm the one being lured? High-end hunters often masquerade as prey, after all. But who cares? As long as there's something to do, that's what matters. Leon chuckled inwardly and proceeded with their training. Don't misunderstand. We're here for superpower training. This location is relatively remote, so practicing won't disturb anyone else. Otherwise, would you want to practice in a hotel while sporting this glaring light bulb of yours? In that case, I reckon the butcher would have a field day with you, Leon teased. That makes sense, Xinguang admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Then let us commence. With that, Leon moved behind Xinguang, wrapping one arm around her waist while placing his other hand atop hers, their fingers interlocking. This. Don't be nervous, my dear. Leon patiently explained. Calm your mind and feel the flow of energy in my palm. The best effect comes from pressing our palms together tightly like this. Is that so? Xinguang contemplated asking if it was necessary to press so tightly elsewhere, but upon seeing Leon's earnest expression, she merely moved her lips without uttering further words. As the night air breezed gently around them, the closeness indeed brought a certain comfort. The exchange of warmth made experiencing the energy flow less chilling. Xinguang found herself justifying this physical proximity to Leon. In truth, Leon had not overthought it. He simply felt the energy resonating within him. Can you feel it? My energy, he said. Yes, but it seems I can't absorb it, Xinguang replied, her brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. She inhaled more deeply, yet still failed to grasp the technique. My dear. Of course, you cannot absorb it. If you could, that would be rather extraordinary, Leon mused, having trained extensively to reach the point of freely absorbing, transforming, and releasing his core energy. Borrowing a phrase from S.H.I.E.L.D, little sister, you are still 2,000 years early. Try again and see if you can absorb it now. Leon silently transformed the core energy in his palm into electrical energy. Wow, I can feel it this time. Leon, look, I can do it, Xinguang exclaimed with excitement, eager to turn and share her joy with Leon. However, before she could, Leon cunningly leaned in closer, and then came an unspoken secret between them. All their memories were carefully collected. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you would, Xinguang gasped, quickly turning her head back, her hand instinctively covering Leon's mouth before he could further protest. I know, it's my fault for not being mindful, she confessed. That was just an accident, right? Indeed, Leon asked slyly. Xinguang nodded shyly, afraid that whatever Leon had said before would only receive her silent agreement, seeking solace in their understanding. Then it settled. Let us continue, Leon said, licking his lips. Since she had paid her tuition, he felt compelled to offer something of substance in return. This time, you placed your hand on mine. Okay. Xinguang replied obediently, placing her hand on Leon's. Bang. Leon unleashed an energy blast from his palm, severing a tree before them in an instant. That was so fast. Leon, how did you do that? Xinguang marveled, though she restrained her urge to turn around immediately, only to feel a pang of regret afterward. After all, her curiosity was not solely her own. Shall I take it a bit slower this time? Yes, Xinguang nodded hesitantly. Leon began to charge his energy for a full 2.5 minutes. This time, Xinguang focused intently, feeling an illusion of capability wash over her. As if she could achieve it too, akin to solving a problem with a reference answer. As one wise individual had remarked, her current abilities were the result of her own hard work. A similar principle applied. Should we give it a try? Yes, Xinguang agreed. And without waiting for Leon to suggest it, she placed her hand back beneath his palm. What could Leon say? She was being understanding. Next, Leon expelled a small amount of energy from his palm for Xinguang to absorb. Otherwise, in this remote wilderness, where could he fetch electricity for her? He had to do it himself. Bang! It was a failure. Xinguang's expression fell as she looked down. Having released a diffuse photovoltaic shockwave that shook the yellow-green leaves from the tree above. Why was the outcome so different when the steps were identical? She asked, disheartened. Don't worry, I'm here, Leon reassured her, gently patting her head, before leaning close to her ear and softly saying, Annie, as long as you desire it. No matter how long it takes, I will always accompany you. Leon, Xinguang murmured, touched, and gradually losing herself in the moment. They resumed their training until an unexpected incident occurred. Xinguang lost control of her powers, coincidentally due to Leon subtly expelling too much energy. To her surprise, Xinguang began to float slowly, only to quickly lose momentum and fall back to the ground. Ah, Leon, I'm going to fall. Don't worry, Annie, I've got you. Leon slid forward, cushioning her fall with his body, reminiscent of Tony's heroic act during a plane crash, but this time, it was less stable. Leon and Xinguang, with one being cunningly unsteady and the other forgetting her superhuman resilience, led to a familiar outcome. 3 hours later, a friend had arrived. Leon received a notification from his Bluetooth headset, alerting him of RSI in Sentinel mode. He smirked, remaining unfazed. Meanwhile, the starry-eyed American sweetheart was oblivious to what awaited her. Outside the grove, a rustling sound approached. Huey, having awakened to find Xinguang missing, followed the light's direction and soon spotted her glowing. Upon seeing Huey, Xinguang was caught off guard. Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted from the shadows behind the tree, until a final shot struck its mark, and Huey collapsed, clutching his chest. As he approached, a surge of excitement coursed through him, a feeling he had never experienced before. Chapter 51. The Illusion of Reflections. The next day, in Huey's room. As he awoke with a start, Huey immediately removed his shirt in front of the astonished gaze of the other members of the Black Noir squad, frantically checking for any non-existent gunshot wounds. How could this happen? Why is there nothing? Annie, did you sneak out to the little grove outside the hotel last night? Chapter 29. Leon, let me take a look. Just before departing, Nick Fury suddenly recalled something and retrieved 2 photographs from his pocket, handing them to Leon. Upon receiving them, Leon saw that one depicted the metallic emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the headquarters lobby, while the other was a high-definition close-up of the shield he wielded during his speech earlier that day. Why does your shield resemble our S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem so closely? Nick Fury inquired. No, the causality is mistaken. The question should be, why does the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem resemble my shield? With a flicker of golden light from his palm, the photographs instantly turned to ashes. Observing this, Nick Fury's lips twitched. Clearly, he had asked a redundant question, though he could surmise it likely had something to do with Howard Stark. After all, the Stark brothers were unaware of the truth. Yet, how could Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., remain oblivious? Howard Stark was indeed one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was understandable that he might leave a personal legacy for his son. If Leon were aware of Nick Fury's thoughts, he would likely find them amusing, thinking, you are quite the imaginative one. Thus, the matter concluded. And Leon and Tony naturally ascended to become founding figures of the Avengers. From this point onward, as long as they could assert their dominance over any future superheroes, be it through physical prowess or reasoning, they would possess absolute authority. In the meantime, it seemed that no significant events unfolded in America, and Leon returned to his former hedonistic lifestyle, occasionally stepping out as a representative of his nation to uphold justice and maintain his popularity among the populace. To facilitate this, he established a social media account, fully managed by Alcy, who served as his driver and battlefield reporter, in an abandoned apartment building housing an ice production operation. A fully armed official armor squad was stationed outside, while Leon strode in confidently, followed closely by his partner Mode, Alcy. Notably, To accompany Leon without attracting undue attention from the public, S.H.I.E.L.D. utilized her built-in holographic projection technology to disguise herself as a nearly indistinguishable human female. Since she sought Leon's approval, the seasoned LSP Leon naturally encouraged her to proceed as she pleased. As the old adage goes, a 3D zone cannot be without Tifa. Just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Indeed, Leon had S.H.I.E.L.D. masquerade as Tifa. Truth be told, aside from their differing races and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s somewhat cooler demeanor, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Tifa in nearly every aspect. Intelligent, beautiful, resilient, and courageous. Almost every flattering adjective that could describe a woman could be associated with both. Hey, gentlemen, you know I have always been at odds with gambling and drugs. Upon seeing Leon stride in confidently, two desperate drug dealers, engaged in weighing and packaging crystalline powder, visibly panicked. Once they regained their composure, they swiftly reached for their handguns concealed within their trousers. However, Leon raised his hand and unleashed two blasts from his palm cannon, obliterating their upper bodies, leaving only charred remnants of their lower halves to tumble backward. Bang, bang. Subsequently, Leon entered another room, where prepared drug traffickers, armed with AKs, immediately unleashed a hail of bullets upon him. Yet, under the gaze of the drug dealers filled with despair, the relentless barrage of bullets merely ricocheted off Leon's body, failing to penetrate his defenses. The deformed bullets fell to the ground, creating a cacophony akin to precious jewels clattering upon a jade platter, the sound sharp and piercing, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's call. Ah, 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 ah. In the eyes of the special forces outside, the apartment echoed with the screams of terror. But each time a flash of golden light illuminated a room, the shrieks diminished in unison, provoking a chilling sense of dread. Soon, silence enveloped the world. In stark contrast to the radiant shockwaves of Star's own lack of lethality, Leon's refined palm cannon proved too formidable for any drug dealer to withstand. After dispatching all the traffickers without exception, Leon wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and turned to S.H.I.E.L.D., asking, "Have you recorded everything?" "Yes," S.H.I.E.L.D. replied. Her Tifa disguise's luminous eyes projecting the footage of Leon's overwhelming display of power. It must be said, the exhilarating sensation of this slaughter was quite satisfying. After reviewing the footage, Leon instructed S.H.I.E.L.D., as per our usual practice, edit together the most impressive moments showcasing my valor and might, and then create two versions for upload to my YouTube account. One should be age-appropriate without censorship, while the other, an uncensored version, will require an adult account for access. Monthly subscriptions at $30, annual memberships at $198, and a lifetime membership for $998, granting unrestricted access to all premium content. All right, I'll follow your lead, boss, S.H.I.E.L.D. responded, placing her hands on her hips as she promptly began editing in the void. Mere seconds later, both versions of the video were uploaded, and due to the affiliation with Leon's national identity, they were approved almost instantaneously, thanks to the special effects. Each of Leon's vlogs rivaled Hollywood's most extravagant films. The celebrity effect of being a superhero, combined with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s brilliant editing, swiftly propelled Leon's YouTube following past the 100 million mark, with numbers continuing to climb steadily. As Leon and S.H.I.E.L.D. emerged from the abandoned apartment building, they were met with the admiring gazes of several drug enforcement special forces waiting outside. "Patriot, Miss Tifa, thank you for your hard work. Hey, guys, don't mention it. I merely did what I was supposed to, and you, my friends, are the true heroes." With that, Leon skillfully wrapped his arm around S.H.I.E.L.D.'s waist, and together they soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the special forces. After completing his daily tasks as a patriot and returning to Stark Tower, Leon stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, quietly observing the pedestrians below, who appeared as tiny ants. Beside him, Sharon Carter, his personal secretary, donned a fitted black skirt. Noticing Leon's return, she remained silent, standing still, seemingly a bit emo. Concerned, she inquired, "Mr. Leon, are you troubled by something?" "Troubled?" Leon turned to face Carter and, with a snap, replied, "That's not your concern. Have you completed today's tasks?" "Yes, I have." Sharon Carter instinctively smoothed the wrinkles of her skirt, appearing somewhat flustered in Leon's presence. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she responded, "Finished already? Let me have a look." With that, Leon pushed Sharon toward the desk. Facing the computer screen, she opted not to sit down, but instead leaned slightly forward, placing one hand on the desk's edge while the other deftly manipulated the mouse, the clicks resonating as the cursor opened one classified document after another from Stark Industries. After all, there is an old adage that resonates profoundly. I could endure the darkness if I had never witnessed the light. With a smile, Leon observed the Butcher and Huey administering the second vial of temporary compound number 5 into their bodies. Suddenly, he sensed that he was increasingly leaning toward Aha's path of delight. Why not? Who doesn't he enjoy a bit of fun? Leon chuckled softly, shaking his head, and then turned to retrieve a pair of tactical goggles resembling those of a battle cop from the cockpit of motorcycle mode RC. RC. I entrust the forthcoming vision to you. Leave it to me. RC's sultry voice echoed in Leon's Bluetooth headset, and motorcycle mode RC ascended, providing Leon with an almost game-like aerial perspective. In a certain sense, the threat posed by Mindstorm was greater than that of the natives, for he was akin to a Superman. Though Leon's physical resilience was commendable, his magical resistance was negligible, barely surpassing that of an ordinary person. However, there was no cause for excessive concern, just as the soldier boy in the original story boldly sought vengeance against Mindstorm, confident in his resilience. Leon surmised he would likely not fall victim to a singular control, though evading it entirely seemed improbable. In any case, Leon was currently far stronger than the soldier boy himself and had taken appropriate precautions, given Mindstorm's slight stature. The prospect of him successfully controlling Leon unawares was a distant dream. This underscored the significance of intelligence. In this regard, Bruce, as Batman, held the most authority. I've located him, RC suddenly announced, followed by a deep sense of confusion. Why complicate matters? You could simply command me to bring him back. Hey, RC. I dislike the term command, Leon corrected with an earnest expression. You are not my servant, but my partner, my family, my beloved. All right, I understand. Unable to bear Leon's candidly sentimental words, RC quickly stifled him with a few bashful sounds. Beyond his bipolar disorder, Mindstorm also suffered from a considerable degree of paranoia. The small cabin he occupied was surrounded by high-energy explosives. In the event of an accident, you could get hurt. And if you were hurt, I would be heartbroken. Leon. RC tenderly called out. Drip. A drop of pale yellow, translucent oil fell from above, landing at the corner of Leon's mouth, which he licked away, only to look up and see motorcycle mode RC's rear end fleeing. At that moment, the butcher, fully prepared, approached Leon and inquired. Can you now tell us what to expect? Leon turned to the butcher and Huey, extending a finger. You only need to heed one thing. Avoid making eye contact with him. Keep your eyes shut. What if? Huey asked nervously, rolling his throat. There is no what if, Leon confidently replied. As long as you keep your eyes closed and avoid any eye contact with him, there is nothing to worry about. I will handle everything. Your only task is to lead the way. Just act as bait. He did not voice the last part of his thought. Upon hearing this, the butcher and Huey exchanged glances, their understanding evident as they began to incessantly blink in unison. The mental control that even the superhuman soldier boy feared was even more daunting for them, mere temporarily enhanced humans. In any case, caution was never a misstep. Thus, the three ventured into the mountainous woods, which Mindstorm had temporarily claimed as his stronghold. After walking a mere few hundred meters, Leon raised his hand, signaling the butcher and Huey to halt, then pointed to the tripwire beneath his feet that had been triggered but not yet activated. The three exchanged glances, silently opting to take a slight detour to avoid this densely packed minefield, lest they alert Mindstorm and allow him to prepare. Soon, they approached the cabin unscathed. Outside the wooden structure sat an orange-red lawnmower, its engine still vibrating from having just been turned off. Bang! Leading the way, Leon, with a playful exclamation of FK, was suddenly propelled backward by the explosion of a high-energy bomb triggered beneath his feet. The butcher and Huey behind him were not spared either. He seized the opportunity to dash towards Butcher. Do you want me to intercept him with XY for the beam cannon? RC inquired through Leon's Bluetooth headset. No need for that. Leon quickly interjected. Do you think he's as tough as we are? What if I turn him into a pile of mush and can't extract anything? Numerous high-energy bombs still lay buried in the surrounding soil. Having recently ventured to his grandmother's house, Leon could only rely on luck. Fortune return, he silently wished. With that thought, Leon swiftly drew the long-dormant Desert Eagle with infinite bullets from his right thigh holster and, eyes shut, unleashed a haphazard barrage in the direction indicated by RC towards the butcher. Bang, 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 bang. Due to the butcher's indifference to bullets after having ingested compound No. 5, Leon realized that it was undoubtedly Mindstorm who had been hit as the unusual sound of impact echoed. As a type of psychic enhancement, Mindstorm's physical attributes were not significantly superior to those of an ordinary person. Subsequently, Leon executed a spectacular leap, landing beside Mindstorm, who had been shot in the leg. With a single punch, he knocked him down, then hurriedly emptied the butcher's shoulder bag, using it to cover Mindstorm's head. Quickly, system. Sign in while it's hot. Query, do you wish to sign in today? Don't ask, just sign. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained immunity to mind control. Immunity to mind control. You will be immune to any form of mental control. Description, stand up. You who refuse to be a puppet. Finally, the rewards had come through. Chapter 53. The Moth. Hey, Dan, Mindstorm's real name. I've admired you since childhood. Leon exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement while pinning down Mindstorm. No. Leon, let me explain. That wasn't my idea. Mindstorm, dazed from the punch Leon had intentionally delivered to capture him, failed to comprehend what Leon was saying, merely deflecting blame in a desperate bid for survival. Calm down. Take a deep breath, Dan. I know you want to say it was all Black's idea. Huh. Mindstorm, caught off guard as Leon preemptively completed his prepared lines, was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the Butcher and Huey, gauging by the sounds, discerned that Leon had subdued Mindstorm and cautiously opened their eyes. Seeing Mindstorm's head completely covered by Leon, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, expelling heavy breaths of anxiety. Hey, Dan, listen to me, Leon said, loosening his grip on Mindstorm just enough for him to catch a breath. I'm in a good mood right now. So letting you off the hook is not out of the question. What do you think? I will give you a chance to escape. After I count to 10, I will strike. Whether you can seize this opportunity to survive is up to your own abilities. You know I am a man of my word. With that, Leon donned an infectious smile. The Butcher and Huey exchanged glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. Based on their understanding of Leon, the promise was indeed genuine. But really, a flicker of hope ignited within Mindstorm. It was evident that he recognized the soldier boy's commitment to honor. Absolutely, Leon confirmed. Then released his hold on Mindstorm, allowing him to rise and flee into the complex terrain of the deep mountains. Hurry, faster. Chapter 30. Leon's little fan. The once dominant arms division, a significant source of revenue for the company, has been entirely dismantled, replaced by the burgeoning new energy sector, which is rapidly compensating for the lost profits. It is anticipated that within less than half a year, the financial shortfall from the cessation of the arms department will be completely restored. Furthermore, due to both your and Mr. Tony's superhero personas, investors have regained their confidence in Stark Industries. The stocks you advised me to sell were instantly snatched up upon release, and as of the last trading day, they had surged by an astounding 666 times. This foresight was indeed anticipated by Leon and Tony, leading Leon to focus solely on his areas of interest, only half listening to Kate's chatter, until he heard a mention that sent a shiver down his spine. An intern from Seoul National University? Leon abruptly halted his movements and inquired, what is her name? S.H.I.E.L.D. Kate replied, somewhat weakly. Indeed, it was her. Leon's heart fluttered. He momentarily succumbed to the common folly of men everywhere. While savoring the feast before him, his thoughts drifted to the pot on the back burner. Had S.H.I.E.L.D. already forged connections with Stark Industries during this period? Later, Leon once again stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his demeanor exuding an air of righteous gravitas. Almost saintly, as even his innate charm seemed to have been dulled somewhat. Kate, please summon S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, of course, Mr. Leon. Sharon Kate's expression was still somewhat bewildered. After a brief moment of hesitation, she quickly agreed, steadied herself against the office wall, and awkwardly yet determinately exited to find her. Before long, a knock echoed at Leon's office door. Come in. Hello, Mr. Leon. I am S.H.I.E.L.D., an intern from the research department. Turning away from the window, Leon regarded S.H.I.E.L.D. with keen interest. She was clad in a modestly colored long dress that elegantly accentuated her slender yet shapely figure, truly deserving of varied accolades from every angle. Her long legs, both lithe and curvaceous, were adorned with a pair of conservative milk-white stockings. While not an exact replica of her appearance in Avengers, Age of Ultron, it was strikingly similar. Though still youthful, she exuded a mature aura that she had already mastered to a significant degree, with only a touch more time needed for refinement. Unlike Sharon Kate, who often relied on dubious shortcuts, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a bona fide PhD candidate in cell biology, albeit lacking the influential connections of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Regardless of her prowess, she had to start as an intern. Even though she had already formed a close friendship with Tony during the Avengers, Age of Ultron era, she had yet to establish direct ties with him, still in a state of unrecognized potential. As for the reason, I just reviewed your doctoral thesis, the feasibility of applying biological nanotechnology in cellular tissue regeneration. Your mention of the regeneration cradle struck me as an exceptionally promising technology. Yet why has it not been initiated? Leon inquired as he approached S.H.I.E.L.D. Due to the absence of consultant Ethan, I had applied to Mr. Tony for support. However, he insisted that the Iron Man suit is the future of humanity, dismissing my proposal of biological nanotechnology as mere fantasy from an intern. As she spoke, S.H.I.E.L.D. kept her gaze lowered, unable to meet Leon's eyes, revealing a shyness that starkly contrasted with her otherwise confident demeanor. Leon clicked his tongue, recognizing that this sounded like something Tony would indeed say, albeit he couldn't fathom Tony uttering it with such disregard. Oh, dear Hyluan, I must apologize on behalf of Tony. He was undoubtedly preoccupied with tinkering away at his Iron Man suit, and likely did not fully absorb your presentation. You know how he becomes utterly absorbed in his work, completely oblivious to everything else outside his focus. Leon elucidated. You are too kind, Mr. Leon. Zhao Hyluan, taken aback by Leon's apology, hastily waved her hands and bowed. I completely understand, Mr. Tony, as I too can become so engrossed in my work that I neglect all else. Perhaps this is a trait shared by geniuses? Leon interjected with a smile. Isn't that so? Zhao Hyluan's face flushed visibly, her head bowing lower, nearly burying itself in her chest. Is she so easily flattered? Leon found her bashful response rather amusing. At this moment, Zhao Hyluan was still a naive young woman in her early 20s, freshly emerged into society, no matter her genius. She remained a blank canvas, easily influenced by those around her. In the midst of this, Leon's thoughts drifted to the system's notifications. Inquiry. Shall we proceed with today's check-in? System, what capabilities do you possess? Open. Transaction complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the Regeneration Cradle. Regeneration Cradle, a culmination of biological nanotechnology and 3D printing technology, capable of fabricating any desired biological tissue or non-biological item, provided the materials are suitable and sufficient. Introduction. Create you. What relevance does it hold for you? At long last, the moment had arrived. Listening to the divine melody of the system, Leon felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. It had been an entire month since he and Tony had revealed their true identities as citizens of their homeland and Iron Man. Perhaps the system's novice protection period had concluded, or perhaps Leon's fortune had shifted from the realm of luck to misfortune. In any case, during this past month, he had been bewildered by the nonsensical items he had received. Endless instant noodles, never-ending milk tea, unceasing sunflower seeds, an abundance of balloons, and countless pairs of stockings. Leon often felt as though he was left with nothing but money, as he had no need for such trivialities. If Leon were in a post-apocalyptic wasteland where money was useless, these endless items might prove invaluable, catapulting him into a godlike status. But in truth, with Leon's vast resources, purchasing such items, like stockings, could easily allow him to circle the globe several times over. Even if given 800 lifetimes, he could never exhaust his wealth. Nevertheless, amidst the countless trivial items received over the month, a few stood out, albeit they offered little enhancement to Leon's abilities, yet could not be entirely dismissed as useless. Super Deadpool Suit, a suit of ordinary material, yet capable of infinite regeneration. Introduction. It is merely Deadpool within the suit. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Carbonate Alloy Twin Swords. As the name suggests, these twin blades are forged from carbonate alloy, possessing physical hardness comparable to vibranium and a toxicity that targets regenerative abilities, capable of inhibiting the healing factors of those with self-recovery capabilities. Introduction. When it comes to dual wielding, who comes to mind? Super elastic fiber underwear, ultra-thin, form-fitting, with exceptional cushioning and rapid recovery. Perfectly adaptable to any body type. Quality. Never wears out. Introduction. Mother no longer needs to worry about her son being ambushed. Chapter 31. I am Deadpool. Among all his achievements, Leon took the greatest pride in the remarkable super elastic fiber underwear he had procured through his engagement with Dr. Bruce Banner. It was indestructible. Just this attribute alone warranted the title of a divine artifact. Moreover, it provided perfect protection for his younger brother, rendering it nothing short of extraordinary. Currently, the most resilient item adorning Leon was indeed this pair of undergarments. After a long-awaited delivery, the regenerative cradle had arrived ahead of schedule. Understanding its true potential, Leon immediately devised a comprehensive plan to enhance himself. However, in the midst of this brilliance, he inadvertently made the same mistake as Tony. Without thinking, he engaged in a playful banter with Zhao Hyluan, who, to his surprise, seemed rather entertained by it. She slyly glanced at Leon before quickly lowering her gaze, her shyness palpable. But as Leon remained unresponsive after several such interactions, she gradually grew bolder. Just then, Sharon Kate entered, her stockings having transitioned from black to nude. Zhao Hyluan let out a soft exclamation and hastily looked down again. However, this time, her little antics did not escape Leon's notice. Intrigued, Leon smiled and beckoned Sharon Kate to join him. Kate, I wish to establish an independent department focused on 3D biological printing technology for Hyluan. Please go gather some personnel and later hand over the details to her. Understood, Mr. Leon, Sharon Kate replied, promptly departing to prepare. Aside from his personal use or the injury of those close to him, Leon had no intention of revealing the existence of the regenerative cradle. This was a patented technology that S.H.I.E.L.D was currently researching, which had yet to be completed. If Leon were to openly utilize it, it would be challenging to explain its origins. Hence, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D to follow the conventional trajectory in developing the regenerative cradle was essential. This was her labor of love and deserved to be completed by her own efforts. Of course, had the situation involved a male or someone less appealing, it would have been a different matter entirely. Mr. Leon, I sincerely appreciate your support and recognition. I will strive to complete the regenerative cradle and not disappoint you, S.H.I.E.L.D assured him, her eyes brimming with gratitude. I believe in you, Leon encouraged. Patting S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulder before leaning closer to whisper in her ear, feel free to voice any request you might have, as long as it's within my capability. I will fulfill it. Do not feel embarrassed, S.H.I.E.L.D. You should be confident. In my eyes, you are an absolute genius, equal to Tony. You possess immense value. You are worthy, you know? It is rare to encounter such an ambitious and insightful young woman. Your profound insights have greatly benefited me. Ah, I am not that remarkable. Leon's flattery left S.H.I.E.L.D blushing, her face buried in her chest, utterly shy about making eye contact with him. Actually, today is my birthday. And I was wondering if you might have some time this evening. What am I saying? No, I meant, since you are my fan. Could I perhaps have your autograph? S.H.I.E.L.D stumbled over her words, ultimately fumbling to produce a cherished photo of Leon in a soldier boy costume, which she offered to him. Of course, Leon signed the photo, and S.H.I.E.L.D immediately bowed in gratitude before making a hasty exit, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, the exuberance of youth. As he watched S.H.I.E.L.D flee in a fluster, Leon's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he couldn't help but reflect on the moment. After a while, he redirected his focus. Alcai, how far are we from South Sudan? Leon inquired. Approximately 12,000 kilometers, Alcai's authoritative voice resonated through Leon's Bluetooth headset. Leon calculated briefly, estimating that at his current speed, without any delays, a round trip would take about 2.5 hours, which should be manageable. In Africa, South Sudan, at the Salva-Giant Dock. This area had once been a major river tributary traversing the African inland plateau, but through the passage of time, it had dried up into the desolate, murky expanse it had become. A handful of rusting, stranded cruise ships lay scattered about, now occupied by the vibranium smuggler, Ulysses Clow, who had transformed it into his base for illicit activities. Given the difficulty of acquiring vibranium, Clow had also ventured into the trade of conventional arms, engaging in any profitable criminal enterprise that crossed his path. Today, Ulysses Clow was expecting a significant client who demanded all the vibranium in his possession, brazenly proposing a zero-cost acquisition. Bye-bye. Accompanied by a powerful soundtrack, Leon, clad in his full Deadpool attire and wielding dual carbonadium katanas, made a flamboyant entrance. Flanked by Ulysses Clow and his entourage of henchmen. Zero-cost acquisition, and you dare to approach me? I suggest you inquire about the fate of those who dare cross me. Wow, I'm so scared. Deadpool Leon feigned a timid stance, twisting his body awkwardly like a bashful maiden, his mocking tone dripping with sarcasm. Seeing this, Ulysses Clow's eyes twitched in irritation. He is unarmed. Capture him alive. I want to personally eliminate this pathetic fool. With a command, Clow's henchmen surged forward, armed with knives, brass knuckles, and clubs, all converging on Leon. Leon smirked, allowing himself to be engulfed by the throng. Then, starburst stream. As Leon drew his katanas, the entire derelict cruise ship trembled with anticipation. Amidst the flurry of blades, countless limbs and torsos exploded outward from Leon's center, each swing effortlessly dispatching multiple adversaries. As if their bodies were as fragile as mere tofu. The battle was a one-sided massacre. Some attempted to fire their weapons but were swiftly cleaved in half, along with their firearms. Before long, the dozens of assailants who had surrounded Leon lay vanquished at his feet. At this moment, Ulysses Clow realized that Leon was far from an easy target. Shit. He is a super soldier. Don't rush in and become collateral. Shoot him. Shouting. Ulysses Clow seized an AR-15 rifle from a fallen henchman and began firing at Leon. Leon, in response, parried the bullets with his katanas while advancing towards Clow. With a series of metallic clangs, the sound of bullets striking steel echoed incessantly. Initially, Clow believed that Leon was successfully deflecting every shot. However, upon noticing the continuous damage and rapid regeneration of Leon's costume, he quickly grasped the unsettling truth. The bullets were not harming him at all. Is this a performance? What manner of monster are you? I am Deadpool. As Leon swaggered confidently before Ulysses Clow, he found that all of Clow's henchmen had already met their demise at his hands. The Black Cloak squad has nearly been annihilated, leaving only the Butcher standing in stunned silence. Bang! Leon lifted his leg and kicked the butcher, sending him crashing through the wall of the dark office, where he lay motionless on the ground. Why, butcher? Why did you make such a foolish choice? Answer me. I know you are not dead. A hand firmly grasped Leon, who slowly approached the butcher while questioning him. You cannot kill that boy. The butcher, dazed, rose to his feet, speaking as if he were a soulless puppet. You once claimed that vengeance was paramount. What does a mere child mean to you? Leon challenged. He is my wife's son, the butcher replied. Wait a moment. The Patriot slept with your wife, and you still wish to save that bastard? Leon seemed to be struck by an unprecedented blow, losing his composure for several seconds before regaining his senses and questioning the butcher again. Have you lost your mind? I made a promise, the butcher responded, his face filled with sorrow. Are you certain? Leon retorted with a scoff. The very person you seek revenge against is in my grasp. Yet you wish to retract your words? The butcher insisted. Do not kill him. Damn it. Leon cursed, then, filled with frustration, exclaimed, You are weaker than him. And in your desperate attempt to save that bastard, you have caused the death of all your comrades. Now you wish to aid this scoundrel who has been with your wife and the offspring they produced? Butcher, you have truly disappointed me. With that, 2 beams of scorching golden light shot from Leon's eyes toward the butcher, who retaliated with 2 streams of orange-red energy to defend himself. However, under the relentless onslaught of Leon's overwhelming force, the butcher could not withstand even a second and was brutally cleaved into 3 pieces by the golden beams. Bang, bang, bang. Thus, the Black Cloak Squad was entirely eradicated. Chapter 56. I am the nuclear bomb. Clap, clap, clap. Now, only you remain, my dear son. Leon patted the Patriot's face, a malignant smile spreading across his own. I. The Patriot, utterly terrified by Leon's presence, could hardly utter a coherent sentence. Faced with an insurmountable force, the once domineering Patriot had completely revealed his infantile nature. Enough, enough. Leon impatiently interrupted, pressing a finger to his Bluetooth headset. RC, release our son of Satan. Understood. After a 2.5-hour evacuation buffer, the launch is expected to reach its target in 20 minutes. RC's voice was tinged with excitement, for this was a powerful weapon capable of effortlessly obliterating Texas or even the entirety of Gaul. It was specifically prepared by Russia as a final measure for dealing with rogue soldier boys. For this reason, it was in a semi-activated state, accidentally captured by RC, who was simultaneously racing and surfing the internet. Remarkable, Leon nodded in satisfaction. Soon, RC's sultry voice echoed from the What Corporation building, broadcasting to all connected audio devices. Warning. A certain indiscriminate viral weapon under research at the What laboratory has gone rogue. To prevent further disaster, the What building will be completely sealed off in half an hour. And in 2.5 hours, it will be obliterated by overwhelming firepower. Please keep your distance from the What building during this time. Please evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, the entire world fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. Leon paid no heed to the external turmoil. He had already warned them. Those who doubted would remain to witness this unprecedented display of fireworks in human history, with the price being death. The What company promoted the idea that we are unafraid of nuclear bombs, and many believed it. I no longer have the heart to discern right from wrongs. So let the facts speak for themselves. What? The Patriot was utterly petrified. This is all you are capable of? Leon wrinkled his nose in disdain, then shot a laser at the Patriot's lower half, scorching it to prevent him from panicking further. How could I possibly withstand a nuclear bomb? That was merely What's propaganda. S.H.I.E.L.D. Leon placed a finger over his lips, signaling the Patriot to be silent. If you continue to babble, I will crush you right now, but if you endure, I shall spare your life. You know I keep my promises. As he said this, a captivating, malignant smile spread across Leon's face. The situation is stronger than the man. The Patriot nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Soon, boom, a Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile, carrying immense terror, streaked through the sky, eluding the American defense systems. Upon reaching the What building, the 40-megaton nuclear warhead it bore plummeted with pinpoint precision, akin to the sword of Damocles. Is it here? Leon's left eyelid twitched, and his entire body trembled, unsure if it was excitement, fear, or both. After all, this was Leon's first encounter with a nuclear strike, and even the most composed among us would feel a flutter of anxiety in the face of humanity's utmost firepower. Bang! In an instant, he held the Patriot and crashed through the ceiling, soaring toward the rooftop of the What building to confront the overwhelming pressure head-on. With a mere thought, Leon's soldier boy suit vanished into the system's space, leaving behind only an indestructible pair of super-elastic fiber underwear. John, do you know? Gazing at the nuclear warhead descending ever closer, Leon suddenly spoke. What? The Patriot stammered in confusion. Once, a man attempted to challenge a nuclear bomb. He honed his skills, sharpened his mind, and forged his body, yet he could never reach the bomb's supreme pressure. However, he did not give up. Instead, after fervently training, he suddenly comprehended a profound truth. To avoid evaporating when the bomb detonates, one must become the bomb itself. As he spoke, Leon's eyes shone with golden light. His hand raised as if to embrace the impending nuclear explosion, his lips curling into a manic grin, stretching to his ears. Stop. Stop. How can a person possibly withstand a nuclear bomb? We will all die. You madman. I do not wish to die. The patriot pleaded in terror. Leon ignored him, merely murmuring, John, let us etch this supreme majesty upon our bodies together. Boom. The terrifying explosion engulfed the what building in an instant. At the forefront, Leon stood as steadfast as a nail embedded in the void, unwaveringly absorbing the thermal radiation and kinetic shockwave of the nuclear detonation. In that moment, the energy absorption and deflection of the vibranium body activated first, and the newly acquired overbearing offered some degree of protection. However, since armament hockey was nearly at its inception, as fragile as a steel plate, and Conqueror's hockey could be wielded immediately without understanding its essence, its enhancement to himself was minimal. Thus, the vibranium body bore the brunt of the initial wave. After a significant deflection, the residual thermal radiation struck Leon's body, akin to a common person being doused in boiling water. Yet the kinetic shockwave constituted the real might of the nuclear bomb. Chapter 32. While my neighbor stockpiles provisions, I stockpile arms. My neighbor is my granary. In a nondescript toxic waste recycling station within a derelict cruise ship, Ulysses Claw, under the intimidating presence of Deadpool Leon, reluctantly activated a concealed switch. Immediately, toxic waste contained in oil barrels descended like an elevator. In its place, 13 cans filled with specially designed containers of raw vibranium appeared. This vibranium, the most costly material in terms of labor invested, is conservatively valued in the billions. As the cornerstone of the empire I have built, it now belongs entirely to you. Mr. Deadpool. Ulysses Claw wore an expression of resentment, a mix of anger and frustration, yet dared not voice his displeasure. Well, indeed, the vibranium before him, although not an enormous quantity, each weighing 5 kilograms, totaling 65 kilograms, was sufficient for Leon to execute his forthcoming plans. Do not be deceived into thinking that 65 kilograms of vibranium is a substantial amount, though it is roughly equivalent to the weight of a slender adult. Vibranium, being a lightweight metal, has a density merely one-third that of steel. If this 65 kilograms were shaped into a solid cube, its edges would measure less than 30 centimeters, hardly larger than an adult's palm. After securing the 13 cans of vibranium in a sack, Deadpool Leon patted Ulysses' Claw, who appeared as despondent as if his wife had been stolen from him. Hey, buddy, don't lose heart. I only require the vibranium, not your life. As long as you are alive, billions will come your way, and so will the vibranium. I believe in you, Claw. You are exceptional. Leon spoke with utmost sincerity, leading any observer to mistakenly believe the two were close friends. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Deadpool. Ulysses' Claw replied with a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Once Leon departed, Claw's forced smile immediately fell, and he began to kick the corpses of his fallen subordinates. What are you pretending for? Get up already. The man has left. Ulysses' Claw seethed, but the subordinate he deemed to be feigning death remained still. Suddenly, one nearby corpse raised a hand, exclaiming, Boss, he is truly dead. I'm still alive. Heh. How dare you act proud? To hell with you. Meanwhile, after acquiring the vibranium, Leon hurried to the Atlantic coast of West Africa to rendezvous with Alcee, who was waiting beneath the sea. Under Alcee's somewhat exasperated gaze, he promptly stripped down to nothing but a pair of super elastic undergarments. Finally, he donned his familiar soldier boy outfit, replacing the super Deadpool suit. Leon then activated Alcee's motorcycle mode, and together they sped back at a velocity of 10 Mach. As for Deadpool's disguise, Leon planned to use it solely for nefarious deeds, acting as a scapegoat. In his everyday life, he preferred the soldier boy outfit and the identity of a patriotic superhero. Why didn't you eliminate them all? Do you intend to? Smack. Before Alcee could finish, Leon playfully patted her behind, grinning as he replied, You understand me well, Alcee. The reason Leon spared Ulysses' Claw was to ensure he remained alive to continue collecting vibranium for him. What was that old saying from apocalyptic novels? While my neighbor stockpiles provisions, I stockpile arms. My neighbor is my granary. As long as Leon continues to strengthen himself, Ulysses' Claw will remain at his mercy. When Leon eventually secures the entire vibranium vein of Wakanda, Claw will truly become worthless. As dusk fell, Zhao Hailuan walked alone on the streets of Manhattan, New York, glancing back at Stark Tower every few steps, unable to suppress a sigh. Zhao Hailuan was troubled. burdened by the expectations of someone she admired. She yearned to achieve results in the Rebirth Cradle project swiftly, willingly putting in extra hours, only to be forced to leave by that secretary, Sharon Carter. She claimed it was his instruction, stating that overtime was detrimental to her health and development. Yet, having already passed her developmental stage, she pondered whether continued growth would draw too much attention, potentially impacting her daily life. Looking down at herself, she could barely see the tips of her toes. If she continued to grow, what would become of her? Frustrated, S.H.I.E.L.D bought a cup of milk tea from a roadside vendor to alleviate her stress, as the sweetness always brought a sense of refreshment. Suddenly, a homeless man wielding a dagger rushed toward S.H.I.E.L.D, shouting. Closely pursued by a young officer armed with a taser. Get out of the way. Move aside. If you block me, I'll stab you. Don't run. If you keep running, I'll shoot you. The homeless man had been high on ice when the officer attempted to apprehend him, only to escape while the officer reported to his superior. According to American protocols, the presence of this homeless man posed a significant threat to public safety, justifying the premature use of lethal force. However, the inexperienced young officer failed to recognize this reality, still hopeful about capturing the homeless man alive. After all, no one wished to experience the weight of taking a life. Ma'am, please step aside. He has a knife. It's dangerous, the officer urged anxiously, reaching for his Glock holstered at his thigh. But S.H.I.E.L.D, paralyzed by the homeless man's menacing aura, stood frozen in his path. Pain and panic intertwined as S.H.I.E.L.D was forcefully knocked to the ground. Damn it! The homeless man stumbled, realizing the officer had drawn his weapon, and quickly shifted tactics, pressing the dagger against S.H.I.E.L.D's neck. Don't come any closer. Put down your gun. If you dare to shoot, I'll stab this little girl, the homeless man threatened repeatedly. Slick. The blade of his dagger sliced a thin line of blood across S.H.I.E.L.D's neck, pressed tightly against her skin. Should the homeless man receive even the slightest provocation, regardless of whether he was shot in the head, his instinctual response could result in irreversible harm to S.H.I.E.L.D. Stay calm. Don't do anything foolish. We're near Stark Tower. The authorities will be here soon. To hell with the authorities. I could take him out with a single pea. As bystanders gathered, the young officer kept his gun trained on the homeless man, while S.H.I.E.L.D, frightened to tears, instinctively called out Leon's name. All of this weighed heavily on the homeless man, intensifying his stress. Just as he contemplated surrendering and laying down the dagger, a thunderous sound erupted from above, and the patriotic hero Leon descended from the sky. His speed was unimaginable. Before the homeless man could react, Leon crushed his wrist, dagger included. My hand. The excruciating pain caused the homeless man to collapse, howling in agony. Mr. Leon. The timely arrival of Leon filled S.H.I.E.L.D with an unparalleled sense of security as she rushed into his embrace, crying even louder than before. It's all right, S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as I'm here, you're safe. Thus, Leon redirected his attention back to the variously skilled superhumans. In Chapter 58, Praise the Fool. The sudden nuclear annihilation wrought by the What Company and the patriotic forces left devastation in its wake. The emergence of the anti-hero Deadpool, in search of nuclear points, instigated widespread panic across the globe. Although a mere pawn from America had been sacrificed, who could assure that the next nuclear strike would not fall upon them? Amidst this tumultuous climate of fear, the once revered soldier boy miraculously resurrected and vanquished the formidable Deadpool. This, of course, was a script conceived and directed solely by Leon, aimed at garnering enough righteousness to execute his forthcoming superhuman completion plan. 60 kilometers from the ruins of what the newly constructed Judges Union Tower stood, Leon, assuming the role of soldier boy once more, collaborated with the officials of America, whom he had completely subdued, to sift through potential superheroes capable of shouldering the monumental responsibility of judging superhumans. This was a preemptive measure to prevent uncontrolled anti-hero disasters akin to Deadpool's rampage. Thus was born the Judges Union, spearheaded by Leon as captain, featuring Queen Maeve and Starlight from the original superhero team as founding members, with the America officials providing endorsements along with human and economic resources to facilitate subsequent sign-ins. Leon personally undertook the task of selecting promising superhumans as reserve members of the Judges Union. In his office, he conducted daily evaluations, one individual at a time. As days passed in succession, superhumans of varying abilities entered and exited. Mary Morrow, the black female protagonist with blood control powers, signed in with a pack of sanitary napkins and was promptly dismissed by Leon. Jordan Lee, one of the protagonists with gender transformation abilities, was not formally signed in. Instead, Leon allowed her to remain for 3 hours to discuss her views on the future of the Superhero Academy. After all, If a personality split gave rise to a nihilistic persona akin to Sentinel or subtly transformed her male self-identity into a female one like the summoner Li Jiayu, Leon would have no choice but to weep for his sister. Kate Dunlap, another protagonist endowed with telepathy and control abilities, although she had financially benefited Leon, had already acquired mental control immunity from her previous sign-in. Repeating the same ability yielded no further benefits, as the system had already reached its limit. Nevertheless, in recognition of her contributions to the survival of superhumans, Leon retained her for an additional 3 hours of discussion. Following the infamous characters from the original narrative, Leon continued his relentless sign-ins, yet it seemed as though he had been cursed, unable to uncover any notable abilities or items. "Damn it, just rubbish," Leon exclaimed, his words laden with double meaning as he overturned his desk in frustration. After a moment of composure, he inquired through his Bluetooth headset to RC. "Who is out recruiting? Is this all the superhumans we have?" "Indeed, Leon," RC replied. 999 superhumans have responded to your call, eager to secure a place in the newly established Judges Union. Only one remains at large. "And the remaining one?" Leon demanded. "The only one unaccounted for is the woman known as the Sage." "The Sage?" "Yes, she seems to have sensed something on the very night you, as Soldier Boy, killed the Crimson Countess and has hidden herself ever since." "Interesting." A smirk graced Leon's lips as he continued, "RC, provide me with the last known location of her sightings. I refuse to believe she can simply vanish into thin air." Upon receiving the area information from RC, Leon cast a fleeting glance at his computer before soaring through the office's ornate skylight. A week later, after conducting a thorough search, Leon found himself once more near the Refugee Assistance Station, close to the Judges Union Tower. Descending from the sky like a deity, he was met with adoration and acclaim from the crowd. However, Leon paid them no heed. He seized a white girl receiving bread and bottled water, lifting her effortlessly into the air. In an instant, he arrived at the Judges Union Tower, casting the girl onto the rooftop, where her legs shattered upon impact. From his elevated vantage point, he interrogated her, utilizing the superhuman regenerative abilities to transform overnight from a black woman to a white woman, altering your appearance, muscle structure, and bones. And to further evade detection, you returned right under my nose. Truly remarkable, but I fail to understand why you would hide from me. "Because my super intellect indicates you might very well kill me," the Sage replied, her face contorted in pain, yet her eyes remained profound. One could not deny the intimidation her demeanor exuded. "Oh?" Leon arched an eyebrow and approached, placing his hand atop her head. "Shall we proceed with today's sign-in?" The system resonated within his mind. "I hear the echoes of knowledge. Initiate. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Fool. The Fool, your IQ is set at 100. For every point of IQ sacrificed, you gain 1 point of ultimate power enhancement. Description: regardless of how strong you become, the Fool will always surpass you. Thus, praise the Fool. Become the Fool. Transcend the Fool." A reminder: your personal panel has been updated. Please check. Host: Leon Stark abilities, Soldier Boy template, Super Self-Regeneration, Edmund Alloy Skeleton, Starlight template, Biological Stance, Vibranium Body. The Curse of Gun God Strelatas, Mental Control Immunity, Dominance, Inherent Masculinity, The Fool items, Soldier Boy Suit, Desert Eagle with Infinite Bullets, Quality, Indestructible, RC, Fire Seed, Eternal Flame. Regeneration Cradle, Super Elastic Fiber Underwear, Quality, Indestructible, Deadpool's Combat Suit, Carbon Alloy Dual Blades, Endless Instant Noodles, Limitless Milk Tea, Unending Sunflower Seeds, Inexhaustible Balloons, Never-Ending Stockings, Ceaseless Firecrackers. Countless Matches, the complete toolkit of the Scarlet Duchess, Godzilla template Fragment 1. The Fool? Quite intriguing. This class of skill was a first for Leon, and it appeared rather potent, disregarding the need to sacrifice IQ. By the way, system, is there a possibility for our IQ to become negative? Leon suddenly pondered this idea, but the system remained silent, leaving him to explore this question on his own in due course. Returning his focus to the Sage, he added, "If you had voluntarily come forth, no matter my grievances against black individuals, how could I possibly turn against one of my own? So, did your super intellect foretell your impending demise today?" I. Under the immense pressure of life and death, the Sage faltered, stuttering and unable to articulate a coherent thought. "It seems you are not quite as intelligent as I had hoped." A familiar infectious smile graced Leon's face as golden light flickered in his palm. With a resounding bang, a powerful shockwave obliterated the Sage's super intellect. To preclude any chance of her revival, Leon executed a meticulous laser cleansing, ensuring that she was reduced to nothing but ash before he felt completely at ease. This uniquely convoluted superhuman posed too great a risk to be left alive. Thus, Leon's plan for the completion of superhumans came to a definitive conclusion. Although only a newly emerged fool can be discussed, the powerful effects that can be utilized until death are already commendable. With the main tasks completed, Leon shared a few further details with his dear friends Maeve and Starlight. After a few days, he sensed that Tony might be in trouble. System. It is time to return. Notice, the host is about to return to the Marvel world. Wait, upon my return, how can I come back here to handle matters if necessary? What is remembered will echo, so it's as good as saying nothing. Leon rolled his eyes at the system and then inquired, what about time? If I don't sign in for the Black Cloak World crossing card for hundreds of years, I have no issues, but wouldn't my friends become mere ashes? Perhaps by then, Leon would have grown powerful enough to breach the dimensional barrier effortlessly. Yet the uncertainty of time remains. What if you are the end, and you are the beginning? Then, it's settled. I shall return. Bang. After stating this, Leon touched the permanent compound number 5 he had prepared for Tony and the others in his pocket and decisively knocked himself out. As long as Leon lost consciousness quickly, the Systems Club would always be a step behind him. This is the enlightenment of the fool. Chapter 59. A new path of joy for Tony beneath the Pacific Ocean. Where Leon once laid lifeless, a flash of white light appeared, and Leon, clad only in a super elastic fiber underwear, emerged at the point of his traversal. The immense underwater pressure jolted the unconscious Leon awake, and he soared out of the sea, creating towering waves before ascending into the clouds, exclaiming, "What the? System? Where is my compound number 5? I don't mind losing my usual attire, but you must have left the compound number 5 I prepared. This is absurd. What will I offer Tony as a gift?" Note: during world traversal, only the host and system products can safely pass. Other characters or items will be treated as foreign substances and eliminated. What? Why didn't you inform me of such a critical matter earlier? Leon was puzzled. When he first traversed, he was fully clothed, yet upon arrival, he was left with nothing but a snug underwear. Initially, he thought this was a glitch in the system's settings, but it turned out to be a setup waiting for him. What to do now? Leon lacked the intellect and capability to concoct another tube of compound number 5 for Tony. Ordinary souvenirs would not suffice. After all, Leon had promised to bring back something he knew Tony would absolutely adore. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck Leon, and he hurriedly summoned RC from the system space. Ah, Leon. What is the matter? Although RC, in arbitrary mode, did not experience energy consumption or wear and tear while in the system space, she retained her consciousness. The space was an endless expanse of pure white, entirely separate from Leon's other system products, akin to an equipment grid. Bored. RC typically passed her time sleeping in standby mode. Consequently, upon emerging from the system, she yawned lazily, assuming it would be a while before returning. RC, do you have the data on compound number 5? Leon asked urgently. Oh, I do have it, but RC, you are my savior. Leon exclaimed excitedly as he embraced his still drowsy partner, showering her enchanting face with kisses, even pressing in with such fervor that it left an imprint. Meanwhile, while Leon was wreaking havoc in the Black Cloak world, Tony was ensnared in the troubles of palladium poisoning, his blood toxicity worsening. Aware of his impending demise, he, unable to locate his brother who was away on business, reluctantly transferred the company to Pepper as a backup choice. Meanwhile, he sought to find joy in the fleeting moments of his life, secretly hoping to endure until his brother's return. Now, Leon has returned. Tony, whose blood toxicity level had reached 53, was participating in a high society gathering at the Monaco Racing Club, accompanied by an unaware Pepper and Happy. However, the gathering was a FAOD, the real thrill lay in racing. While discussing electric engines and future rocket launch plans with Elon Musk, Pepper caught a glimpse of Tony in professional racing attire on the wall-mounted television, approaching a Formula One car, and gasped. Oh my God, Tony. What on earth are you doing? Hastily bidding farewell to Musk, Pepper called for Happy, who was beside her, carrying the Mark V suitcase, to rush to the racing scene outside the club. The live broadcast captured the shocking moment, even causing Justin Hammer, president of Hammer Industries, who was being interviewed by reporter Christine, to pause. Is this how one seeks death? A common person driving a Formula One car is akin to a character from a Chinese drama asking to be shelled. It's downright reckless. Justin Hammer chuckled to himself. Though he dared not act against Tony, he thought he would definitely take first place. On their way to the racing scene, Pepper, anxiously rushing in her high heels, questioned her newly hired secretary, Natasha Romanoff, who had been specifically arranged for Tony's itinerary after Pepper's promotion. Of course, she was the Black Widow in disguise, tasked with assessing whether Tony truly possessed the qualities and ethics of a superhero, while also closely monitoring his palladium poisoning to provide timely medical assistance, lest he wander off and perish without S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D, being aware. Her role was akin to that of Sharon Carter, who had been working tirelessly for Leon, occasionally subjected to his inspections. Since Leon was currently absent, her role had diminished, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D to deploy another agent, namely Black Widow, to oversee Tony. Natasha, do you know he intends to race? Miss Pepper, I am only learning this now. Oh my God. Pepper's face was filled with anxiety and anger. Tony, you better not get into trouble, or else Chapter 60. Leon, are you crying? Boom. The roar of the Formula One engine echoed incessantly on the racetrack, as the 5 red lights that signaled the start of the race illuminated in succession before extinguishing. The competition commenced instantaneously. Not knowing whether it was due to his accustomed speed from the marked suit or sheer talent, Tony, starting in 4th position, surged forth with remarkable momentum. Not only did he not fall behind, but he also seemed poised to overtake. The car in 5th position was swiftly left in the dust. Tony, as Pepper and her entourage rushed to the spectator area, the race had already begun, leaving her only to pray for Tony's safe completion of the race. On the racetrack, Tony's car surged ahead, quickly surpassing the car in 3rd position, ascending to 3rd place, and relentlessly closing in on the 2nd car. Yet at that moment, a disheveled worker clad in orange appeared on the racetrack amidst the gasps of the audience, slowly advancing towards the swiftly approaching pack of racing cars while wielding 2 long whips. With each step he took, his work uniform revealed scorch marks, soon exposing the compact arc reactor and the partially covered exoskeletal armor beneath. This man was Whiplash, known as Ivan Vanko, the antagonist from Iron Man 2. He had fashioned the exoskeletal armor, codenamed Whiplash, from the arc reactor technology inherited from his father, Anton Vanko, a former nuclear physicist. His intention was to avenge the theft of the arc reactor technology by Stark, fulfilling his father's legacy. However, the truth was that the arc reactor technology was a collaborative achievement between Anton Vanko and Howard Stark, father of Tony Stark. In a bid for profit, Anton Vanko had entangled himself with the military and political elite of a rival nation as the research neared completion, leading to Howard Stark expelling him from the project. Thus, a grudge was born, extending to the next generation. As the leading car, number 1, raced towards him at breakneck speed, Ivan Vanko stood his ground, swinging the whip with a force that sent arcs of blue and white electricity slicing through the air, effortlessly cleaving the car in half. The vehicle disintegrated midair, crashing to the ground before erupting in a fiery explosion. Seeing the imminent danger, car number 2 executed a swift drift to evade Ivan Vanko, who did not pursue it. For his true target was Tony Stark in car number 4, who followed closely behind. A sinister smile crept across Ivan Vanko's stubbled face as he aimed his electrified whip at Tony's vehicle, intent on splitting both car and driver in 2. Holy crap! Tony exclaimed instinctively before desperately maneuvering the steering wheel, shouting J-A-R-V-I-S. Maximize the anti-gravity field. The subsequent words from J-A-R-V-I-S were lost to Tony as the whip severed the front of car number 4. The anti-gravity generator was rendered inoperative and Tony, along with the rear section of the car, was flung into the air by the force of inertia, with a series of crashes. Car number 4 performed a dizzying 720-degree flip. Fortunately, the anti-gravity field mitigated the initial inertia, and the safety system, humorously dubbed flip-flop, which was originally intended for use in 18 months, was activated early, inadvertently saving him. When the car finally came to rest, Tony felt dizzy yet remarkably intact. After a brief recovery, Tony clumsily crawled out from beneath the overturned vehicle. Noticing that his target was still alive, Ivan Vanko, wielding his formidable electric whips, approached Tony with an intimidating presence. Meanwhile, unaware of the chaos, the other racers attempted to avoid the scene, but their high speeds led to uncontrollable crashes and explosions, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Panic spread like a toppled row of dominoes. Damn it, how does he have an arc reactor? Tony thought, acutely aware of his vulnerability as a mere mortal without his iron suit to combat the armored Ivan Vanko. Instinctively, he felt the urge to flee. But witnessing the terrified audience scrambling to escape, he halted and turned to Ivan Vanko, defiantly shouting, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." "Really?" Ivan Vanko retorted, snapping his whip. Tony barely managed to leap aside, narrowly avoiding being electrocuted. In a moment of realization, he abandoned any notion of a direct confrontation and decided to lure Ivan Vanko towards less populated areas. However, Vanko, empowered by his exoskeleton, quickly closed the gap. The crackling sound of high-voltage electricity filled the air, and Tony could smell the singed atmosphere. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, Happy, embodying the spirit of a racing champion, barreled onto the scene with Pepper, unleashing 2,000 horsepower in a deafening crash that sent Ivan Vanko flying. "Tony, do you have any idea how worried I was?" Pepper exclaimed as she leapt from the vehicle, immediately scolding him. However, Tony, disregarding her concerns, silenced her with a kiss and snatched the Mark V suitcase from her grasp. As he donned the suit, he urged, "Pepper, it's not over yet. It's too dangerous here. Get back in the car and go to safety with Happy. I'll handle this. I promise you'll be safe." Realizing her presence would only hinder him, Pepper shot Tony a glance before retreating to the car, fleeing the scene with Happy. Now, it was time for round 2. Clad in the Mark V armor, though compromised in its defensive capabilities for the sake of portability, Tony felt a renewed sense of security. Confidently beckoning Ivan Vanko with a provocative gesture. In response, Vanko smirked and unleashed a relentless barrage of electric lashes, teaching Tony a harsh lesson. The flimsy defenses of the Mark V suit were no match for Vanko's onslaught, and in an instant, Tony found himself ensnared and hurled through the air, crashing into a wall. Pinned beneath the rubble, he struggled to free himself, desperation etched on his face, reminiscent of a future Spider-Man. "Damn it. Move, Mark V. Why are you so cumbersome?" he exclaimed. "Tony Stark, the despicable thief, the arrogant hypocrite, the foolish incompetent, this time next year, you'll be a relic of the past. Go down and accompany my father in death." However, the pit was already full. Ivan Vanko froze at the mocking voice that reached his ears, and then, silence. For Leon had arrived, unleashing a blast from his palm that obliterated both Vanko and his whipped suit into nothingness. Then, Leon stood atop a concrete slab next to Tony, offering his hand with a smirk, teasing, "Hey there, buddy, are you crying?" Chapter 61, The Nemesis of Leon. Mark V system rebooted, J-A-R-V-I-S, announced in Tony's ear. With a surge of energy, Tony performed a sit-up, flipping the concrete slab off himself, swatting away Leon's hand as he laughed. "Get off me. That was just a fluke. Give me a little more time, and I could have taken him down in 2 rounds without your help." "Well, I'm just glad you finally decided to show up. I thought you were tangled up with some woman somewhere," Tony joked, embracing Leon enthusiastically. Leon returned the gesture. And with his return, Iron Man 2 commenced and concluded. Ivan Vanko was swiftly dispatched, leaving little to be said. Chapter 35, Misunderstanding Resolved. The terrifying strength of Leon, the safety and very existence of Leon remained shrouded in mystery, leaving Tony in a state of profound anxiety. No longer willing to remain passive, he unleashed his palm repulsor towards Alcee. A humming sound resonated as Alcee raised her hand to block the beam, and through the holographic projection, the faint outline of her scorched metallic arm could be discerned. After several successful blocks against Tony's palm repulsor, even Alcee's titanium alloy body began to show signs of melting. Reluctant to harm Tony, but determined to maintain her mobility, Alcee decided to take the initiative, engaging Tony, clad in Mark IV armor, in a brutal close-quarters combat. In that moment, even with the 4th-generation armor, Tony found himself comprehensively overpowered by Alcee, a seasoned warrior and agile representative of the Transformers. The disparity in their physical skills and agility was glaring. Tony could hardly lay a finger on Alcee. Within the confines of the artificially carved space, Alcee displayed an indomitable presence, reminiscent of a lone warrior holding back an entire army. The sound of clanging metal echoed incessantly. The Mark IV armor bore the dents and marks from Alcee's iron fists and relentless strikes, and Tony could distinctly feel the pressure of the transforming armor constricting his chest. Yet, as Alcee refrained from delivering fatal blows, Tony managed to hold his ground, relying on his armor's defense and J-A-R-V-I-S real-time movement predictions. Blimey, how was I unaware of your prowess in close combat? Tony couldn't help but scoff, having always perceived Alcee, who shadowed Leon, as merely a long-range artillery piece. His surprise was palpable. If given the chance, I must dismantle Alcee to uncover her true mechanisms, Tony mused, though he knew Leon would never permit such a thing. You are still oblivious to many things, Leon's brother, Alcee retorted with pride. Is that so? Tony raised an eyebrow beneath his helmet, countering. Has Leon ever mentioned the importance of adaptability in both life and work? What? Alcee paused in confusion. Now Pepper. Seizing the moment while Alcee was momentarily distracted, Tony grappled with her, executing a full-force throw, refusing to let go. Pepper then seized the opportunity to slip past them and enter Leon's sanctuary. After all, defeating Alcee was not their objective. Ensuring Leon's safety was paramount. You cannot. Alcee struggled to free herself, attempting to crawl towards the door to intercept Pepper. But it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as Pepper entered. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed from within Leon's sanctuary. Alcee and Tony, still locked in combat, exchanged a glance, instantly halting their confrontation to rush into Leon's space. Inside, they found Pepper, astonished. one hand covering her mouth and the other shielding her eyes, yet peeking through her fingers at Leon, who was in a state of undress, having just transferred the regeneration cradle into the system. Holy, Tony exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. During your disappearance, did you survive solely on protein powder? Huh, Leon, just awakening, was bewildered by the situation. S.H.I.E.L.D approached him, exasperated, using one arm to modestly cover his crucial areas. She then projected Leon's current appearance for him to see. What appeared before him was a physique reminiscent of an ancient Greek sculpture, nearly perfect. A discerning eye would immediately recognize him as a superhuman. Leon had transformed from being merely lean in clothing to a form that could scarcely be concealed, boasting a magnificent and divine musculature that was far beyond the ordinary. Without appearing bulky, he had achieved an almost unparalleled level of rugged handsomeness. As one saying goes, the handsome has never had a peer. And perhaps Leon could fill that void. After thorough explanations from Tony, Pepper, and S.H.I.E.L.D, Leon finally grasped the duration of his slumber, an astonishing 2.5 months. Tony jested that Leon had set a Guinness World Record. Meanwhile, Pepper was incensed that Leon had not informed them about something so significant, leading to misunderstandings about S.H.I.E.L.D, who had diligently protected him. Indeed, Leon explained that through this uninterrupted slumber, he had grown stronger. He even named this process of awakening his extraordinary abilities the sleep of Leon, a homage to a certain deity. Once Tony and Pepper departed, Leon eagerly began to assess his newfound powers. Testing his defenses proved challenging, but in terms of strength, he could now effortlessly punch through a reinforced alloy door that previously yielded only a minor dent. As for speed, both he and S.H.I.E.L.D had conducted tests at sea. In full throttle, Leon's speed had surpassed 20 Mach, even while contending with increasingly formidable air resistance. In the vacuum of space, he would undoubtedly be even faster. In simple terms, Leon felt an overwhelming surge of power. Yet, after reveling in this newfound strength momentarily, he quickly sobered, pondering who he could truly contend with: Odin, the Ancient One, or Thanos. Then, a more pressing concern struck him. While the antics of his homeland's role-playing were trivial, he had just begun to pursue Zhao Hailun and had vanished for 2.5 months. Surely, the innocent girl would not face any troubles, right? S.H.I.E.L.D, has Zhao Hailun come looking for me during this time? Leon inquired hastily. She did come looking, but I turned her away in your name, S.H.I.E.L.D replied. What? Leon's lips twitched in disbelief as S.H.I.E.L.D rolled her eyes at him. What did you expect me to do? I can't leave this place. During the first month, she was relatively calm. I communicated with her online using your account, and it was quite pleasant. However, after repeatedly refusing to meet, she became noticeably colder in the second month. In the past half-month, she hasn't sent a single message. It seems your account has been blocked by her. S.H.I.E.L.D placed a hand on her shapely hips, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Great, given the circumstances. What started as a thoughtful gesture may have already lost its charm, Leon lamented. I must rectify this immediately, setting aside other matters. Zhao Hailun's significance warranted his utmost attention. By the way, I've maintained the activity level of your followers. So please refrain from saying something foolish like, it's been 2.5 months. I've missed you so much upon encountering them, S.H.I.E.L.D warned. Well, S.H.I.E.L.D, I adore you, Leon exclaimed, elated as he embraced S.H.I.E.L.D.'s waist, taking the opportunity to plant a cheeky kiss on her virtual visage, asking curiously, how do you manage this? S.H.I.E.L.D, pulling away from his playful grasp, disdainfully wiped her face and remarked, use your brain. Chapter 36, The Black Cloak World Crossing Card. I am the Nation Man. It is not through becoming a hero that one earns recognition, but rather through gaining recognition that one ascends to heroism. The Iron Tyrant, Obadiah, who knows not of love, should not underestimate the bonds between brothers. In the name of my homeland, Leon Stark. In the name of Iron Man, Tony Stark. I shall deliver justice upon you. Prepare yourself. This is our fervent combination technique, the Armstrong Spiral Accelerated Jet Armstrong Cannon. Before our eyes, the colossal screen formed from the glass curtain wall of Stark Tower displayed the scene of Iron Man, clad in Mark III armor, unleashing a full-powered chest beam towards Leon, who stood valiantly with a soldier boy's outfit, shield raised in defense. Yet, inexplicably, the energy was entirely absorbed by Leon's shield. In swift succession, he secured the shield to his chest, unfurled his arms, and released a supercharged chest beam that obliterated the Iron Tyrant, Obadiah. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, the two brothers stood as one, accompanied by a dramatically intense and inexplicably passionate narration, the Stark Brothers, a miraculous resurrection. The scene shifted. The massive logo of the Nation Man, Iron Body, materialized in luxurious golden art font upon the once opaque screen. The world's first superhero origin film featuring real-life performances from the Nation Man, Iron Body, in 3D, 4D, IMAX, Blu-ray, Red Ray, Green Ray, any ray, is now fervently screaming globally. Ward? I thought I was part of this too. On the streets near Stark Tower, Leon gazed upward at the promotional advertisement for a film he had not actually participated in, a sense of disbelief bubbling within him. S.H.I.E.L.D had conjured a Hollywood-style superhero origin film out of thin air using her AI virtual imaging technology. What a truly remarkable talent. Yet, who was the fool that concocted such an abstract plot? Leon would gladly deem them the strongest in terms of absurdity. Moreover, would anyone actually watch this film? He couldn't help but wonder. Hey, Nation Man, can we take a picture with you? Just as Leon was lost in thought, a pair of standard American high school friends, one black and one white, ran toward him with their backpacks, greeting him enthusiastically. Of course, my friends, Leon replied with an infectiously warm smile. Waving generously at the two students, their faces lit up with sheer joy as they quickly positioned themselves beside him, snapping away with their phones. After the photo shoot, the two high schoolers fished out a set of collectible cards featuring the Nation Man, eager for Leon's autograph. Just as he was about to take the cards, his peripheral vision caught a familiar yet distant figure hastily passing by, seemingly eager to distance herself from him. Oh, apologies, my friends, but the Nation Man has a new mission. Leon pointed to his Bluetooth headset and vanished from their sight in an instant. Despite the slight disappointment, the two high schoolers felt immensely satisfied having captured a moment with the Nation Man. Indeed, he was utterly down to earth. In reality, he was even more handsome than in pictures. Like a charming older brother from next door, transforming their fandom into unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, on another front, Helen. Hey, Helen, let me explain. Leon darted in front of the hurried Zhao Helen. Who are you? I don't know you. Zhao Helen replied coolly, exuding the aura of a mature woman. As if she did not recognize Leon at all, attempting to bypass him. Don't you know me? Leon murmured softly, not stopping her as she walked past him. After they crossed paths, disappointment and grievance flashed across Zhao Helen's face. Did she lack even the courage to salvage the situation? Suddenly, she gasped as Leon abruptly scooped her up from behind and soared into the sky, ascending rapidly into the clouds. 3 hours later. Do you remember me now? I hate that you even asked. High above at an altitude of 2,500 meters, on a cloud tinged with crimson, Leon hovered with a fatigued Zhao Helen resting against him. Where have you been all these months? I know the person I chatted with wasn't you, she said, drawing circles with her finger while inquiring astutely. How do you know it wasn't me? Leon asked, intrigued. Women's intuition. Zhao Helen winked playfully at him. Helen. I'd like to discuss something with you. I prefer that cold, unyielding demeanor you had just now, yet one that can't resist me. Could you revert to that? Get lost. Yes, that exasperated yet helpless expression. Keep it coming. I adore it. You. Zhao Helen felt a pang in her chest from frustration. Yet the more she reacted, the more it aligned with Leon's desires, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. One strike and silence ensued. Afterward, the long-separated pair engaged in light conversation, seemingly attempting to fill in the blanks of the past 2 months in one go. Leon, Zhao Helen suddenly said. Leon appeared surprised, as it was the first time she had called him by name without honorifics. I don't care how many other foxes you've been with outside. As long as you still hold me in your heart, you are my man. Zhao Helen boldly declared, then provocatively challenged him. What could Leon say to that? He chose to remain still. Time passed swiftly. Another month went by. During this interval, the system had not yielded anything noteworthy. Leon had nearly grown accustomed to the monotony. This was indeed a rather frightening prospect. Until today, on a whim, he and Zhao Helen spent the entire day indoors. And the system, seemingly sympathetic toward Zhao Helen, finally found some task for Leon to undertake. Question. Would you like to check in today? I'm tired, let it be. Leon's heart was as calm as the sage state he had entered. Ding. Check-in completed for today. Congratulations, host. You have received the Black Cloak World Crossing card. Black Cloak World Crossing card. Using this card, you can specify a crossover into the world of the boys, where you will randomly obtain a simulated identity or directly replace an existing character in the original narrative. Quality, one-time use. Description, in the Marvel world, you can only develop cautiously. However, in the Black Cloak world, you will strike with tremendous force. With a dazzling flash of white light, Jarvis congratulated, congratulations. You and Master Leon have created a new element. Upon hearing this, Leon, who had quickly donned a new outfit, raised an eyebrow. Jarvis, you can talk. So, it's me and Tony, one responsible for the noise, the other for the chaos, right? Subsequently, Tony extracted the new element using tweezers and placed it into a newly prepared small arc reactor shell designed to match. Eagerly, he swapped it with the old one without conducting any tests. Aware of the outcome, Leon did not intervene but curiously inquired, How does it feel? Incredible. It's like a power-hungry new car, and it even has a coconut scent. After a near-breathless sigh, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Of course, this was due to the liberation from the palladium poisoning that had plagued him, both psychologically and physiologically. Tony remained the same Tony, without his Iron Man suit. He was much like the Leon from the past. Should we check in today? Let us turn the tide. Engage. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, for receiving the new Element Small Arc Reactor Shell. New Element Small Arc Reactor Shell, perfectly adaptable to any form of new element for the Iron Man core. Quality, never wears out. Description, redacted. Well, although this item held little value for Leon, at most, it could serve as a sturdier projectile. It seemed perfect for Tony. Acting on impulse, Leon swiftly utilized his decades of honed dexterity to extract the newly installed small arc reactor from Tony and rapidly replaced it with the newly acquired indestructible shell. Oh, Leon, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed, looking at Leon in confusion. This vibranium is too brittle. I'll replace it with something harder. What? Is there anything harder than vibranium on Earth? You didn't craft this from your bones, did you? Gazing at the vibranium shell being tossed in Leon's hand, and then at the unknown material of the shell now embedded in his chest, Tony's imagination ran wild. Incorrect, but close enough. Tony's words reminded Leon that since the new element issue was resolved, it was time to address the new material for the Iron Man suit, coinciding perfectly with the upgrades for Friday. But before that, Al, send the formula for Compound 5 to Jarvis for him to study slowly. Compound 5? What is that? The local specialty I mentioned before. Local specialty? Tony raised an eyebrow, his excitement for creating Mark 6 momentarily diverted, intrigued by Leon's confidence that he would surely love this. Jarvis, project it so I can take a look. Projection is ready. As Jarvis spoke, a series of incomprehensible molecular structures and elemental composition formulas appeared. Tony immediately immersed himself in the details. After a moment, he came back to reality, stroking his chin in contemplation. What do you think? Isn't it generous of me? Leon eagerly asked. Well, it is indeed intriguing. Tony nodded instinctively, then changed his tone. However, it requires periodic injections from infancy to achieve permanent effects, which is quite troubling. I have no morbid interest in using infants for experiments. Furthermore, the awakening of superpowers is highly unpredictable. Adults receiving injections almost guarantee fatal outcomes. Thankfully, you only provided the formula, not the finished product, or it would be akin to committing fratricide, Tony joked, playfully punching Leon's chest. Even if Leon had given him the finished product, Tony would never immediately inject it. His habit was to avoid surprises and keep everything within a controllable scope. Previously, he sought thrills knowing his days were numbered. Now that death was no longer imminent, he certainly would not court disaster. Do you need me to call in Dr. Banner? Leon asked. Not necessary. Tony waved his hand confidently. It's not starting from scratch. With a detailed formula, I can handle it alone. Give me a week, and I'll pursue a doctorate in this field of biology. I already have a rough draft for improvements. Huh, so you're learning on the job? Truly impressive. Tony. Leon was at a loss, unable to grasp the world of these geniuses. All right, you can take your time researching. Just call me when you're ready. With that, Leon turned to leave. Thanks, Leon. A brief and subdued expression of gratitude from behind made Leon pause. He did not respond, but merely raised his hand in a casual farewell, feeling the camaraderie of brotherhood in his heart. Next, he needed to find a way to acquire some vibranium. After departing from Tony's lab, Leon glanced down at his soldier boy uniform. While the What company had made it quite durable, it seemed it could still be upgraded. He realized he had almost forgotten about this due to his own solidity. Coincidentally, the upgrade for Friday also required a substantial amount of vibranium. Why not upgrade? It could be invaluable one day. With that thought, Leon soared into the sky. He transformed into a super Deadpool, stealthily infiltrating the lair of Claw in South Sudan to check on the growth of the previously planted vibranium roots. To his dismay, he found only a minuscule amount of vibranium, hardly enough to sustain a beggar. Leon, unaware of the effort Claw had expended to gather that little bit of vibranium, realized the extent of the struggle. Claw had lost several capable subordinates in the process. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accumulated such a meager amount over the years. It's just tears to speak of. After hacking into Claw's computer and phone via Friday, confirming the scanned amount of vibranium, Leon had no choice but to request a reward from Friday in the form of a former wife and then headed to the British Museum, where he acquired the vibranium hoe that had flowed out from ancient Wakanda. In a swift maneuver, Leon, now back in his soldier boy ensemble, hovered at an altitude of over 20,000 feet, squinting to focus his gaze on Wakanda below, camouflaged as a primitive tribe behind a vibranium shielding. It was time to deliver a little shock to these prideful natives. With that thought, Leon's figure broke the sound barrier, transforming into a meteor plummeting from the heavens, aimed directly at the defenses of Wakanda. Simultaneously, on the inner edge of Wakanda's vibranium barrier, the Black Panther and his son, the current Black Panther and King T'Chaka. Alongside his son, the future Black Panther and King T'Challa, garbed in primitive tribal attire, returned amidst a well-armed female guard after dispatching several thieves attempting to steal vibranium. The current Black Panther, T'Chaka, was charged with the dual responsibilities of protecting vibranium and Wakanda, and unlike the more recent portrayal in Civil War III, he was in the final stages of his prime. However, it has already begun to decline. To prevent a future devoid of successors, T'Chaka intentionally brought his son T'Challa on this mission, not only to hone his skills and familiarize him with the responsibilities of the Black Panther, but also to pave the way for his future. Father, in recent months, the actions of the vibranium thieves have become increasingly rampant. We cannot remain on the defensive. We should take the initiative and crush those fiends before they can fully manifest, the young and impetuous T'Challa suggested to his father. T'Challa, my son, you may be right. But Wakanda is not yet prepared to expose its true self to the predatory outside world, T'Chaka replied, his gaze penetrating as he looked at T'Challa. Why? T'Challa asked, perplexed. Our technological prowess far surpasses that of the outside world. Why does father always seem so timid? Is the goddess Bast's oracle meant to confine us to this land, which is impoverished except for vibranium? T'Challa, mind your words. Do not forget, I am the king. In an instant, T'Chaka transformed from the amiable image of a father into the formidable presence of the king of Wakanda, his mere aura silencing T'Challa. The young prince fell silent, biting his lip, and reluctantly lowered his head. Understanding that his son remained unconvinced, T'Chaka felt no anger. He had once been young and impassioned himself. He spoke with measured gravity. T'Challa, the world is not as simple as you imagine. Wakanda's brilliance stems from vibranium, yet it could also lead to our ruin. Upon hearing this, a golden figure, reminiscent of a deity, flashed through T'Challa's mind. He nodded in understanding, replying respectfully, I understand, father. Seeing this, T'Chaka patted T'Challa's shoulder with a sense of relief, smiling kindly, my child, I am growing old. The future is destined to be yours, and you may pursue it freely. However, remember this. While vibranium can make Wakanda prosperous for a time, it cannot ensure our enduring strength. My only request of you is to safeguard our nation and our people. After all, even if vibranium is lost, the nation remains. But if the people are gone, there is no homeland. Yes, father. T'Chaka's earnest teachings invigorated T'Challa, inspiring him to act immediately, to lead Wakanda to new heights as both the Black Panther and king. But just then, a resounding knock echoed from above, jolting T'Challa back to reality. He looked up, bewildered. The sky of Wakanda was collapsing. Chapter 65, Vibranium Miners? With astonished eyes, the father-son duo of Black Panther watched as Leon shattered the vibranium barrier with a powerful blow, landing heroically beside them. He raised his hand, shielding them with his presence, glaring intently at the futuristic buildings across from them and the royal guard led by Okoye. Enemy attack. Okoye believed Leon intended harm against the Black Panther duo. With a commanding roar, she and her team brandished their vibranium spears, ready to defend their king and heir. However, Leon merely raised his hand, palm facing the group of black roses, unleashing a photovoltaic shockwave that sent them sprawling. It must be noted that while Okoye's appearance was far from conventionally attractive, her fierce demeanor was undeniably impressive. Yet, to Leon, the majority of humanity on Earth seemed rather feeble. In the distance, the troops guarding Wakanda's borders noticed that their king and heir appeared to be under attack, and thousands quickly assembled. Yet, before the Wakandan border guards could take 2 steps, a peculiar and boisterous laughter resonated through the air. The effect of the man with the white beard was undeniably potent. Regardless of the distance, every individual present could hear it clearly, as if it were whispered directly in their ears. The Conqueror's Haki. As the laughter echoed, Leon's will surged forth, an invisible aura sweeping over the area. Except for the Black Panther duo, all were left helpless. Those in Leon's sight, whether soldiers or civilians of Wakanda, succumbed to an indescribable terror, foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. Wow, the Conqueror's Haki truly is a remarkable technique. How effortless and efficient. Leon marveled at the effectiveness of his first outward display. Then he turned to the still-dazed Black Panther duo and asked, T'Challa, my friends, are you all right? I had no idea Wakanda was so deeply invaded by extraterrestrial forces. Had I not come personally to procure vibranium, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that Wakanda had been colonized by alien technology for quite some time. I apologize for the suffering you have endured. My dear friends, your savior from the homeland has arrived. Leon spread his arms wide, delivering a passionate speech. The Black Panther duo exchanged a glance, momentarily speechless. According to Leon Stark's assertion, should they express their gratitude? Actually, since their true Wakanda had been inadvertently discovered by Leon. Chaka was about to lay everything bare when Leon shrewdly interrupted. No need for excessive thanks. Let me first deal with these cunning and shameless extraterrestrials. With that, Leon's eyes sparkled with golden light as he unleashed a continuous laser barrage, shooting down the several alien spacecraft gathering in the distance. The pointed apex of the Black Panther Palace was inadvertently severed by the onslaught. Then, Leon soared into the air, preparing to charge into the enemy lines. Not so fast. Show some restraint. Chaka and T'Challa, disregarding their royal demeanor, leaped forward, each grasping one of Leon's legs to pull him back down from the air. Of course, this was facilitated by Leon himself. Otherwise, even if all of Wakanda clung to him, he could easily lift them high above. Why such haste, my friends? Leon asked. Confusion etched on his face. Your people are suffering greatly. As a champion of justice from the homeland, I must hasten to sound the drums of freedom for them. No, you misunderstand. You are mistaken. Seeing their hard-built legacy at risk of being reduced to molten ruins in Leon's eyes, Chaka was frantic, nearly willing to extract his own brain to show the homeland hero. Beside him, T'Challa felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Leon meant well. Yet Wakanda's isolationist policies had led to this misunderstanding. I was right. Wakanda cannot continue its self-imposed isolation. If it is the hero from the homeland today, who knows what will come next? Leon's arrival solidified T'Challa's understanding of what he must do for Wakanda, and together with his father, he began to explain the true state of affairs to Leon. After a while, deep within Wakanda's vibranium mines, as Leon observed the continuous flow of magnetic levitation trains transporting raw vibranium, he finally grasped the situation, understanding everything. So that is how it is. Chapter 39. Your approaching presence ignites an uncontrollable urge within me. The butcher's face contorted in agony as he emitted a pained howl, nearly suffocating. Feeling as if his eyes were about to scorch blind, he yearned to close his eyes to escape the relentless laser assault. Yet it was not enough. He was urged to continue. Leon, sensing the butcher's struggle, clasped his hands around the butcher's head, his fingers gripping tightly onto the eyelids, compelling him to persist until Leon was satisfied. This brutal spectacle left the bystanders, Milk and Frankie, paralyzed with fear as ordinary individuals. They could only watch in silent prayer for the butcher's endurance. At last, WRYYYYYYYYYYYY, accompanied by an exclamation of sheer excitement from Leon, he discarded the butcher like refuse. Then closed his eyes to gather his focus for 5 seconds. Suddenly, he abruptly tilted his head back towards the ceiling, and 2 blazing golden beams erupted forth, piercing through the ceiling and cleaving the clouds above. In that moment, the midnight gloom was illuminated, clarity emerging at a glance. Goodness! He too possessed the power of laser vision. Frankie gasped, instinctively shielding the outraged Milk, realizing they had perhaps made a grave error. What was unleashed this time was not merely a secret weapon capable of annihilating their adversaries, but a demon more terrifying than their foes. Cough, cough. The butcher, hunched over on the ground, suddenly coughed twice. Milk and Frankie rushed to support him, expressing concern. Butcher, are you all right? At least I'm not dead yet. However, it seems my vision is both blinded and not blinded. While speaking, the butcher tapped his head, and the figures of Milk and Frankie appeared as mere blurred silhouettes to him. After a brief pause, the butcher, undeterred, exchanged a resolute glance with them, signaling that he would take charge, and boldly approached Leon once more. Setting aside the butcher's character, he truly deserved the accolade of humanity's song of courage. Yet, it appeared that his golden spirit had dimmed somewhat. Oi, mate, are you calmer now? The butcher smirked his signature wicked grin. You've been imprisoned by the Book Association for decades. We were the ones who rescued you. I believe we need to find another place and sit down to converse. All right, but before that, Leon needed to change his attire, thus extending his hand towards the butcher once more. No way, again? The butcher looked exasperated. Yet this time he had learned his lesson, offering no resistance as Leon stripped him down to merely a pair of red underpants. Nearby, Frankie struggled to contain his laughter, his lips quivering, but he dared not laugh out loud, desperately covering his mouth. Although Milk harbored a deep-seated hatred for the soldier boys who had slain his family, he had never witnessed the butcher in such a vulnerable state. He turned away, unable to suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth. Before long, Leon donned the well-worn butcher's outfit and then knocked out the persistent Kamiko with a single punch, tossing her aside without a second thought. The butcher caught her. Meanwhile, Milk and Frankie discovered the barely alive Huey amidst the rubble. They fashioned a makeshift stretcher to carry the severely injured Huey. Butcher, he requires medical attention, Milk said. His eyes filled with concern for Huey. I know, but we must not neglect this side either. The butcher glanced at Leon, who was heading outside without so much as a word, beckoning the members of the Black Robe Patrol to follow swiftly. Wait. Leon had taken 2 steps when he nervously raised his hand, signaling the butcher and others to halt. What is it? The butcher inquired. I almost forgot. Leon turned back to the butcher. With a flash, he unleashed a laser beam that sent the butcher flying, then picked up 2 rifles from the ground. Aiming at Milk and Frankie, unleashing a barrage until the magazines were emptied. This is what I had forgotten, Leon whistled, then declared, an eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth, laser for laser, bullet for bullet, fair, isn't it? The butcher's fate remained uncertain. But Milk and Frankie were fortunate to have only sustained gunshot wounds to their right arms and thighs. Clearly, Leon's marksmanship was in effect. It must be noted that Leon had not fired aimlessly. He replicated the manner in which Milk and Frankie had shot him. Goodness. Why are the bullet trajectories all veering left? I have undergone professional training. During my encounters with the Nazi scum, I was always on target. It must be these rifles that are at fault, don't you think? Leon clasped his hands, crushing the 2 rifles that had strayed off course into heaps of scrap metal, then flashed a malignant smile at the writhing Milk and Frankie on the ground. Yes, yes. It must surely be the rifle's fault. Frankie hastily nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Milk glared at Leon with rage and hatred, and Frankie, recognizing the peril, urgently urged Milk to lower his head. Though Milk was reluctant and filled with resentment, the disparity in power rendered a blind charge futile. For the sake of his surviving family, he gritted his teeth and nodded, begrudgingly acquiescing to Leon's convoluted reasoning. You're right, it's the guns that are inaccurate. Precisely. Leon wore an infectiously cheerful smile as he patted Milk's wounded thigh. Despite the pain causing Milk to grimace, he could only offer a forced smile in return. As Frankie whispered urgently in his ear, Milk, please don't act impulsively. I still have so much to live for. For me, for Huey, for the butcher. For the sake of defeating our enemies, you must hold back. It became evident that the butcher's resilience rendered him unaffected by Leon's laser eyes. Shortly thereafter, he stood before Leon, brimming with vitality, albeit with a face as dark as coal. Are you satisfied now? If there are any other grievances, we best resolve them right here. Let us proceed, Leon grinned. The butcher and the others followed closely behind, their spirits heightened, ever wary of Leon's potential for further aggression. Upon returning to a familiar yet altered America, the malevolent aura permeated the streets. Throughout the journey, Leon explored with the fervor of a child in a wonderland, touching and examining everything. The butcher and his companions were unfazed, accustomed to Leon's perception of the world being frozen in time for decades. However, the truth was that Leon was merely curious about the coexistence of superhumans and ordinary people. He had come with a mindset eager to learn. For what he had glimpsed on television was merely a narrow perspective of a vast reality. The truth proved to be far more fantastical. Oh my God, Huey, your approaching presence ignites within me an unparalleled yearning, a sensation I have never known. Chapter 40. Having joined the Black Cloak Enforcers, the money-grubbing practitioner is still exerting his influence. Wait a moment. Could that feeble figure draped in a cloak be the so-called patriot you speak of? In the bustling street, Leon pointed at a massive poster of the patriot and turned to the butcher and his companions. Indeed, the butcher nodded, swaggering towards Leon with a sinister grin. After you were declared dead by the water group, he became the new you. Huh? Leon, as if he had heard the grandest jest, pointed at the butcher's hooked nose, correcting him. Mind your words, mate. I am the embodiment of water. No one can replace me. No one. With that, Leon strode off with resolve in a random direction. The butcher and his companions exchanged glances, smiles creeping onto their faces. They didn't care where Leon intended to go, as long as they followed him. The more disdain the soldier boy held for the patriot, the more advantageous the situation became for them. Merely by opening a box for Leon, the Black Cloak Enforcers had suffered significant losses, prompting the butcher and others to adopt a more cautious attitude towards Leon. Fortunately, it seemed that as long as they did not actively offend Leon and approached him with reason, communication remained plausible. Wasn't this self-evident? Leon mused, for he was not deranged. Even the soldier boy, despite his flaws, was the only character who embodied the spirit of contractual obligation throughout the narrative. This realization brought immense delight to the butcher, for he now felt 90% assured in dealing with the patriot, due to the accelerated convergence of the Black Cloak Enforcers and Leon. The effects of Huey's temporary Compound 5 had not yet worn off. The ordinary hospital was ill-equipped to handle his injuries. compelling the butcher to book a lavish suite in a hotel for the severely wounded Huey, with Leon's room conveniently located next door. In Huey's room, the Black Cloak Enforcers resembled a pack of wounded wolves, trembling and licking their wounds under the intimidating presence of Leon, the lion. "Oh, Frankie, did you sneak another hit?" Milk, wincing in pain, cast a resentful glance at Frankie, who was trembling uncontrollably, trying to assist in extracting a bullet with tweezers. "I did, but just a little. You know that stuff has anesthetic properties. I wasn't too reckless." Frankie flashed a sheepish smile, making a gesture of a tiny galaxy with his fingers before resolutely plunging the tweezers deeper. "Damn it," Milk cursed, his brown lips growing pale as he witnessed Frankie extract the bullet along with a large chunk of flesh, causing him to roll his eyes and faint from a combination of pain and fury. The butcher sat alone by the window, bare from the waist up, vigilantly observing the hotel exterior while applying ointment to his searing burn that spanned from his left shoulder to his right lower abdomen, then bandaging it with white gauze. Huey lay on the room's only double bed, clad in a hospital gown, his breathing steadying. At least he was not dead. The superpowers Huey gained from the injection of Compound 5 included enhanced strength and endurance, along with unique abilities of teleportation and self-healing. Meanwhile, Leon leaned against the doorframe, idly toying with his infinite ammunition Desert Eagle, questioning the Black Cloak Enforcers. "Have you truly been engaged in a clandestine conflict with that patriot for some time? I must reconsider whether to collaborate with you. Trust me, mate." The butcher approached Leon, exuding confidence. "No one understands those bastards better than we do, and no one dares confront them like we do. You were betrayed by the other members of the original superhero team, the Blood Debt Squad, which led to your capture by the Front Alliance. The Insect Man had already been killed by a missile when you were captured, and I recently dealt with gunpowder. You needn't thank me, but the other 5 members are still alive. The Crimson Countess, the TNT Twins, Mindstorm, and Noir. I will assist you in extracting them one by one, allowing you to exact your vengeance. This is my sincerity. Our only request is to add one more name to your list of retribution." The butcher proposed to Leon. "The Patriot?" "Indeed. Why him?" "Because you are not the only one seeking revenge." At this, Leon raised an eyebrow, pointing a finger at the butcher. "Listen, mate, while I could find them myself, do not keep me waiting too long. My patience is finite." A pleasant collaboration. The butcher grinned wickedly, extending his hand toward Leon. "Not yet." Leon, still playing with his Desert Eagle, did not reciprocate the gesture. "What?" The butcher, perplexed, inquired. "You must understand, I lay in that damned laboratory for decades, and it has been ages since I indulged in carnal pleasures." Leon's tone was charged with indignation. "You mean?" The butcher had already guessed what Leon was about to say. "I need a woman to help me recall what it feels like to be a man." As he spoke, Leon shot the butcher a knowing wink, his lower body humorously paying homage to the Asian dance king in slow motion. Observing this, the butcher's eyes twitched. Yet he fully comprehended Leon's current sentiments. After all, they were both men, and men understand men best. Any man, regardless of orientation, who had experienced such pleasures and was then forced into abstinence for decades would naturally long for intimacy upon liberation. Rather, it was remarkable that the formidable Leon, capable of doing as he pleased, was still negotiating amiably with him. That alone demonstrated considerable restraint. "What are your requirements?" "Beautiful, strong, and healthy." "Is that so?" "Understood. Leave it to me." After a brief moment of contemplation, the butcher readily agreed. Leon's demands immediately eliminated ordinary individuals from the list of potential candidates. Only those possessing extraordinary endurance and physical enhancement would suffice for Leon's needs. Otherwise, any ordinary person would not survive long under his vigorous pursuits. After all, the case of the train's girlfriend, the tentacle woman, and her landlord's brutal encounter was a gruesome example, resulting in a gruesome demise. Little did the butcher know that Leon now possessed a biological stance. With proper control, ordinary individuals could endure the might of Leon's steel physique for quite some time. Otherwise, Zhao Hailuan and others would have been crushed under Leon's nearly half-ton weight long ago. Deep in thought, the butcher suddenly had a realization. It seemed one of the Black Cloak Enforcers' auxiliary members fit Leon's requirements perfectly. However, that individual was already taken. Should he pursue this connection? The butcher began to wrestle with his conscience. After all, that was a friend's acquaintance. He had to ensure the soldier boy eliminated a few more troublesome superhumans first. Leon may possess less than one, yet the enhancement derived from that singular point might confer a power boost surpassing the combined strength of Tony and Pepper. Specifically, Tony allocated 300 points to physical enhancement while dedicating the remaining 700 to awakening and amplifying his superpowers. In contrast, Pepper invested all 1,000 points into enhancing her physical attributes, thereby naturally gaining the upper hand over Tony and assuming a dominant position. Poor Tony, from this moment forth, may find himself in a perpetual state of passivity. Chapter 68. Arshi's new form. Due to numerous company obligations, Pepper herself had little desire to become a superhero. Thus, after receiving the superhuman serum, Leon escorted her back to Stark Tower. Upon returning to Tony's coastal villa, Leon inquired, "Brother, how is the production of the superhuman serum?" "This is precisely what I wanted to discuss," Tony replied, projecting an endless array of compound formulas in a holographic display before Leon. The synthesis conditions for several high molecular compounds within the superhuman serum are rather stringent, requiring a stroke of luck. Therefore, achieving 3 successful vials on my first attempt is a testament to extraordinary fortune. Unlike the super soldier serum, this is not a drug that can be mass-produced. That's all right. In fact, it is preferable this way. As long as it can be provided to our trusted allies, that suffices. Leon nodded, unconcerned about the serum's production scale. He wished to avoid a scenario where it became commonplace, akin to a manual for exorcism, freely circulating in society, where everyone practiced it. And those who did not would inevitably suffer the consequences. "Brother, do you have the formula for the superhuman serum memorized?" Leon asked. "Of course, I modified it myself. How could I possibly forget?" Tony confidently responded. "Excellent." Leon promptly commanded, "Jarvis, send an electronic copy of the formula to Archie and delete all remaining electronic records." "Leon, you intend to..." Tony instantly grasped Leon's intentions. "Precisely," Leon affirmed. "The superhuman serum, being a strategic asset, must remain solely in our hands to prevent it from falling into the possession of individuals like Nick Fury, who take without invitation." "Indeed," Tony mused, recognizing the necessity of Leon's caution. While perhaps the Black Egg hadn't stooped to such levels, there was no telling if other hackers might attempt to breach Jarvis. Although Tony had faith in Jarvis, what if they succeeded? Heroes are as plentiful as fish in a river. It is conceivable that a villain specializing in cyber warfare could emerge. Upon reaching mutual understanding, the brothers swiftly implemented measures to safeguard the superhuman serum's formula. Subsequently, Leon requested Tony to produce several vials of the serum for her use. One vial, Leon had resolved, would be administered to Helen Zhao once she successfully developed the strategically valuable regeneration cradle as a form of reward. Another vial was intended for Rhodey, but presenting it directly might make him hesitant to accept, especially after recently acquiring a set of Iron Man armor worth several small fortunes. The military also required attention, so they decided to hold onto it for the right moment. As for others, Leon and them maintained only a casual relationship, devoid of emotional entanglements, and would reconsider their situation as time revealed true intentions. With matters concerning the superhuman serum resolved, Leon and Tony finally turned their attention to Arshi's upgrade, a long-anticipated endeavor for Leon. When Leon retrieved 1,000 units of the amorphous adamantium from the system's space, Tony was immediately captivated by the lustrous silver metal beneath the system's protective azure film. It was evidently extraordinary. Upon learning that adamantium was harder than the strongest known metal, vibranium, Tony insisted on using it as the material for Mark VI. However, Leon decisively rejected the notion. "Why?" Tony exclaimed, feeling as though the world was collapsing. Did his brother no longer care for him? "Not at all," Leon replied, exasperated by Tony's theatrical display. "These materials are designated for Arshi's upgrade. I have other preparations for your armor." "Then all is well," Tony said, his previously sorrowful demeanor shifting back to his usual confident self. The stark contrast eliciting laughter from Leon. The brothers then collaborated diligently. Tony redesigned the jet glider's system configuration and schematics based on the new elements. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Jarvis and the mechanical arms, Leon meticulously crafted the corresponding precision molds according to Tony's provided schematics. Had Tony's control over his powers been more adept, this step could have been bypassed entirely, but alas, there were no ifs. Before long, all the molds for the new form were complete. Next up was the display of magnetic prowess. Leon initially intended to perform the task himself, but Tony insisted on showcasing his skills before Leon. With an elegant flourish, Tony raised his hands as if conducting an orchestra, his fingers dancing gracefully. Under his guidance, the liquid adamantium, protected by the system, levitated from the translucent blue film and divided into the necessary quantities for each component. At this moment, Tony glanced back at Leon with pride, his expression unmistakably conveying, "Look at how impressive I am." Enough with the boasting, brother, Leon sighed, amused yet exasperated. "If you continue to show off, the adamantium will solidify, and you'll find yourself in a predicament when you wish to manipulate it again. I assure you, Archie will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Tony raised an eyebrow as he began to notice the liquid adamantium thickening, becoming increasingly difficult to manipulate, transitioning towards an indestructible state. Realizing the urgency, Tony refrained from further delay, considering it was his brother's external brain and the body of his sister-in-law at stake. In rapid succession, the liquid adamantium was injected into the molds, solidifying within moments into the unyielding components of S.H.I.E.L.D's new form. Are you planning to use vibranium for the tires and other flexible parts? Tony inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Leon confirmed. Those will be prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D herself. From the very beginning, we agreed that her rigid components would be crafted from indestructible adamantium, while the tires and other flexible elements would be woven from the versatile vibranium via the regeneration cradle. The preparation is currently underway in my workshop below. Thank you, Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D, in her partner mode, elegantly exited the elevator and bowed deeply to Tony in gratitude. My goodness. Leon, did I mishear? Tony questioned incredulously, seeking validation from Leon. However, before he could respond, S.H.I.E.L.D, passing by, affirmed, You did not mishear, Leon's brother. As she said this, the playful and innocent S.H.I.E.L.D playfully nudged Leon, who simply shrugged and covered his mouth in response. All right, I must have misheard after all, Tony lamented, his upper body drooping in disappointment. Subsequently, in partnership mode, S.H.I.E.L.D, with Leon's assistance, transported the components of her new form into Leon's workshop. Yet, it was not long before S.H.I.E.L.D insisted on sending Leon away, as he was more interested in meddling with her components than focusing on the task at hand. Chapter 42, Maeve's acknowledgement in a fit of rage. Maeve seized the butcher by his collar, lifting him off the ground. Calm down, Maeve, she reminded herself. The soldier boy is different from the countryman, although both are scoundrels. The soldier boy is a scoundrel who can be reasoned with. He can undoubtedly assist us in eliminating the countryman. The butcher clung to Maeve's arms for support, his face reddening like a piece of liver as he hastily explained. After all, his temporary compound number 5 was nearly worn off. If Maeve were to hurl him away, he might not die but would certainly be crippled. You better be telling the truth. Maeve gritted her teeth, tossing the butcher onto the sofa, then inquired. What price must you pay? Not me, but you, the butcher replied, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Me? Maeve questioned, pointing at herself. Before suddenly realizing something, her pupils narrowing. You mean to sell me as the price to the soldier boy? Exactly. The price for the soldier boy to agree to eliminate the countryman is you, Maeve. You should consider yourself fortunate. This is our one and only opportunity. The closest we've come to taking down that bastard. The only cost is for you to entertain our secret weapon during this period. You want to even have to participate in the battle. How safe and cost-effective. The butcher maintained his signature wicked grin as he rationally laid out the situation for Maeve. Huh. Maeve let out a cold laugh, feeling a chill run through her. Butcher, I now find you more despicable than the countryman and the soldier boy. Are you even human? When I discovered the grotesque reality of you so-called noble heroes, I ceased to regard myself as human. For humans cannot kill demons. With that, the butcher abruptly sat up from the sofa, snatched a bottle of champagne from the coffee table, downed it in one gulp, and smashed the empty bottle on the ground. So, will you do it, or not? Damn it. Maeve, her fist smashing the coffee table in frustration, trembled with anger. But under the butcher's relentless gaze, she begrudgingly nodded. Having betrayed the countryman, she had no retreat. To survive, she could only march onward, treating it as a mere bite from a dog. When do I go find him? Now, the butcher said, his wicked smile returning. Downstairs at the hotel, a high-spirited Frankie was circling around Leon's newly acquired motorcycle, RC, bubbling with excitement. Holy S.H.I.E.L.D. This is absolutely the most beautiful motorcycle I have ever seen in my life. Stark, where on earth did you manage to get her? I want one too. Under the influence of the system's power, Leon casually used his real name, stepping off the bike and patting Frankie's shoulder. Employing the same nonchalant excuse he once used with Tony, found it on the roadside. You really struck gold, huh? In a state of euphoric disbelief. Frankie showed no skepticism towards Leon's fabrication, instead reaching out to touch RC's front headlights. But could RC tolerate this? Virum, she roared to life. A burst of freshly ignited flames sending Frankie flying, landing him straight into a garbage bin. Though he survived, he emerged with all his hair singed off. This spectacle was witnessed by the returning butcher and a Maeve whose expression resembled that of a scorned woman. What happened, my friend? The butcher inquired, approaching. Nothing much. Leon shrugged. Just my beauty got riled up by that guy. Your beauty? You mean this motorcycle? The butcher gazed at the futuristic motorcycle with curiosity, though he hesitated to touch it, having witnessed Frankie's unfortunate encounter. It doesn't look like a roadside find. The butcher raised an eyebrow. Of course not, Leon said, affectionately stroking RC's front headlight, continuing, to compensate for my inability to fly, the United Nations specially crafted this jet glider battle vehicle, which I named RC. Does that mean she can fly? The butcher exchanged a glance with Maeve. This news was both good and bad for them. Good in that it provided a better chance against the countrymen, but bad in that they hoped it wouldn't escalate to that extent. Although the butcher had plans for his actions from the beginning, he was not yet deranged to that point, putting aside other matters for the sake of his surrogate son, Ryan. He would not opt to annihilate all superhumans, at least not for now. As the topic of RC concluded, Leon's gaze shifted with interest toward Maeve standing beside the butcher. Like a star, Maeve, in an effort to conceal her identity, wore casual attire that was nonetheless alluring. She donned a loose, off-the-shoulder gray sweater that barely covered her hips, complemented by semi-transparent black stockings and glossy brown knee-high boots. Wow, Leon whistled appreciatively, then, as if they were old friends, casually draped an arm around Maeve's shoulders, entirely disregarding boundaries. Wait, I'm not ready. Despite Leon being far more attractive than Maeve had imagined, leading her to feel somewhat fortunate, she did not expect him to be so forward. Instinctively, she tried to push him away, but Leon leaned in, whispering in her ear, "Shh, time waits for no one, beautiful lady. After all, you wouldn't want to miss the prime opportunity to deal with the countrymen because I kept you waiting too long, would you?" Leon's words left Maeve feeling oddly unsettled, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why, creating a sense of mild discontent within her. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she adorned her face with a calm, alluring smile, defiantly challenging. "After all these years, how are you holding up? You better not lose to a woman like me." "Huh? Who do you think I am? I'm the damn soldier boy, FCK. 25 hours later. The door to Leon's room swung open. Maeve leaned against the wall as she headed to the bathroom. The butcher, who had been unable to sleep in the adjacent room, followed her, his heavy dark circles evident. Upon entering the bathroom, the butcher observed that despite the passage of time, Maeve appeared unbothered and radiant, humming a tune while touching up her makeup in front of the mirror. "What do you think of him?" the butcher asked, his expression somewhat twisted. Although he and Maeve shared no substantial relationship, merely being partners against the countrymen, the night's events left him feeling oddly hollow, reminiscent of the feelings he had when he first witnessed the countryman and his wife's video. "Not bad. Much better than I expected." "Oh, I mean in terms of personality. You know about the strength. The extraordinary vibranium, with its superior hardness and energy-absorbing properties, serves as an exceptional material for external defense, making it equally suitable for crafting uniforms. As for the drawback of vibranium becoming inert under specific sound wave frequencies, the omnipotent biological stance asserts, what flaw? Consider it resolved. Leon merely desires a uniform that he can don instantly. He could indeed emulate Mystique and utilize the regenerative cellular control to fabricate an outfit. However, Leon perceives that such an approach is akin to being unclothed. Unless absolutely necessary, he generally refrains from such actions. After putting on his underwear, Leon stored the vibranium uniform within the system's space and took his seat at the controls of the jet glider, previously mentioned to be Alcée's form. As his fingers danced delicately across Alcée's surface, playing a melodic tune, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, with Alcée's engine roaring restlessly. Alcée, partner mode. After thoroughly enjoying the feel of his new vehicle, Leon intended to proceed with business and promptly issued the command. With a series of mechanical transformation sounds, Alcée transformed into the familiar partner mode, her soft attributes becoming even softer. Yet, this was only the beginning. Vibranium nanomolecules emerged from within Alcée's form, fully enveloping her exterior, creating a layer of biochemically indistinguishable vibranium skin. Each strand of hair appeared lifelike, with every expression seeming naturally exquisite. This was Alcée mimicking Tifa. Yet this time it was not a mere holographic projection, but a tangible, realistic embodiment. Presenting the partner mode's configuration, Alcée, resembling Tifa, stood before Leon, rendering him momentarily speechless. "How did you change back to this?" he inquired. "I thought the previous version was quite fine." As he wiped away the non-existent blood from his nose, she inquired, "Should I revert?" Alcée, embraced by Leon, blinked her lively crimson eyes, smiling enigmatically as she gazed up at him. "No need. Since I've transformed, let us keep it this way for now." Leon followed his instincts, knowing that time was abundant, and he could explore every possibility without haste. His inclination was to savor the finest delicacies last. Subsequently, when the moment arose, he would act decisively. Meanwhile, as Leon immersed himself in his mechanical endeavors, Tony Stark, awakening leisurely, chose not to disturb him. Instead, after a failed attempt to manipulate Mark VI with magnetic control, he immediately applied a vibranium protective layer. This enhancement facilitated his unpowered flight and aerial acceleration maneuvers. With the energy-absorbing attributes of vibranium, Mark VI's already formidable defensive capabilities reached new heights. Under Tony's magnetic guidance, this protective layer was impervious to sound wave inertness or excessive impact damage. Even if it were to be compromised, Tony could simply smooth it out and restore it. It could be said that, influenced by Leon, Tony exhibited no fear of insufficient firepower. However, a nascent fear of inadequate defense was beginning to surface. After all, if he were to face someone as unpredictable as Leon, who could strike down even the most skilled adversaries, Tony felt his super intellect might not even come into play before he was swiftly eliminated. While Tony was enamored with the Mark 6 they had crafted together, Jarvis suddenly alerted him. Miss Potts has sent a message requesting your presence at the company. Tony nodded, replying, Jarvis, please bring the car around. However, glancing at the Mark 6 suit beside him, he quickly changed his mind. I'll just wear the armor directly. It's faster and safer. Now possessing a new toy, Tony was eager to flaunt it. He was so excited that he would have worn the Mark 6 even to the restroom had Leon not adamantly rejected his request for a urine filtration system. Across the street, Justin Hammer, ever watchful of his rival, noticed through a telescope as Tony descended onto the rooftop of Stark Tower. His lips curled in frustration. Damn. He has changed into another new suit. The one who knows you best is always your opponent, and Justin immediately recognized the Mark 6. Distinct from Tony's recently favored Mark 4 and V. He never changed women this frequently, did he? Putting down the telescope, Justin complained to his African-American male secretary. Mr. Hammer, if I may, this is merely your overconcern with Tony Stark's Iron Man suits, the secretary patiently explained. Tony Stark's record for changing women was 2 hours each, lasting an entire week. His current rate of suit updates averages at 2.5 months per suit, which is a mere fraction of his womanizing pace. Is this what I want to hear? You find joy in contradicting me, don't you? Justin, infuriated, hurled the telescope at his secretary, striking him. Yet the secretary remained unfazed, sporting a professional smile. Find a way to deal with him. If Leon Stark, with his superhuman physique, cannot be managed, I can understand. But if you cannot handle mere mortal Tony Stark, you might as well end it all. Justin bellowed in frustration. Boss, while Tony Stark may lack a superhuman body, he possesses an Iron Man suit, the secretary added. Are you solely muscle-brained? Can't you even consider how to deal with him when he is not in the suit? I am truly at a loss with all of you. Justin was genuinely exasperated. Despite the fact that Stark Industries' decision to cease its weapons division should have allowed Hammer Industries to flourish, Stark's pivot to clean energy aimed at revival was a far-fetched fantasy. Two seemingly fortuitous circumstances coincided. Hammer Industries failed to expand, while Stark Industries thrived in the clean energy sector, achieving record profits in the second quarter, far surpassing Hammer Industries. Witnessing Tony Stark's smug demeanor as he amassed greater wealth than ever before left Justin feeling more pain than if he himself were losing money. Why was it that Tony, both a superhero and a billionaire, with an extraordinarily powerful brother to back him, seemed to have all the good fortune in the world? Justin could not comprehend. Chapter 71. A tremendous opportunity awaits those willing to seize it. A week later, the secretary, having closely monitored Tony's movements, found himself utterly speechless. Over the past few days, Tony had donned a formal suit while in Stark Tower, yet the moment he stepped outside, the Iron Man suit was firmly affixed to his body. Even during gatherings and restroom visits, he remained armored, making it impossible to find an opportunity to strike. Initially harboring little hope for the assassination of Tony Stark, the secretary found himself compelled to take action due to his boss's irrational insistence, even as he doubted that if he failed to eliminate Tony, the hired assassins might very well turn on him first, because that group of individuals adheres to the principle of receiving payment only after the completion of their tasks. Yet if the task remains perpetually stalled, it is futile. However, perseverance is rewarded. On this day, the opportunity finally arrived. Jarvis, have all targets been locked onto? All suspicious individuals have been identified. Clad in casual attire, Tony, wearing a mask and glasses for disguise, was alone at the Oriental Young Lady Milk Tea Shop near Stark Tower, purchasing milk tea. Recently, a new flavor, reminiscent of stockings, had piqued Tony's interest, allowing him to simultaneously deal with those who had been tailing him. Indeed, Jarvis had already recognized the group of assassins intent on harming Tony through surveillance set up by Stark Industries in the vicinity. However, Tony had been preoccupied with revelries and company affairs, neglecting to address the situation. Now, with a moment to spare, he seized the chance to test a specific function of the Mark 6 armor. Sipping the peculiar milk tea, he was surprised by its distinct odor, which truly bore a resemblance to the scent of stockings. After just a couple of sips, he felt as if his very being was being overwhelmed by the pungent aroma. Jarvis, did that beautiful lady really not include her stockings in the extraction? Tony inquired, while reluctantly enjoying his uniquely flavored beverage, casting a glance at the Asian woman behind the counter preparing drinks for other customers. After analysis, the primary source of that peculiar odor is butyric acid produced from underfermented glutinous rice. in low concentrations. It poses no harm to the human body and can even benefit intestinal health, Jarvis elucidated. Very well, Tony mused as he finished the milk tea, savoring the aftertaste. Suddenly, he proposed, I believe this could be developed into a perfume targeted at a niche market. The project has been noted, sir. Shall I contact Miss Potts immediately? No need to trouble Pepper with such trivialities. I will handle it personally upon my return. As a super genius and exceptional businessman, Tony keenly recognized the immense commercial potential inherent in this seemingly innocuous cup of milk tea. It was certainly not merely due to his personal preference. After purchasing another cup of milk tea, Tony wandered aimlessly, only to unexpectedly collide with a delicate, porcelain-like blonde girl of about 10 years, adorned with twin ponytails. Rather than scream upon falling, the little girl immediately clung to his leg, exclaiming, Uncle, can you fix cars? My dear, what has happened? Tony, overwhelmed with paternal affection, scooped up the charming little girl. She quickly divulged her distress, explaining that her elegant mother had been stranded in the underground parking garage for a long time due to car troubles and was now in tears, unable to find assistance. Upon hearing this, Tony felt compelled to help and promptly agreed to accompany the little girl to aid her mother. From a rooftop overlooking the underground garage, a figure lowered their binoculars and urgently warned, the target is hooked. Prepare yourselves. Leave no trace, came the reminder. Remember, do not give him the chance to call for Leon Stark, or we are all finished. Rest assured, as long as the payment is secured, we will handle it, replied one of the black-clad assassins, hiding strategically throughout the parking area. Before long, Tony followed the little girl deeper into the underground garage. My dear, where is your mother? He asked, setting her down, but there were no apparent signs of a stranded vehicle. It was just here. Uncle, please wait here. I will find my mother. The girl chirped, bounding away into the shadows, leaving Tony in the light. As he savored his milk tea, a sudden gunshot shattered the tranquility. Moments later, the girl was seized by a burly, masked assailant who emerged from the darkness before Tony. Uncle, I'm sorry I lied. Mommy, the little girl cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not fear. I am here. I am Iron Man, Tony reassured her, removing his mask and calmly facing the encroaching assassins. Tony Stark. It is truly a challenge to meet you like this, the leader of the assassins rasped mockingly. I apologize for the inconvenience, Tony replied, surveying the circle of assassins surrounding him without a hint of panic. Chapter 72. Embrace the slumbering darkness. I know what you're thinking, Tony continued, draining the last of his milk tea. As long as electronic signals are blocked in this semi-enclosed space, neither Leon nor my armor can be summoned. So, you believe you have me at your mercy. Impressive deduction, Stark, but there is no reward, the assassin leader laughed. I am no monster. If you take your own life here, I shall spare this little girl. What do you say? Haha. With that, the leader tossed a dagger at Tony, which clattered to his feet. Unfazed, Tony chuckled, then composed himself, retorting, you underestimate the bonds between brothers. The moment I call, he will rush to my side. Why? Because I am Tony Stark, the brother of Leon Stark. The leader's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Tony dramatically raised his arms as if summoning something. Yet nothing occurred at first. Phew, you nearly had me fooled. The leader mopped his brow, then decisively commanded, attack. He might be stuck in traffic. Tony awkwardly explained as a barrage of gunfire engulfed him. Simultaneously, in response to Tony's summons, the Mark VI armor stored in his office at Stark Tower disassembled into its component parts, effortlessly breaking through the bulletproof glass and rapidly descending toward the underground garage. Adhering to the principle of the shortest distance between 2 points, the armor components did not take the stairs, but spiraled directly through the ground. With a resounding crash, the gunfire subsided, yet the vibrations continued. The smoke from the gunfire dissipated, revealing a swirling halo of bullets, as if crowned by a divine presence, revolving around Tony. What the heck? Did they not claim Tony Stark was just an ordinary man without superpowers? The intel was false. Seeing Tony unharmed and inexplicably manipulating their own bullets, the assassin leader's resolve wavered. He subtly retreated, shielding his men behind him. Just then, the ceiling trembled ominously, and with a thunderous roar, dozens of armored components burst through the reinforced concrete, arriving in front of Tony. My dear, I have waited for you, Tony grinned, and before the nearly hopeless assassins, he began to don the Mark VI armor piece by piece. Chapter 44. The fearsome ancestor in the What Group, under the supervision of Gwyn and Ashley, Deep Sea. The head of the crime analysis department was scrutinizing the surveillance footage from around the home of the late Countess Deep Red. Stop. Rewind one frame, Gwyn suddenly commanded. Understood. Deep Sea promptly reversed the footage on the computer as Gwyn and Ashley leaned closer to observe. The soldier boy, Having been influenced by tales of the soldier boy's legendary deeds since childhood, Gorin immediately recognized Leon, and his expression grew markedly tense. How can this be? Deep Sea. With his limited intellect, ventured an explanation. The soldier boy must have died around 40 years ago. Could this be a roleplay or special effects? Shut up, Deep Sea. You have no idea what special effects are. With Gorin's support, even Ashley, a mere civilian, felt empowered to berate the inept Deep Sea. Both of you be quiet. Gorin shouted angrily, then murmured to himself. Look at his face, it's him. What should we do now? Deep Sea inquired. Feigning professionalism while utterly bewildered by the implications of the soldier boy's reappearance for the Watt group and Gorin. I don't understand. If the soldier boy is alive, where has he been all these years? Why did he kill the Countess Deep Red? Weren't they a loving couple? Damn. Ashley felt a chill as she observed the soldier boy, who seemed to be playfully winking at the camera within the footage. Fearing Gorin would notice and hold her accountable, she hastily suggested, regardless of the truth, we control nearly all news resources. I'll call the What News department and instruct them to announce we have captured the soldier boy. Be quiet, Ashley. Gorin growled, his eyes blazing with frustration. Do you wish to inform the world that the soldier boy, the hero of heroes, has returned from the dead to murder his former girlfriend, the Countess Deep Red? Before me, he was the embodiment of Watt. His statue still stands before the Watt building. Ashley, look me in the eye. Tell me. I am so sorry, Gorin. I didn't think it through. Ashley met Gorin's gaze, fear welling in her eyes, her voice trembling. Though anger coursed through him, Gorin ultimately restrained his fury, realizing he could not afford to eliminate Ashley. Who else could assist him? Certainly not the incompetent Deep Sea. Damn it. Is there no one in this company as intelligent and dedicated as I am? Oh my god. Gorin, overwhelmed by anxiety, felt a strand of hair fall from his head as he anxiously tugged at his locks. If news of the soldier boy's survival spreads, what is doomed? I am doomed. Damn. How could this happen to me? It's so unfair. This is utterly unjust. Gorin moved aside, leaning against the wall, murmuring under his breath, his anxiety escalating to the point of experiencing tinnitus. Meanwhile, Deep Sea and Ashley exchanged glances. Having never witnessed Gorin in such a state of panic, they dared not breathe. After a long pause, Gorin regained his usual haughty demeanor, albeit with a tremor in his voice as he pointed at Deep Sea and Ashley, saying, Listen, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I will find him and kill him. As for you, my friends, you must destroy all recordings. No one can see them. If this goes awry, the consequences will fall upon you. With red-rimmed eyes, Gorin glanced at Deep Sea and then at Ashley. He did not wait for their assent but hastily summoned S.H.I.E.L.D, who had remained silent, seemingly invisible, and left the crime analysis department in a flurry. Upon exiting, Gorin could not restrain his curiosity and asked S.H.I.E.L.D, the soldier boy's former comrade, why did the soldier boy murder the Countess Deep Red? Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D remained tight-lipped. All right. Gorin refrained from pressing S.H.I.E.L.D further, instead feeling comforted as he patted his shoulder. S.H.I.E.L.D, you are my true mentor and friend. I am grateful to have you by my side to face this together. Frankly, others like Deep Sea and the likes are utterly worthless. You are my only reliable ally. As he spoke, Gorin's sincerity was palpable. S.H.I.E.L.D, a seasoned superhero from the era of blood debts, had been a constant presence in Gorin's life, akin to a father figure. However, as soon as Gorin departed and entered the elevator, S.H.I.E.L.D used a small dagger to extract the Watt locator embedded in his arm, tossing it casually to a nearby bewildered female employee. Indeed, he was preparing to flee. S.H.I.E.L.D understood the soldier boy's ruthless nature and dared not linger within the Watt group any longer. Running away might grant him a chance at survival, but remaining would surely lead to his demise. Meanwhile, Leon and the Butcher, having resolved the matter of the Countess Deep Red, returned to their makeshift base at a hotel. As Leon attempted to enter his room for a brief rest and to await the system cooldown, he was intercepted by American Sweetheart. S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't need to be found, but he usually stays at the Watt building, making it difficult for him to be alone. I suggest you deal with the TNT twins and Mindstorm first. I have gathered sufficient intelligence on them. Fine. I'll take a short nap and call me when you find someone. Wait. Starlight, emerging from Huey's room, halted Leon. Is there something you need, American Sweetheart? Leon approached Starlight, towering over her by a head, his formidable vibranium-enhanced muscles exuding an intimidating presence. Gulping, Starlight felt the weight of their size and strength disparity and mustered the courage to confront him. You heard Huey. Indeed, Leon readily admitted, sidestepping Starlight, and greeted Huey, who was now awake and resting against the headboard. My friend, how are you feeling? I'm all right, at least I'm not dead. Huey, feeling unnerved by the man who had nearly kicked him to death, replied awkwardly. At least you're alive. I owe you an apology, Huey. Apology? No, no. After the train incident, Huey had grown weary of the word apology, feeling that Leon harbored ill intentions. He quickly rejected the notion. No, you deserve this, buddy, Leon insisted. Approaching Huey's bedside with a serious expression as he apologized. You know I was held captive by those bastards for too long. I didn't mean to hurt you. I only wanted to help my comrades escape, and I didn't intend to harm you, yet I acted so harshly. This apology is yours, Huey. I am not a bad person. Leon cautiously approached the edge of what appeared to be a marshy pool, shrouded in darkness. Remarkably, the water was crystal clear, just deep enough to barely submerge his infinite attack power 12-star monster card, Pistol. The temperature was pleasantly warm, creating an inviting atmosphere for a soothing soak. Without hesitation, Leon shed his ethereal garments, leaving only his indestructible super-elastic fiber underwear, even in the realm of the spirit. With a splash, he plunged into the water, only to find his vision swallowed by darkness. Undeterred, he reveled in the warmth while exploring the depths. As he delved deeper, the pool's profundity increased, soon rendering him unable to reach the surface even with his arms fully extended. Suddenly, faintly in his ears, he detected a melodious voice, resonating with an air of grandeur. Lost in a blissful serenade. Intrigued, he swam towards the source of the enchanting sound. However, visibility was worse than a fog, forcing him to navigate by instinct. The voice drew nearer until, unexpectedly, Leon collided with something soft. The melodic voice ceased abruptly, and he felt an immense force tighten around his neck. So powerful that even his superhuman strength could not free him at that moment. Vord? Is that you, exerting such might? Leon speculated, wrestling against the invisible grip while kicking upwards. In an extraordinary display of strength, he burst through the surface of the water, propelling the culprit along with him. Upon emerging, Leon realized the water below was pitch black, yet the thick fog above had dissipated, revealing the marshy pool glistening like silver under the moonlight, which cast an ethereal glow. Gazing upwards, he found himself blinded by the brightness, prompting him to question what obscured his sight. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Alert! You have been expelled from the realm of the enraged goddess Batet. Hiss, he noted, almost admiring the shape of her foot. Staring into the mirror, he observed an imprint on his face, inexplicably reflected in his physical form, and marveled at it. Query, would you like to check in today? System, I wish to adopt a cat. Activate. Ding. Check-in completed. Congratulations, host, you have received Bastet's collar. Bastet's collar. This collar allows unlimited access to the goddess Bastet's realm. Upon defeating her, you will gain her eternal loyalty. Quality, indestructible. Description, find me, conquer me. Take me away. Chapter 74, Goddess Batet. Find me, conquer me, take me away. After reviewing the recent check-in information, Leon promptly retrieved Bastet's collar from the system space. It resembled a black circular ring made of material akin to both genuine leather and satin, similar to a typical collar, but without a chain. Adorned with white lace edges that made it appear less like a collar and more like an accessory. Ah, who cares? It's not for me to wear. Leon chuckled, shaking his head before grasping Bastet's collar and immediately projecting his spirit back into her realm. Alert! You have entered the realm of the goddess Batet. Alert! Your presence has been detected by the goddess Batet, as this entry was not in shadow mode. As his perspective shifted, Leon found himself enveloped in dark purple mist, visibility reduced to a mere 25 meters, just as he intended to activate his observation technique to assess his surroundings. A furious beastly roar erupted, nearly striking him in the face. Leon's pupils dilated as a massive shadow, comparable to a freight truck, loomed before him. Before he could react, he was forcefully thrown away. That familiar sensation nearly led him to believe he was about to traverse realms again. Fortunately, the opponent's strike, despite its thunderous sound, lacked true potency, and Leon was not thrown off balance. Suspended in midair, he pondered, Sister, has my speed diminished? Otherwise, I would have reacted to that attack. If the goddess Batet possessed such formidable power, what chance would he have? The system seemed to falter for a moment before responding. Alert! You are within the realm of the goddess Batet, and your senses have been significantly dulled. Alert! In the darkness, the goddess Bastet's attributes have doubled, enhancing her agility and elevating her to a higher divine tier. So, I must contend with her in her territory? This feels akin to a video game. Leon thought. Even with his observation technique activated, visibility remained below 10 meters, which offered only minimal reaction time in this dynamic encounter. The goddess Batet, known for her speed and agility, was indeed a formidable opponent. You insolent fool! The beastly form of Batet exclaimed in a familiar melodic voice, swiftly closing the gap with her razor-sharp claws. Leon attempted to evade, but she caught up, leaving claw marks across his face. This time, Leon felt genuinely vulnerable. It seemed Bastette's claws were sharper than her intellect. Hiss. How fierce. I like it, Leon proclaimed, licking the blood from his face as his wounds healed instantaneously. Ready for battle. Yet, accustomed to overpowering his foes, Leon found himself at a loss in this situation. With his speed outmatched, he remained on the defensive, occasionally landing strikes on Bastet, but she was far from fragile, and he could not deliver a fatal blow. Once she distanced herself beyond 10 meters, he was left unable to pursue, and soon she returned to full health. Confronted with this agile adversary who healed effortlessly, Leon finally grasped the feelings of his previous opponents. Thus, a relentless tank with impenetrable defense faced off against a swift, regenerative assassin, the battle spiraling into an endless cycle. Enough. Do you think I'm just a fat cat? Leon declared fiercely, unleashing his conqueror's aura to momentarily stun Bastet. In that instant, he reluctantly activated his ultimate power boost. Foolish 100. His wounds healed, his intellect momentarily dulled, and his body instinctively obeyed the final commands of his mind. In a flash, Leon's speed surged, and he appeared before Bastet, delivering a playful jab to her chin, followed by an audacious gesture, concluding with a wicked grin as his thoughts ceased altogether. You. Bang. Alert. You have been expelled from the realm of the enraged goddess Bastet. Hiss. Now, that essay completion, 1 foot imprint on each side. A delight for my obsessive-compulsive tendencies. In the real world, Leon gazed into the mirror, deliberately leaving the imprints on his face unrepaired, perfectly symmetrical now. Click. Click. He took a series of photographs with his phone to savor later. In an instant, the crimson marks on Leon's face vanished, restoring his former handsomeness. Until he achieved a qualitative leap in strength, Leon had no intention of re-entering the spiritual domain of Bastet. He had no penchant for suffering. If the pet wolf Fenris of the death goddess Hela was a beast of aggression, then the Black Panther goddess Bastet was undoubtedly a creature of unparalleled agility. While Leon became accustomed to her speed, it still posed a challenge. It was merely exceptionally quick, marked by an elusive and ghostly agility. The combination of these two factors resulted in a combat effectiveness that surpassed even the sum of its parts. It was infuriating that Leon could scarcely touch Bastet, as if it were a grievous offense. What harm would come from a mere touch? Just wait. The tides of time would turn. Leon would reclaim his dignity in due course. He would certainly repay Bastet in kind for her playful scratches. At that moment, Jarvis called. Master Leon, has our friend finally come to his senses? Just in time. I could use a bit of an outlet for my current irritation. After ending the call, Leon approached the still sleeping Arc Theta and pressed the activation switch for the humanoid computer, Angel Heart. He then manually piloted the machine towards Stark Tower, feeling as though he were clad in new armor and ready to take on the world. Chapter 75, A Biological Magnetic Field. Stark Tower, Tony's office. On the surface, she appeared to be Justin Hammer's secretary, but in reality, she was a failed product of his clandestine super soldier project. Lacking the enhanced physique of a super soldier and having lost much of her human sensitivity, Tony shared the intelligence he had gathered with Leon, who, upon seeing the headless green-skinned goblin encased in metal before him, immediately recognized it as a Skrull, a creature capable of mimicking others. Skrulls? Tony inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Leon nodded, explaining the origins of the Skrulls and the danger they pose to Earth's inhabitants. You've practically uncovered Nick Fury's dirty laundry, even revealing that his lover is a Skrull. Tony remarked, astonished by the revelations. How on earth had he managed to be so brazen? Although Tony had never seen the true form of the creature, he could imagine its grotesqueness from the wrinkled green skin. The mere thought of it sent a chill down his spine. I suspect this individual may have been replaced by the Skrulls after a failed super soldier experiment, Leon speculated. A fleeting image of Rhodey crossing his mind. He turned to Tony. Brother, let us keep this discovery about the Skrulls' existence under wraps for now. I'm already working on a plan to handle them, so you need not worry. I will eliminate them soon enough. Call on me if you need assistance, Tony replied. Given that even Justin Hammer's secretary could be replaced by Skrulls, Tony was determined not to wake up to a Skrull impersonating him in the morning. Brother, you could try developing a program to identify Skrulls from this corpse. It would serve as a precautionary measure and could be invaluable later, Leon suggested, gesturing skyward with an inscrutable expression. Consider it done by tomorrow, but tonight's focus is elsewhere. With narrowed eyes, Tony gazed at the distant outline of Hammer Industries. Night fell over the coastal villa, Justin Hammer's abode. Indeed, he had attempted to replicate Tony's Iron Man armor and even the layout of Tony's home. It was evident that Tony had become his obsession. Now, waiting at home, Justin Hammer grew increasingly anxious as no good news arrived. Frustrated, he smashed his phone in anger. Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools. Grabbing a bottle of champagne intended for celebration, he walked to the balcony facing the sea. Trying to calm himself in the chilly breeze, Suddenly, after consuming half the bottle, a golden meteor streaked across his field of vision. At first, he thought he was imagining it, but as the golden streak grew brighter, it quickly traversed the horizon, and panic set in. Oh no, is it coming for me? Before he could finish his thought, the balcony of his villa collapsed in an instant. He felt a dizzying spin before a large hand seized him by the neck. Brother. Once again, I am victorious, Leon proclaimed, glancing back at Tony, who arrived late in his Mark VI armor, while Justin Hammer stood bewildered, with half of his glasses shattered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? How could there be such a biological magnetic field that defies air resistance? Tony, unwilling to concede, declared, tomorrow, I will create a biological magnetic field. Leon, momentarily taken aback by the bold proclamation, recognized that if anyone could realize such an ambitious claim, it would be his brilliant yet cursed brother. It might not happen tomorrow, but it was merely a matter of time. Well done. Leon gave Tony an encouraging gesture before tossing Justin Hammer into the villa's hall, surrounding him alongside Tony, both brothers wearing infectious smiles. Hey, Justin, my friend. The Iron Man and his compatriot have come to bring warmth, Leon announced. I must say, Hammer, you certainly have a grand reputation, Tony echoed, with a humanitarian touch. He asked, do you have any last words? Aye. Justin Hammer, realizing the Stark brothers' intentions, stammered, fear gripping his heart. The looming shadow of death clouded his mind. With trembling hands, he adjusted his glasses and, summoning his courage, threatened, I have cameras everywhere in my house. And I'm currently streaming live. Don't you care about your reputations? As he spoke, Justin swallowed hard, locking eyes with Leon's golden gaze. Knowing how much the latter valued his public image, hoping this would sway them, Leon exchanged glances with Tony, who shrugged nonchalantly. Leon turned back to Justin Hammer, his smile growing ever more sinister. Is that so? It seems you are unaware of the peril you're in. With that, Leon, under the terrified gaze of Justin Hammer, merely adjusted his chest cannon, incinerating him into a charred silhouette. As for the surveillance devices he mentioned, they had been neutralized from the outset. Are they not mimicking humans? Tony pondered, considering that they had yet to audaciously impersonate the influential figures of Earth. Brother, Justin Hammer is the president of a top-tier military-industrial group. This matter is of great significance. I shall report to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Leon stated with a serious expression. I've never seen you show such respect for Nick Fury before. I suspect your intention to report is a mere fade. You're actually aiming to pursue a romantic interest, aren't you? So, who has caught your eye this time? Tony teased, playfully punching Leon's chest. The deputy of Black Egg, a level 9 agent. Ah, so it is her. Tony raised an eyebrow, recalling her image, and began ushering him away. Go on. As long as you don't cause any casualties, feel free to enjoy yourself. Leon saluted Tony with mock formality before soaring into the sky, leaving behind a massive spiderweb-like crack in the ground and a coughing Tony. Cough. Is that intentional or accidental? It seems the matter regarding the biological magnetic field is pressing. Tony certainly despised being dusted or inhaling exhaust fumes, even if the culprit was his own brother, Leon. Chapter 76, Black Egg. I have a plan. Latitude, 38. 533378 longitude, 77. 33891. The structure resembled a colossal cylindrical shape made up of 3 fan-like segments, resembling a nuclear radiation warning sign from above, identifying the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the most striking feature was the all-metal emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. Reminiscent of Dongpeng Te, Leon's entrance instantly captivated the attention of all the staff present. However, their exemplary professionalism prevented them from behaving like mindless zombies clamoring for autographs or photographs. Instead, they paused respectfully, nodding and bowing toward Leon. He reciprocated with friendly waves and warm smiles. At that moment, a team of armed personnel clad in standard combat uniforms, just returning from a mission, entered through the door and immediately spotted Leon waiting. Captain of the Motherland, greeted Ramlo, the captain of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Operations Team, who was familiar with Leon. Typically, Leon's missions involved his own team, who served as the labor force for post-battle tasks, akin to the role of the captain of the Motherland. Out of absolute respect for Leon's formidable prowess and social standing, they privately referred to him with a title that conveyed even greater esteem than that of their own nation. This title sounded both professional and imposing, and Leon accepted it without objection. Hey, Ramlo, my friend, just back from a mission? You are the true heroes, Leon exclaimed warmly, patting Ramlo's shoulder and beaming at him and his team. You flatter us. Compared to your contributions, ours are mere trifles, Ramlo humbly replied. Justice knows no rank or privilege. My friends, you should take pride in your work, Leon declared. Upon hearing this, Ramlo and his team were visibly energized. as if they had been invigorated by a shot of adrenaline, eager to dedicate their hearts to Leon. Just listen to how eloquently he speaks. If he weren't a member of Hydra, Ramlo would genuinely enjoy working under Leon and would willingly serve as his foot soldier. After all, this superior not only possesses immense strength, but also an extraordinary sense of responsibility. During missions, he hardly burdens his team, all while maximizing emotional value. Financial matters are never an issue. His spending flows freely, and when he is in high spirits, he showers them with tips that could cover several years' worth of their salaries. However, working undercover within S.H.I.E.L.D. while assisting Leon did not conflict with each other, allowing Ramlo to enjoy the best of both worlds. While Leon and Ramlo were engrossed in conversation, a striking woman in a form-fitting black uniform that accentuated her long legs and slender waist, with dark hair and piercing blue eyes, approached confidently in tactical high-heeled boots. "Leon," she called. "Hey, Hill, my friend. It's been too long. I've missed you terribly," Leon exclaimed, swiftly wrapping his arms around her before she could react, signaling to Ramlo and the others behind her with a discreet gesture while handing them a diamond card. Quickly, let us not disturb my romantic endeavors." Seeing this, Ramlo rubbed his nose and exchanged knowing glances with his team, the diamond card still radiating a strong scent of money. Long live the captain of the motherland. Under the indifferent gazes of S.H.I.E.L.D. staff, Leon strolled slowly with Hill. Hill tolerated Leon's antics to a considerable degree unless his hands strayed to inappropriate areas. Otherwise, she adopted a laissez-faire attitude as long as he didn't cross any lines. After all, Hill's mission was not to indulge in romance with Leon. As the second-in-command of S.H.I.E.L.D., she had her hands full and little time for mischief. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office, Nick Fury exclaimed, "What the hell? You mean to say you've annihilated Justin Hammer?" He slammed his hand on the desk and quickly retrieved a nasal inhaler from the drawer, pressing it to his nose and taking a deep breath to restart his somewhat malfunctioning brain. "What can I say?" Leon shrugged nonchalantly. "If he had informed me of his misdeeds in advance, I could have flown over and apprehended him before he made any irreversible mistakes." Fury's lips twitched as he stood from his office chair and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Leon, lost in thought. After a long pause, he sighed, "Agent Hill, you may return to your duties." "Understood," Hill nodded, adjusting her waist and smoothly moving away before turning to exit. "Darling, do you have time tonight? I invite you to witness a one-of-a-kind fireworks show," Leon persisted, resting his chin on Hill's shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her slightly flushed ear as he softly invited her. In response to Leon's flirtation and invitation, Hill did not engage and simply pushed the door open to leave. Observing this, Leon smirked and subtly mimicked a gesture reminiscent of the character Soldier Boy from the 3rd season of The Boys as he left. For ease of reference, we shall henceforth refer to this gesture as Leon's grip. At this, Hill finally reacted, casting a fierce glare at Leon before silently mouthing, "You'd better be ready tonight." "Now that's more like it," Leon thought, his smile widening. He then approached Nick Fury, who was still putting on an air of indifference, and said with a hint of mischief, "If you continue to maintain this stoic silence, I might just take my leave." Hearing this, Nick Fury promptly spoke up, "I have a plan called Insight." "Oh, pray tell," Leon replied, the golden glow that had just begun to emanate from him fading away. Following Nick Fury, he entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's exclusive elevator. In the Insight program bay, Nick Fury began, "Captain Leon Stark does not possess authorization for the Insight program." The elevator's voice promptly responded, "Override authorization, Director Nicholas Fury." Confirmed. As the elevator descended, a hush fell over the scene. Only the sound of the elevator operating could be heard. To stave off any potential boredom, Nick Fury initiated a casual conversation with Leon. "There used to be music here, but it stopped after my grandfather, who operated the elevator, passed away." Leon smirked, snapping his fingers. The self-activated man immediately sprang into action. Suddenly, the elevator was filled with the jarring notes of Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, a tune that could only be described as a hellish joke for Nick Fury. Upon hearing it, Nick's expression darkened. Chapter 77. The starry sea as a backdrop for nuclear fireworks. With a clang, the elevator reached its lowest point, several hundred meters above the ground. The unfinished, colossal hulls of the 3 ships loomed before Leon, an awe-inspiring sight. It must be said that these massive toys were quite imposing. "This is the Insight program," Nick Fury proudly explained to Leon, "a 3rd-generation conventional military technology aircraft carrier linked to precision strike satellites. Once airborne, it would never descend, as the new engine allows for continuous suborbital flights. I merely showed Tony the old turbocharged engine design, and he swiftly devised this new performance beast. One must admit, your brother is a true genius. If he were here to hear your praise, he would surely be elated." Leon chuckled, then gestured towards the 3 space carriers. How do they work? Nodded. But Nick corrected. I plan to equip these three sisters with numerous long-range precision weapons capable of annihilating thousands of enemies in a minute. Ordinary terrorists require no intervention from you. Once the satellites gather their information, the space carriers can execute precise strikes immediately. In this way, we can snuff out many threats in their infancy. From the humanitarian perspective that you hold dear, is it not those who commit wrongdoings that deserve punishment? Leon inquired. That is merely a FAAD. A disingenuous excuse to silence public dissent. We cannot wait until others commit wrongs before we deliver judgment. That would be too late. At this point, Nick Fury, with the cunning of a seasoned fox, turned to Leon and asked with a knowing smile, "Isn't that what our Captain America enjoys doing when combating crime?" "Oh, Fury. My friend, you know too many secrets." Leon enthusiastically patted Nick's shoulder. For some reason, Nick suddenly felt a suffocating sensation, as if constricted by a python. It seemed some matters were better left unspoken. "Fury, remember what you just said?" Leon suddenly remarked, folding his arms behind his back. "Which statement?" Nick asked, puzzled. "All of them," Leon replied with an enigmatic smile. Of course, Nick, oblivious to the grave implications, readily agreed, unaware that this amounted to a death warrant for his friend. Signed with his own hand. Afterward, Nick continued to outline the specifics of the Insight program to Leon, knowing that at any moment, he might need to call upon this formidable ally. Since Leon had already fulfilled his primary purpose of inspecting the progress of the Insight program, he was indifferent to listening to Nick's grandiose plans for S.H.I.E.L.D. and his visions for the future world. Simultaneously, Leon secured 3 lifelike models of the space carriers. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was past midnight. It appeared Nick had not engaged in such an open-hearted conversation in a long time. He was unable to deceive Leon with false information, so he spoke for hours, his face glowing with enthusiasm. All right, it's about time." Leon interrupted Nick, asking, "Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have nuclear bombs? I'll take 2. I want to pack them up and take them with me." "What?" Nick looked at him incredulously, questioning if he had misheard. The combination of nuclear bomb and pack up was astonishingly niche. Leon quickly amended, 10. "Do you think nuclear bombs are sold at street stalls?" 20. Knowing Leon's character, Nick hurriedly agreed, personally escorting him to a separate weapons depot outside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to retrieve nuclear warheads, loading a crate full of 20. "You're not actually going to use them as firecrackers, are you?" Watching Leon effortlessly lift the crate filled with nuclear warheads, preparing to fly away, Nick twitched at the corner of his eye, his imagination running wild. "You guessed right. But there is no reward." With that, Leon enveloped the crate in a biological field and soared skyward towards S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "What a madman," Nick scoffed, preparing to report to the council. As long as Captain America remains on the side of justice and enjoys widespread support from the populace, he possesses considerable leeway in his actions. Therefore, Nick was untroubled by the prospect of facing repercussions for unilaterally deploying nuclear weapons. After all, their big brother could conjure them up directly. Asking for them was merely a courtesy. Meanwhile, upon arriving above S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Leon forcefully tossed the crate upwards, targeting a specific office. With a startled cry, Hill, who was clad only in a 2-piece outfit, was swept into Leon's arms as he exited the headquarters, securely catching the falling crate of nuclear warheads, and they sped off towards the Pacific Ocean. Soon, in the uninhabited expanse of the Pacific high seas, the starry sky shimmered brilliantly yet gently, reflecting upon the dark sea, resembling a boundless canvas of starlit fabric. The horizon merged seamlessly with the sea, the vibrant depths of darkness rendering Leon and Hill acutely aware of their own insignificance against the vastness of the universe. After a while, once she regained her composure, Hill lightly tapped Leon's chest, giving him an exasperated glance. "Are you in such a rush to leave? I haven't even put on my clothes yet." At that moment, Hill had been in the office changing clothes, having just removed her work uniform when Leon burst in like a bull, whisking her away. She truly could not discern whether it was intentional or accidental. "Then let me ask you, my dear, are you cold?" Under Leon's gaze, which could melt ice, Hill inexplicably shook her head and then leaned in to silence him. 2.5 minutes later, wait. Realizing that Hill's hands were becoming a bit too adventurous, Leon quickly halted her. "What?" Hill asked, confused. "Fireworks," Leon smiled. "I promised to take you to see a unique fireworks show tonight." With that, he opened the crate he had been holding, swiftly tossing the 20 nuclear warheads in all directions, encircling both himself and Hill. Once the distance was right, Leon summoned a golden energy sphere from his palm, grasping it tightly before shattering it. Countless radiances burst forth from between his fingers, simultaneously enveloping the 20 nuclear warheads, creating a spherical network centered around Leon and Hill. The warheads began to tremble and hum. The next moment, Leon snapped his fingers, and with a resounding boom, 20 nuclear warheads detonated simultaneously. An immense explosion instantly engulfed Hill's entire field of vision, yet the excess heat radiation and energy particles were absorbed by Leon, allowing her to witness the overwhelming majesty and breathtaking beauty of the nuclear explosion firsthand. Prompt: should today's check-in be conducted? Open. Beep. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving Godzilla Template Fragment X2. Chapter 78. The movie premiere brings a great surprise to Leon from the little spider. Scientific research indicates that when an individual finds themselves in a perilous situation that triggers self-awareness, their body uncontrollably releases a surge of adrenaline, resulting in an accelerated heartbeat. If, at that moment, a suitable friend of the opposite or same sex is nearby, it becomes all too easy for one to misinterpret this normal physiological response as a romantic stir. This phenomenon is known as the suspension bridge effect. Despite knowing this, Hill found herself irresistibly drawn to Leon, as if 20 nuclear bombs had exploded around them. The reason was simple. With Leon's remarkable attributes and the unique fireworks display he orchestrated that day, it was hard for any girl to resist, even if she recognized it as a ploy. At that moment, Hill's gaze toward Leon was so intense that it seemed she wished to devour him on the spot. Yet she managed to overcome her primal instincts with the remnants of her rationality. My water meter at home is broken. Could the experienced captain of my homeland assist me in checking what might be wrong? Hill bit her pink tongue, her eyes fixated on Leon with an implied suggestion. At your service, Leon replied with a mischievous grin. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. 7 days later, at Hill's home, the once vibrant atmosphere had faded. Despite some passive protection provided by biology, Hill, who had not rested for 7 days, found herself inevitably spiraling into a state of mental exhaustion. At this moment, the spark of excitement in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a look of numbness and confusion. Seeing that Leon remained unfazed by her plight, Hill, with heavy eyelids, seized the opportunity while her wits were still intact, and playfully kicked the suddenly calm Leon off the couch. You want to kill me, don't you? She exclaimed before immediately fainting. Leon, somewhat embarrassed, halted his actions. Like Tony, he tended to become so engrossed in work that he would forget to eat and sleep. After carrying Hill back to bed, he prepared to attend to another matter concerning a friend. System, how has the automatic mining performed over the past week? Notice, the automatic mining has yielded a total of 169 vibrania. Well, it seems I'm perpetually cursed as a non-lucky individual. How many can claim to possess such a valuable safety net? Leon reassured himself, before soaring into the skies. A month later, in Nepal, Kathmandu, at Kamartaj. At this moment, having invested considerable resources to join Kamartaj, Leon donned a white practice outfit akin to Doctor Strange's, engaging in one-on-one expert tutoring with Old Wong to study teleportation magic. Darn it. Another failure. Leon spat in frustration. How could this happen? Old Wong, puzzled, began to demonstrate manually. It's straightforward. Just do this, then that, and voila. The teleportation array is complete. No need for even a floating ring. Listening to Old Wong's abstract teachings, Leon rolled his eyes dramatically. Old Wong, if your methods truly worked, I'd devour the entire Kamartaj on the spot. I suggest you give up, Leon. You lack the talent for magic. Old Wong sighed deeply. He had exhausted every method in the past few days, yet Leon remained unable to spark even a flicker of talent. Had it not been for the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, also struggling to teach Leon other forms of magic, Old Wong might have doubted his own capabilities. However, Leon's true disappointment lay not in his inability to learn magic. Prompt: would you like to check in today? Yes. Beep. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving Old Wong's collection of novels. Please, my Supreme Sorcerer. Among others, titles included The Supreme Sorcerer Fell in Love with Me. Regarding my rebirth as the Supreme Sorcerer, and Supreme Sorcerer, how will you repay what you owe me? The system nearly stripped Old Wong bare for Leon to see. Yet all he desired was a teleportation or acceleration skill. Why was it so difficult? Leon had tried checking in on Ancient One, only for the system to produce her very own undergarments. Unbeknownst to him, he mistook them for a counterfeit, only to have Ancient One confront him about his water meter shortly after retrieving them from the system. Hundreds of scarlet chains of Selatoth were unleashed simultaneously, subduing Leon and delivering a thorough beating. Fortunately, Ancient One's own stats were not formidable. Otherwise, the Sword of Vishandi might have left Leon in a rather unfortunate state. Of course, this was only because she was holding back, with her sharp blade and keen gaze. There was surely a spell among her vast arsenal that could breach Leon's defenses. After disciplining Leon, Ancient One confined him in the mirror dimension for several days. Detention is fine. It conveniently allows for system check-ins, he thought. However, even after several days, until Ancient One released him, he had yet to check in a single time. Following days of pleading with Ancient One, Leon finally acquired the Eye of Agamotto. Although he could only toy with it under her watchful eye, he merely needed to rely on the time stone within for his check-ins. However, whether it was due to the low yield of time abilities or some other reason, the system produced nothing. Leon's requests were modest. He merely sought a smash Furuto. 5 seconds may seem short for a father, but for Leon, it was just the right intensity. Alas, it remained elusive. Master, the library requires an administrator. You should return now. Yes, Supreme Sorceress Ancient One. At the pinnacle of Kamartaj, Ancient One arrived, stepping onto a floating magic circle, liberating Old Wong, who had been questioning his life as choices while teaching Leon. Old Wong felt a wave of relief and didn't even retrieve the floating ring he had lent Leon, opting instead to casually conjure a teleportation array and leave. Leon watched in envy as Old Wong effortlessly performed the spell. Master Ancient One, you've come. Come see how I've drawn my teleportation array. Leon rushed over, enthusiastically throwing his arm around Ancient One's shoulder and guiding her to the top of Kamartaj, where he had constructed a bedroom for himself. As for any zoning issues, so long as he poured enough resources into it, Ancient One was quite understanding. To ensure structural integrity, Leon invested a considerable amount of vibranium material, with a single vibranium pillar extending 100 meters deep into the earth. Even if Kamartaj were to collapse, his loft would likely remain intact. Leon Stark. In the grand tapestry of the sacred universe's past, present, and future, you might be the most disconnected from the concept of magic, Ancient One remarked with a smile. Results are determined by effort, Leon replied with a casual grin, unfazed. Even if my luck is currently low, I shall inevitably check in and uncover a magnificent spell to astonish Ancient One. Indeed, results are determined by effort. However, it is time for you to leave. Ancient One stated, raising an eyebrow. Huh? Leon was about to inquire why when a familiar voice crackled through his earbud. Leon, Happy is calling. Answer. Leon. The sequel to Homeland, Iron Body, starring you and Tony, Homeland, Flesh and Blood, is about to premiere. You haven't made many public appearances lately. Could you attend the film's premiere? The film not only has the potential to draw large audiences, but also serves to maintain the public's enthusiasm for our Homeland's hero. What does Happy say? Miss Pepper expresses her respect for your personal opinion. Is that so? It certainly could be. But why is it you, Happy, who is informing me? Because I am the film's director, and by the way, Miss Arcee is the assistant director and special effects supervisor. Is that so? I assume you directed the first installment as well? Leon, having little interest in the film industry, had never inquired. Indeed. Following the massive success of the first film, I have been promoted from Tony's assistant and head of security to the executive president of Stark Industries, concurrently serving as the director of the Captain America series. Happy's tone brimmed with pride. Bravo. Congratulations. After confirming the time, Leon hung up and turned, unexpectedly glancing at Ancient One, who wore a constant, enigmatic smile. Goodness. She doesn't even pretend. Without the time stone, you can still glimpse fragments of the future. It seems akin to time acceleration, almost achieving a bullet time effect. No, as depicted in Doctor Strange, it would be more fittingly termed lightning time. This technique allows one to react with astonishing speed, surpassing even Leon's current reflexes. Initially, Leon had believed this ability required a soul projection to activate, but after receiving a thorough thrashing from Ancient One, his perspective shifted. After 2 combinations of strikes, it would be a miracle if Caecilius could manage to touch even a single hair of Ancient One. Huh, you truly are remarkable, she remarked. Leon. Focus on your responsibilities and refrain from wandering thoughts. Ancient One lightly tapped Leon's forehead with her hand. Master, do you think I still have time to partake in your indulgences? Leon, disinterested in exerting himself, paid no mind to whether he could reach her. Suddenly, he gave Ancient One a swift Leon grip and, without waiting for her response or action, soared into the sky like a golden meteor, vanishing from her sight in an instant. In response to Leon's actions, Ancient One prepared her magic, lifting her hand only to lower it again, as the mirrored spaces behind her unfolded and faded. Enough. A wayward son. It is rare to maintain such a sincere, playful spirit. The future is destined to be yours. The God of Battle, Leon Stark Odinson. Chapter 79, The Awakening of Ultimate Freedom. Stark Plaza was currently teeming with fans of Leon. At the premiere's opening ceremony, Happy waved his hand grandly, arranging an astounding 2.5 million ordinary seats in the Stark Industries cinema. Additionally, he distributed 1,000 complimentary super seats for fans to experience a giant screening alongside the Captain America. This was a special privilege curated by Happy and RC for Leon's most devoted fans. It was entirely fan-centric, devoid of any underhanded dealings, something that money alone could not procure. As RC only recognized people, not tickets, the enormous screening hall could easily accommodate 1,000 individuals. Dressed to impress, Leon was accompanied by RC, who wore a stunning blue gown. Tony, equally attired, had the lovely Pepper by his side, clad in a resplendent red dress. The two women embraced their partner's arms, gracefully waving and smiling at the exuberant fans. Captain America! Captain America! Captain America! Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! I am Miss RC's dog. Get lost, you pervert. I am Miss RC's dog. Haha. RC, you have fans too? Leon teased, poking her waist playfully. I wish I didn't RC replied, exasperated. Subsequently, as the protagonist, Leon stepped onto the stage. After delivering an impassioned speech, he opened the film with the customary phrase used by Captain America, "You, my friends, you are the true heroes," as he suddenly clenched his fist. Channeling a hint of his domineering charisma, the lights dimmed, and the fans' fervent cheers abruptly ceased, as if orchestrated. Then, a grand sound heralded the official opening of Captain America, Flesh and Blood. The story bore a striking resemblance to the comic version of The Boys. Even though Leon had never divulged any related information to Happy, yet, he managed to create a clone anti-hero, identical to himself in appearance, who possessed all the abilities depicted in the film, save for the power of flight. Interestingly, in the film, the creator of this character is played by the real-life Happy, known as Dr. Happy. Under his external direction, masquerading as Captain America, engaged in nefarious acts, ultimately causing the real Captain America to grapple with self-doubt and even the perils of personality fragmentation. It was through this process that the film's fans gradually realized that Captain America was merely an ordinary individual, possessing a flesh and blood existence. He was not an omnipotent deity. He too felt sorrow and suffered injuries in battle. Ultimately, Captain America would bleed. He was no different from us. This was the imagery Happy aimed to convey to Leon's fans, allowing him to resonate more profoundly with reality, essentially portraying a sob story through film. After all, the true Leon would never be shackled by moral constraints. Should anyone dare to slander him, he would trace the culprit back through the internet that very night, never harboring a grudge until dawn. Nor would he entertain feelings of confusion or weakness. His most bewildering moment was when he awoke alone in the morning, sword drawn, with no friends in sight. In the end, the despondent Captain America, encouraged by his fans, regained his confidence. In the climactic battle against, he shouted fervent lines about family and bonds, channeling the light of belief bestowed upon him by his supporters to unleash a powerful energy blast that obliterated. As for Tony, he played the role of the strategist, facing off against Dr. Happy, but the villain escaped. This left an opening for the third installment of the Captain America saga. While the plot remained unwritten, Happy had yet to devise anything, and Leon sensed the potential for a lackluster conclusion, urging Happy to tread carefully in his writing. As the film concluded, the live signing event for Captain America commenced. Although Leon found the film somewhat lackluster, the fans' reaction seemed overwhelmingly positive. He couldn't quite comprehend whether it was due to his own inability to appreciate finer nuances or simply a matter of perspective. In any case, the film was a box office success, regardless of the lack of seats. Leon merely needed to focus on signing autographs. Happy had a plethora of considerations to ponder. Next, called an attendant. Hello, Mr. Leon. I am your super fan, Peter Parker. Today is my 18th. Oh no, my 8th birthday. Could you wish me a happy birthday? Hey, Peter, you can't just make demands like that. Mr. Leon might feel overwhelmed. We should follow the rules. Otherwise, if everyone makes requests, Mr. Leon won't have enough time. Apologies, Mr. Leon. Peter is still young and doesn't quite understand. We just need your autograph. As Leon gazed at the shy, chatty child and his charming aunt, the system could hardly contain its excitement. Query, would you like to check in today? System, I ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring ultimate freedom. Chapter 50. The entrance, opened the door. However, the events that Starlight had envisioned did not transpire. There. Leon scooped her up in a princess carry, opened the window, and leapt onto the motorcycle mode of Alcee, which had been idling below. Alcee, somewhat speechless, transported them to a small grove not far from the inn. During this time, Starlight, realizing she had misunderstood the situation, dared not open her eyes, her fair complexion turning adorably crimson. It was not until the soft hum of Alcee's engine, now in low-speed mode, ceased that Leon gently set her down. Once her feet were planted firmly on the ground, Starlight finally opened her eyes, nonchalantly glancing at Leon, and feigned ignorance by asking, Leon, what are we doing here? Engaging in activities you desire, Leon replied promptly. Starlight's face flushed like a teapot ready to boil. What are you thinking, my dear? Leon ruffled Starlight's hair with a grin. Aren't you here to learn how to control your superpowers? What else could we possibly do? And no, that's not. Starlight stammered, lowering her gaze. Yet, her own abilities paled in comparison to Zhao Hailuan's, and she felt her facade was insufficiently concealed. Leon could clearly see her expression, one so mortifying it could evoke a lifetime of embarrassment. At this moment, Leon pondered, is this little sister truly so innocent? Why does it feel as if I am the one being lured? High-end hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Never mind, he mused. As long as there is something to do, that's what matters. With a quiet chuckle, Leon set about the task at hand. To clarify, it was a training session for superpowers. This secluded spot ensured they wouldn't disturb anyone. Otherwise, would she want to practice her abilities while drawing attention in the inn? In that case, the butcher would surely have a field day with her. That's true, Starlight admitted shyly. Let us begin. As Leon positioned himself behind her, one arm encircled her waist while the other rested atop her hand, their fingers interlaced. Don't be nervous, dear, Leon patiently explained. Calm your mind and feel the flow of energy in my palm. This is the most effective way to connect. Is that so? Starlight wondered inwardly if it was necessary for their bodies to be so closely aligned. However, upon witnessing Leon's earnest expression, she merely moved her lips without voicing her thoughts. As the cool night breeze enveloped them, Starlight found that being so close indeed felt comforting. The exchange of warmth lessened the chill as she focused on the energy flow. She couldn't help but rationalize this closeness, thinking that perhaps Leon had not considered it so deeply. Can you feel it? My energy, Leon inquired. Yes, but it seems I cannot absorb it. Starlight furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied. She strained harder to draw in the energy but still failed to grasp the essence. My dear, it's no wonder you cannot absorb it. If you could, it would be miraculous, Leon thought, recalling the time he had spent honing his ability to freely absorb, transform, and release his core energy. Borrowing a phrase from S.H.I.E.L.D, my dear sister, you still have a long way to go. Now, let us try again, Leon said, quietly converting his core energy into electric energy. Indeed, this time I can absorb it, Starlight exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Eager to share her joy with Leon, she turned back. But before she could speak, Leon mischievously leaned in closer. Then came an unspoken secret. All our memories, carefully collected? I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate you would. Starlight gasped, immediately turning away, her hand instinctively covering Leon's mouth before he could retort. I know, it's my fault. I wasn't mindful of the boundaries, she confessed, filled with remorse. That was merely an accident, wasn't it? Leon asked slyly. Yes, Starlight nodded, her agreement a mere whisper, as she sought solace in the moment. Then it settled. Let us continue. Leon licked his lips, knowing that since she had paid for tuition, he ought to reciprocate with some genuine action. Now it's South your turn to place your hand on mine. All right, Starlight obediently nodded, placing her hand atop Leon's. Boom. Leon unleashed a palm blast, severing a tree before them. How fast? Leon, how did you manage that? Starlight asked in astonishment. This time, she kept her urge to turn back and check. But once she processed the event, she felt a pang of regret. After all, she was not the only one with a craving for knowledge. Shall I slow down this time? Yes, Starlight nodded cautiously. Then, Leon commenced a 2.5-minute build-up for another palm blast. This time, Starlight focused intently, a feeling of empowerment washing over her as if she too could achieve success. It was akin to solving a problem by referencing an answer key. Shall we give it a try? Yes, Starlight affirmed, and before Leon could suggest it, she placed her hand back beneath his palm. What could Leon say? She was indeed perceptive. Then, Leon expelled a bit of energy from his palm for Starlight to absorb. Otherwise, in this desolate wilderness, where could he source electricity for her? Bang. That was a failure. Starlight lamented, her head drooping in disappointment. The energy she emitted scattered rather than coalesced, causing the yellow-green leaves of the tree to flutter down. Why, when the steps were identical, did the outcome differ so drastically? She questioned, disheartened. Fear not, I am here. Leon reassured her, gently patting her head. He then leaned in close to her ear, softly whispering, Annie, as long as you desire, I will always accompany you. No matter how long it takes. Leon, Starlight murmured, touched, gradually losing herself in the moment. They continued their practice until an unexpected mishap occurred. Starlight lost control of her powers, which was actually due to Leon inadvertently releasing too much energy. Suddenly, Starlight began to float gently upwards. But she quickly lost momentum and plummeted back to the ground. Leon, I'm going to fall. Don't worry, Annie, I'll catch you. Leon executed a slide, akin to Tony catching a falling aircraft, using his body to cushion Starlight's descent. though this time it was not as stable. Both were caught off guard. One was a cunning strategist who failed to maintain stability, while the other forgot her superhuman resilience would prevent any harm. In short, it was a classic case of human error. 3 hours later, her friend had arrived. Suddenly, a notification from Alcie's sentry mode echoed in Leon's Bluetooth headset, causing a smirk to form at the corner of his mouth, yet he remained unfazed. Leon leaned closer, with merely 25 centimeters separating his nose and lips from May's, both acutely aware of each other's breath and the almost overwhelming scent of opposing hormones. Not now. The child is present, May thought, mistakenly believing Leon intended to kiss her in front of Peter, and instinctively took a half-step back in surprise. Yet before she could utter a word, Leon swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist. "Are you ready for takeoff, my dear?" he asked slyly, seemingly oblivious to May's misunderstanding. "Yes, I'm ready, Mr. Leon." Peter, thinking Leon was addressing him, eagerly raised his hand to respond. "All right, here we go." Without waiting for May's input, Leon enveloped her and Peter in his grasp and soared into the sky. The sudden change in speed elicited an excited shout from Peter, while May, startled, felt as if her heart might stop, adrenaline surging through her. Instinctively, she clung tightly to Leon's waist, pressing her face against his chest. Not even the playful Leon grip he took the opportunity to give her registered in her senses. This was the perfect embodiment of the rich, intoxicating essence of a soldier and Leon. Those who could remain eternally youthful and immortal were another matter altogether. Chapter 81. Peter shuddered. "Aunt May, do I deserve to have an uncle?" Given that Peter and May resided in Queens, a mere 20 kilometers from Stark Industries in Manhattan, Leon's speed meant they would arrive almost instantaneously. However, to savor the softness of his companion and allow Peter to enjoy the experience a little longer, Leon cleverly circled between Queens and Manhattan. It wasn't until the little spider fully acclimated to the rapid pace and May realized what was happening that Leon finally embraced them both and gently landed in a typical household. In New York, Queens is neither a wealthy district nor a poor one. Rather, it is a diverse, middle-class neighborhood rich in cultural heritage, while predominantly inhabited by white residents. It is also home to a significant number of African Americans, including Peter's high school friend, the portly Ned. "Peter, are you having fun?" Leon inquired. "Yes." Peter nodded enthusiastically. May, however, gradually transitioned from initial excitement to a more rational demeanor, beginning to regret her impulsive decision to allow Leon into their lives. Wouldn't he expanding their social circle make it difficult to revert to their previous existence after encountering someone as opportunistic as Leon? Feeling aged and unattractive, May struggled to maintain confidence in her future with Leon. Even if she could seize it, it would likely amount to nothing more than a fleeting whim on Leon's part. She was no longer young. She couldn't afford to be selfish and seek momentary pleasure without considering Peter's future. "Aunt May, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Peter, having been set down by Leon, perceptively sensed her emotional shift and worriedly grasped her hand. Meanwhile, Leon approached the window, seemingly awaiting something. "It's nothing, Peter. I'm very happy today," May said, offering him a tender smile as she ruffled his hair. Just then, a loud rumble filled the air. May took Peter's hand and walked to Leon's side. Looking outside, they saw an unmanned jet glider carrying a colossal cake, larger than Peter himself, hovering below. With a swift motion, Leon, appearing almost ethereal, fetched the cake with one hand, defying the laws of physics. "Mr. Leon, is this cake prepared for me?" young Peter exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the largest cake he had ever seen. "Of course, my little buddy," Leon replied, tousling Peter's hair and discreetly casting a glance at May. May, feeling a bittersweet smile tug at her lips at Leon's unabashed fondness, quickly shook it off and turned to Peter. "Peter, how long do you want Mr. Leon to hold the cake? Shouldn't you tidy up your toys on the coffee table?" "Yes, ma'am." Young Peter saluted May and hurriedly swept his toys into the storage basket beneath the table. After inserting 8 colorful candles atop the cake and lighting them, Leon smiled at Peter. "Make a wish, as long as it's within my power." "Really anything?" Peter asked excitedly. "Yes, anything," Leon affirmed. Young Peter's eyes darted back and forth between Leon and Aunt May, and with a sudden burst of inspiration, he declared, "I wish Mr. Leon could be with Aunt May. So then I would have an uncle." Coughing slightly, May nearly lost her breath upon hearing Peter's loud wish, gently tapping his head in reproach. "Peter, don't be silly." "Oh, can I make another wish?" he asked. "That would be acceptable." May nodded in approval, unaware that Peter silently reaffirmed his previous wish in his heart, exhibiting the precociousness of a future Spider-Man. With Leon's assistance, Peter extinguished the candles, and the 3 of them cut the cake. However, before they could take a bite, Peter playfully smeared cream on both Leon and May's faces with remarkable accuracy. Just as May was about to scold him, Leon retaliated, covering Peter's entire face in cream. Thus commenced a delightful cream battle, escalating uncontrollably, with Leon, as the guest, eagerly joining in. May felt it was inappropriate to say anything further and even playfully smeared cream on Leon's face, taking the opportunity to feel his muscles. Children are vivacious, but their energy depletes swiftly. After finishing off the birthday cake without a single bite, Peter lay down exhausted, showing no signs of waking even as Leon and May collaborated to wash him. During this, the shower head accidentally slipped from their grip, soaking both Leon and May completely. They exchanged glances, saying nothing yet conveying everything. After bathing Peter, May carried him to the bedroom, while Leon took a shower to prepare for what lay ahead. When Leon emerged, May had just finished her own shower, having a private bathroom in her room. They silently sat together on the sofa in the living room. Leon wore only a pair of indestructible, super stretchy fiber underwear, his physique reminiscent of a Greek statue, perfectly sculpted to the point of rendering those nearby breathless. May, adorned in a delicate silk nightgown with thin straps, revealed just enough of her collarbone and thighs to exude a natural charm without appearing vulgar. After a prolonged silence, seeing that May remained quiet, Leon decided to take the initiative. He placed his large hand over hers, which was gripping the hem of her skirt, intertwining their fingers. Hey, May, let me speak. Peter needs an uncle. I can fill that void for both him and you. But I'm afraid there is nothing to worry about, May. Look into my eyes. You need not think of anything. Just follow my lead, and time will reveal everything. My intentions toward both Peter and you are genuine. Noting May's persistent concerns, Leon felt compelled to bolster her confidence further. Chapter 1. Leon Stark in the dazzling city of Las Vegas. At the annual awards ceremony for the highest honors, Colonel Rhodes, clad in formal military attire, stood on the podium to introduce the most significant award recipient of the evening. The audience, consisting entirely of military and political elites alongside prominent tycoons in their entourages, eagerly awaited the announcement. Tony Stark, a dreamer, genius, and patriot, had captured the public's attention from a young age as the son of the legendary weapons developer, Howard Stark. At merely 4 years old, he crafted a circuit board. By 6, he had built his first engine, and at 17, he graduated with top honors from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Following the death of his father, Howard's lifelong friend and partner, Obadiah Stane, took over as the head of Stark Industries. It wasn't until Tony, at the age of 21, decided to return to the company, assuming the role of CEO and wielding the supreme power of the weapons empire. He ushered his father's legacy into a new era, developing intelligent weaponry, advanced machinery, and satellite-guided strike technologies. Today, Tony Stark had redefined the landscape of the weapons industry, defending the freedoms of the nation and safeguarding its global interests. As Colonel Rhodes paused, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. He continued, as the military liaison for Stark Industries, I have the privilege of working alongside a true patriot, who is both my mentor and dear friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present this year's highest honor to Mr. Tony Stark. The announcement was met with another wave of applause. However, the moment designated for the award recipient to take the stage was marred by Tony's conspicuous absence. Tony? Colonel Rhodes scanned the room, searching for the elusive recipient, only to awkwardly glance at the small round table in the center, which was occupied by only 2 individuals. Locking eyes with Obadiah, who was about to rise in Tony's stead, Leon Stark swiftly stood and made his way to the stage. As a result, Obadiah, barely lifting his behind from the chair, was forced to sit back down, offering a strained smile to Leon, who had already claimed the trophy. Upon Leon's ascent, a chorus of astonished female voices erupted from the audience, captivated by his striking appearance. With a blend of rugged charm and an air of effortless elegance stemming from his prolonged status, a mere smirk from him radiated an unparalleled masculine allure. He was none other than Tony Stark's fraternal twin brother, Leon Stark. Perhaps due to their fraternal nature, the Stark brothers did not share identical looks. Leon was decidedly more handsome than Tony. As the second son of Stark Industries, he was notorious among the elite class of the nation as a flamboyant playboy, spending his days indulging in a life of excess. This was precisely the reason Colonel Rhodes had omitted him from his introduction of Tony. Aside from his strikingly handsome face and a physique maintained merely to facilitate effortless socializing, Leon possessed little else of merit. Essentially, he was wealthy in finances alone. Had Tony not frozen his bank account, fearing Leon might perish from lack of social interaction after a week indoors, he would have remained uninvolved in the awards ceremony altogether. Thank you, my dear brother, for saving me from utter embarrassment, Rhodes whispered, visibly relieved. Anytime, Rhodes, Leon replied with a smile, then turned to the audience, holding the trophy aloft, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he remarked, "Oh, this damn trophy is truly exquisite." A round of applause erupted from the audience at his course declaration. a testament to the influence of Stark Industries. Even a profanity-laden comment would garner applause. Leon then gestured for silence, and the audience quickly quieted. Haha. Thank you all for your support. Clearly, I am not my brother, but if I were, I would express my immense honor and joy at receiving this accolade. He continued. Everyone knows that Tony's greatest strength is also his greatest flaw. When he works, he becomes utterly engrossed. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was reveling at a nearby casino, indulging in the pleasures of the night. After the awards ceremony, Rhodes and Leon sought him out. They found him at a table, gambling alongside a young model. I can't believe you stood me up to frolic with a model, Rhodes lamented, his voice tinged with mock disappointment. They told me you would feel honored by my presentation. Of course, I am immensely honored to receive an award from Colonel Rhodes, Tony retorted, his gaze drifting to Leon, who had just swept the table's chips in a bold move. So, where's my little shot glass, Leon? I gifted it to her, Leon indicated the model, who was struggling to balance the trophy in her arms. He kindly adjusted it for her, ensuring it remained upright. Looks good, Tony remarked with a shrug, though it was unclear whether he referred to the trophy or the model. Honestly, you two brothers are something else, one wilder than the other, Rhodes said, covering his face in disbelief, though his fingers barely concealed his amused expression. The camaraderie between the brothers was apparent as they exchanged knowing smiles, accustomed to Rhodes' playful admonishments. Behind them stood Happy, their burly assistant and bodyguard, vigilantly ensuring their safety throughout the night. The revelry continued until the early hours of the morning. As the event concluded, Rhodes repeatedly reminded Tony, you must present your latest advancements to the military tomorrow. Do not be late. Understood, understood, Tony replied dismissively, turning his attention to Leon, who, despite having dined extensively, still had an appetite for takeout. Leon, why don't you go in my place? Surely you wouldn't want. Hey. Don't even think about it. Leon interrupted, shaking his head vigorously. If you threaten me with that frozen bank account again, I might just take a knife to your throat one night. Believe me, not even Pepper could stop me. All right then, Tony conceded with a shrug, lamenting, Leon, you truly do not grasp the art of explosion. What explosion art? Leon shot Tony a bemused glance. You'll understand once you experience one of our missiles firsthand. Outside the hotel, as the brothers, flanked by Happy and their entourage of bodyguards, prepared to depart, a strikingly alluring woman clad in black stockings approached. Leon's eyes brightened at the sight. In the stillness of the night, as fatigue overcame him, Leon retrieved the bodic collar of the Black Panther goddess from the system space, ready for an unexpected transition. Chapter 52. The Mental Storm. Gold has finally arrived. The satellite map indicates that the mental storm is presently situated within a range of approximately 5 kilometers to the west of our location. 5 kilometers? Damn it. Had I known, I would have taken 2 motorcycles. Clad in his soldier boy attire, Leon rode his designated vehicle, the motorcycle mode, Alcy, while the butcher and Huey commandeered a randomly acquired Hummer from the roadside. Upon reaching a dead end deep within the jungle, the Hummer's considerable size rendered it unable to proceed, forcing the trio to halt by the roadside. As soon as they disembarked, Huey eagerly pulled out his tablet to check their proximity to the mental storm, excitement bubbling within him as the day of reckoning for the Homelanders drew nearer. Upon hearing the distance, the butcher muttered an angry curse. Traversing 5 kilometers through this rugged terrain on foot would take at least an hour. Reflecting on this, and having enjoyed the advantages of superhuman physical prowess, he promptly retrieved several vials of temporary compound number 5 from the Hummer's trunk. Oi, Huey. The butcher tossed a vial to Huey, who caught it with a puzzled expression. Is it really necessary to take it this early? Of course not, the butcher grinned slyly. Unless you wish to rely on your ordinary human stamina to traverse this arduous path. The mere thought made Huey shudder, although he was confident in his physical capabilities. He conceded, then I suppose I'll take it. Observing this, Leon smirked and approached the butcher, retrieving 2 additional vials from his bag and tossing one to each of them. 1 vial isn't enough. Take 2. The mental storm is not to be trifled with. After exchanging glances, the butcher and Huey nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic in Leon's words. We've never tried injecting 2 vials at once, Huey chuckled, his innocence reminiscent of a child. The butcher, ever the pragmatist, immediately injected the vial Leon had given him, and Huey followed suit. Whether it was a psychological effect or genuine enhancement, both felt undeniably stronger than after a single injection. At this juncture, they were blissfully unaware of the compound's side effects. Meave and Starlight, who were privy to the compound's secrets, knelt before Leon, lacking any sources of intelligence. They had clearly developed a dependency on the temporary compound number 5, as the adage goes. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Watching the butcher and Huey inject their second vials, Leon suddenly sensed himself leaning further towards the enticing embrace of Aha's fate. Why not? Who doesn't enjoy a bit of fun? He mused, shaking his head with a light laugh before retrieving a pair of tactical goggles akin to Cyclops from the X-Men from Alcée's cockpit. Alcée, I entrust the ensuing vision to you. Leave it to me, came the sultry voice from his Bluetooth headset as Alcée ascended into the sky, providing Leon with a bird's-eye view akin to a video game. In a certain sense, the threat posed by the mental storm was greater than that of the Homelanders. Although Leon's physical resilience was commendable, his magical resistance was negligible, barely stronger than that of an average individual. Yet, there was no need for excessive concern. Just as the soldier boy in the original narrative boldly sought vengeance against the mental storm, Leon, even in the event of an encounter, would likely not perish from a single control. However, the possibility of being controlled to death was not entirely out of the question. In any case, Leon was significantly stronger than the soldier boy and had taken appropriate precautions. Given the mental storm's diminutive stature, the chances of being caught off guard were exceedingly slim. This underscores the importance of intelligence. In this regard, Bruce, the Batman, would have the most to say. I have located him, Alcée suddenly announced, followed by a note of confusion. Why complicate things? You could simply command me to capture him. Hey, Alcée, I dislike the term command. Leon corrected her with an earnest expression. You are not my servant, but my partner, my family, my beloved. All right, I understand, Alcée interjected, unable to bear Leon's unabashedly sentimental words, muffling him with a few playful whines. Aside from his mood disorder, the mental storm also suffered from a significant degree of paranoia. The small cabin he occupied was surrounded by high-energy explosives. If anything were to go wrong, you would be injured. And if you were injured, I would be heartbroken. Alcée tenderly called out to Leon. A drop of pale yellow, translucent oil dripped from above, landing at the corner of Leon's mouth, which he licked away, looking up to see the swiftly retreating rear of Alcée. At that moment, the butcher approached Leon, fully prepared, and inquired, Okay, can you now enlighten us about what we might encounter? Leon turned to the butcher and Huey, raising a finger. You only need to remember one thing. Do not make eye contact. Close your eyes. What if? Huey asked nervously, his throat tightening. There are no what-ifs, Leon declared confidently. As long as you keep your eyes closed and avoid eye contact, there is nothing to worry about. I will handle everything. You only need to lead the way. Just be the bait. He refrained from voicing the last thought. Upon hearing this, the butcher and Huey exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to keep their eyelids engaged in a relentless battle. The mental control that even the pinnacle of superhumans, the soldier boy, feared would be even more challenging for them, who were only temporarily enhanced. In any case, caution is never a bad thing. Thus, the trio ventured into the mountainous terrain that the mental storm had temporarily claimed as its base. After a mere few hundred meters, Leon raised his hand, signaling the butcher and Huey to halt, then pointed to the tripwire beneath his feet, which he had touched but not triggered. The three exchanged glances, silently opting to take a slightly longer route to avoid this densely mined area, preventing any alarm that might alert the mental storm. Before long, they cautiously approached the wooden cabin. Outside, an orange-red lawnmower, its engine still trembling from a recent shutdown, sat idling. Suddenly, as Leon, leading the charge, stepped on a triggered high-energy bomb, he was violently propelled backward with a startled exclamation of damn. The butcher and Huey, following closely behind, were not spared either. And amidst the chaos, Leon darted towards Butcher. Alcée's voice came through Leon's Bluetooth headset. Would you like me to intercept him with ex-wife or the beam cannon? No need for that. Leon quickly countered. Do you think he's as tough as us? What if we turn him into mush and can't extract him? The ground around them was still laden with high-energy explosives. Recently, Leon had begun to trust in the mystical. Fortune returns, he thought to himself. Leon could not help but wonder if the little spider's fondness for black people had begun here. Peter, stop playing. You need to go to school. May approached quickly, anxiously tidying up his backpack while reminding him. Huh? Do we really have to go now? Little Peter, half hidden behind Leon, asked with great reluctance. He had thought that Aunt May, having overslept, would allow him to play at home for the day. Of course, May reached out to pull Peter from behind Leon, but he dodged her like a skilled warrior. Mr. Leon, please help me. All right, May. Leon shielded the little spider behind him and embraced May, planting a light kiss on her lips before gently advising, children can skip a day of school without much consequence, as long as they can read and do basic arithmetic. Play is their primary task. Besides, even if Peter achieves nothing in the future, with my wealth, he can spend a lifetime without ever needing to view education as his only path, unlike children from ordinary families. But, May was taken aback by Leon's boldness, having kissed her in front of Peter, leaving her stuttering and flustered, as if intoxicated. Wow, Aunt May. Am I going to have an uncle now? Peter asked excitedly. Peter, May blushed and shot him a glare, preparing to retort. But Leon silenced her with a finger to her lips. Just moments ago, Alcee had informed him that a hammer had fallen from the sky last night, and no one could move or lift it. This had sparked a frenzy about the legendary hammer, claiming that whoever could lift it would instantly ascend and become a hero. A well-meaning individual had posted about it online, allowing Alcee, who spent most of her time surfing the web, to learn about it immediately. Darling, why don't we let Peter take a few more days off? Leon caressed May's cheek and suggested. Uncle Leon, where are we going to play? Clever little Peter quickly guessed the plan. Indeed, how about New Mexico? Yay, as long as I don't have to go to school, I'm up for anything. With such a wise and understanding uncle as Leon, Peter was convinced. You too, never mind. I won't interfere. May secretly wished to play a little longer. Knowing Leon couldn't always be by her side, so she cherished every moment. She sighed internally, realizing she had fallen for this man completely. In New Mexico, S.H.I.E.L.D satellite had also detected the unidentified object landing somewhere in the state last night, but electromagnetic interference had prevented them from pinpointing the exact location. Now, the information circulating online about the legendary hammer was swiftly captured and contained to prevent further escalation. Agent Coulson, driving his flying car named Laura, equipped with magnetic levitation, arrived at the scene promptly. At that moment, an old man was attempting to connect the hammer's handle to his pickup truck with a chain, hoping to pull the hammer. However, the truck's bed was flipped, and the hammer remained unmoved. It lay at the center of a 25-meter-wide crater, as if the crater had been created by the hammer itself. I found it, Coulson exclaimed, pulling out his phone to call someone. Damn it, are aliens throwing trash down to Earth now? If I ever get the chance, I'll dump all of Earth's nuclear waste on those uncivilized aliens. On the other end of the line, a voice cursed vehemently. In cases like this, falling objects are fine as long as they don't hit anyone. But if it landed in a densely populated area, the consequences would be unimaginable. I personally think we need to notify Mr. Leon about this alien hammer. It's beyond Clinton and Natasha's capabilities. Hey, Coulson, were you calling me? Coulson's words were interrupted by a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he saw Leon, who had brought May and Peter along for vacation. Mr. Leon? Who are these two? Coulson inquired. May and Peter, my family, Leon replied, holding little Peter in one arm while wrapping the other around May's waist, presenting a picture of a happy family. However, Coulson knew this was not the reality for Leon, who was likely just playing the role of a caring guardian. Mr. Leon, Coulson shared all the information S.H.I.E.L.D had regarding the legendary hammer. After listening, Leon casually waved his hand. Leave this hammer business to me. You cannot match its power. Coulson wondered. But Leon clearly had no intention of explaining. In a near instant, he transported himself, May, and Peter to the edge of the crater formed by Thor's hammer. At that moment, the old man was still fretting over how to fix his truck's bed, while the crowd was entirely focused on the hammer. However, Leon, who recognized the old man, did not fall into that category. Hey, my old friend, do you need some young blood to lend a hand? As he spoke, Leon had already helped the old man reattach the truck bed. The old man, excited, grasped Leon's hand and exclaimed, Patriot. You're a patriot. I'm your biggest fan. Look, I wear your costume under my clothes every day. With that, the old man tore open his collar, revealing a wrinkled, frequently washed Superman outfit. Seeing this, Leon's eye twitched, yet he did not expose the truth and even signed the old man's Superman costume with a message from the patriot. Was this a form of respect? Afterward, Leon took some time to escort the elderly gentleman back to his home, marking the location. As for the signature, Leon had encountered a few individuals resembling the elderly Stan Lee, signing various comic manuscripts. While there might be something valuable, the sheer volume of comic-related merchandise in the pool diluted the chances of something truly exceptional. Nonetheless, it wouldn't hurt to sign, as there was always a chance the observer might grant something remarkable. Upon returning, S.H.I.E.L.D had completely secured the area. Leon led May and Peter down into the giant crater and asked Agent Coulson, has everyone else tried? Yes, Coulson nodded. Everyone present has attempted. But not a single person could lift the hammer. Is that so? Leon raised an eyebrow. Bautet, understanding his cue, jumped from Leon's shoulder to May's, then stepped forward to grasp the hammer's handle. With a sudden exertion of force, the ground trembled. Under the protection of the biological field, the ground shook violently, collapsing several centimeters. Yet, the hammer remained steadfast. Unfazed, Leon expanded the biological field's protection to several kilometers and unleashed the full might of the full S50 ultimate power boost. Watch out, my friends, Leon warned, muscles straining as he prepared to unleash his strength. The earth trembled even more fiercely, as if it might overturn. Coulson lost his balance and fell flat on his back. But May and Peter appeared unaffected. Centered around Baudet, an imperceptible dark aura enveloped the two individuals, exerting an effect akin to a biological stance. Although the ground had only sunk by a mere centimeter this time, the force endured was evidently far greater than before. Yet Thor's hammer remained unyielding. Leon could only concede, silently lamenting Odin's unwavering might, even at the brink of death. No, it was precisely because he was nearing death that he exhibited such formidable prowess. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? System: does ancient strength increase with time, or does strength become ancient? Answer me. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Return Rune. Return Rune, a system-exclusive item that allows any weapon to be enchanted. Once used, simply call upon the weapon, and it shall return to you swiftly, regardless of its location. Quality: one-time use. Description: even the Return Rune cannot mend her heart that resolutely distances itself from you. Although this is not what Leon desires most at the moment, it is nonetheless useful. He decisively applied the Return Rune to the indestructible Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. Upon completion of the enchantment, the gun's attributes transformed instantaneously, with an additional line indicating Enchant, Return Rune, appearing under the quality section. This is intriguing. With a smirk, Leon tucked the handgun into his pocket and turned to May and Peter. Would you care to give it a try? I shall abstain. May waved her hand, declining politely. With a single finger, Leon could launch her into the sky, and having failed to lift the hammer with both hands, she knew she had no chance. May thought to herself, I want to try. After receiving Leon's approval, little Peter eagerly broke free from May's grasp and sprinted towards Leon and Thor's hammer. Give it a shot. Leon patted little Peter's head, stepping aside to let him take the stage. Logically, a pure-hearted child has a better chance than a complicated adult. As soon as little Peter placed his hand on the hammer's handle, the previously clear sky instantly darkened, filled with ominous clouds, and thunder erupted. Even if Peter could lift it, this commotion seems off? Leon stepped forward, intending to shield Peter. Boom. A deafening thunderclap echoed as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, struck down. Originally aimed at little Peter, but fearing for his safety, Leon instinctively activated energy absorption, transforming into a human lightning rod. The massive bolt of lightning was irresistibly drawn to him, vanishing into his body. In that moment, Leon felt as if he were soaking in a divine electric prison far mightier than that of the son of Satan, yet he emerged unscathed. Every cell within him ravenously absorbed the power bestowed by the lightning, as if they had been starving for millions of years. Simultaneously, an impressive suit of silver armor adorned with a crimson cape materialized and instantly enveloped Leon. As the thunder faded, upon seeing the dragon scale-like silver armor covering his arms, he realized what had just transpired. This was undoubtedly the Thunder God armor forged from URU metal and empowered by Odin's might. Just moments ago, little Peter had gained the hammer's recognition and inadvertently awakened the thunderous power within, yet Leon had fortuitously intercepted it, thwarting Peter's ascent to a hammer-wielding god. What the? Peter, Leon, are you both all right? May, finally regaining her senses, rushed over to scoop up the slightly dazed Peter. The hammer was also lifted, but Peter couldn't hold on, and it fell from the air. Leon's instinct kicked in, and he reached out to catch it. To his astonishment, he succeeded. This development was quite remarkable. Leon stood, bewildered, gazing at the perfectly balanced and weighted hammer of Thor in his grasp until May leaped into his arms, snapping him back to reality. Terrified by the turn of events, May ignored Peter's pleas to stay and play longer, insisting that Leon escort them home. Leon, unable to refuse her, complied. In truth, he had suddenly recalled that there was a true thunder god awaiting his conquest nearby, and having women and children in tow complicated matters. Thus, he acquiesced. To soothe Peter's disappointment, Leon presented him with a realistic model of the aircraft carrier he had previously acquired during his check-in. Chapter 85, Chronicles of Asgard. Time shifted slightly forward. In the heart of the Nine Realms, Asgard. After over 1,500 years of battle for Asgard, the robust Thor was on the verge of inheriting the throne from his father, King Odin. He was powerful, brave, proud, and a formidable warrior, the embodiment of Asgard's people's aspirations. Wielding a hammer forged from the core of a dying star, he was unstoppable, unmatched in his might. However, Thor's brother, Loki, could not bear to witness his brother's glory. Initially, King Odin had proclaimed that both brothers were worthy of kingship, yet Loki found himself merely an observer to Thor's ascension. Unable to accept this, Loki secretly allied with the Frost Giants, revealing to their leader, Laufey, The existence of a hidden passage that would allow them to bypass the Rainbow Bridge and infiltrate Asgard's treasury on the day of Thor's coronation, inciting chaos. Although the intruders were ultimately vanquished by the destroyer armor guarding Odin's treasury, Loki's plan to disrupt Thor's coronation was fulfilled. Subsequently, Loki incited the already irate Thor to lead his 3 warriors to Jotunheim, home of the Frost Giants. There, Thor and his companions faced an onslaught from the entire Frost Giant clan. While Thor managed to defend himself with his hammer, his 3 warriors fell into peril. And amidst the chaos, Loki discovered he bore the same bloodline talent as the Frost Giants, rendering him impervious to their icy attacks. In that moment, Loki's mind was in turmoil. His aspirations for glory, Odin's approval, and the right to inherit the throne of Asgard were all thrown into disarray. Should his true identity as a Frost Giant be uncovered, he would lose everything he currently possessed. Overcome with fear and anxiety, Loki grappled with his predicament. Just as Thor and his companions found themselves in dire straits, King Odin descended upon the Rainbow Bridge, riding his 8-legged steed, Sleipnir. Thor petitioned Odin to join forces and annihilate the Frost Giants, but Odin flatly rejected him. He was too old to fight, and even his ever-growing power could not defy the inevitable passage of life. Using the Rainbow Bridge, Odin returned Thor and his companions to Asgard, where they engaged in a fierce argument, culminating in Odin furiously sealing Thor's powers and banishing him to Midgard, the realm of Earth. There, even without his divine abilities, Thor would survive, afforded ample time to reflect on his missteps. Moreover, Odin enchanted the hammer with a spell that decreed only those of pure heart could wield it. And once lifted, they would gain the power of Thor, casting it down to earth as proof of his trials and rebirth through fire. After Thor's banishment, Loki attempted to rally Thor's valiant companions to his side, but they saw through his jealousy of Thor, leading to an unceremonious parting. Chapter 54, the long-awaited reunion of the cheap father and son. The Water Tower. The Countess of Deep Crimson, TNT Twins, Deep Sea, and Mindthorn. These eclectic members of the 7 superheroes were systematically eliminated by Soldier Boy. The series of vengeful incidents weighed heavily on the shoulders of the current leader of the 7. Patriot. The specter of death loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, a pressure he had never before encountered. Who could say that Soldier Boy would not target him next? Though he held firm confidence in his abilities, his adversary was none other than Soldier Boy. What if? No. Ashley, I care not for anything. You are specifically hired for crisis management and public relations. You must resolve this matter for me. Should you fail, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you with a laser. In his tumultuous state, Patriot could only unload all his pin-up stress onto his aide, Ashley. Beyond that, he was at a loss. After venting his frustrations to Ashley, the operator at Vought connected him to a mysterious caller claiming to be Soldier Boy. With a heart full of trepidation, Patriot answered, only to receive astonishing news that transformed his despair into elation, albeit with disbelief. After scouring through every file at Vought and confirming the veracity of the information, a childlike smile blossomed on Patriot's face. This sensation was akin to a one-life video game where one finally stands before the final boss, possessing a 70% chance of triumph, yet still facing a 30% possibility of being utterly crushed. Upon opening the door, he discovered that the ultimate boss was none other than his biological father. What a shocking yet liberating revelation. Yes, yes, yes. This monumental shift in mindset exhilarated Patriot to the point of a euphoric frenzy. At that moment, Ashley, who had just been the recipient of Patriot's emotional outpouring, entered his office alongside the previously fleeing Noir. The moment Patriot laid eyes on Noir, his innocent smile immediately faded. Observing this, Ashley cautiously closed the door, making a hasty retreat. Noir, I knew you would return. After a brief silence, Patriot's face once again lit up with an infectious smile as he warmly patted Noir's shoulder in greeting. Soldier Boy will come for us, and together we shall vanquish him. The returning Noir wasted no time, laying his demands on a sheet of paper before Patriot. After a vigorous internal struggle, Noir concluded that evasion would not solve the problem. Given his understanding of Soldier Boy, it was inevitable that he would be found and ultimately killed. The only path to survival lay in uniting with Patriot to eliminate Soldier Boy, thereby severing the terror that haunted him. He is a great villain. We must kill him. Without receiving a direct response from Patriot, Noir produced another prepared sheet of paper to propose his idea. At this, Patriot's expression shifted to one of mixed emotions, akin to a child yearning for paternal affection as he embraced Noir and stated, "He is my father, you know?" Upon hearing this, Noir's body froze. Realizing that Patriot could discern whether he was lying, he could only nod in stunned silence. Damn, lies are not the swift blade. The truth inflicts the most pain. Patriot muttered in disappointment, his emotions a complex blend of relief and gratitude, before he punched through Noir's chest. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You should have told me sooner. With bloodied hands, Patriot left in sorrow and disillusionment, leaving Noir, whom he had treated with earnest sincerity, sprawled on the ground, reaching out for something yet grasping nothing. The following day, within the temporary headquarters of the Black Cloak Vigilantes, to ensure they could engage in their plans without restraint, Leon had rendered Maeve and Starlight unconscious in advance. They were now safely transported to a secure area far from the water tower. Furthermore, the entire Black Cloak Vigilantes team was mobilized. Even though they had recognized the temporary compound V5 possessed some unknown side effects, Butcher and Huey felt compelled to proceed. Similarly, Mother's Milk and Frenchie shared their sentiments. They did not wish to be crushed like ants in the aftermath of superhuman combat. Given the significance of eliminating Patriot, how could they not witness the event firsthand? After thorough preparations and arrangements, night soon enveloped the scene. The water tower now blazed with light, more radiant than ever, akin to the most brilliant star amidst a sea of twinkling constellations. Yet who could fathom that this was the last moment of splendor before its imminent explosion? Wow. You must have taken quite a detour to find your way here, right? In Noir's office, Patriot was watching old black and white propaganda films featuring Soldier Boy. Upon realizing Leon and the Black Cloak Vigilantes had arrived, he turned to greet them. Indeed, you certainly made it a challenge to locate you. When did the all-hail the patriotic one become such a master of hide-and-seek? Butcher mocked with a wicked grin. Where is Noir? Leon glanced around the office, spotting only Patriot, suspecting a small Patriot might be hiding in the adjacent room. He is dead. Patriot replied, I killed him myself. Why? Because he failed to inform me about you. That was his greatest sin. Upon hearing this, Leon's expression turned stoic, and the members of the Black Cloak Vigilantes were taken aback. Had Patriot truly descended into madness, even killing his own teammate? It's just me here. I merely wish to converse with you. As Patriot approached Leon, he waved his hand, stating, I understand the feeling of betrayal by a teammate. If you and I join forces, those worthless fools will not stand a chance against us. No one will. So, who will be the leader? Leon raised an eyebrow. Unmoved. That's a question. Unless we settle it here and now. Why must we compete against each other? After all, you are my father. Patriot gritted his teeth, uttering that word, then pointed incredulously at Butcher. Is it because he urged you to act this way? But he is nothing. Just a damned, ordinary person. Do not be fooled by this damned bastard. Sensing that the situation was slipping from his control, Butcher hastily interjected to Leon. How could he possibly be your son? You were confined in the lab for so long. He cannot be your child. Shut up, Butcher. I am. Patriot shot a glance at Butcher, intent on ending him with a laser, but refraining to avoid escalating matters before a resolution. He turned to Leon, explaining, I am your son. I am your flesh and blood. That is what truly matters. Chapter 55, The father departs, the son howls perhaps. Leon curled his lip. The Patriot, seeing Leon's unperturbed demeanor, hastily brought out a golden-haired boy who bore a striking resemblance to him. Ryan. The Butcher's composure shattered upon witnessing this. For this boy was the illegitimate son that the Patriot had coerced his wife into bearing, a child who was innately superhuman, and whom he had promised to care for, as per his dying wife's wishes. This is my son, Ryan, your grandson, the Patriot introduced with palpable emotion. Grandpa, Ryan cautiously greeted Leon. Even though he had anticipated this moment, being called Grandpa at the prime of his life and age, he would remain forever, still felt rather absurd to Leon. You see, aside from me, you have family. We are your family, the Patriot said with such fervor that he nearly moved himself to tears. Had it not been for Leon's profound understanding of the Patriot's cruel nature, he might have almost believed it. It is truly regrettable that I have missed out on so much. I wish I could have raised you myself, imparting wisdom and guidance, Leon said earnestly. So do I. But it matters not. We are no longer alone. Now we have each other, the Patriot mused, glancing at Leon and then gently touching Ryan's head, feeling as though he was on the verge of acquiring the family he had long desired. However, as Leon approached the Patriot and his son, placing a hand on the Patriot's shoulder, he sternly remarked, perhaps if I had raised you, you would have turned out better, rather than becoming a pitiful wretch, crying out for external validation. But now it is too late. You have transformed into the useless pawn that Walter desired. Wait, pitiful wretch, useless pawn. The Patriot's expression turned to one of shock, while the members of the Black Cloak Enforcers wore expressions of satisfaction, as Leon had articulated their sentiments perfectly. Kid. You are truly disappointing, Leon declared, seizing the Patriot's chin. In response, the Black Cloak Enforcers rushed to restrain the Patriot's arms, while the Butcher and Milkman applied their greater strength to his right arm, and Huey, Kimiko, and Frankie managed the comparatively weaker left arm. System. Do not make me kneel and beg. Activate. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Haki. Haki, you possess all 3 types of Haki. Armament, observation. And Conqueror's Haki. Description, only with Haki can one transcend all things. Not bad, not bad. John, I've always known you had it in you. Leon thought with uncontained joy, increasing the pressure in his grip so that the Patriot's chin began to crack under the strain. What are you doing? Let him go. Let him go now. Ryan, the Patriot's son, perceived the impending danger and began to strike at Leon and the Butcher, but at his young age. He lacked the strength to affect the adult superhumans, let alone Leon. However, while Ryan's physical prowess might still be developing, the power of his laser vision was already sufficient to obliterate most superhumans, Storm Girl being a prime example. Realizing this, Ryan's eyes began to glow a fierce red as he looked at Leon. No, Ryan. The Butcher and the Patriot shouted in unison, but it was too late. With a terrifying flash, 2 beams of crimson laser, even deeper than those of the Butcher and the Patriot, erupted from Ryan's eyes, aimed directly at Leon, the one suppressing the Patriot's main force. Kid, I've been waiting for you. Leon smirked, raising his shield to block. The laser beams from Ryan were deflected by the tungsten vibranium shield, easily piercing through the walls of the obsidian office until they shattered the outer wall of the Walter Tower, crashing downwards. I didn't mean to. After 5 seconds, as the laser ceased, Ryan panicked, stammering upon witnessing the destruction he had caused. Boom. But Leon showed no leniency, swiftly countering with his shield, sending Ryan flying. Ryan! Both the Patriot and the Butcher exclaimed in alarm, exchanging a knowing glance. The onlookers Huey, Milkman, and Frankie could only think to themselves that things were about to take a turn for the worse. In an unexpected twist, the once adversarial Patriot and Butcher joined forces, simultaneously unleashing laser beams at Leon. However, a dramatic scene unfolded, when Leon, possessing the Starlight template, chose not to absorb external energy attacks. The energy deviation effect of his vibranium body activated as intended. As a result, when the lasers shot forth from the Patriot and the Butcher's eyes made contact with Leon's skin, they were instantaneously redirected. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, Huey, Milkman, Frankie, and Kimiko were struck in the head by the dynamically shifting lasers. In the blink of an eye, the Black Cloak enforcers were nearly annihilated, leaving only the Butcher, who stood frozen in shock. Boom. Leon's leg struck the Butcher, sending him crashing through the opposite wall of the obsidian office, where he lay motionless on the ground. Why? Butcher, why would you make such a foolish choice? Answer me. I know you are not dead. With one hand firmly gripping the Patriot, Leon slowly advanced towards the Butcher while questioning him. Do not kill that child, the Butcher replied, rising in a daze as if he were a soulless puppet. You said that revenge is paramount. What does a mere child mean to you? Leon challenged. He is my wife's son, the Butcher answered. Wait a moment. The Patriot was with your wife? And you actually want to save that bastard? Leon exclaimed, as though struck by an unprecedented blow, his expression faltering as he took several seconds to regain his composure before questioning the Butcher once more. Have you lost your mind? I made a promise, the Butcher replied, his face etched with sorrow. Are you sure? Leon retorted, unable to stifle a laugh. The very person you sought revenge against is right here in my grasp, and now you wish to backtrack? Do not kill him. Fuck that. Leon cursed vehemently, then, filled with exasperation, declared, you are weaker than him, and to save that bastard, you have already sacrificed all your comrades. Now you still wish to aid this scoundrel who has been with your wife and the child he sired with her? Butcher, you truly disappoint me. With that, Leon unleashed 2 beams of blazing golden light towards the Butcher, who retaliated with 2 orange-red lasers to defend himself. Yet, under the overwhelming force of Leon's absolute violence, the Butcher could not sustain even a second and was brutally bisected by Leon's golden beams. Boom, boom, boom. Thus, the Black Cloak enforcers were utterly obliterated. The third question, what is the controller of the destroyer armor? The Eternal Gun Gungnir. Correct. Bang bang. The fourth question, who are the 3 warriors under Thor's command? Volstagg, Hogan, and Fandral. Correct. Bang bang. The fifth question, have you married Sif? No. Correct. Bang bang. The final question, what color underwear does Sif usually wear? Black. Oh. The mouth runs ahead while the mind trails behind. After casually answering this last question, Thor immediately realized something was amiss, but it was too late. Leon and the trio of onlookers wore expressions of synchronized gossip comprehension. Without giving Thor a moment to react, Leon swiftly picked up Mjolnir, using it as a sword, and tapped it on Thor's shoulders while maintaining a serious demeanor, saying, Congratulations, Thor Odinson, you have passed the test. Now, in the name of Leon Stark, protector of Midgard, I acknowledge your identity as Thor, the god of thunder. From this moment forward, you are a member of the Avengers. The Avengers? Why would I, Thor, god of thunder, Join a human organization? Thor's face was a canvas of rejection. As the future king of Asgard, how could he stoop beneath mere mortals? Are you willing to part with the hammer? Leon smirked, waving Mjolnir in his hand. As a fellow guardian of the 9 realms, I would be honored to join the protectors of Midgard. In order to reclaim his beloved hammer, Thor was willing to grease the wheels of his principles and boundaries. Subsequently, Leon and Thor discussed how to remove the power of the god of thunder from Thor. Yes, the power was formidable. Yet the awkward reality was that since it was a gift from the card, Leon was uncertain how to revoke it. Previously, when sending Peter home, Leon had asked him to attempt removing it with the hammer, but it was futile. This armor of the god of thunder seemed to be an inseparable part of Leon. Impossible to shed. Leon even contemplated using super self-regeneration to morph his shape and slip out through the collar of the armor, but the armor transformed along with him, tightly enveloping his body. Magic can be incredibly convenient at times, yet it can also be immensely troublesome. It left Leon unable to engage in friendly competitions with his friends, which was the most serious predicament. Now he could only indulge in visual, verbal, and tactile cravings. He felt no different than a eunuch. If he were to be a little perverse, he could grow such a thing from his head, but not only would the girl struggle to accept it, Leon himself would feel nauseated. He called the craftsman, but she replied she was busy, vacationing on a beach in the Maldives, instructing Leon to handle it himself, as it was merely a matter of a teleportation array. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Thor temporarily abandoned the idea of wielding Mjolnir and comfortingly patted Leon's shoulder, sighing and looking down at his brother, who had not been able to breathe freely for a long time. Leon sighed deeply and said with a hint of sorrow, "It can only be this way. I already have a plan." Chapter 88, Loki's Scheme. Thor's regret since Thor could not yet grasp Mjolnir, having failed Odin's trial. Calling for Heimdall to open the Bifrost was futile. Heimdall, having been instructed by Odin, paid him no heed. Helpless, Thor could only accept Leon's proposal and act according to his plan. Night fell, and past midnight, Mjolnir was returned to the meteor pit, where S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel routinely guarded it, and Thor was nominally captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. Leon, growing impatient, had Alcee and Bodek keep watch while he took a break to seek amusement. Question: shall we proceed with today's sign-in? System: for the glory of the northern gods. Open. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Storm Template. Storm Template: superhuman physical attributes, a significant overall enhancement, lifespan increased by 10-fold, the extent of plasma lightning. Plasma remote control and plasma explosion capabilities relies entirely on personal quality and proficiency. Introduction: good child, return home often. Leon initially thought it was the Storm from X-Men, but it turned out to be the Storm from the boys. However, this Storm template provided an even greater boost to physical attributes, making it more suitable for someone like Leon, who was on a path of physical sanctification. A chicken leg is still meat. In any case, Leon grew stronger and felt the urge to unleash a moon crescent slash for excitement. Oh, damn this armor. Just as Leon was getting into the groove, the armor of the god of thunder, which clung to him, forced him to calm down, fueling his frustration. His form flickered rapidly. The next moment, he found himself holding the bewildered Daisy Lewis, who had just finished showering and was wrapped only in a white towel, appearing in Jane Foster's SUV. At that moment, Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig had received Leon's verbal sponsorship and were too excited to sleep. Discussing the electromagnetic storm anomalies triggered by the Bifrost with several S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists in the hotel, they were completely unaware of the situation nearby. "Mr. Leon." Daisy Lewis began to speak, but was silenced by Leon. "My dear, I'm here. Help me." "What?" Before Daisy could comprehend the situation, Leon merely hooked a finger around her, and they soared into the sky. The speed was such that no afterimage could be seen. The newly acquired Storm template significantly enhanced Leon's speed, rivaling that of the Starlight template. In fact, due to the properties of plasma lightning, there was an electrifying sensation during flight. With multiple enhancements, Leon's flight speed became unobservable, yet under the protection of biological stance, Daisy Lewis remained completely unharmed. Instead, amidst the speed and excitement, adrenaline surged, and she quickly became so exhilarated that she could no longer discern her surroundings, ultimately fainting due to Leon's increasing velocity. Afterward, Leon gently set the fainted Daisy Lewis down, ensuring a smooth landing to avoid further shocks to her fragile heart. He exhaled deeply, his previously slightly melancholic gaze now remarkably clear, as if he had gained profound insight into the universe. "Wonderful, I am gradually understanding everything." However, on the first night of waiting for the rabbit to come, Loki did not arrive. Leon surmised that he was consolidating Asgard, preparing for his formal ascension. It was not until 2:30 the following morning that Alcee suddenly whispered in Leon's ear, "He is here." Perfect timing. A subtle smile curved Leon's lips as he cradled the recently fainted Daisy Lewis back to her room, transforming into a streak of purple, blue, and gold shooting star. He sped toward the meteor pit where Thor and Mjolnir were located, at the makeshift base constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. around the crater created by Mjolnir. In the room where Thor was being held, he could hardly hide his drowsiness as he squinted, when a familiar voice broke through his stupor, instantly rousing him. Thor. Loki? How did you get here? Have the frost giants from Jotunheim attacked? Let me explain to Father. Thor instantly snapped into action, feeling a mix of surprise and despair, as he was essentially a prisoner unable to wield Mjolnir at that moment. Chapter 57. Godzilla Template Fragments. Leon, whose madness ignites fireworks as the nuclear explosion finally subsided. Leon emerged once more from the epicenter, his body, which had previously borne minor injuries, now exhibited no trace of harm, thanks to his super self-regeneration. As for the Patriot in Leon's grasp, he had resisted for a mere 2.5 seconds before being utterly obliterated, leaving only a handful of ashes clutched tightly in Leon's hand. Perhaps had the Patriot fled at supersonic speed, he might have survived this nuclear catastrophe. However, remaining stationary in the heart of the explosion, as Leon did, would ensure his demise. Rest in peace, dear John. Leon scattered the last remnants of the Patriot's ashes over the nearly annihilated ruins of the water tower. The structure had completely collapsed, with concrete reduced to dust and rebar melted into molten metal, leaving only a few strands clinging to the foundation, a faint reminder of the water tower's former glory. As Leon surveyed the devastation around the water tower, the once majestic skyline was now a chaotic jumble of crumbling edifices, their skeletal frames barely standing under such overwhelming force. Even those of superhuman caliber could not hope to survive. Yet, the devastation caused by this nuclear blast extended far beyond mere structural damage. The theoretical damage radius of a 40-megaton TNT equivalent nuclear bomb is 23.8 kilometers, but the debris from urban buildings amplifies the blast's impact, making the practical radius at least 30 kilometers. Beyond Leon's vision, the shockwave of the explosion had not yet fully dissipated, continuing to rip through the landscape like a divine hand tracing ripples across the earth, wreaking havoc, destruction, and annihilation, leaving an indelible scar across the map of America. The following day, due to the overwhelming magnitude of the explosion, the American government dared not send personnel into the radioactive dust and nuclear fallout zone. This situation could persist for years, rendering the nuclear blast zone a solitary paradise for Leon, even making it difficult for Alcee, who had not prepared for radiation, to approach. Once this chaos settles, I must ensure my brother upgrades Alcee for better protection, Leon pondered as he stood atop the ruins of the water tower. Then called upon the system in his mind, eager to see what treasures it might bestow upon him after such an extraordinary display. Query: would you like to check in today? System: I can hear the echoes of the nuclear blast. Commence. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received Godzilla Template Fragment, X1. Godzilla Template Fragment. Upon collecting 10 Godzilla Template Fragments, you can automatically synthesize a complete Godzilla template. Description: who dare say I cannot fly? Who dare say my little legs cannot paddle powerfully beneath the water? I shall unleash atomic breath to obliterate you. Leon's emotions were decidedly complex. While he often paid homage to a certain Egyptian beauty's whimsical declarations of wanting to abandon humanity, the notion of relinquishing his humanity was unfathomable. After all, isn't making friends delightful? Though Leon's experiences were vast, they were primarily limited to aesthetically pleasing humanoid beings. He was not as indiscriminate as his Indian counterpart, who embraced all manner of creatures. System: if possible, I would prefer to remain human. Leon negotiated silently with the system. While Godzilla's power was formidable, Leon recalled a comic where Godzilla's atomic breath obliterated Superman. The fully realized Superman had sacrificed himself to shield a mischievous child who could transform into Shazam, ultimately succumbing to Godzilla's devastating breath. Though the details were hazy, the essence was clear. While the prospect of wielding such power was tempting, the price of forsaking his humanity was too steep. There would be ample opportunities for Leon to grow stronger in the future. Yet, the system seemed to perceive Leon's concerns and boldly revealed the full details of the Godzilla template. Godzilla template: the mightiest among monsters, the king among kings, and the epitome of humanity. Your race remains unchanged, yet you gain all of Godzilla's abilities. While in human form, you receive a 25 boost from the Godzilla template. In monster form, you gain a 100 boost. Description: the planet cannot speak, and thus Godzilla emerged. By the stars, such a boon exists. Gaining all of Godzilla's abilities while retaining his humanity would transform him into a monstrous version of Ultraman. Truly, a guardian of his planet? Leon sprang to his feet, instantly changing from his soldier boy attire into a super Deadpool suit, and soared into the sky. Commencing a firework display he whimsically dubbed Nuclear Boys Pyrotechnic Tour, targeting the American military base housing nuclear weapons. On the first day, Leon ignited 25 nuclear bombs and checked in for a box of endless matches. On the second day, he ignited 125 nuclear bombs, earning a never-extinguishing ember, which he promptly gifted to S.H.I.E.L.D. On the third day, he ignited 250 nuclear bombs, receiving a box of pigeon eggs, which, after being roasted in the residual heat of the nuclear explosions, proved delectably savory. On the fourth day, Leon ignited 250 nuclear bombs, earning a rather amusing yet ultimately useless ability, the man with background music. The man with background music is a man endowed with background music. You can make anyone hear any designated music at any time, in any place. Description: strutting with flair, I am ever accompanied by my melody. On the fifth day, Leon ignited 500 nuclear bombs and received yet another box of pigeon eggs. On the sixth day, with America's nuclear reserves dwindling, Leon acquired another 5,000 nuclear bombs from neighboring sources, only to again receive a box of pigeon eggs. On the seventh day, Leon scoured the globe, frantically igniting a nuclear bomb in one go. Yet once more, it resulted in yet another box of pigeon eggs. Finally, after depleting all the neon provinces and annihilating the entire island with his nuclear detonations, the system ceased to provide any noteworthy rewards, and Leon resigned himself to his fate. The pursuit of gathering 10 Godzilla template fragments through incessant nuclear detonations had officially failed. Thus, Leon redirected his attention towards the diverse array of superhumans around him. Chapter 58. Praise the Fool. Return to Marvel. The Waters Corporation and the Patriots were suddenly obliterated by a nuclear bomb. The emergence of the super anti-hero Deadpool, engaged in a horrific quest for nuclear targets, plunged nations into a state of panic. Although only a pawn from America had been sacrificed thus far, who could assure themselves that the next bomb would not land upon their own heads? In this chaotic era of fear, the once legendary Soldier Boy miraculously resurrected and vanquished the Super Deadpool. This was, of course, a script penned, directed, and starred in by Leon, designed to fulfill his grand purpose of executing a superhuman completion plan. In America, 60 kilometers from the ruins of Waters, the newly constructed Judgment League Tower stood. Leon, resuming the guise of Soldier Boy, was collaborating with the fully controlled American officials to select superheroes worthy of bearing the monumental responsibility of judging superhumans. This was to prevent further uncontrolled disasters akin to that of Deadpool. Led by Leon, the original superhero team, the Seven, comprised of Queen Maeve and Starlight as veterans, along with the American officials providing support and resources, gave birth to the Judgment League. To facilitate future sign-ins, Leon personally undertook the task of screening potential superhumans as reserve members of the Judgment League. In his office, he would interview one individual each day. As time passed, superhumans with diverse abilities entered and exited. Mary Morrow, the black female protagonist from Generation V with blood control abilities, signed in with a packet of sanitary pads and was promptly dismissed by Leon. Jordan Lee, another protagonist with gender transformation abilities, was not signed in but was allowed to stay for an additional 3 hours to discuss her views on the future of the Superhero Academy. After all, should she develop a personality split similar to that of the Sentinel, or, like the summoner Lee Jae-yu, undergo a subtle transformation in self-identity, Leon would be left in tears. Kate Dunlap, a protagonist from Generation V with telepathy and control abilities, had already signed in for mental control immunity, thus rendering any further sign-ins of similar abilities moot. However, to reward her contributions to the survival of superhumans, Leon still engaged her for 3 hours. Then there was the infamous Headshot Girl. After an array of notable characters had been signed in, Leon continued his efforts but found himself seemingly cursed, unable to encounter any abilities or items of significance. Cursed. Just trash, Leon exclaimed, flipping his desk in frustration. After a moment of calm, he inquired through his Bluetooth headset to Alcy, who was out recruiting. Are these all the superhumans? Yes, Leon, Alcy replied. 99. 9 of superhumans responded to your call, eager to secure a place in the newly formed Judgment League. What are the remaining 0? 1? I want them all. Currently, the only remaining fugitive is the woman known as the Sage. The Sage? Indeed, she seemed to sense something the night you, as Soldier Boy, killed the Crimson Countess and has since gone into hiding. Interesting, Leon smirked. Alcy, provide me with the last known location of her appearance. I refuse to believe she can simply vanish into thin air. Moments later, upon receiving the area information from Alcy on his computer, Leon took a single glance before soaring through the office's ornate skylight. A week later, after an exhaustive search, Leon found himself back at the Refugee Assistance Station near the Judgment League Tower. Descending from the heavens like a deity, he was greeted with adoration by the crowd. Unfazed by the commotion, he seized a white girl collecting bread and bottled water and descended once more. Upon reaching the rooftop of the Judgment League tower, he flung her onto the terrace, shattering her legs with a single strike, and interrogated her from his elevated position. You used the superhuman regenerative abilities to transform overnight from a black woman into a white one, altering your appearance, musculature, and skeletal structure. And to evade detection, you returned right beneath my nose. Truly, you are a remarkable talent, but I cannot fathom why you would hide from me. Because my super brain tells me you are likely to kill me, the sage replied, her face contorted in pain yet her eyes remained deep and piercing. Leon raised an eyebrow and approached her, placing a hand on her head. Question: shall we proceed with today's sign-in? System: I hear the echoes of wisdom. Activate. Sign-in complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Fool. The Fool, your IQ is 100, and for every point sacrificed, you gain a 1 increase in ultimate power. Description: no matter how strong you become, the Fool will always be above you. Thus, praise the Fool. Become the Fool. Surpass the Fool. Notice: your personal panel has been updated. Please check. Host: Leon Stark abilities, Soldier Boy template, Super Self-Regeneration, Adamantium skeletal structure, Starlight template, Biological stance. Vibranium body, the curse of gun god Stellatas, mental control immunity, charisma, a man with his own BGM, the Fool items, Soldier Boy suit, infinite bullets Desert Eagle, quality, everlasting. Alcee, fire source, never extinguished, regeneration cradle, super elastic fiber underwear, quality, everlasting, super Deadpool costume, carbon alloy dual blades, endless instant noodles, endless milk tea, endless sunflower seeds. Unending balloons, countless pairs of stockings, infinite firecrackers, limitless matches, an extensive collection of the Scarlet Countess's QQ items, Godzilla template fragment X1. The Fool. Intriguing. It was the first time Leon had signed in for a buff type skill, and it appeared quite potent, particularly if one disregarded the drawback of sacrificing IQ. By the way, system, is there any possibility that my IQ could become negative? Leon suddenly had a brilliant idea and posed the question to the system, but it remained silent, leaving him to explore this mystery on his own. With that thought, Leon returned his focus to the sage. If you had come to me willingly, despite any grievances I might have had regarding your race, how could I ever harm one of my own? So, did your super brain foretell your impending demise today? Aye. Under the immense pressure of life and death, the sage stuttered, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Seems you are not clever enough, Leon remarked, a captivating smile gracing his face. With a wave of golden light emanating from his palm, he unleashed a powerful shockwave, shattering the sage's super brain in an instant. In order to prevent any resurgence of threats, Leon undertook an exceptionally cautious approach to laser cleansing. It was only when the wise man was reduced to mere ashes that Leon felt a sense of complete reassurance. This aberrant superhuman, with his unorthodox thought processes, posed a considerable risk if left unchecked. Thus, Leon's plan for the enhancement of superhumans reached its conclusion, although only the newly emerged Fool could be mentioned. The potent effects it possessed were sufficient to be relied upon until the end of time. Overall, the outcome was commendably satisfactory. With the principal task accomplished, Leon spent several days confiding in his friends Maeve and Starlight. He sensed that Tony might be encountering difficulties. System, it is time to return. Notice, the host is about to return to the Marvel Universe. Wait, upon my return, if I wish to revisit this realm for some errand, how shall I manage? What is cherished will resonate in return. Oh, I see. That's as good as saying nothing at all. Leon rolled his eyes at the system in his mind and inquired, what about time? If, by chance, it takes several centuries before I can sign in again and acquire the Black Cloak World Traversal card, I might not mind. But what of my friends? Would they merely become 2 piles of ashes? Perhaps at that point, Leon would have grown powerful enough to easily breach the dimensional barrier, yet time remained uncertain. What if you are both the end and the beginning? Then all is well. Let us return. With a decisive punch to the ground, Leon, having touched the permanent compound he had prepared for Tony and the others, collapsed with great resolve. As long as Leon succumbed quickly, the system's blow would always be a step behind. This was the enlightenment of the Fool. Chapter 59, The Dawn After the Darkness, Tony's Joyful Journey. Deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, where Leon had once met his demise, a flash of white light illuminated the scene. Leon, clad only in a pair of super elastic fiber underwear, reappeared at the point of his departure. The immense underwater pressure jolted the unconscious Leon awake, and he swiftly ascended to the surface, sending waves crashing dozens of meters high before soaring into the depths of the clouds. In that moment, he exclaimed, "What the hell? System, where is my compound number 5? While the absence of his regular attire was of little concern, the loss of the compound no. 5 in his pocket was another matter entirely. With the darkness closing in, how was he to present a fitting gift to Tony? Note: during the interdimensional transition, only the host and the products of the system can pass safely. All other beings or objects are regarded as foreign entities and will be eradicated. Wardlaw, Leon exclaimed, bewildered. Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter sooner? It struck him as odd. When he first traversed dimensions, he had been fully clothed. Yet upon arrival, he found himself in nothing but his revealing underwear. Initially, he suspected that the system had mistakenly transformed him into a soldier boy as part of the transition setup. But it appeared that there was more to this than met the eye. What was he to do now? Without the intellect or capability to concoct another tube of compound number 5 for Tony, any ordinary gift would surely fall flat in comparison. After all, Leon had promised to bring back something truly special that Tony would undoubtedly love. Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over him, and he hurriedly summoned RC from the system space. Ah, Leon, what is it? RC in her casual mode emerged, having maintained her consciousness despite existing in an energy-free, wear-and-tear-free realm. This infinite expanse of pure white was entirely separate from Leon's other system products, akin to an equipment grid. To alleviate her boredom, RC typically passed the time by sleeping, entering a standby mode. Consequently, upon her emergence, she yawned lazily, having expected a lengthy wait. RC, do you have the data on compound number 5? Leon asked urgently. Huh. Oh, I do have it, but... Wonderful. RC, you are my savior. Leon exclaimed, elated as he embraced his half-awake partner, showering her charming face with kisses, so fervently that he inadvertently left a dent. Meanwhile, as Leon wreaked havoc in the black robe world, Tony was grappling with palladium poisoning, his blood toxicity escalating. Aware that his time was running short and with his brother away on business, he had no choice but to entrust the company to Pepper as a last resort. In the fleeting moments he had left, Tony sought distractions, secretly hoping to hold on until his brother's return. Now, Leon had returned. At the same time, Tony, with his blood toxicity reaching 53, was blissfully unaware, accompanied by Pepper and Happy at a high society gathering at the Monaco Racing Club. However, the gathering was a pretense. The real excitement lay in the race. While engaging in conversation with Elon Musk about his electric engines and future rocket launch plans, Pepper's peripheral vision caught a shocking image on the wall-mounted television. Tony, donned in professional racing attire, approaching an F1 race car. Oh my God. Tony, what on earth are you doing? Abruptly bidding farewell to Musk, Pepper hastily beckoned Happy, who was carrying the Mark V suitcase, to head outside to the racing scene. The televised spectacle had even caught the attention of Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries, who was being interviewed by reporter Christine. Is this how one seeks death? Justin chuckled inwardly. While he dared not confront Tony directly, he secretly reveled in the thought of him being reckless. As Pepper hurried to the racing site, her heels clicking anxiously against the ground, she asked her newly hired secretary, Natasha Romanoff, who had been specifically assigned to oversee Tony's well-being during this event. Natasha, under the guise of Black Widow, was tasked with assessing Tony's readiness and moral character as a superhero while closely monitoring his palladium poisoning to provide timely medical assistance should he collapse unexpectedly. Natasha, did you know he was going to race? Miss Pepper, I only learned of it just now. Oh my God. Panic and frustration etched across Pepper's face. Tony, you better not get into trouble, or else. Chapter 60, 5 Leon. Oh, are you crying? The engines of the F1 racing cars roared incessantly on the racetrack, as the 5 red lights, serving as the starting signal, illuminated one after another before extinguishing. The race commenced in an instant. Tony, positioned in the 4th slot, exhibited an extraordinary momentum right from the start, not only maintaining his position but also demonstrating a vigorous intent to overtake. The car in 5th place was swiftly left behind. Pepper and her companions hurried to the spectator stands, their anxiety palpable as the race had already begun. All she could do was silently pray for Tony's safe completion of the race. On the racetrack, Tony's car surged forward with remarkable speed, quickly surpassing the car in 3rd place and ascending to the 3rd position, relentlessly closing in on the 2nd car. At that moment, an unkempt staff member clad in orange appeared on the racetrack, eliciting gasps from the crowd. He wielded 2 long whips and slowly advanced towards the speeding F1 cars. With each step, burn marks appeared on his work attire, revealing beneath it a small arc reactor and an incomplete exoskeleton armor. This individual was Ivan Vanko, the antagonist from Iron Man 2. He had crafted the exoskeleton armor, codenamed Whiplash, using the arc reactor technology left behind by his father, Anton Vanko, a former nuclear physicist. His intent was to fulfill his father's legacy and exact revenge on Stark, who had appropriated the fruits of the arc reactor technology. However, the truth was that the arc reactor technology was a joint research achievement of Anton Vanko and Howard Stark, Tony's father. in a bid for profit. Anton had tied himself to the military and political elite of a rival nation just as the research was nearing completion. Consequently, when this situation came to light, Howard Stark decisively expelled him from the project, thus sowing the seeds of animosity that would carry over to the next generation. As the leading car raced past, Ivan Vanko did not flinch, but instead lashed out with his whip, which crackled with blue and white arcs of electricity, effortlessly slicing the first car in half. The car disintegrated mid-air, and upon hitting the ground, it erupted in a fiery explosion. The second car, sensing danger, executed a swift drift around Ivan Vanko, who made no move against it, as his true target was Tony's fourth car, which was closely trailing behind. A sinister smile crept across Ivan Vanko's stubbled face as he raised his electrified whip towards Tony's vehicle, intent on cleaving both driver and car in twain. Holy shit! Tony instinctively cursed, swiftly maneuvering the steering wheel while shouting, J-A-R-V-I-S. Maximize the anti-inertia field. The subsequent response from J-A-R-V-I-S was lost on Tony as the whip struck the front of his car, severing it. The anti-inertia field generator was rendered inoperative by the blow, sending Tony and the rear part of the car spiraling away. Bang, bang, bang. The fourth car, along with Tony, executed a dizzying 720-degree roll. Fortunately, the anti-inertia field mitigated the sudden inertia, and the F1 safety device known as the Halo system, which Tony had managed to implement ahead of its intended usage, played a significant role in his protection. Thus, when the car finally ceased its tumultuous motion, Tony found himself merely dizzy but miraculously alive. After a brief respite, Tony awkwardly crawled out from beneath the overturned vehicle. Ivan Vanko, witnessing his revenge target still alive, approached menacingly, wielding his powerful electric whips. Meanwhile, the oblivious F1 drivers, spotting a figure on the racetrack, hurriedly veered away, but their excessive speed led to a series of catastrophic crashes and explosions. Panic spread like a toppled domino effect. Damn, how does he possess a small arc reactor? Tony realized he was merely a mortal without his armor, unable to confront Ivan Vanko's exoskeleton. Instinctively, he felt the urge to flee. However, upon seeing the audience scrambling in terror, he halted, turning back to Ivan Vanko and defiantly shouted, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Really? Ivan Vanko sneered as he lashed his whip. Tony barely managed to leap aside, narrowly avoiding being electrocuted. Quickly abandoning the idea of a direct confrontation, he began to lead Ivan Vanko towards a less populated area. Yet, aided by his exoskeleton, Ivan Vanko swiftly overtook him. Crack! The acrid scent of burnt air filled Tony's nostrils as he sensed imminent doom. Just as he resigned himself to fate, Happy, embodying the spirit of a mountain racing champion, arrived with Pepper, charging forward with 2,000 horsepower. With a thunderous crash, Happy collided with the unsuspecting Ivan Vanko, sending him sprawling. "Tony, do you know how worried I am about you?" Pepper exclaimed as she exited the vehicle, but Tony, uncharacteristically, silenced her by swiftly taking the Mark V suitcase from her hands. As he donned the armor, he urged, "Pepper, it's not over yet. It's dangerous here. You must get back in the car and wait for me with Happy. I will handle him, I promise. You must stay safe." Seeing Ivan Vanko rise again, Pepper realized her presence was a liability. After casting a glance at Tony, she hurried back to the car, retreating with Happy from the chaos. Now, the second round began. Clad in the Mark V armor, despite sacrificing substantial defensive capabilities for portability, Tony felt a renewed sense of confidence. He provocatively beckoned to Ivan Vanko. In response, Ivan Vanko merely smirked and unleashed a rapid succession of lightning strikes from his whip, swiftly teaching Tony a harsh lesson. The Mark V armor, with its paper-thin defenses, was no match for Ivan Vanko's high-voltage strikes, and in a mere moment, Tony found himself incapacitated and ensnared by the whip, flung violently through the air. Bang! After crashing through a wall, Tony found himself pinned beneath the debris, struggling to escape, his frantic demeanor reminiscent of his future protege, Spider-Man. Damn it. Move, will you? Mark V, why are you such an unwieldy contraption? Tony Stark, the despicable thief, the arrogant hypocrite, the foolish incompetent. Your day of reckoning shall come 1 year from today. Ivan Vanko declared, his voice dripping with scorn. Submit and join my father in the grave. Unfortunately, the space was already occupied. The mocking voice from behind startled Ivan Vanko. Then, there was nothing more to follow. For upon arrival, Leon had unleashed a devastating palm strike, reducing him and his whip-like apparatus to mere remnants. Subsequently, Leon stood with one foot planted upon the adjacent concrete wall, extending a hand of assistance while mockingly quipping, "Oh dear brother, are you weeping?" Chapter 61, Leoncus Sir. The Mark V system has been rebooted. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ear. With a swift sit-up, Tony heaved the cement slab off himself, brushing aside Leon's assisting hand with a playful reprimand. Away with you. That was just a fluke. Give me a little more time. And I could have taken him down in 2 rounds without your help. But I must say, it's good to see you back. I thought you were ensnared by some woman in a distant locale. Oh, please, old friend, you know me all too well, Tony replied, joyfully embracing Leon, who reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. With Leon's return, Iron Man 2 commenced and swiftly concluded. The rather unremarkable Ivan Vanko was dispatched in an instant, leaving nothing more to discuss. Though he possessed considerable scientific prowess, his malicious intent rendered his talent a mere harbinger of doom in the presence of Tony. Like a sage, Leon had no intention of allowing such individuals to linger inside the Monaco Racing Club, with Leon at the helm. It was undoubtedly one of the safest places in the world. Thus, the distinguished guests, initially intent on dispersing, graciously continued their gathering. Backstage, Leon meticulously peeled away the irreparably damaged components of the Mark V armor from Tony's body as if tearing paper. Fortunately, Tony had only sustained minor bruises, while Pepper, alternating between exasperation and concern, applied ointment to his injuries. Tony, if you ever act impulsively like this without notifying me in advance again, I will resign. Come on, Pepper. You're the boss now. What would happen to the company if you quit? I don't care. I'm definitely resigning. Ow, take it easy. That hurts. Tony cried out in protest. You actually know what pain is? Pepper retorted, increasing the pressure of her ministrations. Meanwhile, Leon and Happy exchanged glances, attempting to suppress their laughter. Mr. Leon, it's fortunate you were here, or I might have been dismissed by Ms. Pepper, Happy remarked. Dressed in a fitted white blouse and a pencil skirt, Natasha, the Black Widow, graciously bowed to Leon, her demeanor exuding both respect and cunning, perfectly poised on the edge of allure. Observing this, Leon widened his eyes, internally acknowledging Natasha's devious charm. Question, shall we proceed with today's check-in? What can the Black Widow possibly check in for? Though Leon entertained a fleeting thought of checking in himself, he found the system as prompt overly swift and sensitive. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of since I'm here, he decided to test his luck with Natasha. Activate. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Child Avoidance Blessing. Child Avoidance Blessing. As long as you desire, you shall never reach the reality of parenthood. Description, with a heart solely for women. Wielding a gun becomes effortless. What the? Leon was taken aback, momentarily losing his linguistic composure. Thankfully, it was a power he could control. Had he received an absolute misfortune, he dared not imagine the consequences. Although he currently had no intentions of fatherhood, the distinction between having a sword yet not using it and lacking a sword entirely was stark. Leon could forego children, but he could not lack the ability to have them. Otherwise, could he still be considered a normal man? By the way, system, is there anything in the pool related to my current thoughts? Yes, indeed. Such as root cause avoidance entity. Stop. I don't wish to hear any more information about that. Fearing that what is constantly thought about will eventually manifest, Leon was apprehensive about the system potentially producing such an outcome. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Natasha's image began to morph into something ineffable. Truly, a formidable agent from the Red Room. Mr. Leon, are you all right? Natasha inquired, noticing his expression akin to a thrill ride. Nothing. I just need a moment of quiet. With that, Leon, unwilling to engage further with Natasha, swiftly activated a once-in-a-lifetime escape. Fleeing the backstage area, he needed to rediscover his sense of manhood, lest his psychological shadows evolve into an indelible mark on his psyche. Not long after, Leon exchanged his soldier boy ensemble for a crisply tailored black suit. As a proud son of his country, he became the center of attention upon entering the club venue. Elegantly raising his glass and exchanging pleasantries with various luminaries, Leon purposefully seated himself directly across from Justin Hammer, boldly wrapping his arm around Christine's waist. Hey, Justin. I must say, your ex-wife is quite the asset. Huh. Thank you for the compliment, Justin responded, his smile strained as he feigned amusement, internally fuming at Leon's double entendre. Powerless, he could only muster an awkward smile and acquiesce. It is indeed an honor for Hammer's ex-wife to receive the recognition of a superhero. Chapter 62. New elements in the blink of an eye. Leon found himself back in his familiar seaside villa, in his own bedroom. And the time had already turned to the next day. Christine, who had toiled through the night, was sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber. Upon rising, Leon chose not to disturb her. After all, one of Christine's admirable traits was her strong sense of self-management. Upon waking, she would clean up without needing Pepper's assistance. Instead of immediately seeking out Tony, Leon first visited Stark Tower to check on Zhao Hailun. However, she was engrossed in the critical phase of developing the regeneration cradle and had no time to spare for him. Leon had no choice but to ask R.C. for some advanced technical guidance, hoping she would complete her work swiftly, before returning to his office to review Sharon Kate's tasks. After his review, the afternoon had arrived, and Leon returned to the seaside villa to find Tony. At that moment, Tony was busy repairing the damaged Mark V suitcase armor in his workshop while incorporating some new ideas. Although the overall performance of the Mark V was somewhat lacking, it remained Tony's only portable armor. It was still necessary for emergencies, as it had managed to hold up until Leon arrived for rescue. Thus, even the ever-fickle Tony did not mind giving the Mark V a second chance. "Hey, my S.H.I.E.L.D. boy. You didn't come to check on your brother first thing after waking up. I've had a bit of a rough time here," Tony remarked, patting the small arc reactor embedded in his chest, the very device that had saved his life and was also the cause of his palladium poisoning. Greeting Leon with a tone reminiscent of green tea. "Oh, come on, brother. The S.H.I.E.L.D. boy is a thing of the past," Leon replied, rolling his eyes at Tony before approaching him and tapping the arc reactor. "Ding, ding, ding. What is your blood toxicity level now?" At those words, the forced smile on Tony's face instantly froze. After glancing at the entrance of his workshop to confirm Pepper was not present, he sighed and shrugged. "Though I don't know how you learned this, to be honest. My blood toxicity has exceeded 60. If this continues for another month, I might just have to go see my parents. Leon, I have but one request of you. The company doesn't matter, but you must take good care of Pepper. Of course, if you dare to take her to bed, I will." He paused, letting out a heavy sigh, then earnestly patted Leon's shoulder, saying, "Whatever Pepper wishes to do, let her. But you, Leon, must never provoke her. Do you understand?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Tony's solemn admonition, Leon couldn't help but burst into laughter, wiping away tears as he said, "Brother, what do you take me for? A charming ladysman, a billionaire, a fickle heartthrob, a superhero?" "Exactly," Tony replied without hesitation. "Wow. Well," Leon shrugged helplessly, surprised by Tony's high appraisal of him. Though it was true, it felt incongruous coming from Tony. Normally, he would be far more acerbic and sarcastic toward Leon. It seemed that Tony genuinely believed his time was running short. With that thought, Leon seized his banner, snapped his fingers, and in a flash, the partner mode of Tifa, R.C., appeared by his side. She projected a 3D holographic miniature model of the city that Leon's father, Howard Stark, had used to describe the future world. "Brother, do you remember this?" Leon inquired. "Of course," Tony replied, rolling his eyes. "I just showcased that video of Dad's at the Stark Tech Expo not long ago." "Okay," Leon nodded. "Then let me ask you, brother. How can we completely eradicate the symptoms of your palladium poisoning? Unless we can find a new element to replace palladium, which is impossible. I've tried every element, and none are viable. Right now, I am left with only a dead end," Tony said despondently. "Perhaps you haven't tried everything," Leon countered. "Why must you search among existing elements? Cannot a genius like Tony Stark create a new element? That is indeed a possibility. But time is not on my side." Leon's words momentarily ignited a glimmer in Tony's eyes, yet it quickly faded. He was confident in his ability to create new elements. But the constraints of time loomed heavily. "No, there is still time. In fact, it is precisely the moment to unveil the radiant path to the future," Leon asserted, gazing unwaveringly at Tony. "You must do it yourself, brother." At this, Tony's interest was piqued. He stood up straight, raising an eyebrow to encourage Leon to continue. "Father once mentioned that the arc reactor was merely a stepping stone to greater technology. He had intended to embark on a race for new energy that would leave all competitors in the dust. However, due to the limitations of the era, the plan was ultimately shelved until now. And this is the future." Leon gestured to R.C., who promptly eliminated the extraneous buildings from the holographic image of the future city. Soon, a completely new spherical holographic projection, which Leon could not comprehend, filled Tony's view. "My goodness, this is a new element," Tony exclaimed in awe. Then turned to Leon, asking, "Wait, why did Dad only tell you, and not me?" "Why?" Leon chuckled. "Oh, my brother. Would you like me to remind you how you were back then? I was merely infatuated, while you were quite the reckless one." It was indeed unlikely that their father would trust such a secret to him. Upon hearing this, Tony's face flushed with embarrassment. He had indeed been reckless during his rebellious phase, and he could only timidly retort, "But I changed later. That was after Mom and Dad's incident," Leon added. Tony fell silent, his heart aching slightly. After a long moment, he composed himself and jokingly punched Leon's chest, saying, "Leon, why didn't you tell me about such an important new element sooner? If you had, I wouldn't be in this predicament now." Tony shot Leon a forlorn look. "You never asked," Leon replied innocently, raising his hands in surrender. "You little rascal." Tony suddenly realized, laughing in exasperation, how long ago did that happen? "You're still holding a grudge? So petty." Gee, Leon placed his hands behind his head, pouting. Who was the one who first played tricks on me? All right. I'll admit my fault, Tony conceded, ending the topic. After all, if they were to tally up the grievances, both brothers would have their share of blame, and neither could truly prevail over the other. Chapter 63, Iron Man, Forever. In the enchanting realm of Tony's workshop, he gazed at the three-dimensional holographic projection of a new element and mused, "Father, you have been gone for 20 years, yet you still managed to impart lessons to me." He shook his head and chuckled, reflecting on the grandeur of the past and the profound depths of paternal love. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S. completed the analysis of the new element. "Sir, Master Leon's proposal for the new element can entirely replace the palladium you currently utilize. However, given our present conditions, we are unable to synthesize it. Is that so?" Tony raised an eyebrow, his confidence rekindled upon realizing his mortality was not at stake. He resumed his usual brash demeanor, addressing his mechanical assistant and other intelligent devices in the lab. "All right, folks, it's time for a comprehensive upgrade." He then turned to Leon. "You too. Since you're always preoccupied with charming the ladies, you might as well lend me a hand." "How do you know I'm not occupied with important matters?" Leon retorted, rolling his eyes before wrapping an arm around his partner, S.H.I.E.L.D, as an excuse. "But once we synthesize the new element, it would be perfect for upgrading S.H.I.E.L.D as well." Thus, with the formidable assistance of Leon, the extraordinary mechanic Tony embarked on an astonishing transformation of his workshop. The first step was demolition. The large pendulum and drilling machine were no match for Leon's fists. With a few powerful strikes, he swiftly dismantled the primary structure of the new workshop. Next came the manufacturing and assembly of the new element synthesizer. For any required shape and size of metal components, Tony directed Leon to use his laser hands to craft rough prototypes, which Tony then meticulously refined using a CNC lathe. The efficiency was remarkable. Once these preliminary preparations were complete, the remaining tasks were simplified to a level even Leon could manage. "Okay, everything is perfectly balanced. Leon, are you ready?" Tony placed his hand on the valve of a closed-loop metal pipeline, glancing at Leon, who had stripped down to his underwear. "Let us proceed. I won't accept the destruction of the laboratory we've worked so hard to upgrade," Tony stated. Leon nodded confidently, tasked with shielding the laboratory from the prism rays used to synthesize the new element, having volunteered himself as a human shield. Confident that the prism rays could not surpass the power of the son of Satan. "Good luck," Tony said. J.A.R.V.I.S. Activate the prism accelerator. Without further ado, he began to twist the valve, though it seemed he had overestimated his own strength, managing only a slight turn. "Allow me," S.H.I.E.L.D interjected, taking over and easily twisting the valve as Tony fetched a wrench to leverage his efforts. Upon witnessing this, Tony silently vowed to regain his strength once his life was no longer in jeopardy, as it was rather embarrassing to be outdone by a girl. As the valve turned, a cold, white, fine beam was deflected from the prism within the pipeline, striking Leon's chest. He willingly absorbed it, preventing any further deflection. "Wow, this is quite intense." Leon could feel the sensation of his skin being scorched, although not yet at the breaking point. The pain was discernible. S.H.I.E.L.D continued to turn the valve while Leon adjusted his position in alignment with the prism rays until the beams safely entered the equilateral triangular new element synthesis device at the center of the prism accelerator. With a dazzling flash of white light, J.A.R.V.I.S. announced, "Sir, congratulations. You and Master Leon have created a new element." Leon, now dressed in an instant, raised an eyebrow. "J.A.R.V.I.S. You can speak. It seems we have one responsible for the chaos and one for the order." Following this, Tony used tweezers to extract the new element and placed it into a new, matching compact arc reactor casing he had prepared. Eagerly, he swapped it with the old one without conducting any tests. Leon, aware of the outcome, did not intervene but inquired curiously, "How does it feel?" "Remarkable. It's like a powerful new vehicle, with a hint of coconut." After taking a deep breath, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. This was, of course, a result of liberating himself from palladium poisoning's psychological and physiological effects. He remained the same Tony, even without his iron armor, akin to the old Leon. Question: should today's check-in proceed? Let us turn the tide. Go. Beep. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the new element, compact arc reactor shell. New element, compact arc reactor shell, perfectly compatible with any form of new element for Iron Man's core housing. Quality: never wears out. Description: I am Iron Man, forever. Well, although this item may not be of significant use to Leon, it could serve as a sturdy projectile. However, it seemed just right for Tony. Without hesitation, Leon swiftly used his finely honed reflexes to extract the newly installed compact arc reactor from Tony and replaced it with the recently acquired indestructible one. Hey, what are you doing? Tony cried out, bewildered as he looked at Leon. This vibranium is too fragile. I'll get you something more durable. What? Is there anything harder than vibranium on Earth? You didn't craft that from your own bones, did you? Observing the vibranium casing Leon was tossing in the air and then glancing at the unknown material housing on his chest, Tony couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Casting a doubtful glance. Incorrect, but close enough. Tony's words sparked an epiphany for Leon, since the issue of the new element had been resolved. It was also time to address the new material for Tony's armor, coinciding perfectly with R-Size upgrade. But before that, Chapter 64, Gently Awakening the Slumbering Soul. Slowly open your eyes. Alcy, please send a copy of the formula for Compound 5 to Jarvis, allowing my brother ample time to study it. Compound 5? What is that? It's a local specialty I mentioned to you before. A local specialty? Upon hearing this, Tony raised an eyebrow. His excitement for swiftly crafting Mark VI momentarily diverted, for Leon was certain he would genuinely enjoy this. Jarvis, project it for me to examine. Sir. I have initiated the projection. As Jarvis spoke, a complex array of molecular structures and elemental compositions unfolded before Leon, leaving him utterly perplexed. Tony, however, was immediately engrossed in thought. After a brief moment, he returned to the present, stroking his chin in contemplation. Well, brother, am I being generous enough? Leon inquired eagerly. Indeed. It is somewhat intriguing. Tony nodded instinctively, only to swiftly shift his tone. However, it necessitates periodic injections during the childhood phase to achieve a permanent effect, which is quite concerning. I have no morbid desire to experiment on infants. Furthermore, the awakening of superpowers is exceedingly unpredictable. Injections in adults are almost invariably fatal. Leon, it's fortunate you provided me only the formula and not the finished product, or it would have been tantamount to fratricide. Tony jested, playfully thumping Leon on the chest. Even if Leon had given him the finished product, Tony would never inject it without caution. He preferred to keep all matters within a manageable scope. His previous reckless pursuit of amusement stemmed from the knowledge of his impending demise. Now that death was no longer imminent, he had no intention of courting danger. Do you need me to summon Dr. Banner? Leon inquired. There's no need for that, Tony replied confidently, waving his hand dismissively. It's not starting from scratch. With a detailed formula, I can manage it on my own. Give me a week, and I shall pursue a doctorate in biology on this matter. I already have a draft of a modification plan in mind. Huh? So you're learning as you go? Truly, you are remarkable, Tony. Leon expressed his disbelief, unable to fathom the world of these geniuses. All right then, take your time with your research. Call me when you're ready. With that, Leon turned to leave. Thank you, Leon. The brief, unadorned expression of gratitude from behind caused Leon to halt momentarily. Without responding, he merely raised his hand in a casual farewell, embodying the essence of brotherhood in his heart. Next, I need to find some vibranium. After departing Tony's workshop, Leon glanced down at his soldier boy uniform. Although the Watt Company had crafted it to be quite durable, he pondered whether it could be upgraded. Given his innate toughness, he had nearly forgotten about this possibility. Coincidentally, Alcy's equipment upgrade would also require substantial vibranium materials. Why not seize the opportunity? It could prove invaluable one day. With determination, Leon soared into the sky. He transformed into a super Deadpool, stealthily infiltrating the Claw S workshop in South Sudan to check on the growth of the leaks he'd previously planted. To his dismay, he found nothing but disappointment. Even before revealing himself, his observation hockey detected a minuscule amount of vibranium within the derelict ship. Just this meager quantity was hardly sufficient. Leon had no idea of the considerable effort Ulysses Claw had expended to procure such a trivial amount, losing several capable subordinates in the process. After hacking into Ulysses Claw's computer and phone via Alcy, confirming that this was indeed all the vibranium he possessed, Leon had no choice but to have Alcy reward him with a former wife, and then proceeded to the British Museum to acquire a vibranium hoe that had escaped from ancient Wakanda. A simple task. In Eastern Africa, clad once more in his soldier boy attire, Leon soared at an altitude exceeding 20,000 meters. Narrowing his eyes, he focused his vision on the vibranium-mimicking barrier that disguised Wakanda as a primitive tribe below. It was time to deliver a minor shock to these prideful natives. With that thought, Leon's form broke the sound barrier, transforming into a meteor plummeting from the heavens, aimed directly at Wakanda's barrier. Simultaneously, on the inner edge of the vibranium barrier, the Black Panther duo, current Black Panther and Wakandan King Chaka, alongside his son, the future Black Panther and King T'Challa, were returning. Adorned in tattered tribal attire, flanked by an elite female guard after dispatching several would-be thieves attempting to steal vibranium. This was Chaka's task, to protect vibranium and, by extension, Wakanda. Compared to the older, more lethargic version seen in Civil War, Chaka was currently in the prime of his strength, though he was beginning to decline. To prevent a lack of succession, Chaka had intentionally brought his son along to cultivate his character and skills while familiarizing him with the responsibilities of the Black Panther, also paving the way for his future. Father, in recent months, vibranium theft has become increasingly rampant. We cannot remain in a state of passive defense. We should take the initiative and crush these criminals in their infancy. The youthful and impetuous T'Challa proposed to his father, Chaka. T'Challa, my son, you may be correct. But Wakanda is not yet prepared to expose its true self to the predatory world beyond. Chaka gazed deeply at T'Challa. Why? T'Challa asked in confusion. Our technological prowess far surpasses that of the outside world. Why does father always seem so fearful? Is the goddess Bast's oracle instructing us to remain confined to this land, which is impoverished save for vibranium? T'Challa, mind your words. Do not forget, I am the king. Chaka instantly transformed from a genial father figure into the formidable and authoritative king of Wakanda, commanding respect with his mere presence, silencing T'Challa with his intensity. T'Challa fell silent, biting his lip in reluctant submission. Understanding his son's lingering defiance, Chaka felt no anger. He too had once been young and impetuous, and therefore spoke earnestly. T'Challa, the world is not as simple as you perceive. Wakanda flourishes due to vibranium, yet it could also be its undoing. Upon hearing this, a divine golden figure flashed through T'Challa's mind, and he nodded in comprehension, respectfully stating, I understand, father. Seeing this, Chaka patted T'Challa's shoulder with a warm smile, saying, My child, I am growing old. The future is destined to be yours, and you may pursue it freely. However, remember this, vibranium may grant Wakanda temporary strength, but it cannot ensure its everlasting prosperity. My only request of you is to safeguard our nation and protect our people. After all, even without vibranium, our country remains. The people are gone, the nation lies in ruins. Indeed, father. The earnest admonitions from Chaka instantly invigorated T'Challa, igniting within him an insatiable desire to assume his role, to lead Wakanda to new heights in the esteemed capacity of both Black Panther and King, and to achieve great deeds. Yet, at that very moment, a resounding knock echoed from above, jolting T'Challa from his reverie and thrusting him back into the stark reality. He looked up in bewilderment, only to witness the sky of Wakanda collapsing. Chapter 65, Vibranium Minor in the astonished gaze of the Black Panther and his son. Leon shattered the vibranium barrier with 3 powerful strikes, landing with the grace of a superhero beside them. He raised his hand, shielding them with his presence. His eyes fixed intently on the futuristic structures ahead and the royal guard led by Okoye. An ambush. Okoye, initially thinking Leon posed a threat to the king and his heir, let out a commanding battle cry, brandishing her vibranium spear to rescue her sovereigns. However, Leon simply pointed his palm towards the group of black roses, unleashing a wave of solar vibrations that sent them flying without a hint of mercy. It must be said, although Okoye's appearance might be deemed less than attractive, she exuded a certain fierce charm, and indeed, her strength was lacking. Nevertheless, to Leon, the majority of humanity on Earth appeared weak. Farther away, the troops stationed at the Wakandan border realized their king and heir appeared to be under attack. Thousands quickly assembled. But before they could mobilize, a peculiar and resonant laughter echoed through the air, a sound unmistakably belonging to Whitebeard, the man who came with his own background music. Regardless of the distance, everyone present heard it as if it were whispered directly into their ears. Conqueror's Haki. As Whitebeard's laughter filled the air, Leon's will surge forth. An invisible aura sweeping through the vicinity, leaving none unaffected save for the Black Panther duo whom he had deliberately spared. Those within Leon's sight, be they Wakandan soldiers or civilians, were engulfed by an indescribable terror, collapsing and convulsing in fright. The might of his Conqueror's Haki was remarkable, providing both ease and efficiency. Leon marveled at the unprecedented effect of his first outward display. Turning to the still dumbfounded Black Panther and his son, Leon inquired, Chaka, T'Challa, my friends, are you unharmed? I had no idea Wakanda had been so deeply infiltrated by extraterrestrial forces. Had I not come to procure vibranium myself, I might have remained oblivious to the fact that Wakanda was being colonized by alien technology for quite some time. I apologize for your suffering, my dear friends. Your savior from the homeland has arrived. With arms outstretched, he delivered a rousing speech, leaving the Black Panther duo exchanging looks of speechless incredulity. According to Leon's declaration, should they express their gratitude? Realizing the misunderstanding, Chaka attempted to explain their true situation, but Leon shrewdly interrupted, no need for thanks. First, I must deal with this cunning and shameless alien menace. With that, Leon's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden light as he unleashed a sustained laser barrage, targeting the fleet of alien ships gathering in the distance. The apex of the Black Panther Palace was inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Then, Leon soared into the air, ready to plunge into the enemy ranks. Not so fast. Show some restraint. Chaka and Chala, disregarding their royal dignity, leaped desperately and clutched Leon's legs, pulling him back to the ground. Of course, this was a cooperative effort. Had they not intervened, Leon could have effortlessly lifted everyone into the sky. How could this be? My friends? Leon questioned, bewildered. Your people are suffering terribly, and as a champion of justice, I must sound the drums of freedom for them. No, you misunderstand. You misunderstand. As they witnessed their hard-won kingdom being reduced to molten ruins in Leon's eyes, Chaka was nearly frantic. He wished he could remove his brain to show Leon the truth. Standing beside him, Chala felt both anger and amusement. Realizing the good intentions behind Leon's actions were misconstrued due to Wakanda's isolationist policies. It was a comical disaster. I was right all along. Wakanda cannot continue its self-imposed isolation. If Leon has come, who might come next? Leon's arrival prompted Chala to fully grasp what he ought to do for Wakanda. He joined his father in explaining the true state of their nation to Leon. After some time, in the depths of Wakanda's vibranium mines, Leon observed the magnetic levitation trains transporting raw vibranium, comprehending everything through the Black Panther duo's exhaustive explanations. Ah, now I see. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Black Panther duo, Leon treated the site as if it were his own home, inspecting and exploring freely. He approached an exposed vibranium vein and, with ease akin to cutting through tofu, extracted a small piece of the rich, black purple or glimmering with blue light. Query, would you like to check in today? System, I can hear the resonance of vibranium. Activate. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the title of Vibranium Miner. Vibranium Miner, you will receive 10 opportunities for mining each day, updated at midnight. And use chances do not accumulate. And there are both manual and automatic options. Automatic mining has a 90 chance of yielding 1 kilogram of vibranium, a 9 chance of obtaining 10 kilograms, a 0.9 chance for 100 kilograms, and a 0.09 chance for 1,000 kilograms, and so forth. The manual mining will generate a mini-game interface visible only to the host. Updating daily with a random vibranium mine map, the yield depends entirely on the host's skill. Mining results are automatically stored in the system space, and regardless of the method, there is a chance to acquire rarer adamantium. All probabilities are subject to no minimum guarantees, with final interpretations held by the system. Introduction. Do you trust your luck or your skills? Chapter 66. The Royal Treasury. Holy shit. Leon, brimming with excitement, crushed the vibranium or in his hand. Truly, Wakanda is remarkable. He is greeted with vibranium right upon arrival. And what is this if not a vibranium miner? In Leon's mind, only 4 words resounded: the Royal Treasury. System, grant me a tenfold draw, and reveal your strength. Automatically mining for you. As the system's voice fell, a perspective visible only to Leon presented his mining results in a blend of text and imagery every second. 10 seconds later, today's automated mining is complete. Your total yield amounts to 18 kilograms of vibranium and 1,000 kilograms of adamantium. 666, no pretense at all. The system delivered precisely what Leon desired. However, he mused that the vibranium was somewhat lacking. Reflecting on this, he turned to the somewhat restrained Black Panther duo, who appeared almost out of place in their own home. With a swift motion, he closed the distance, appearing beside them in an instant. Chaka, Chala, my friends, this is utterly enchanting. I never anticipated that you would have advanced Wakanda's technological prowess to such heights through vibranium. I fear that few would believe it even if spoken aloud. Leon squinted, a playful smirk on his face. Mr. Leon, you flatter us. Chaka humbly replied, Wakanda is but a tiny nation, having isolated itself for too long. And we are not yet fully prepared to engage with the outside world. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow. Chaka, are you implying Mr. Leon has come for vibranium, and Wakanda is willing to provide you with raw vibranium free of charge, requesting only that you keep this secret for the time being? Chaka earnestly bowed to Leon, while Chala, wanting to interject, was silenced by a glance from Chaka. Ha ha ha, well said, well said. Chaka, you are my eternal friend. Leon, akin to an old companion, helped Chaka to his feet. As they exchanged knowing glances, the true agreement was silently forged. The younger Chala, however, remained oblivious, staring in confusion at the camaraderie between his father and Leon, utterly bewildered about the unfolding events. How could his father be so pleased when they had clearly suffered a significant loss? Why was he so eager to offer vibranium to Leon Stark, who had not even requested it? With these questions heavy on his mind, Chala accompanied his father Chaka as a guide, showing Leon around Wakanda for over a week. In truth, there was little of interest to behold. The landscape was dominated by a monotonous steel jungle, and Leon showed little interest in the true beauty of Wakanda's surroundings. He was primarily inspecting which novel inventions held value for him. Ultimately, none proved satisfactory, rendering the vibranium miner a mere fantasy. During this time, Chaka's daughter, Shuri, expressed a desire to join, but Chaka firmly prohibited her. Seemingly fearing that the illustrious Leon might take an interest in his daughter, a last line of defense for him as a father. This thought made Leon chuckle. Setting aside the fact that Shuri was still a minor, her slender frame and dark complexion were enough to make Leon maintain a respectful distance. True talent is rare. True beauty is equally rare, and she simply did not align with Leon's aesthetic. As evening fell, Leon, akin to a vendor with a basket, carried a cargo box brimming with vibranium, along with 2 heart-shaped herbs Chaka insisted on giving him. He soared past the vibranium barrier, which opened automatically, before it sealed shut once more. Only then did T'Challa dare to voice his concerns to his father. Father, why did you agree to provide Leon Stark with free vibranium and even give him heart-shaped herbs? How is this not treachery? T'Challa, as a king, you must learn more. One cannot judge solely by appearances, Chaka replied, his gaze deep as he placed a hand on T'Challa's shoulder. Have you not learned that a hand extended in kindness is seldom met with hostility? Your mother surely imparted this wisdom to you. This is the best outcome. Wakanda has merely lost a bit of vibranium and 2 heart-shaped herbs in exchange for an ally powerful enough to obliterate us. Can you not see this clearly? As he spoke, Chaka gestured toward the somewhat disheveled central district of Wakanda, still in the throes of recovery. Upon seeing this, T'Challa's pupils contracted, and he fell into silence. Leon's journey had imparted upon him an invaluable lesson, to recognize his own frailty, to acknowledge the strength of others, and to remain perpetually humble. For weakness is not a sin, ignorance is. Meanwhile, under full power, Leon returned to the coastal villa he shared with Tony within an hour, laden with his bountiful harvest. Upon witnessing Leon descend like a deity, holding a cargo box of vibranium, Tony, who had stepped out to greet him, was left utterly astonished. My goodness, so much vibranium. Leon, did you steal all of Wakanda's vibranium? No. This is just the beginning. Leon carefully set down the box of vibranium and began sharing his experiences in Wakanda with Tony. The partner mode, Friday, almost flawlessly recreated the scene through 3D holographic projection. After viewing Leon's extraordinary adventure in Fast Forward, Tony found himself utterly bewildered by Wakanda's advanced technology. Although he had previously noticed Shuri's surprising knowledge during the Stark Tech Expo, which seemed inconsistent with her tribal origins, he had attributed it to her interests and the support of her entire tribe. However, witnessing the true technological level of Wakanda left him with but one assessment: they're all a bunch of cunning individuals. They hoard an entire mountain of vibranium, secure in their position while watching the market inflate vibranium prices to astronomical heights. Truly insane. How much would it cost to acquire an entire mountain of vibranium? As Tony pondered, he became increasingly bewildered. Is there truly something in this world he cannot afford? Chapter 67, The Superhuman Serum. Let us not dwell on that. My dear brother, how fares your research on Compound 5? This is what truly piques Leon's curiosity. Otherwise, he might linger longer in Wakanda, fearing that Tony might abscond and cause a calamity. After all, biochemical experiments are not as straightforward and crude as testing a suit of armor. Heh. Do you take me for someone else? Tony chuckled with delight, eagerly ushering Leon into his wondrous workshop, tossing him a vial of translucent, pale blue reagent. What is this? Leon inquired. This is the superhuman serum, refined from the formula of Compound 5 combined with the super soldier serum left by my father, Tony explained with pride. It eliminates the limitation of requiring injection during infancy, making it applicable for all ages. While it cannot guarantee the awakening of superpowers, it significantly enhances physical capabilities, extending lifespan, fortifying bodily attributes, and boosting recovery, as well as providing resistance to known and unknown bacteria and viruses. The more Tony elaborated, the more Leon felt that the name of the superhuman serum was aptly chosen. Its effects completely overshadowed those of its prototypes, Compound 5 and the Super Soldier Serum. Yet, he remained uncertain about the specifics of its enhancement. You haven't injected it yet, have you? Leon asked. What do you take me for? I have no interest in being a guinea pig, Tony retorted with a laugh, before filling a 25 milliliter syringe with the superhuman serum. After expelling the air from the syringe, he aimed the needle at Leon, wearing an expression of playful mischief. All right, I knew it, Leon sighed, shrugging his shoulders as he willingly laid down on the prepared stretcher. He had once boasted to Tony about his remarkable drug resistance, and it seemed Tony had taken that to heart. Currently, Leon was the most suitable candidate for a test subject on Earth. He was resilient enough to withstand experimentation, and should any mishap occur, there were countless backups available. Moreover, he had originally intended to assist Tony in testing the serum, both out of trust and a desire to perhaps exploit a glitch and gain superpowers for himself. Let us proceed. Leon rolled up his sleeve, instinctively closing his eyes. With a swift thrust, Tony plunged the needle down, only for the tip to bend upon contact with Leon's skin. Leon, your skin is impenetrable, Tony remarked, perplexed. Huh? Oh, I forgot. Let me try again. Leon replied, half opening one eye, keeping his head at a distance from the syringe while focusing intently on the needle. In that moment, he activated his cellular control to create a small opening for the needle to penetrate. Despite feeling no pain, Leon instinctively experienced a phantom sensation, perhaps a remnant of childhood fears associated with needles. In that thought, the entire vial of superhuman serum was injected into his body. Once the needle was withdrawn, the tiny opening in his skin healed instantly, and he could distinctly feel the serum coursing through him, propelled by his heart, transforming his body. After a prolonged moment, the reassuring notification from the system resonated within him. Notification: your body has accepted the transformation of the superhuman serum, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes. Then, there was silence. Well, at least I gained a slight enhancement in physical capability. Thus, Leon gleaned a general understanding of Tony's superhuman serum. The side effects had indeed vanished, and its efficacy was formidable. It was noteworthy that Leon's physical prowess was already nearly on par with that of a typical superhuman, exhibiting exceptional defense and considerable strength. And this serum could still have a minor effect. How does it feel? Is it potent enough? Tony inquired, noticing Leon's prolonged silence. Excellent. As expected of you, my friend. Leon commended, giving Tony an appreciative thumbs up. Then there's no time to waste. Hurry and inject me. Tony exclaimed eagerly, shooing Leon off the stretcher and taking his place. Grasping another syringe filled with the superhuman serum, Leon concentrated. Query: would you like to check in today? Activate. Notification: today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a common magnet. What? How is this related to the superhuman serum? Leon exclaimed, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it, much like an elderly person searching for a spoon they can't remember losing. Then, he proceeded to inject Tony with the superhuman serum. 2.5 minutes later, gazing at the floating tools, screwdrivers, and adjustable wrenches surrounding Tony, Leon was momentarily dumbfounded. So this is what he was waiting for. Hey, Leon, from now on, please refer to me as the Magnet King, Tony declared, arms crossed, hovering atop 2 wrenches. Surrounded by meticulously arranged screwdrivers, it appeared he had achieved an impressive spectacle, reminiscent of a grandiose display. Impressive was all Leon managed to say before vanishing from Tony's line of sight, leaving Tony yearning for an audience to showcase his abilities, feeling somewhat deflated as if abruptly halted. However, Leon's primary objective was to retrieve Pepper from Stark Tower. In no time, he returned cradling Pepper in his arms to Tony's workshop. At that moment, Tony was utterly engrossed in experimenting with his newly acquired superpowers, oblivious to Leon and Pepper standing right before him. Tony, hey, Pepper, you've arrived. Pepper chided Tony, who suddenly snapped back to attention, only to have his not-so-masterly control over his superpowers cause the surrounding tools to clatter to the ground, several heavy wrenches striking his head. Fortunately, Tony's enhanced physique ensured he sustained no injury. My friend, do you have any more of the superhuman serum? Leon inquired. I only prepared 3 vials. There's 1 left, just enough for Pepper, Tony replied, understanding Leon's intentions for bringing Pepper along. He had already informed her about the benefits of the superhuman serum, primarily emphasizing the allure of eternal youth and beauty, aspects women are particularly inclined to appreciate. Thus, Pepper had no reservations and readily consented to the injection, enticed by the promise of everlasting youth. With Leon and Tony's assistance, Pepper swiftly received her injection of the superhuman serum. However, unlike Tony, she did not awaken superpowers. Instead, as she had hoped, she appeared younger, with skin that radiated moisture and vitality. Furthermore, tests revealed that Pepper's physical attributes were significantly superior to those of Tony, who had awakened superpowers, making her a veritable embodiment of a Queen Maeve, and she had stable access to what could be termed true superhuman longevity. At this juncture, Leon and Tony had largely discerned the specific effects of the superhuman serum. It was akin to leveling up a gaming character. Each individual's starting point varied, and the extent of enhancement differed. The contrasting effects observed in Leon, Tony, and Pepper after their injections of the superhuman serum illustrated this principle perfectly. The more formidable an individual, the greater the efficacy derived from the injection of the superhuman serum, resulting in a substantial enhancement. However, in contrast, the overall degree of augmentation tends to be comparatively diminished. Conversely, those of lesser strength may experience a more modest effect in terms of both efficacy and enhancement. Yet, when compared to their original state, the magnitude of their improvement can be quite remarkable. Take Tony and Pepper as a case in point. Suppose both achieve an enhancement of 1,000. While Leon may barely reach 1, the power boost from that 1 could potentially surpass the combined enhancements of Tony and Pepper. More specifically, Tony allocates 300 to augment his physical attributes, with the remaining 700 directed towards awakening and enhancing his superpowers. In contrast, Pepper invests her entire 1,000 into her physical enhancement, thereby enabling her to overpower Tony and seize the initiative. Poor Tony may find himself in a position of passivity from this point forward. Chapter 68. S.H.I.E.L.D's new body due to numerous obligations within the company. Pepper herself had little inclination to embrace the mantle of a superhero. Thus, after administering the superhuman serum, Leon escorted her back to Stark Tower. Upon returning to Tony's ingenious abode at the seaside villa, Leon inquired, "Brother, how is the production of the superhuman serum progressing?" "That is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you." Tony revealed an expansive holographic projection of an endless array of compound formulas before Leon. The synthesis conditions for several high molecular compounds within the superhuman serum are quite stringent, requiring a touch of luck. Therefore, achieving a direct success with 3 vials on my first attempt was a stroke of remarkable fortune. Unlike the super soldier serum, this is not a drug that can be mass-produced. "That's no concern," Leon replied. "In fact, this is quite favorable. As long as we can provide it to our trusted individuals, that suffices." He nodded. Unconcerned with the yield of the superhuman serum, wary of a scenario where it becomes commonplace, akin to a martial arts manual disseminated throughout the realm, where everyone practices and you alone do not, thus inviting misfortune. "Brother, do you have the formula for the superhuman serum committed to memory?" Leon asked. "Of course. I've modified it myself. How could I possibly forget?" Tony replied confidently. "Excellent," Leon promptly commanded. "J.A.R.V.I.S. Send an electronic copy of the formula to S.H.I.E.L.D. and delete the remaining electronic records." "Leon, are you implying?" Tony suddenly grasped Leon's intentions. "Indeed," Leon nodded. "This strategic resource of the superhuman serum must remain solely in the hands of us brothers to prevent it from being pilfered by someone like Nick Fury, who takes what he pleases without invitation." "Quite right," Tony reflected, acknowledging the necessity of Leon's caution. While perhaps the unscrupulous hacker had not yet descended to such depths, there could easily be other cybercriminals seeking to exploit J.A.R.V.I.S. Although Tony had great faith in J.A.R.V.I.S., the possibility of their triumph was not to be dismissed. Heroes were as numerous as the stars, and one could never rule out the emergence of a supervillain adept in cyber warfare. Once the confidentiality measures regarding the superhuman serum were firmly established, Leon and Tony finally found the time to embark on the upgrade of S.H.I.E.L.D's body, a significant event Leon had long anticipated. When Leon extracted 1,000 kilograms of amorphous Edmund alloy from the system space, it was enveloped in a soft blue protective membrane, immediately capturing Tony's attention with its lustrous silver hue. It was evidently extraordinary. Upon learning from Leon that Edmund alloy surpassed even the hardest known material, vibranium, Tony was eager to utilize it as the material for crafting the Mark VI armor. However, Leon swiftly declined. "Why?" Tony exclaimed, his world seemingly crumbling. Had his brother ceased to love him? "Not at all," Leon said, bemused by Tony's theatrical display. "These materials are intended for S.H.I.E.L.D's upgrade. I have other provisions for your armor." "Then all is well." With tearful eyes and a pitiful demeanor, Tony instantly transformed back to his usual confident self, the stark contrast eliciting laughter from Leon. Subsequently, the brothers joined forces. Tony redesigned the system configuration and component blueprints for the glider based on the new elements. Meanwhile, with the assistance of J.A.R.V.I.S. and the mechanical arms, Leon meticulously crafted corresponding precision molds for the components based on the schematics provided by Tony. Had Tony's abilities been more adept, this step could have been bypassed entirely, but alas, there were no ifs. Before long, all the component molds for the new body were completed. It was then time for our magnetic maestro to perform. Although Leon intended to take matters into his own hands, he yielded to Tony's insistence to showcase his skills. With a graceful flourish, Tony raised his hands as if conducting an orchestra, elegantly moving his fingers. Under his command, the liquid Edmund alloy, protected by the system, emerged from its translucent blue membrane and floated, dividing itself into the necessary amounts for each component. At this juncture, Tony turned back to Leon with a triumphant glance, silently conveying, "See how impressive I am." "All right, enough of the showboating, brother," Leon sighed, chuckling as he urged. If you continue to flaunt, the Edmund alloy will solidify before we can proceed, and then you'll have a headache trying to manage it. I assure you. S.H.I.E.L.D won't spare you. At these words, Tony raised an eyebrow, beginning to notice that the liquid Edmund alloy was gradually thickening, becoming increasingly difficult to manipulate, transitioning into its indestructible state. Realizing this, Tony refrained from further delays. After all, this was not merely his brother's external brain, but also the body of his sister-in-law. In swift succession, the liquid Edmund alloy was injected into the molds at an astonishing speed, solidifying into the indomitable components of the Edmund alloy body. These are merely the rigid chassis and armor components. Do you intend to use vibranium for the tires and other flexible parts? Tony speculated, stroking his chin. Indeed, Leon confirmed. Those will be prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D herself. From the outset, it was agreed that her rigid components would be crafted from the unyielding Edmund alloy, while the tires and other flexible components would be fashioned from versatile vibranium through the regeneration cradle. They are currently being prepared in the lower level of my abode. Thank you, Tony. As they ascended in the elevator, S.H.I.E.L.D, in partner mode, elegantly emerged, bowing respectfully toward Tony in gratitude. Goodness. Leon, did I mishear? Tony questioned incredulously, seeking confirmation from Leon. However, before Leon could respond, S.H.I.E.L.D, passing by, affirmed, you did not mishear, Leon's brother. As she said this, S.H.I.E.L.D, in partner mode, playfully winked at Leon, who chuckled and shrugged, playfully covering his mouth. All right, I must have indeed misheard. Tony's demeanor fell slightly. Subsequently, in partnership mode, S.H.I.E.L.D, with Leon's assistance, transported the components of her new body into Leon's abode. However, it wasn't long before S.H.I.E.L.D insisted on sending Leon away, as he was more inclined to meddle with the components than focus on the task, resulting in an exceedingly inefficient assembly process. Reluctantly, Leon ascended to Tony's workshop to assist in crafting the Mark VI first. The blueprints have long been designed by Tony. Only the procurement of materials remains to be finalized before completion. Leon is expected to assemble the new mech body even faster than S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing the holographic projection of the components that Tony had presented to him, Leon first transferred all flesh and blood from his right shoulder to the palm of his right hand into his main body, revealing only the gleaming, system-enhanced active Edmund alloy skeletal framework. Hey, Tony exclaimed, his eyelids twitching as he hastily interjected, I was merely jesting. Leon, why are you taking this seriously? No. Tony, I am quite earnest. My skeletal structure is indeed the most resilient regenerative material currently available on Earth, making it the prime choice for constructing your armor. This was determined from the very beginning. As he spoke, Leon nonchalantly severed his right hand's Edmund alloy skeleton at the joint, his brow unfurrowed. While it appeared somewhat alarming, Leon exerted no real effort. The tendons linking the bones were merely a manifestation of his own voluntary control. Witnessing Leon's resolute determination, Tony refrained from further feigning reluctance. Brothers. In spirit. Chapter 69, Leon. I'm ready. Do you want to? Soon, under Leon's active control and continuous restoration, the Mark VI armor, crafted from the remarkable active Edmund alloy, was freshly completed. With a somewhat heavy heart, Tony donned the armor piece by piece, assisted by Leon, whose right arm had returned to its former glory. Although the armor could be equipped automatically, Tony wished to savor the moment of wearing the suit crafted by his own brother, and Leon indulged him in this ritual. How does it feel? Leon inquired, a smile gracing his face as he gauged Tony's control over the Mark VI. It feels a bit heavy, Tony replied after taking a couple of steps. If the ultra-thin and lightweight Mark V felt like wearing a short-sleeved shirt, the Mark VI, forged from active Edmund alloy, felt akin to a thick leather jacket. Tony anticipated that it would take some time to reacquaint himself with the agility of his previous armors. Yet, it was all worthwhile. The indomitable defense alone would grant him peace of mind for future escapades. Shall we step outside for a little sparring? Leon suggested, pointing towards the Pacific coastline with a raised eyebrow. Before Leon could finish, Tony, without regard for decorum, took flight and sped away. Observing this, Leon smirked and, in an instant, broke the sound barrier to catch up, delivering a merciless punch that sent the unsuspecting Tony crashing into the sea. Boom. 100-meter wave erupted from the impact. Leon hovered above the surface, the deluge of seawater cascading around him as if repelled by an invisible barrier. Moments later, Tony, resembling a drunken sailor, shot out of the water, spiraling before returning to Leon's side. Leon, were you trying to kill me? Tony exclaimed, playfully thumping Leon's chest in mock reproach. It was merely a test of defense capabilities, Leon retorted, raising a finger in defense. It seems the results are quite promising. Though Leon's punch lacked any enhancements, it had been genuine enough not to leave a mark on the Mark VI's armor. The resilience of Leon's bones exceeded even his own expectations. With this armor, which he could wield with ease, along with the superhuman physique and abilities awakened by the superhuman serum, Tony had undoubtedly surpassed his former self by a significant margin. His safety index had dramatically increased, allowing Leon to venture forth with confidence. After extensive testing, the current Mark VI, compared to its original counterpart, exhibited only limited enhancements in firepower, speed, and maneuverability due to the different materials used. However, in terms of defensive performance, it was overwhelmingly superior, even if Leon attempted to forcibly dismantle it. The endeavor would prove to be quite a challenge. It was a classic case of the strongest spear versus the strongest shield, though strictly speaking, both belonged to Leon. On the surface of the Pacific Ocean, the duel between the brothers raged on. Bang, bang, bang. Clad in the Mark VI, Tony found himself cornered by the lightning-fast Leon, who appeared as an indestructible rock, relentlessly pummeling him in midair. During the trial, Tony requested to witness Leon's full power. Such an exhilarating request would naturally be met with enthusiasm from Leon. Boom. With a final punch, infused with a 20 energy amplitude enhancement, Leon unleashed his might. Tony, encased in the Mark VI, plummeted like a meteor to the ocean floor, the sheer force of the impact churning the seabed. Boom. A tremendous earthquake and towering tsunami surged forth, carrying with it an apocalyptic energy that swept into the distance. Leon, realizing the potential disaster, struck once more to counterbalance the force. Otherwise, his own home would bear the brunt of the consequences. Subsequently, Leon dove deep into the ocean, retrieving Tony from the depths, who was still momentarily dazed by the shock. How are you feeling? Still think you can handle it? Leon mused, regarding Tony, who he held like a cat. All right. You're impressive, Tony conceded, offering the highest praise among boys before promptly losing consciousness. Oh, Leon remarked, a hint of concern creeping in, though the smile on his lips remained. Noticing a prominent dent on the chest plate of the Mark VI, likely caused by his earlier punch, Leon gently brushed over it, and the dent along with other scratches vanished, restoring the armor to its pristine condition. The active Edmund alloy not only possessed unparalleled hardness but also displayed remarkable toughness. A contradiction in terms. One could only conclude that a system-produced item is bound to be exceptional. As the saying goes, the magnetic field is already invincible. Multiple sets of bone armor lead to multiple paths. At that moment, Leon's Bluetooth headset crackled to life with Arcai's somewhat bashful voice. Leon, I'm ready. Do you want to? Boom. Before Arcai could finish, a meteor streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the seaside villa, the ensuing sonic boom drowning out her words. Chapter 70. Strengthening oneself is essential. Do not rely on the weakness of your opponent. In an instant, back at the coastal villa, Leon entrusted the unconscious Tony to the care of S.H.I.E.L.D. and hurried down to the lower level, entering Leon's marvelous workshop. As he stepped inside, a sleek, silver jet glider adorned with dark purple accents stood silently at the center of the room, while a black soldier boy uniform, crafted from vibranium woven material, lay on the driver's seat. With a resounding bang, he shut the explosion-proof alloy door behind him. In a swift motion, Leon stripped down to nothing but a pair of ultra-elastic fiber underwear and quickly approached Alcee, now in motorcycle mode. He first examined the vibranium uniform. Had Leon not inquired whether he could store himself within the system space? Alongside the fact that the properties of adamantium were ill-suited for uniforms, only suitable for armor, he would have been compelled to fashion himself a suit from active adamantium. Otherwise, any uniform wouldn't withstand his innate strength. Despite the biological stance protection, humans are inherently insatiable. In essence, adamantium's property is sheer hardness, making it more fitting for crafting sharp melee weapons like Wolverine's claws. Overall, vibranium, with its exceptional hardness and energy-absorbing qualities, serves as a superior external defense material, rendering it ideal for weaving uniforms. Concerning the drawback of vibranium becoming dulled under specific sound wave frequencies, the omnipotent biological stance simply remarked, "What flaw? Just arrange it." Leon merely desired a uniform that he could don instantly. He could also mimic Mystique's ability to manipulate her form using her super self-regeneration cellular control to conjure an outfit. However, Leon felt that would be akin to being naked. Unless absolutely necessary, he typically refrained from such actions. After donning and shedding the vibranium uniform, Leon stored it in the system space, then seated himself in the driver's seat of the jet glider, which had previously been Alcee's form. As his fingertips danced across Alcee's exterior like a pianist, the atmosphere around him began to heat up, with the engine emitting a series of eager roars. Alcee, partner mode. After thoroughly enjoying his new vehicle, Leon decided to get down to business and issue the command, accompanied by an array of mechanical transformation sounds. Alcee transitioned into the familiar partner mode, her softer features adapting accordingly. But this was not the end. Vibranium nanoparticles began to extrude from Alcye's internal structure, enveloping her exterior and forming a layer of biotechnological vibranium skin indistinguishable from a real human. Each strand of hair appeared lifelike, and every expression seemed effortlessly crafted. This was Alcye's frequent mimicry of Tifa, yet this time it was not a mere holographic projection, but a tangible, remarkably realistic form, fully embodying the partner mode configuration. Alcye Tifa now stood before Leon, captivating him with her presence. "How have you transformed into this again?" "I thought the previous form was quite splendid," Leon remarked, wiping away his non-existent nosebleed. "Shall I revert?" Alcye Tifa, cradled in Leon's arms, blinked her lively crimson eyes and gazed up at him with a playful smile. "No need. Since the transformation has occurred, let us keep it this way for now." Leon followed his instincts, realizing that time was ample, and he could explore various forms in the future. His habit was to savor the most exquisite delicacies at the end. Subsequently, when the time came to act, he would seize the moment. Meanwhile, as Leon immersed himself in his crafting, Tony, slowly regaining consciousness, wisely refrained from interrupting. After fruitlessly attempting to manipulate the Mark VI with magnetic control, he promptly coated it with a layer of vibranium, facilitating his unpowered flight and mid-air acceleration maneuvers. With the energy-absorbing properties of vibranium enhancing the already formidable defensive capabilities of the Mark VI under Tony's magnetic control, this protective layer proved impervious to sound wave dulling or excessive impact damage. Even if it were to be damaged, Tony merely needed to smooth it over and reapply it. One could say that under Leon's influence, Tony had yet to display any fear of insufficient firepower, but signs of a fear of inadequate defense were beginning to surface. After all, if he were to encounter a formidable opponent like Leon, who could defeat a master with a mere flurry of punches, Tony felt his genius would likely be rendered ineffective before he could even employ it. Just as Tony found himself enamored with the Mark VI they had crafted together, Jarvis suddenly interjected. "Sir, Miss Potts has sent a message requesting your presence at the company." "Okay," Tony nodded, responding, "Jarvis, please bring the car around." "Wait." Glancing at the Mark VI beside him, Tony quickly changed his mind. "I think I'll just wear the suit directly. It's faster and safer." Having acquired a new toy, he felt a strong urge to flaunt it everywhere. Tony was so excited that he would have worn the Mark VI even to the restroom, had Leon not adamantly rejected his request to install a urine filtration system, leaving Tony with no choice but to perform a demonstration for Pepper within the suit. Across the street at Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer, ever vigilant of his rival, caught sight of Tony descending onto the rooftop of Stark Tower through his telescope, his lips curling in irritation. "Damn it. How has he already changed into a new suit again? The person who knows you best is always your opponent." Justin immediately recognized that this was the Mark VI, distinct from the Mark IV and V that Tony had recently favored. He never changed women this frequently. Setting down the telescope, Justin grumbled to his African-American secretary nearby. "Mr. Hammer, with all due respect, that perception stems from your excessive fixation on Tony Stark's Iron Man suits," the secretary patiently explained. Tony Stark's record for changing women was 2 hours each, sustained over an entire week. His current rate of updating suits averages 2.5 months per suit, which is a mere fraction of his record for changing partners. "Is that what I wanted to hear? Are you pleased to contradict me?" Justin fumed, hurling the telescope at his secretary. The impact left the secretary with a bleeding head. Yet he maintained a professional smile. "Find a way to deal with him. If Leon Stark, with his superhuman iron body, is beyond my reach, then I can understand. But if you can't handle Tony Stark, a mere mortal, then you might as well take your own life." "What a failure!" Justin shouted in exasperation. "Boss, while Tony Stark may lack an iron body, he possesses an iron suit," the secretary added. "Is your brain made of muscle? Can't you think of a way to deal with him when he is not wearing the suit? I'm truly exasperated. You lot are utterly useless." Justin Hammer was genuinely frustrated. The decision to seize Stark Industries' weapon division could have allowed Hammer Industries, as a fellow arms supplier, to capitalize and thrive once more. Stark Industries, once entrenched in the arms trade, has remarkably pivoted towards clean energy in a bid for revival, a notion that seems almost fantastical. Two fortuitous events have coincided, and one would expect Justin Hammer to revel in an almost dreamlike state of bliss. However, Hammer Industries has neither flourished nor expanded, while Stark Industries has rejuvenated itself through its ventures in renewable energy, surpassing Hammer Industries in total transactions in the second quarter alone. Observing Tony Stark's triumphant demeanor as he accumulates wealth beyond his previous fortunes, Justin Hammer feels a pang of discomfort even greater than his own financial losses. Why should it be so? With the status of a superhero, the wealth of a billionaire, and the support of an extraordinarily formidable brother, why does it seem that all the good fortune in the world has fallen into Tony Stark's lap? Justin Hammer is left bewildered. Chapter 71. A Grand Opportunity. Those willing shall take the bait. A week later, Mr. J, the blackmail secretary who had been meticulously monitoring Tony's movements, found himself utterly speechless. During this time, Tony had transformed into a paragon of propriety within Stark Tower, donning a suit like a perfect gentleman. However, the moment he stepped outside the office, his Iron Man armor seemingly fused to his body. He wore it even to parties and the restroom, leaving no opportunity for an ambush. Mr. J had never held much hope for the assassination of Tony Stark. Yet his employer had grown so furious that he had lost his senses and insisted on pursuing this endeavor. Mr. J felt compelled to proceed. Though he feared that if he continued this charade, Tony Stark might remain unscathed while the hired assassins would turn on him instead. This was due to their principle of receiving payment only upon task completion, should the task remain unfulfilled. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. On this day, the opportunity finally arrived. Jarvis, have all targets been locked onto? Sir, all suspicious individuals have been identified. Dressed in casual attire, Tony, equipped with a disguise mask and glasses, found himself alone at a bubble tea shop near Stark Tower, indulging in a new flavor, silk stockings. This piqued Tony's adventurous spirit, and he seized the moment to address the threatening figures shadowing him. Indeed, Jarvis had long since recognized the group of assassins intending to harm Tony through surveillance set up by Stark Industries in the vicinity. However, Tony had been preoccupied with revelries and corporate affairs, neglecting the situation. Now, with time on his hands, he decided to test a particular functionality of the Mark VI armor. Slurping the drink, he remarked, "This flavor. It truly has a peculiar odor reminiscent of stockings." Tony had barely taken a couple of sips when he felt as though his very skull was being assaulted by the scent. The experience was beyond description. "Jarvis, did that lovely lady truly not infuse her stockings into the drink?" he inquired, casting a glance at the Asian woman behind the counter crafting beverages for other patrons. "Sir, after analysis, the primary source of that peculiar odor is butyric acid produced from glutinous rice that has not fully fermented. In low concentrations, it is harmless to the human body and even beneficial for intestinal health," Jarvis explained. "Very well." After finishing his tea, Tony savored the aftertaste and suddenly proclaimed, "I believe this could inspire a fragrance tailored for a niche market. Jarvis, make a note of it." "Sir, the project has been initiated. Shall I contact Miss Potts immediately?" "There's no need to trouble Pepper for such a trivial matter. I'll handle it personally when I return." As a super genius and astute businessman, Tony astutely recognized the immense commercial potential hidden within that humble cup of bubble tea. It was certainly not merely because of his own fondness for it. After purchasing another cup, Tony wandered about aimlessly until he unexpectedly collided with a 10-year-old girl, a porcelain doll-like beauty with golden hair fashioned into twin ponytails. Upon falling, the little girl did not scream. Instead, upon seeing Tony, she immediately latched onto his leg as though he were a savior. "Uncle, can you fix cars?" "My dear, what seems to be the trouble?" Tony, overflowing with paternal affection, effortlessly lifted the adorable child. The little girl hurriedly expressed her plight, explaining that her stylish mother had been stranded in the parking garage for an eternity, unable to repair her vehicle and had no one to assist, leaving her in tears. Tony, upon hearing this, felt compelled to help. He promptly agreed to accompany the little girl to aid her mother with the car troubles. Observing from a rooftop overlooking the parking garage, Mr. J set down his binoculars and urgently warned, "The target has taken the bait. Prepare yourselves. The boss demands that not a trace remains. Remember, do not give him a chance to call for Leon Stark, or we are all finished. Rest assured, as long as the payment is secured, we will handle it," came the confident reply. Within the underground parking garage, a group of black-clad assassins concealed themselves, utilizing the environment for camouflage. The leader, after issuing commands, crushed his communicator in his hand. Shortly thereafter, Tony, guided by the little girl, ventured deeper into the garage. "My dear, where is your mother?" Tony inquired as he set the girl down, scanning for any sign of a broken-down vehicle. "Hey, it was just here. Uncle, wait here. I'll go find Mama," the girl chirped, and without allowing Tony to ask further questions, she eagerly dashed into the shadows, leaving Tony in the illuminated area. As he leisurely savored the silk stocking-flavored tea, a sudden gunshot shattered the tranquility. Instantly, the little girl was seized by a burly, armed assailant, emerging from the darkness before Tony. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I tricked you." "Mama, wah." The little girl was overcome with tears, unable to articulate her distress. "Do not fear. Uncle is here. I am Iron Man," Tony reassured her, removing his mask and facing the encroaching assassins with calm composure. "Tony Stark, it is truly difficult to meet you under these circumstances," the leader of the assassins croaked mockingly, his voice akin to that of a crow. "Indeed, it is quite unfortunate." Tony replied, surveying the circle of assassins surrounding him, revealing no hint of panic. Chapter 72. Embrace the slumbering darkness. I am aware of your thoughts. Tony drained the milk tea swiftly and then calmly reasoned. As long as electronic signals are shielded in the semi-enclosed space, neither Leon nor the armored suit can be summoned. Thus, you all believe you have me cornered here. Truly, Tony Stark is astute. You guessed correctly, yet there is no reward. The leader of the assassins chuckled with pride. I am not a monster. If you commit suicide on the spot, I shall spare this young girl. How does that sound? Haha. He laughed heartily. The leader of the assassins retrieved a dagger from his waist and tossed it to Tony. The dagger clattered at Tony's feet. Yet he remained unfazed and joined in the laughter, eventually stating, You underestimate the bond between brothers. Whenever I call him, he will undoubtedly rush to my side. The reason being, I am Iron Man, Tony Stark, the elder brother of the national hero, Leon Stark. Could it be? The leader's pupils constricted. Suddenly, Tony raised his arms with an imposing air, seemingly summoning something. However, nothing happened for a moment. Phew, you almost had me fooled. The leader wiped the cold sweat that had suddenly appeared on his forehead and decisively waved his hand. Attack. Perhaps he is caught in traffic. Tony awkwardly explained before being engulfed by a barrage of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Simultaneously, in response to Tony's summons. The Mark VI armor stored in his office at Stark Tower disassembled into numerous components, effortlessly shattering the bulletproof glass exterior, and swiftly flew towards the underground parking lot where he was located. In order to avoid harm, adhering to the principle of the shortest distance between 2 points. The armor pieces did not obediently take the stairs but instead spiraled directly downward through the ground. Boom. The gunfire subsided, but the tremors persisted. The smoke from the gunfire dissipated, and countless bullets that had missed their targets coalesced like a divine crown, revolving slowly around Tony at the center. Damn it. Didn't they say Tony Stark is just an ordinary man without superpowers? The intel was false. Seeing Tony unscathed and bizarrely manipulating the bullets they had fired, the leader of the assassins felt a sense of foreboding and began to reconsider. He discreetly took 2 steps back, shielding his subordinates behind him. Just then, rumble. The vibrations from above became increasingly pronounced, and with a sudden loud crash, dozens of armor components pierced through the reinforced concrete, instantly arriving before Tony. My dear, I have waited for you for so long. Tony grinned, and amidst the almost hopeless gazes of the assassins, one by one, the components began to automatically adorn him with the Mark VI armor. Although they possessed greater firepower, under the overwhelming spectacle of this sci-fi display, they forgot to utilize it. Perhaps deeming it a futile struggle. Clang. As the final helmet of the Mark VI enveloped Tony's face, death came knocking at the door. Jarvis. Lock onto all targets. Sir, completed. As Jarvis finished speaking, Tony, clad in the Mark VI, executed a spinning leap, transforming into a gyroscope while suspended in midair. The intense crimson energy beam shot from Tony's gauntlets instantaneously severed the heads of all the assassins present. The dislodged skulls tumbled to the ground, producing a sound akin to a splat. Uncle. Seizing the moment while the leader of the assassin's corpse had yet to fall, the blonde, twin-tailed little girl struggled free from his grasp and ran towards Tony upon landing. Oh dear, are you all right? Tony crouched down, opened his faceplate, and extended his arms towards the girl, revealing a benevolent smile. However, just as the little girl was about to leap into Tony's embrace, her cheeks suddenly puffed up, and from her tiny mouth, barely capable of holding a lollipop, she expelled 2 purplish silver needles with pinpoint accuracy towards Tony's exposed eyes. Thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of the needles piercing flesh, Tony's head jerked back as the little girl plunged into his armored embrace, pressing her collagen-rich face against his chest plate. Uncle, are you cold? I can warm you up, okay? The little girl smiled innocently, her big watery eyes gazing up at Tony, who could only see the stubble on his chin. Anyone would be surprised to learn that she was the true executor of this operation. My dear, to be honest, I am quite saddened. Tony's head slowly returned to its original position, and the 2 silver needles, laced with neurotoxin, maintained a relative stillness, always hovering 5 centimeters away from his eyes. The little girl's smile vanished instantly, and in a panic, she attempted to wriggle free from Tony's embrace, but he held her tightly, refusing to let go. His arms were like hydraulic clamps, unyielding to her struggles. How could this be? I distinctly heard the impact. The little girl's voice, once sweet, transformed into a raspy, aged tone, akin to that of a woman in her 70s. Are you referring to this? Thud, thud. In response to the young assassin's inquiry, Tony smirked playfully and performed 2 convincing sound effects that could easily be mistaken for the real thing. In truth, Tony did not possess this skill. Rather, at that moment, A metallic spring in his throat was morphing under the control of his superpower to assist in producing sound. If he desired, he could generate countless amusing and practical skills through his abilities. You bastard! You tricked me! The little girl shouted vehemently, her expression twisting grotesquely. No. Please don't speak so harshly, my dear. The essence of life is to continuously seek joy within the realms of what one can control. Tony explained patiently, lifting the girl's chin and teasingly suggesting, why not call out to your uncle in your childish voice a couple of times? Perhaps if I find it amusing, I might let you go. Really? Really? The little girl instantly transformed into a pitiful sight, her big, watery eyes looking adorably at Tony. Her voice sweet enough to make his heart race. Of course, it's a lie, my dear. Tony's benevolent smile gradually faded, and he remarked lightly, children are treasures of the world. To exploit people's compassion for malevolence is to be more foul than a rat in the sewers. With such a gifted and legitimate physique, why resort to becoming an assassin when you could easily earn a fortune? Given that you have already taken so many lives, you must be prepared for your own demise, correct? Without waiting for the legitimate little assassin to respond, Tony tightened his grasp on her arm. No, please. Damn it. Ahe. The blonde, twin-tailed little assassin screamed and begged for mercy, biting, clawing, and kicking, yet Tony remained unfazed, mechanically applying pressure. A detached gaze watched as she slowly succumbed to the embrace of darkness and death. Perhaps in the next life, you may choose to be a good person, my dear. With a crack, it was done. Tony released his grip, and the little one in his arms immediately fell towards the ground, as if made of nothing but soft, pliable flesh. Chapter 73, The Scientific Railgun, Leon's Marvelous Adventure on the Rooftop. Mr. J awaited news from the assassin, Ellie. But the prolonged silence below filled him with an ominous sense of foreboding. Just as he contemplated retreating, a golden beam, entwined with deep blue arcs of electricity, shot diagonally upward, piercing through the roadbed, walls, and ceiling with astonishing precision, shattering his head in an instant. Thud. The headless corpse of Mr. J collapsed to the ground. Looking down through the gaping hole beneath him, Tony, situated in the underground parking lot, tossed a $1 coin into the air. Wow. This is my first time using this trick, and I executed it flawlessly, he mused, a smirk playing on his lips. Sir, you seem rather irate, Jarvis interjected suddenly. Perhaps a little, Tony replied, his lips pursing as he confided in Jarvis. Had she targeted someone unprepared? Like Pepper, assuming she hadn't yet received the superhuman serum, I shudder to think of the consequences. Leon was right. Sometimes, I must be ruthless and unleash all my cruelty upon my adversaries, leaving them no room to harbor malicious thoughts. Jarvis, inform Leon that I have reconsidered and agree with the proposal I previously rejected. Understood, sir. With that, Tony ascended to inspect Mr. J's lifeless body, intending to deliver a final blow, just to ensure he was truly dead. However, he was met with a sight that profoundly disturbed his sensibilities. What in the world is this green-skinned goblin? Meanwhile, having acquired a new vehicle, Leon eagerly hit the highway, driving relentlessly for an entire week until he finally came to a satisfying halt. The jet glider was leaking oil rather severely, necessitating a pause for repairs. Otherwise, Leon could echo Captain America's words to RC, I could drive for a whole year. RC Tifa was equally headstrong. To attain the most authentic feedback from the road, she had adjusted the sensitivity of her newly upgraded neurosensory system to a staggering 100. The slightest bump in the road sent her vehicle trembling, rendering the vibranium shock-absorbing wheels ineffective. This resulted in a significant reduction in her cruising endurance, forcing her to halt for repairs before long. At the coastal villa, Leon took advantage of RC Tifa's downtime. He retrieved 2 heart-shaped herbs from a vibranium container, which Chaka had insisted he take. After consuming one, a prompt appeared in his system. Notification: you have ingested heart-shaped herb, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of your physical abilities. Notification: as one deemed worthy, you are about to enter the spiritual realm of the Panther Goddess Bast. Notification: until the spiritual essence of the Panther Goddess Bast recognizes your presence, you will remain in an unobserved shadow state. Then, Leon's perspective shifted, and he found himself projecting into a dark purple space shrouded in thick mist. Visibility less than 5 meters? What on earth can I see? He grumbled internally, before beginning to wander, primarily curious about the fabled appearance of the Panther Goddess. Soon, he stumbled upon the edge of what seemed to be a swampy pool. To his amazement, the water was exceptionally clear, barely deep enough to cover his infinitely powerful 12-star monster card, DD pistol. The temperature was pleasantly warm, making it ideal for a soak. Without hesitation, Leon shed his spiritual garments, leaving only a pair of super elastic underwear that would never wear out, even in the spiritual realm. Splash! He dove into the water, only to find his vision instantly engulfed in darkness. Unperturbed, he relished the bath while exploring underwater. As he descended, the depth of the swamp hot spring increased. Swiftly reaching a point where even standing on his tiptoes, he could not touch the surface. Suddenly, faintly in the background, he heard an enchanting, familiar voice singing with abandon. Intrigued, he swam toward the source of the melodious sound. However, the visibility underwater was even worse than on the surface, and he navigated purely by instinct, closing in on the voice. Then, unexpectedly, Leon collided with something soft. The singing ceased abruptly. He felt a sudden grip around his neck, as if caught in a powerful vice. The strength was so formidable that even Leon, now superhuman, found himself unable to break free. "Is that you, Ward? You're that strong?" he surmised, struggling to pry himself loose while frantically swimming upwards, propelling both himself and his captor out of the water. Splash. Upon surfacing, Leon was startled to find that the underwater darkness contrasted sharply with the now clear mist above, which had dissipated to reveal the swamp waters shimmering silver under the ethereal moonlight. Looking up, Leon saw nothing. What obscures my vision? He wondered. Bang! Notification. You have been expelled from the spiritual realm of the enraged panther goddess Bast. Hiss. I must admit, her feet are rather attractive, Leon mused, gazing into a mirror at the inexplicable imprint of a delicate foot on his face, which bizarrely manifested in the physical realm. Prompt. Would you like to check in today? System. I think I want to adopt a cat. Commence. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. On receiving the collar of the panther goddess Bast. Collar of the panther goddess Bast. Using this collar allows infinite access to the spiritual realm of the panther goddess Bast. Upon defeating her, you will earn her eternal loyalty. Quality. Indestructible. Description. Find me. Conquer me. Take me away. Chapter 74. The Panther Goddess Batet. Find me. Conquer me. Take me. Upon reviewing the latest shipment information, Leon promptly retrieved the collar of the Panther Goddess Batet from the depths of the system space. This collar, crafted from a material that resembled both genuine leather and satin, took the form of a black circular ring, akin to those typically used in BDSM. Albeit devoid of any chain. Adorned with delicate white lace on both sides, it appeared less like a collar and more. Well, never mind that. It was not for me to wear. With a chuckle and a shake of his head, Leon grasped the collar of the Panther Goddess Batet and instantly projected his consciousness back into her mental realm. Notification. You have entered the mental domain of the Panther Goddess Batet. Notification. Your presence has been detected by the Panther Goddess Batet. As this entry was not conducted in shadow stealth mode. With a shift in perspective, Leon found himself enveloped once more in a thick, dark purple mist that limited visibility to less than 2.5 meters. Just as he contemplated activating his observation hockey to discern his surroundings, a furious roar erupted, nearly brushing against his face. Leon's pupils dilated as a colossal shadow, rivaling the size of a large freight truck, materialized before him. Before he could fully react, he was forcefully propelled backward. This familiar sensation almost led Leon to believe he was on the verge of being transported across dimensions again. Fortunately, despite the thunderous assault, he remained unfazed. Suspended in midair, he pondered, Sister, has my speed diminished? After all, even if his opponent were exceedingly swift, he should have been able to react in some capacity. If the Panther Goddess Batet truly possessed such formidable prowess, then her true strength would surpass the heavens. It would be futile to continue the fight. He might as well return to his previous endeavors. The system seemed to lag momentarily before replying to Leon. Notification. You are currently within the mental domain of the Panther Goddess Batet, and your senses have been significantly dulled. Notification. In this nocturnal environment, the Panther Goddess Bastet's attributes have surged to 200 of their normal state, greatly enhancing her agility as she steps into a higher divine realm. So, I must contend with her in her own territory. Leon mused. Is this akin to battling a boss in a game? Though his observation hockey was activated, the visibility remained insufficient at less than 10 meters. This distance, in a scenario where speed was paramount, merely afforded Leon a fleeting moment to react. After all, the Panther Goddess Batet was inherently a deity known for her swiftness. Rude intruder. The beastly form of Batet exclaimed in a familiar, sultry tone as she advanced rapidly, her claws poised to strike. Leon swiftly dodged backward, yet Bastet's overwhelming speed allowed her to catch up, leaving claw-like scratches across his face. This time, Leon was genuinely caught off guard. It appeared that her claws were harder than her intellect. Quite intense. I rather enjoy this, Leon declared, licking away the blood that trickled from his wounds, which healed almost instantaneously. Ready for another round. However, having grown accustomed to overwhelming his opponents with sheer numbers, he found himself at a loss in this situation. With his speed being outmatched, he remained in a perpetual state of defense. although he occasionally landed a blow on Badet. It was insufficient to incapacitate her, and once she retreated beyond 10 meters, he had no means of pursuit. Before long, Badet seemed to regenerate completely. Faced with such a nimble and self-replenishing adversary, Leon lamented that he could scarcely inflict any damage. Now he understood how his previous opponents felt when confronted with his prowess. Thus, an invulnerable tank clashed with a rapidly healing assassin, leading to an unending battle without resolution. Enough. Do you take me for a mere house cat? Fueled by determination, Leon unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, momentarily stunning Badet before activating his reluctant ultimate power boost, Fool's 100 final strength. The scratches on his face vanished, his intellect momentarily dulled. His body instinctively followed the final commands of his brain. In an instant, Leon's speed surged, and he appeared before Badet, delivering a forceful stroke to her chin. Followed by a provocatively extended middle finger and a mischievous smile, his eyes dimming as he ceased all thought. You. Boom. Notification. You have been ejected from the mental domain of the enraged panther goddess Badet. With a sigh of relief, he noted the symmetrical imprints left by her claws on his face, a source of satisfaction for his obsessive tendencies. Back in the real world, Leon gazed into the mirror, intentionally leaving the marks intact for a moment before capturing a series of photographs for future reminiscence. As the crimson imprints vanished, he restored his handsome visage. Until he achieved a significant leap in strength, Leon resolved not to re-enter Bastet's mental realm. He had no inclination for masochistic experiences. If the goddess Hela's pet wolf Fenrir represented an embodiment of aggressive power, then the panther goddess Badet was undoubtedly a paragon of agility. Although he had grown accustomed to her speed, it remained a challenge to keep up, particularly due to her elusive movements. Together, their abilities created a combat dynamic far exceeding expectations. Leon could hardly graze Badet, which was infuriating. What harm could a mere touch inflict upon her? He would bide his time. The tides of fortune would surely turn, and he would reclaim his honor. The way she had clawed him today would be repaid in kind. At that moment, a call from Jarvis interrupted his thoughts. Young Master Leon. Had his brother finally come to his senses? Perfect timing. As he was feeling rather irate, ending the call, Leon approached the still slumbering Alcee Tifa, pressing the activation switch akin to the Angel Heart model. He manually piloted the motorcycle mode of Alcee towards Stark Tower, ready to embrace his new ride. Chapter 75. A startling revelation of biological magnetism. Stark Tower. Tony's office. Mr. J, ostensibly Justin Hammer's secretary, was in truth a failed experiment from his clandestine supersoldier project. Lacking the physical prowess of a supersoldier, he had instead lost most of his human sensations. Tony shared the intelligence he had acquired with the swiftly arriving Leon. Gazing at the headless green-skinned goblin encased in metal before him, Leon instantly recognized that this creature was not of Earth, but a Skrull with shape-shifting abilities akin to those of a parasitic organism. A Skrull? Tony questioned, puzzled. Leon nodded affirmatively and began to elucidate the origins of the Skrulls and the threats they pose to Earth's inhabitants. You've managed to pry even Nick Fury's secrets from our sea, including the fact that his lover is a Skrull, Tony remarked, incredulously. He was genuinely astounded by the audacity of the dark figure. How on earth had he managed to do that? Although Tony had never seen Mr. J's true visage, he could well imagine his grotesque appearance from his wrinkled, green exterior. Just the thought of that horrifying image made Tony gasp in shock. It was truly terrifying. I suspect this individual was replaced by the Skrulls after the failure of the super soldier experiment, Leon conjectured, a fleeting image of Rhodey flashing through his mind. He then turned to Tony. Brother, let us keep this existence from the dark figure for now. I am already taking measures against the Skrulls, so you need not worry. It won't be long before we eradicate them all. Okay. Call me if you need assistance, Tony replied. Given that even Justin Hammer's secretary had been replaced by a Skrull, he certainly did not wish to wake up tomorrow to find his cover girl also transformed into one of those goblins. The shared disdain for such a circumstance only underscored their brotherhood. Brother, you could utilize this body to develop a program to identify Skrulls. It would serve as a precautionary measure and later prove invaluable, Leon suggested, gesturing mysteriously towards the sky. That's a trivial task. I can have it done by tomorrow. But tonight's agenda is something else. With narrowed eyes, Tony gazed towards the distant outline of Hammer Industries. Nightfall. Coastal Villa. Yes, Justin's residence. Indeed. He had not only attempted to replicate Tony's Iron Man armor, but had also fashioned his home layout in a similar manner. Tony had become his obsession. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer, anxiously awaiting good news from Mr. J, was beside himself with frustration. With no responses to his calls, he smashed his phone in a fit of rage. Useless fools. Grabbing a bottle of champagne meant for celebration, Justin sought solace in the alcohol as he stepped onto the villa's ocean-facing balcony, allowing the cool breeze to calm his nerves. What was that? After consuming half the bottle, a golden meteor streaked across his field of vision. Initially, he thought he was hallucinating. However, as the meteor grew brighter, racing from the horizon to his location in an instant, Justin's heart sank. Oh no, is it coming for me? Before he could finish his thought, BM. The balcony of Justin Hammer's villa collapsed, and he felt himself being lifted by a large hand gripping his neck. Nice. Brother, once again, I emerge victorious, Leon exclaimed. Turning to the tardy Tony, clad in his Mark VI armor, triumphantly waving a half-broken pair of glasses in front of a bewildered Justin Hammer. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Justin stammered, utterly disoriented. How could there possibly be such a biological stance that defies air resistance? Tony grumbled, unwilling to accept this reality. Tomorrow, I shall create a biological magnetism. Huh? Leon was taken aback. If such grandiose claims were made by anyone else, he would dismiss them with disdain. However, if his brother, cursed with wisdom, uttered such words, it might indeed come to fruition. Even if not by tomorrow, it would merely be a matter of time. Impressive. After giving Tony an encouraging gesture, Leon tossed Justin Hammer into the villa's hall, surrounding him alongside Tony, who had removed his helmet. The duo wore matching infectious smiles. Hey, Justin, my friend, the Captain and Iron Man have come to deliver warmth, Leon declared. I must say, Hammer, you certainly have quite the reputation, Tony concurred, then compassionately inquired. Do you have anything to say? Aye. Justin, realizing the reason for the Stark brothers' visit, faltered, fear gripping him. The looming shadow of death darkened his heart. With trembling hands adjusting his glasses, he mustered the courage to threaten, my house is filled with surveillance cameras, and I'm currently broadcasting internally. Do you not care about your reputation? As he spoke, Justin swallowed hard, staring into Leon's golden-tinged eyes, aware of how much the captain valued his public image, thus banking on that angle. Hearing this, Leon and Tony exchanged glances. Tony shrugged indifferently while Leon turned back to Justin, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Is that so? It seems you are unaware of the peril you are in. Leon chuckled. Then, under Justin's horrified gaze, he merely flicked the chest cannon, incinerating Justin Hammer into a charred husk. As for the surveillance equipment he mentioned, it had been neutralized by Leon from the outset. Weren't they supposed to be mimicking humans? Tony pondered. It appeared the Skrulls had yet to brazenly impersonate the influential figures of Earth who frequently appeared in public. Brother, Justin Hammer is the president of a top-tier military-industrial conglomerate. This is a serious matter. I must report to Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Leon stated earnestly. Since when have I seen you show such respect for Nick Fury? I suspect your intention to report is merely a facade. You're really aiming to chase after some girl, aren't you? Who's caught your eye this time? Tony teased, playfully punching Leon's chest. Fury's deputy, a level 9 agent, Leon revealed. Ah, so it is her, Tony remarked, a memory surfacing in his mind. Go on. Just don't cause any fatalities. Have your fun as you please. Yes, sir. Leon saluted Tony with exaggerated formality before soaring into the sky, leaving behind a massive spiderweb-shaped crater and a coughing Tony. Cough. Is this kid doing it on purpose, or is it just a mistake? Tony mused. It seemed the matter of biological magnetism had become urgent. He was not one to tolerate dust or exhaust fumes, even from his own brother, Leon. Chapter 76, The Black Braised Egg. I have a plan. Location, 38N, 5333. 78, 77S, 338. 91. The structure is a colossal cylindrical formation comprised of 3 fan-shaped segments. Viewed from above, it resembles the iconic emblem of nuclear radiation warning, akin to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon entering the grand hall on the first floor, the most conspicuous feature is the all-metal emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D, reminiscent of a certain Eastern brand. The arrival of Leon instantly captured the attention of all the bustling personnel. However, their exemplary professionalism prevented them from behaving like mindless zombies clamoring for autographs or photographs. Instead, they paused to respectfully nod and bow towards Leon. Leon reciprocated with a friendly wave and a warm smile. At that moment, a heavily armed team clad in standard combat attire re-entered the building, immediately spotting Leon, who was waiting for someone. Captain Homelander, the leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Operations Team, greeted Leon with familiarity. Typically, Leon's missions were accompanied by his own team, tasked with the arduous duties of post-mission cleanup, akin to the role of Homelander. Out of respect for Leon's formidable capabilities and social standing, they privately referred to him as Captain Homelander, a title that sounded both professional and imposing, which Leon graciously accepted. Hey, Romlo, my friend, just back from a mission? You are the true heroes, Leon said enthusiastically, patting Romlo on the shoulder and beaming at him and his team with an infectious smile. You flatter us. Compared to your contributions, what we do is mere child's play. Romlo replied humbly. Justice knows no hierarchy, my friend. You should take pride in your efforts, Leon declared. Upon hearing this, Romlo and his team were visibly energized, almost as if they were ready to offer their hearts to Leon. Just listen to how he speaks. If you weren't part of Hydra, Romlo would genuinely enjoy working under Leon, willingly serving as his vanguard. After all, this superior not only possesses immense strength, but also an extraordinary sense of responsibility, making each mission feel light for his team, while maximizing emotional value. Finances are not an issue either. He spends money like water. When he is in high spirits, he might even grant generous tips, ensuring that his team's salaries are sufficiently padded for years. However, as an undercover agent for Hydra, Romlo often found himself straddling two worlds, seamlessly navigating both without conflict, relishing his work. Just as Leon and Romlo were engrossed in conversation, a striking woman clad in a form-fitting black uniform, accentuating her long legs and slender waist, approached them confidently in tactical high-heeled boots. With her dark hair and piercing blue eyes, she exuded an air of sophistication. Leon, she called out. Hey Hill, my friend. It's been too long. I've missed you dearly, Leon exclaimed, swiftly embracing her before she could react. He discreetly gestured to Romlo and the others behind her, tossing them a diamond card. Quickly, let us not disturb my courtship. Romlo, observing this, touched his nose and exchanged knowing glances with his team, the diamond card still radiating the scent of money. Long live Captain Homelander. Amidst the bemused gazes of the S.H.I.E.L.D. staff, Leon and Hill ambled along at a leisurely pace. Hill displayed remarkable tolerance towards Leon, permitting him to be forward as long as he did not trespass into inappropriate territories. After all, Hill's responsibilities were far from frivolous. As the second-in-command of S.H.I.E.L.D., her schedule was perpetually packed. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office, Nick Fury exclaimed, "What the hell? You mean to say you've taken out Justin Hammer?" Startled, he slammed his hand on the desk, quickly retrieving a nasal inhaler from the drawer and inhaling sharply, attempting to reboot his somewhat malfunctioning brain. Well, what can I say? Leon shrugged nonchalantly. Had he informed me of his misdeeds beforehand, I could have rushed to apprehend him before he caused irreversible damage. Upon hearing this, Fury's expression twitched. He rose from his chair and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Leon, lost in thought. After a long pause, he sighed, Agent Hill, you may return to your duties. Understood, Hill nodded, adjusting her waist and gracefully departing. My dear, do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to a truly unique fireworks display, Leon persisted, resting his chin on Hill's shoulder, his breath caressing her slightly flushed ear. Faced with Leon's flirtation, Hill did not respond and simply pushed the door open to leave. Observing this, Leon smirked and subtly mimicked a gesture reminiscent of a scene from the third season of The Boys, which would henceforth be known as the Leon grip. To his satisfaction, Hill finally reacted, casting a sharp glare back at Leon, her lips silently forming the words, "You better be ready tonight." Now that's more like it. Leon beamed with an even brighter smile. He then approached the brooding Nick Fury, offering a gentle smile. If you continue to remain silent and act aloof, I might just take my leave. In response, Nick Fury immediately spoke up. I have a plan called Insight. Oh, do tell, Leon inquired, his previous golden aura swiftly fading. Following Fury, Leon entered the elevator designated for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Insight Project Bay, Nick Fury began. Captain Homelander, Leon Stark, does not possess access to the Insight Project, the elevator's AI voice responded promptly. Override authorization, Director Nicholas J. Fury, confirmed, the AI voice relayed, plunging the scene into silence. The only sound was the elevator descending, and to alleviate any boredom Leon might feel, Nick Fury initiated casual conversation. They used to play music here, but that stopped after my grandfather, the elevator operator, passed away. Simple, Leon replied with a smirk, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, the elevator erupted with the cheerful, albeit exasperating tune of Sunshine, Rainbows, and Little White Horses, a song that could be described as a hellish joke for someone like Nick Fury. Upon hearing it, Fury's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 77, The Starry Sea as a Canvas, Nuclear Bombs as Fireworks with a resounding clang, the elevator descended to the depths, hundreds of meters below the surface. The unfinished, colossal hulls of 3 spacecraft loomed before Leon in an awe-inspiring spectacle. One must admit, these formidable machines appeared quite intimidating. This is the Insight program, Nick Fury proudly informed Leon, revealing a cutting-edge conventional military technology, the third generation of vertical takeoff and landing carriers, connected to precision strike satellites. Once airborne, they would never touch the ground again, as the new engines would enable sustained suborbital flight. I merely showed Tony the design of the old turbocharged engine, and he rapidly crafted this new technological marvel for us. I must say, your brother is a genuine genius. If he were here to hear your praise, he would surely be even more delighted. Leon chuckled, gesturing towards the 3 aerial carriers. How do they operate? Not it. But she, Nick Fury corrected. I plan to equip these 3 sisters with an array of long-range precision weapons, capable of annihilating thousands of enemies in mere minutes. For ordinary terrorists, there is no need for you to intervene. Once the satellites read their DNA information, the aerial carriers can immediately execute precision strikes. Thus, we can obliterate numerous threats in their infancy. From the perspective of your esteemed humanitarian principles, is it not the wrongdoers who should face punishment? Leon inquired. That is merely a superficial FAAD to silence public dissent. We cannot wait for others to commit wrongdoings before issuing judgment, for that would be far too late. At this point, Nick Fury regarded Leon with a knowing glint, responding with a wry smile. Is this not precisely what our beloved Captain America relishes doing while combating crime? Oh, Fury, my friend, you harbor far too many secrets, Leon exclaimed, warmly clapping Nick Fury on the shoulder. For some reason, Fury suddenly felt a constricting sensation. As if ensnared by a python, it seemed some things were better left unspoken. Fury, remember what you just said, Leon stated, withdrawing his hand and crossing his arms behind his back. Which statement? Nick Fury asked, perplexed. All of them, Leon replied with an enigmatic smile. Of course, without understanding. Nick Fury readily agreed, unaware that this was a death warrant issued for him by his friend, personally signed by himself. Subsequently, Nick Fury continued to elaborate on the specifics of the Insight program, for one could never know when they might require the intervention of this remarkable individual, so it was prudent to provide prior notice. As Leon's primary purpose for inspecting the progress of the Insight program had been fulfilled, he was indifferent to listening to Nick Fury's grand visions for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the future world. Simultaneously, Leon secured 3 lifelike models of the aerial carriers. Disappointment lingered as the clock struck midnight. It seemed Nick Fury had not engaged in such heartfelt conversation for quite some time, mainly because he dared not deceive Leon with false information. Thus, he spoke for several hours, his face glowing with enthusiasm. All right, time is of the essence. Leon had a date this evening. He interrupted Nick Fury, asking, does S.H.I.E.L.D. possess nuclear bombs? I'd like to take 2 with me. What on earth? Nick Fury's face contorted in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Nuclear bombs and taking them away? Such a peculiar phrase. Leon swiftly amended his request. 10. Do you think nuclear bombs are like those firecrackers sold on street corners? 20. Okay. Knowing Leon's unpredictable nature, Nick Fury quickly acquiesced, personally escorting him to a separate weapons facility outside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to retrieve the nuclear warheads, filling a cargo container to the brim with 20 of them. You're not actually planning to use them as firecrackers, are you? Nick Fury asked, his eyes twitching, as he watched Leon grasp the laden cargo container with one hand, preparing to take flight. You guessed it, but there is no reward for that. With that, Leon enveloped the cargo container in a biological force field and soared towards S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at breakneck speed. What a madman, Nick Fury scoffed, preparing to report to the council. As long as Captain America remained on the side of justice, enjoying considerable public support, he wielded extensive operational authority within the council. Thus, Nick Fury felt no concern over the unauthorized use of nuclear bombs, for after all, the big guy could conjure them at will, and asking him for some was merely a matter of courtesy. On the other hand, upon reaching the skies above S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Leon hurled the cargo container upwards, aiming directly for an office. With a startled cry, Hill, clad only in her 2-piece outfit, burst forth from the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, securely catching the falling cargo container before soaring towards the Pacific Ocean. Soon, in the uninhabited expanse of the Pacific Ocean, the starry sky, brilliant yet not glaring, reflected upon the pitch-black sea surface, resembling an endless celestial tapestry. The horizon melded with the ocean, the vibrant darkness evoking a sense of insignificance in Leon and Hill amidst the vastness of the universe. After a while, Hill snapped back to reality, lightly patting Leon's chest and giving him a perplexed look. Are you really in such a hurry to leave? I haven't even gotten dressed yet. At that moment, Hill had been changing in her office, having just removed her work uniform when Leon stormed in like a bull, whisking her away. She was unsure whether this timing was intentional or accidental. Then let me ask you, dear, Are you cold? Faced with Leon's gaze, which radiated affection akin to a dog's, Hill inexplicably shook her head and instinctively sealed Leon's lips with her own. 2.5 minutes later, wait. Realizing Hill's hands were becoming a tad too adventurous, Leon quickly halted her. What? Hill asked, bewildered. Because my brain is a bit oxygen-deprived. Her cerulean eyes were filled with a hint of confusion. Fireworks, Leon smiled. I promise to show you a unique fireworks display tonight. With that, Leon opened the cargo container he had been holding, swiftly tossing 20 nuclear bombs in all directions, surrounding both himself and Hill. Once the distance was just right, a golden energy sphere materialized in the palm of Leon's hand. He seized it and crushed it in an instant. Countless splinters spilled forth from Leon's fingers, simultaneously sweeping over the 20 nuclear bombs, forming a spherical network centered around Leon and Hill. Buzz. The warheads began to tremble ominously. The next moment, Leon snapped his fingers. It's showtime. Boom. 20 nuclear bombs detonated simultaneously. The colossal fireball instantaneously engulfed Hill's entire field of vision. Yet the excess heat radiation and energy particles were absorbed by Leon, allowing her to witness the overwhelming majesty and breathtaking beauty of the nuclear explosion from this privileged vantage point. Congratulations, the daily check-in has been successfully completed. You have received 2-foot Godzilla template fragments. Chapter 78, the movie premiere. A tremendous surprise for Leon from the Little Spider scientific research indicates that when an individual is confronted with a perilous situation that triggers self-awareness, their body uncontrollably releases an abundance of adrenaline, leading to an accelerated heartbeat. If, at that moment, a person happens to be in the presence of an attractive friend, whether of the opposite or the same sex, they are more likely to misinterpret this natural physiological response as romantic attraction. This phenomenon is known as the misattribution of arousal. Although Hill was aware of this, she found herself irresistibly drawn to Leon, as if she were caught in the blast radius of 20 nuclear explosions. The reason was simple. With Leon's exceptional qualities and the ingenious fireworks display he orchestrated that day, even if she knew it was a calculated ploy, Hill simply could not resist his charm, an allure that no woman could easily dismiss. At that moment, Hill's gaze towards Leon was so intense that it seemed she wished to devour him on the spot. Yet she managed to suppress her primal instincts with the remnants of her rationality. My water meter is broken. Could the experienced captain of the motherland take me home and help me figure out what's amiss? Hill bit her pink tongue, her eyes fixed on Leon with implied meaning. I would be more than happy to, Leon replied, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Tonight was destined to be sleepless a week later at Hill's home. From prosperity to decline. Despite having biological safeguards in place, after 7 relentless days of activity, Hill inevitably succumbed to mental exhaustion. At this moment, the spark of excitement in her eyes had faded, replaced by a numbed, bewildered expression. Seeing that Leon showed no signs of slowing down, Hill, with heavy eyelids, seized the opportunity to kick the recently reactivated Leon off the sofa. You idiot! Do you want to kill me? After uttering this exclamation, Hill promptly lost consciousness. Realizing the situation, Leon felt a twinge of embarrassment and halted his relentless pace. Like Tony, he tended to lose track of time when engrossed in work. After carrying Hill back to bed, Leon prepared to address matters concerning another friend. System, what were the results of this week's automatic mining? Note, the automatic mining yielded a total of 169 kilograms of vibranium. Very well, Leon mused. A non-lucky person will always traverse through life. How many can claim to have such a valuable safety net as I do? He reassured himself, before soaring to new heights a month later, in Nepal, Kathmandu, at Kamatiji. At this time, Leon, having financially invested to join Kamatiji, donned a set of white training robes reminiscent of Doctor Strange, following personal guidance from Old Wong to practice teleportation magic. Ugh, another failure. Leon spat in frustration. How could this happen? Old Wong, perplexed, began a manual demonstration. It's simply a matter of doing this, then that, and voila, the teleportation array is complete. No need for a floating ring. Listening to Old Wong's abstract instructions, Leon rolled his eyes dramatically. Old Wong, if you could actually teach someone with this method, I'd eat the entire Kamatiji on the spot. I suggest you give up, Leon. You lack the talent for magic. Old Wong sighed deeply. After exhausting every possible method over the days, he found Leon utterly incapable of producing even a flicker of magic. Had it not been for the fact that the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, was equally stagnated in teaching Leon other spells, Old Wong might have begun to doubt his own abilities. However, Leon's true disappointment did not stem from his inability to learn magic. Query, would you like to sign in today? Yes. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, for receiving Old Wong's collected novel series. Please, my supreme sorcerer, Alongside this were titles like The Supreme Sorcerer Fell in Love with Me, about my rebirth as a Supreme Sorcerer, and Supreme Sorcerer. How will you repay what you owe me? The system seemed intent on revealing everything about Old Wong. Yet all Leon truly desired was a teleportation or acceleration skill. Why was it so difficult? He had even attempted to sign in with Ancient One, only to have the system extract her very own undergarments instead. At that moment, Leon was oblivious, mistaking it for a counterfeit produced by the system. The instant he retrieved it from the system space, Ancient One promptly arrived to inspect Leon's water meter. Hundreds of scarlet chains of Selatoke were unleashed upon him, resulting in a thorough beating. Fortunately, Ancient One's personal stats were not particularly impressive. Otherwise, the Sword of Vishandi might have left Leon in dire straits. Of course, this leniency stemmed from her not being entirely serious. Otherwise, with her sharp sword and keen eyes, there was certainly a spell capable of breaching Leon's defenses among the many she commanded. Following his punishment, Ancient One confined him in the mirror dimension for several days. Being grounded was one thing. It conveniently allowed for system sign-ins, yet after several days, even when Ancient One finally released him, he had failed to sign in even once. Subsequently, after days of pleading and clinging to Ancient One's leg, he finally obtained the Eye of Agamotto from her. Although he could only toy with it under her watchful gaze, as long as he could sign in using the time stone within, it sufficed. However, whether due to the time manipulation's inherent flaws or other reasons, the system yielded nothing. Leon's demands were modest. Just a smasher of Naruto would suffice. 5 seconds may seem brief for a father, yet for Leon, it was an optimal duration. Alas, it was nowhere to be found. Mage King, the library requires an administrator. You should return, Ancient One declared. Yes, Supreme Sorceress Ancient One. At the pinnacle of Kamatiji, Ancient One arrived, stepping upon the suspended magic array, liberating Old Wong, who had been questioning his own existence while teaching Leon. Old Wong sighed in relief, even neglecting to reclaim the floating ring he had lent to Leon, effortlessly conjuring a teleportation array with his bare hands. The sight left Leon envious. Ancient One, you're here. Come and see how well I've drawn my teleportation array. Leon rushed over, embracing Ancient One's shoulder with the familiarity of a friend, leading her to the loft he had constructed atop Kamatiji. This was Leon's personal bedroom. As for any illegitimacy, as long as the funds were sufficient, Ancient One was quite understanding. To ensure structural integrity, Leon had invested a considerable amount of the priceless vibranium, with a single vibranium pillar extending 100 meters deep into the earth. Even if Kamatiji were to collapse, his loft would likely endure. Leon Stark. Throughout the sacred universe's past, present, and future, you may be the most disconnected individual from the concept of magic, Ancient One remarked with a smile. It's all about human effort. Leon replied, unfazed. Even if I have a temporary setback, I will eventually sign in to acquire an extraordinary spell that will astonish Ancient One. Indeed, it is all about human effort. However, you must leave now, Ancient One interjected, raising an eyebrow. Huh? Just as Leon was about to inquire further, he received a call from Happy through his earpiece Bluetooth. Leon, Happy is on the line. Answer. Leon, the sequel to Patriot, Iron Body, starring you and Tony, titled Patriot, Flesh and Blood, is about to premiere. You have not made many public appearances lately. Would you consider attending the film's debut? It would enhance the film's box office performance and help maintain the popularity of Patriot in the hearts of the audience. What does Pepper say? Miss Pepper expressed her respect for your personal opinion. Is that so? I suppose I could. But why is Happy the one to inform me? Because I am the film's director. By the way, Miss Arcee serves as the assistant director and special effects supervisor. Is that permissible? I trust you directed the first film as well? Leon had never inquired about the film industry due to his lack of interest. Indeed, the first film was a tremendous success at the box office, which has now elevated me from Tony's assistant and head of security to the esteemed position of executive president of Stark Industries, concurrently serving as the principal director of the Patriot film series. Happy's tone brimmed with pride. Congratulations. After confirming the time, Leon hung up the phone, casting a surprised glance at the ever-enigmatic and subtly smiling Ancient One beside him. My goodness. No pretense whatsoever. Without the time stone, you can still glimpse a fragment of the future. It seems akin to time acceleration, nearly achieving the bullet time effect of pausing time, or rather, according to Dr. Strange, it would be more aptly termed lightning time. This technique allows one to respond with remarkable speed, surpassing Leon's current abilities. Initially, Leon believed this maneuver could only be executed after an out-of-body experience, but after receiving a thorough thrashing from the Ancient One, he no longer held that belief. After executing these two combination attacks, it would be miraculous if Kaecilius could even touch a single strand of the Ancient One's hair. Hakugu, you truly. Leon, focus on your responsibilities and refrain from overthinking. The Ancient One lightly tapped her hand against Leon's forehead. Master, do you think I still have time to partake in your indulgence? Leon, uninterested in exerting effort, disregarded the possibility of success. Suddenly, he executed a Leon grip on the Ancient One. Without waiting for her response or reaction, he soared into the sky, transforming into a golden meteor, vanishing from her line of sight in an instant. In response to Leon's actions, the Ancient One had already prepared her spell, raising and then lowering her hand. The mirrored space that continuously folded behind her appeared and then dissipated. Alas, the wayward scamp. It is indeed rare to maintain such a sincere and playful spirit. The future is destined to be yours, God of Battle, Leon Stark Odinson. Chapter 79, The Essence of Freedom, A Sign of Awakening. Stark Plaza. At this moment, it was a sea of people, all fans of Leon. The premiere opening ceremony. Happy waved his hand, arranging an astonishing 2.5 million ordinary seats in the screening halls under Stark Industries in one fell swoop. Additionally, he generously distributed 1,000 complimentary Ultra VIP seats, allowing fans to share a grand screening experience up close with their idol. This special privilege was exclusively curated by Happy and RC for Leon's most ardent supporters. It was entirely fan-oriented, devoid of any covert manipulations. Even wealth could not secure these coveted spots, as RC valued people over tickets. A colossal screening hall capable of comfortably accommodating 1,000 attendees. Dressed to the nines, Leon appeared alongside his companion, RC Tifa, adorned in a stunning blue gown. Likewise, Tony was impeccably attired, with his partner, Pepper, elegantly clad in red. The two women embraced their respective partners' arms, gracefully waving and smiling at the exuberant fans in attendance. Patriots! 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 Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! I am Miss Tifa's dog. Get lost, pervert. I am Miss Tifa's dog. Haha. RC, you have fans too. Leon teased, poking RC Tifa's soft waist. I wish I didn't, RC Tifa replied, exasperated. Then, as the protagonist, Leon stepped onto the stage, delivering a fervent speech before commencing the film with the customary words of the Patriots. You, my friends, you are the true heroes. Oh. With a sudden clenched fist, Leon unleashed a hint of his overwhelming presence, causing the lights to dim instantly, and the raucous cheers of the fans fell silent as if orchestrated in advance. Following this, a grand and resounding score heralded the official opening of Patriots, Flesh and Blood. This story bore an uncanny resemblance to the comic version of The Boys, even though Leon had never divulged any related information to Happy. Yet, he conjured a clone anti-hero, identical to him in every aspect except for the inability to fly. Endowed with all the powers displayed in the film, the character, Mo Lin, was intriguingly portrayed by Happy himself as Dr. Happy. Under his off-screen direction, Mo Lin, masquerading as a patriot, engaged in nefarious activities, successfully leading the true patriot into a perilous state of self-doubt and even potential personality fragmentation. It was during this process that the fans of the Patriot gradually realized that he, too, was merely an ordinary person with flesh and blood. He was not an omnipotent deity, capable of feeling sorrow and sustaining injuries in battle. Indeed, the Patriot could bleed. He was no different from us. This was the imagery Happy aimed to convey to Leon's fans through the film, allowing him to resonate more with reality, essentially using the movie to evoke sympathy. After all, the real Leon would never be shackled by morality. Should anyone dare to slander him, he would promptly track them down alongside RC, never harboring grudges overnight. He would never succumb to confusion or any semblance of cowardice. For him, the most disorienting moment was when he stood alone, sword in hand, with not a single friend by his side. Ultimately, the beleaguered Patriot, bolstered by the encouragement of his fans, regained his confidence. In the climactic battle against Mo Lin, he fervently shouted blood-stirring lines about family and bonds, channeling the light of belief bestowed by his fans to unleash a powerful energy blast that vanquished Mo Lin. As for Tony, as the strategic mind, his opponent was Dr. Happy, who managed to escape. This left a tantalizing cliffhanger for the third installment of Patriots, with the plot yet to be conceived by Happy. However, Leon harbored suspicions of a potential unsatisfactory conclusion, urging Happy to proceed with caution in his writing. The film concluded, leading into the live signing event for the Patriot. Though Leon perceived the film as merely adequate, the fans' overwhelmingly positive response was perplexing to him. He could not discern whether it was due to his inability to appreciate subtleties or the differing perspectives of those directly involved. In any case, the film was a commercial success, yet it felt devoid of substance. Leon merely needed to focus on signing autographs. Meanwhile, Happy had numerous considerations to ponder. Next, the staff called out. Hello, Mr. Leon. I am your super fan, Peter Parker. Today is my 18. Oh no, 8-year birthday. Could you wish me a happy birthday? Hey, Peter, you can't make such demands. Mr. Leon might feel overwhelmed. We should adhere to the rules. Otherwise, if everyone made requests, Mr. Leon wouldn't have enough time to spare. Apologies, Mr. Leon. Peter is still young and doesn't quite understand. We only need signatures. Gazing at the shy yet talkative child and the graceful imp beside him, Leon had yet to respond when the system interjected eagerly. Query, proceed with today's check-in. System, Ding. Today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the essence of freedom. The essence of freedom as an ordinary person. You have reached a realm even divine beings find elusive, yet it is an endless journey, requiring continued effort. Description, full of vitality. One must play without the burden of injury. Chapter 80, The Little Spider and Aunt May. The Golden Legend. Leon had initially intended to sign autographs only after Spider-Man's emergence, yet unexpectedly, the unaltered Peter managed to bring him success. Truly, he is the favored son of Marvel. The moment he attained the supreme mastery, Leon felt a sudden, almost enforced tranquility, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. However, with the simultaneous agitation of both his body and mind, this omnipotent sensation was fleeting. He would have to wait for a more opportune moment to experiment further. As thoughts flickered through his mind, Leon returned his gaze to the tangible world. The little spider, being merely a boy, was hardly captivating. Hence, his attention was primarily drawn to the alluring Aunt May. Though Leon felt a twinge of shyness, he could not deny that she recognized him before he did her. In the comics, Uncle Ben passed away when Spider was merely 15. In the film Spider-Man, Homecoming follows a similar narrative. Yet in Leon's world, Uncle Ben had tragically departed when Spider was just 4, leaving him with scant memories of his uncle. Consequently, Aunt May became a young widow, raising a child on her own. At this moment, clad in semi-transparent black stockings paired with denim shorts and a sleeveless crop top, Aunt May rested her hand on the counter where Leon was to sign. Leaning slightly forward, she revealed her graceful silhouette. Her brow furrowed with a hint of embarrassment as she fixed her gaze on Leon's eyes, saying, Mr. Leon, I sincerely apologize. Peter is still quite young and doesn't quite understand. We only need your signature. It's quite all right, Leon reassured her, gently placing his hand over hers. Children are the world's treasures and future. And you, Peter, are destined to become a true hero. Happy birthday, my young friend. He extended his other hand towards the little spider. Thank you, Mr. Leon. Peter Parker exclaimed, suddenly animated, rubbing his little hands against his jeans. Then rising on his tiptoes in an attempt to shake Leon's hand from across the signing table. However, being only 8 years old, he found himself unable to reach Leon's hand, even as he strained like a ballet dancer. Noticing this, Aunt May instinctively moved to lift Peter, but Leon was quicker, rising to greet the child first. Leaning slightly forward, he clasped the little spider's hand and discreetly winked at Aunt May, leaning in to whisper, May I have the honor of knowing the name of this enchanting lady? M. May Parker, she replied, striving to maintain her composure, though she couldn't suppress a nervous swallow. Please don't leave immediately. I really like Peter. He deserves to have a better birthday. Though she spoke thus, Leon's fingers subtly traced circles on the back of her hand, the delicate sensation akin to a mosquito's bite, compounded by the watchful eyes of the unknowing crowd behind them. May felt as though she might lose her composure. After a soft agreement, she quickly withdrew her hand from Leon's grasp to avoid an even more embarrassing situation. Once May led the sleepy Peter away, Leon felt a sudden sense of ennui, transforming into a mere autograph machine as he signed continuously. This small interlude did not deter the fans in line. Rather, it deepened their admiration for Leon. After all, who could resist a man who was strong, handsome, wealthy, playful, and so patient with children? As for his playful nature, was that truly a flaw? For fans from their homeland, it was considered his greatest virtue. As long as one possessed good qualities, everyone had a chance for close interaction with him. Talents were always welcomed, and beautiful women were always received. 2.5 minutes later, having activated his quantum signing mode, Leon swiftly completed his interactions with all the super VIP fans. When he returned backstage, he found May cradling the already sleeping Peter while engaging in a light conversation with R.C. Tifa about the realities of their homeland. Upon spotting Leon's entrance, R.C. Tifa gracefully nodded in acknowledgement and discreetly excused herself. Mr. Leon. May attempted to rise to greet him, but after holding Peter for too long, her legs had gone numb. Losing her balance, she stumbled forward. Careful. Leon swiftly intervened, cushioning her forehead with his body while supporting her upper half to prevent a fall. Peter lay horizontally across her lap. Oh, I'm sorry, Leon said, steadying May and retracting his hand, which had inadvertently been moving. And no, it's all right. It was my fault for being careless. As she spoke, May's gaze flickered away, filled with a sense of guilt. Unable to look Leon directly in the eye as she had before. Aunt May? Mr. Leon. The commotion stirred Peter awake. Hey there, Peter, my little buddy. Leon effortlessly lifted Peter from May's embrace, wiping the drool from the corner of the child's mouth with a tissue he retrieved from the coffee table. For a single parent like May, this scene struck deeply at her heart. She moved her lips, at a loss for words. Only able to watch with a fond smile as Leon continually made Peter laugh. Observing May's reactions through the lens of his observational prowess, Leon smirked slightly. Aware that for most traditional women with families, children represented their greatest vulnerability. Thus, for May, who cherished Peter above all else, Leon only needed to exert minimal effort to breach her defenses. Subsequently, Leon offered to escort May and Peter home. This might not be appropriate. I don't want to trouble you, May said, feeling a bit embarrassed, fully aware that allowing Leon to take them home could lead to unexpected complications. Mr. Leon, are you joining us for the trip home? Peter exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. See, Peter is so welcoming, Leon remarked, fixing his gaze on May with intent. Would you truly wish for tonight to end here? Very well, May conceded, unable to refuse Leon's earnest invitation, especially with Peter's eagerness urging her on. Thus, the trio ascended to the rooftop. Mr. Leon, are we going to fly? How high can you soar? Can you reach outer space? Are you faster than light? Could even Superman not compete with you? Do you possess biological stances? Are you perhaps not from Earth, but rather from Krypton? Peter rambled on, brimming with excitement. His talkative nature reaching its zenith, with only his vocabulary and scientific knowledge left to expand. Peter, May exclaimed, fearing that Leon might grow impatient. She quickly placed her hand over Peter's mouth and smiled apologetically at Leon. I'm sorry, he gets carried away whenever he gets excited. Isn't that wonderful? Only those children who are extroverted, cheerful, and embody the brilliance of a sunny disposition can truly navigate the intricate and capricious landscape of human nature. As he spoke, Leon leaned in closer, the distance between his nose and May's lips a mere 2.5 centimeters, allowing both to distinctly sense each other's breath and the intoxicating essence of attraction. But the child is still here. May initially believed Leon intended to kiss her before Peter, and she instinctively recoiled in surprise. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Leon wrapped his arms around her waist. Are you ready for takeoff, my dear? He mischievously inquired, seemingly oblivious to May's misunderstanding. Yes, I am ready, Mr. Leon. Peter, mistaking the question as directed at him, eagerly raised his hand to answer. Well then, here we go. Without waiting for May to respond, Leon enveloped her and Peter in his embrace, launching into the sky. The sudden shift in speed elicited a thrilling shout from Peter, while May, startled, felt her heart nearly stop, adrenaline surging through her. Instinctively, she clung tightly to Leon's waist, pressing her face against his chest. Even when Leon took the opportunity to give her a Leon grip, she remained oblivious to the sensation. This was the exquisite elixir that perfectly blended the essence of the soldier's experience with Leon's charm. Those who possess the ability to remain forever youthful and immortal are a different matter altogether. Chapter 81. Peter shivered. Aunt May, do I truly deserve an uncle? Given the mere 20 kilometers separating the Queen's neighborhood where Peter and May resided from the bustling realm of Stark Industries in Manhattan, it was almost instantaneous for Leon to traverse this distance at his current speed. However, in his cleverness, he chose to circle between Queens and Manhattan, cherishing the softness of his companion and prolonging their playful moments. Only when the little spider had wholly acclimated to the rapid pace, and May had grasped the reality of their circumstances, did Leon embrace them both and gracefully soar into an ordinary household. In New York, Queens is neither a wealthy enclave nor a destitute area. Rather, it is a vibrant middle-class district, rich in diversity and cultural heritage, predominantly inhabited by Caucasians. It also hosts a significant population of African Americans. Among them is Ned, Peter's chubby friend from high school, a quintessential representation of this melting pot. Are you enjoying yourself, Peter? Leon inquired. Yes, Peter nodded vigorously. Observing this, May transitioned from initial excitement to a more tempered rationality, her mind swirling with regret over her impulsive decision to invite Leon into their lives. With their social circle now expanded, wouldn't it be challenging to revert to their former existence? After their encounters with the opportunistic Leon, May, feeling the weight of her age and fading allure, found little confidence in the prospect of a future with him. Even if such a future were attainable, it would likely be nothing more than a fleeting dalliance for Leon, devoid of permanence. She was no longer young and could not afford to be selfish, indulging in momentary pleasures without considering Peter's future. Aunt May, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Peter, having sensed her emotional shift, anxiously squeezed her hand. Meanwhile, Leon had moved to the window, seemingly awaiting something. Nothing, Peter. I'm very happy today, May replied, offering him a tender smile as she ruffled his hair. At that moment, a thunderous roar of engines filled the air. May took Peter's hand and approached Leon, glancing out the window to find an autonomous jet glider descending with a cake even taller than Peter. As the window opened, Leon's form flickered momentarily, and in the next instant, he held the enormous cake aloft with one hand, defying all logic. Mr. Leon, is this for me? Little Peter exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the grandest cake he had ever seen. Absolutely, my young friend, Leon replied, tousling Peter's hair and exchanging a knowing wink with May. Despite Leon's unabashed affection, May's expression flickered with a bittersweet smile, quickly replaced by enthusiasm as she clapped her hands and said, Peter, how long do you plan to have Mr. Leon help you with this cake? Hurry and clean up your toys from the coffee table. Yes, madam, Peter replied, bowing ceremoniously before swiftly clearing his toys into a basket beneath the table. After inserting 8 rainbow candles into the cake and lighting them, Leon smiled at Peter. Make a wish, as long as it lies within my abilities. Anything at all? Peter asked, his excitement palpable. Indeed, anything, Leon affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Peter's eyes darted between Leon and May before he exclaimed, I wish for Mr. Leon to be with Aunt May, so I can have an uncle. Coughing slightly, May nearly gasped at Peter's bold wish, playfully tapping his forehead. Peter, don't be silly. Oh, can I make another wish? That is more acceptable. May nodded, though unbeknownst to her, Peter silently reaffirmed his previous wish, already embodying the essence of a future Spider-Man. With Leon's assistance, Peter extinguished the candles, and the 3 of them began to slice the cake. Yet, before a single bite could be taken, Peter deftly smeared cream across Leon and May's faces, his aim impeccable. May was about to protest when Leon retaliated with a glob of cream, covering Peter's entire face. Thus began a chaotic cream battle, spiraling into uncontainable hilarity. With Leon, the guest, enthusiastically joining in, May felt it unnecessary to voice further objections, even adding a dollop of cream to Leon's face while surreptitiously appreciating his physique. Children are brimming with energy, yet it dissipates swiftly. After demolishing the birthday cake bought by Archie without tasting a morsel, Peter lay down, utterly exhausted, showing no signs of awakening even when Leon and May collaborated to bathe him. During this time, the shower had slipped from their grasp, drenching both Leon and May completely. They exchanged glances, words unspoken yet understood. After bathing Peter, May carried him to bed while Leon took a quick shower to prepare for what lay ahead. As Leon emerged, May had just finished her own shower, having a separate bathroom in her room. They sat together in silence on the living room sofa. Leon, clad only in a pair of indestructible super-elastic fiber briefs, exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue, his physique breathtaking to the point of rendering May breathless. May wore a delicate silk sleep dress, the thin straps revealing just enough of her collarbone and thighs to evoke allure without vulgarity, showcasing the primal charm of femininity. After a prolonged silence, noticing May's reluctance to speak, Leon took the initiative, placing his hand over hers, which was anxiously gripping the hem of her skirt. Intertwining their fingers as he declared, Hey, May, listen to me. Peter needs an uncle, and I can fill that void, along with yours. But I'm afraid. There's nothing to fear, May. Look into my eyes. You need not think of anything, just follow my lead, and time will reveal all. My intentions are genuine, both for Peter and for you. Seeing May's lingering apprehensions, Leon felt compelled to offer her additional reassurances. Chapter 1. Leon Stark in the dazzling city of Las Vegas. The annual ceremony for the highest honors is underway. Colonel Rhodes, adorned in formal military attire, stands at the podium, introducing the most esteemed award recipient of the evening. The audience consists entirely of military and political elites, along with affluent business magnates and their entourages. Tony Stark, a dreamer, a genius, and a patriot. From his childhood, as the son of the legendary weapons developer Howard Stark, he captured public attention with his extraordinary intellect. By the age of 4, he crafted circuit boards. At 6, he built his first engine, and by 17, he graduated with top honors from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Following his father's passing, Howard's lifelong friend and business partner, Obadiah Stane, took the helm of Stark Industries. It was not until Tony turned 21 that he returned to the company, reclaiming his position as the new CEO and wielding the supreme authority of the weapons empire. Tony propelled his father's legacy into a new era, pioneering intelligent weaponry, advanced machinery, and satellite-guided strike technology. Today, Tony Stark has reshaped the landscape of the arms industry, defending the freedoms of the nation and safeguarding its global interests. At this moment, the applause reverberates through the hall as Colonel Rhodes continues. As the military liaison for Stark Industries, I have the privilege of working alongside a true patriot, who is both my mentor and dear friend. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to present this year's highest honor to Mr. Tony Stark. With this proclamation, the applause swells once more. However, the moment intended for the award recipient to take the stage is delayed, as Tony Stark has yet to make his appearance. Tony? Colonel Rhodes scans the audience, his gaze landing on a small round table meant for two at the center of the venue, where he locks eyes with Obadiah, who is preparing to rise and accept the award on Tony's behalf. But before he can stand, Leon, Tony's twin brother, swiftly ascends the stage. Observing this, Obadiah, who had only just lifted himself from his chair, is compelled to sit back down. His expression a mixture of forced politeness and irritation as he watches Leon accept the trophy. As Leon steps up, a chorus of awestruck voices emerges from the crowd. The reason is simple: Leon is undeniably handsome. With a charming and rebellious demeanor, he exudes an air of elegance that comes from years of privilege. And a mere smirk from him radiates an unparalleled masculine allure. This man is none other than Leon Stark, the twin brother of Tony Stark. Though they are fraternal twins, the brothers do not share identical features. Leon possesses a strikingly more attractive visage than Tony. As the second son of Stark Industries, Leon is notorious among the elite of the nation for his lavish lifestyle, spending his days in indulgence. This is why Colonel Rhodes did not mention him during his introduction of Tony, aside from his striking looks and a physique that he maintains to effortlessly socialize. Leon is largely devoid of merit. He is wealthy, yet his fortune is the only thing he possesses. Had Tony not frozen Leon's bank account out of concern for his brother's social habits, forcing him to leave his home after a week-long seclusion, Leon would have been disinterested in attending this tedious awards ceremony. Isn't making friends more enjoyable? He mused. Oh my God, thank you for your timely arrival, Leon. Otherwise, I would have been mortified. Rhodes sighed with relief. Not at all, Rhodes, Leon replied with a smile, turning to the audience, casually holding the trophy while commenting. This damn trophy is truly magnificent. The crowd erupted in applause, a testament to the influence of Stark Industries. Even a vulgarity from Leon would be met with appreciation. Leon raised his hand, quieting the audience once more. Haha, thank you all for your support. Clearly, I'm not my brother, but if I were, I would express my honor and joy at receiving this accolade. He continued, as you all know, Tony's greatest strength is also his greatest weakness. He becomes utterly engrossed in his work. Meanwhile, Tony Stark is reveling in the excitement at a nearby casino. After the award ceremony, Rhodes and Leon swiftly locate him, finding him engaged in a game of dice with a young model. I can hardly believe you stood me up to enjoy yourself with a model. Rhodes lamented. They said you would feel honored to receive the award. Of course. I am deeply honored to receive the award from Colonel Rhodes, Tony replied, glancing at Leon, who was already with another model at the table, having gambled a portion of his chips. So, where's my little trophy? Tony inquired. She's right here, Leon said, gesturing to the model beside him, who was struggling to support the weight of the trophy. He kindly assisted her, ensuring she was comfortable. Not bad, Tony remarked, shrugging with a grin, though it was unclear whether he referred to the trophy or the model. I can't believe you two brothers, one more extravagant than the other, Rhodes exclaimed, covering his face in disbelief, though his fingers barely concealed his expression. Having grown accustomed to Rhodes's disapproving yet affectionate demeanor, the Stark brothers exchanged knowing smiles. Behind them stood Happy, their burly assistant and bodyguard, vigilantly ensuring their safety. The trio partied from 8 in the evening until the early hours of the morning. Afterward, Rhodes reminded Tony repeatedly, you must present your latest work to the military tomorrow. Please do not be late. I know, Tony replied dismissively, turning his attention back to Leon, who, despite having indulged in 3 rounds of food, still had an appetite for takeout. Leon, how about you go on my behalf? You wouldn't want. Hey, don't even think about it. Leon quickly interjected, shaking his head in refusal. If you threaten me again with that frozen bank account, I might just take a knife to your throat one night. And you wouldn't believe me if I said Pepper couldn't stop me. Fine, Tony shrugged, lamenting, Leon, you truly do not comprehend the art of explosion. What explosion art? Leon shot Tony a disparaging glance. Once you experience a missile produced by our company, you'll learn your lesson. Outside the hotel, amidst the entourage of bodyguards, the two brothers were poised to board their vehicle and return home when a captivating young woman clad in an elegant office attire, with lustrous golden hair and alluring black stockings, approached them. Leon's eyes immediately sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 82. Cat TV. In the stillness of midnight. After the weary may succumb to slumber, the ever-enthusiastic Leon, brimming with energy and devoid of drowsiness, promptly retrieved the collar of the Black Panther goddess Baudette from the system's realm. A seamless transition ensued, marking the commencement of his second round. System, grant me access. With a shift in perspective, Leon's consciousness instantaneously projected into the spiritual domain of the Black Panther goddess Badet, where the dense fog persisted. "Come forth, my little baby." Leon's teasing tone ignited the ire of Badet, who recognized his unwarranted intrusion. With an enraged roar, a colossal shadow lunged at Leon from afar in an instant. As Bastet's massive form loomed before him, her glistening claws were mere millimeters from Leon's handsome visage. In the past, such a close encounter would have left Leon adorned with scratches. However, he had transformed. 30 days of trials had reshaped him into a new Leon. He closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and relinquished control over his actions. To his astonishment, he executed a smooth, backward lean, his upper body nearly brushing against Bastet's claws, flawlessly evading her ferocious strike. "What is this?" Badet was taken aback by Leon's reaction and movements, recognizing the intricacies of his approach. Yet, her momentum in battle remained undeterred, growing increasingly ferocious. The winds howled, and her claws, capable of effortlessly tearing through vibranium, echoed with a resounding ferocity. Yet, apart from grazing the corner of Leon's uniform, Badet could not land a single blow on him, even as he engaged in a practical demonstration of his newfound abilities. Once Leon discerned that his full-blooded state of free ultimate could be equated with the prideful spider sense of the little spider, the farcical contest of cat and lion approached its climax. With the roles of offense and defense reversed, the previously evasive Leon initiated his assault. However, reminiscent of past encounters, most of his attacks were deftly evaded by Badet, who exhibited exceptional agility. Even when a few punches and kicks connected, they lacked the decisive impact he sought. In such a rapidly shifting battle, Leon's punches proved more effective than his beam attacks. Thus, the conflict fell into a stalemate. The two, one human and one goddess, clashed from the earth to the heavens and back again. The mental fog was swept away by the gales, and the dark earth seemed to crack and close like a dragon stirring. Time passed without awareness, and both Leon and Badet remained at full strength, unable to best one another. Leon mused. It appears I still need to practice. In his current state, while free ultimate offered robust defense, its application in offense proved challenging, lacking the fluidity and control he desired. Contemplating this, Leon ceased his aimless combat, pausing to survey his surroundings. He declared to Badet, who lay in wait within the fog, "Let the games cease here, my dear." As his words faded, an exhilarating BGM seamlessly began to play, Ultimate Holy War. What followed was the Battle of the Fool. With a shift in perspective, as Leon regained his rationality, he found himself back in reality, having exited Bastet's spiritual domain. The sensation was akin to being ensnared by the Crimson King, where time during the battle had been erased, leaping directly from the beginning to the conclusion of the conflict. Before him knelt a long-eared elven maiden with coffee-colored skin and silver-gray hair, exuding an aura of majesty. Simultaneously, the system provided an update. Notification: the information regarding the collar of the Black Panther goddess Badet has been modified. "Let me see the details," Leon inquired. Black Panther goddess Bastet's collar. This collar is now bound to the Black Panther goddess Badet, whose strength has been swayed by your prowess. She shall offer you her eternal loyalty. Quality: indestructible. Description: as long as the master does not forsake it, the cat shall remain by your side. Note: the Black Panther goddess Badet can be contained within the system space along with the collar. After perusing the collar's updated information, Leon redirected his attention to Badet, who had transformed into her humanoid form. She was clad in remarkably scant attire, with only a pair of pure black shorts adorning her form, showcasing her voluptuous yet agile legs akin to a leopard, one leg raised while the other rested beneath her. She wore a form-fitting black snow coat that hinted at the future, layered beneath an exceedingly loose and thin V-neck short-sleeve top that appeared on the verge of bursting. "Master, please instruct me." Badet gazed up at Leon with a cool, aloof demeanor, yet her tone brimmed with eagerness, leaving Leon to wonder if she might pounce on him at any moment. The wild glimmer in her gray-blue eyes brimmed with aspirations. "Instruct you? What shall I teach you?" "Surely not free ultimate?" Leon thought, bemused. Though internally skeptical, he did not outright refuse or accept. Instead, he approached Badet, lifting her chin with his hand. "My dear, tell me, can you seize your own future?" In response to Leon's inquiry, Badet, now fully committed to her role as his loyal companion, grasped his outstretched hand without hesitation, declaring, "This body belongs entirely to my master." Badet had indeed secured her future. "Excellent. A good cat deserves to be cherished by its master," Leon encouraged, playfully patting her cheek. During this time, Leon discovered that while the collar of the Black Panther goddess Badet could not be removed once donned, it could seamlessly meld into her body or manifest at any desired location on her form. Ingeniously, Botette had transformed the collar into a thigh ring, adorning her leg with it, creating a stunning silhouette that accentuated her curves, elevating her allure. Time, as they say, flies when one is in delight. Chapter 83. The Gift from the Heavens. The following morning, May awoke to find herself instinctively glancing at her phone. Oh dear, it is already noon. Peter, you must go to school. As May hurriedly donned her clothes and exited her bedroom to rouse little Peter, she noticed him dashing about the living room. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that he was engaged in playful antics with a sleek, entirely black cat, which seemed to be toying with him instead. Peter, in his attempts to capture the feline, had gotten himself quite dirty, while the black cat maintained its elegance, effortlessly dodging Peter's leaps and gracefully landing atop his head. Meow? Little human, you are far too slow. It will take you 2 millennia to catch up with me. Enough already. How old are you to still seek superiority over a child? As Botette reveled in her mischief, Leon seized the back of her neck and lifted her onto his shoulder, gently stroking her fur from head to tail. Purr, purr. Under Leon's skilled ministrations, Botette transformed into a typical domestic cat, purring contentedly as her backside and tail lifted in delight. Mr. Leon, I wish I could pet her too, young Peter expressed with envy. If you want to pet one, perhaps you should consider raising your own in the future. This one is rather special. You shall not entertain such thoughts, Leon chuckled, ruffling Peter's hair. Very well. I shall definitely seek a pure black one in the future, young Peter declared with hope. Unintentionally, the words struck a chord with Leon, who couldn't help but wonder if young Spider's affection for ebony beauties had begun to form here. Peter, enough with the play. You must go to school. May approached briskly, packing his backpack while urgently reminding him. What? Do I really have to go now? Young Peter half hid behind Leon, asking with great reluctance. He had assumed that May, having overslept, would allow him to play at home for the day. Of course, May reached for Peter, attempting to pull him from behind Leon. Yet he skillfully evaded her grasp. Mr. Leon, please help me. All right, May. Leon shielded the little spider behind him and embraced May, planting a light kiss on her lips before advising, children, after all, can afford to miss a day of school. As long as they can read and do basic arithmetic, play remains their primary task. Moreover, even if Peter were to achieve nothing in the future, with my wealth, he could never exhaust it in 10 lifetimes. Thus he need not view education as the sole path, unlike children from ordinary families. But, May was taken aback by Leon's boldness, kissing her in front of Peter, leaving her at a loss for words as if intoxicated. Wow, Aunt May, does this mean I am getting an uncle? Peter asked with excitement. Peter. May shot a flushed glance at young Peter, preparing to argue, but was silenced by Leon's finger on her lips. Just then, Alcee had informed him that a hammer had fallen from the sky last night, one that no one could move or lift. This sparked a frenzy over the legendary hammer, with rumors suggesting that whoever could lift it would instantly ascend to become a legendary hero. An eager individual had posted about it online, and Alcee, who spent most of her time surfing the web, had learned about it immediately. Darling, why don't we just give Peter a few extra days off? Leon caressed May's cheek as he spoke. Uncle Leon, where are we going to play? The clever young Peter quickly guessed. Indeed, how does New Mexico sound? Hooray. As long as it means no school, Peter was enthusiastic about any destination, convinced that with an uncle as wise and understanding as Leon, his fate was sealed. You too. I'll leave you to your antics. May secretly wished for a little more time to play. She knew that Leon could not always be by her side, so every moment spent together was precious. She sighed inwardly, realizing that she was completely entrapped by this man. In New Mexico, last night, the S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites had also detected an unidentified object descending upon a certain area in New Mexico, but due to severe electromagnetic interference, they were unable to pinpoint its exact location. Now, the information circulating online about the legendary hammer was swiftly captured and secured by them to prevent further escalation. Agent Coulson drove his flying car, named Laura, equipped with magnetic levitation, to the scene without delay. At that moment, an elderly man was attempting to connect the hammer's handle to his pickup truck using a chain the width of a finger, attempting to pull it free. However, the truck's bed was overturned, and the hammer remained unmoved. It was situated at the very center of a 25-meter-wide meteorite crater, as though it had created this pit upon impact. Sir, I found it, Coulson announced as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Damn it, are aliens just throwing garbage down on Earth these days? If given the chance, I would pour all of Earth's nuclear waste into their uncivilized home. On the other end, the voice was filled with exasperation. In the case of such high-altitude debris, it is fortunate it did not land on anyone. However, if it were to fall in a densely populated urban area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sir, I personally believe that regarding this extraterrestrial hammer, we need to notify Mr. Leon to handle it, as it is beyond the capabilities of Clinton and Natasha. Hey, Coulson, were you calling me? Before Coulson could finish, a familiar voice interrupted from behind. He turned to see Leon, who had arrived with May and Peter for their vacation. Mr. Leon? Who are these two? Coulson inquired. May and Peter, my family, Leon replied, one arm around young Peter and the other securely around May's waist, presenting the appearance of a happy family. Yet Coulson knew this was impossible for Leon, who had now gathered yet another decent family, and a child at that. Mr. Leon. Coulson proceeded to relay all the information S.H.I.E.L.D. had gathered regarding the legendary hammer. Upon hearing it all, Leon waved his hand dismissively. Leave this hammer business to me. You are no match for it. He? Coulson pondered in confusion. However, Leon clearly had no intention of explaining, as he almost teleported with May and Peter to the edge of the crater created by Thor's hammer. At that moment, the old man was still fretting over how to fix the back of his pickup, while everyone else remained focused on the hammer above. However, Leon, who recognized the old man, was not among them. Hey, my old friend, do you need a young person to lend a hand? As he spoke, Leon had already assisted the old man in reattaching the truck bed. The old man, elated, grasped Leon's hand tightly and exclaimed, Patriot. You are a patriot. I am your devoted fan. You see, I wear your battle suit beneath my clothes every day. The old man, resembling Superman in the midst of a costume change, tore open his collar, revealing a wrinkled Superman uniform, the number of washes it had endured unknown. Upon witnessing this, Leon's eyes twitched slightly. Yet he chose not to expose the truth. Instead, he assisted the old man by signing the name of the compatriot on the Superman uniform. Is this not, in its own way, a form of NTR? Chapter 84. The Return Rune, Thor Leon. Afterward, Leon took some time to escort the somewhat senile old man back to his home, marking the location along the way. As for the sign-in, he had encountered several incarnations of Stan Lee before, all of which yielded comic manuscripts and such. Perhaps there were valuable items. But the sheer volume of comic-related merchandise in the pool had significantly diluted the odds of obtaining anything worthwhile, and Leon had yet to witness anything exceptional. Nonetheless, it was worth a try. Who knew, perhaps he might encounter a powerful observer and strike gold. Upon his return, S.H.I.E.L.D. had completely secured the site. Leon descended into the massive pit with May and Peter, inquiring with Coulson, who had been stationed there. Has everyone else tried? Coulson nodded. Everyone on site has had a go, but not a single one could lift the hammer. Is that so? Leon raised an eyebrow, prompting Bast to leap from his shoulder to May's. He then stepped forward and grasped the handle of Thor's hammer. With a sudden surge of strength, boom! Under the protection of the biofield, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters began to tremble restlessly, collapsing a few centimeters in an instant. Yet, the hammer remained unmoved. Unperturbed, Leon expanded the biofield's protective range to several kilometers, unleashing 50 of the Fool's ultimate power augmentation with his armed color hockey. Watch out, my friends, Leon warned as his muscles flexed and he exerted force. Rumbling, the earth shook even more violently, as if it were about to flip over. Coulson lost his footing and fell flat on his back, while May and Peter appeared unaffected. Centered around Bast, a faint dark field enveloped the two, producing an effect reminiscent of the biofield. Although the ground only sank an inch this time, the force exerted was evidently far greater than before, yet Thor's hammer remained steadfast. Leon had to concede, privately lamenting that Odin still possessed remarkable power even at the brink of death. No. It was precisely because he was nearing death that he was even more formidable. Query. Proceed with today's sign-in. System. Does the ancient grow stronger, or does the strong become ancient? Answer me. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Return Rune. Return Rune, a system-exclusive item that allows for enchanting any weapon of any material. Once used, as long as you call for the weapon, it will return to you at the fastest speed, regardless of where it has fallen. Quality, single use, description. Even the Return Rune cannot mend her heart that is determined to distance itself from you. Although it was not what Leon desired most at the moment, it was still useful. He decisively applied the Return Rune to the indestructible Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. Upon completion of the enchantment, the gun's attributes immediately changed, and an additional status line reading, Enchantment, Return Rune, appeared under the quality section. Now, this was intriguing. A smirk graced Leon's lips as he tucked the handgun back into his pocket and turned to May and Peter. Would you like to give it a try? I think I'll pass. May waved her hand, declining. Leon could easily send her soaring with a single finger, having failed to lift the hammer with both hands. She knew she had no chance, she thought to herself. I want to try. I want to try. After receiving Leon's approval, young Peter eagerly wriggled free of May's grasp and dashed towards Leon and Thor's hammer. Give it a shot, Leon said, ruffling young Peter's hair and stepping aside to let him have a go. In theory, a child with a pure heart might have a better chance than an adult with complex thoughts. As Peter placed his hand on the hammer's handle, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Even if Peter can lift it, this commotion is unusual, Leon mused. Taking a few steps forward to shield Peter, boom. A deafening thunderclap erupted as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, struck down. Initially aimed at young Peter, but fearing for his safety, Leon instinctively activated energy absorption, transforming into a human lightning rod. The massive bolt of lightning was drawn towards Leon, vanishing into his body. In that moment, he felt as though he were bathing in a storm of power far exceeding that of the son of Satan. Yet he remained unscathed. Every cell in his body absorbed the power of the lightning as if it had been starving for millennia. Simultaneously, a majestic silver armor adorned with a red cloak manifested and instantaneously clad Leon. As the storm subsided, Leon beheld the dragon scale-like silver armor enveloping his arms, and realized what had just transpired. This was undoubtedly armor forged from URU steel, empowered by Odin's might. Just moments ago, young Peter had earned the hammer's recognition and unwittingly tapped into its divine power, yet Leon had inadvertently triggered a glitch, preventing Peter from attaining the full might of Thor. Peter, Leon, are you all right? May, regaining her composure, rushed over to scoop up the startled young Peter. The hammer was also lifted, but Peter held it unsteadily, causing it to drop again. Leon's instinctual free will allowed him to reach out and catch it. To his astonishment, he succeeded. This glitch is quite substantial. Leon stared, dumbfounded, at the perfectly balanced Thor's hammer in his grasp, until May leaped into his arms, jolting him back to reality. Startled by the event, May disregarded Peter's plea to stay and play longer, insisting that Leon take them home. Unable to resist, Leon acquiesced. In truth, he suddenly recalled that a true thunder god awaited his conquest nearby, and it would be inconvenient to have a woman and child in tow. Thus, he readily agreed. To soothe Peter's emotions, Leon gifted him the realistic model of the airborne aircraft carrier he had signed in for earlier. Chapter 85, Chronicles of Asgard. Time moves slightly forward. The core of the Nine Realms. Asgard. After waging war on behalf of Asgard for over 1,500 years, the mighty Thor, in the prime of his life, is on the verge of inheriting the throne from his father, King Odin. He is powerful, courageous, proud, and a formidable warrior, embodying the aspirations of the Asgardian people. Wielding a hammer forged in the heart of a dying star, he is unstoppable and unmatched wherever he goes. However, Thor's brother, Loki, cannot abide his brother's glory, especially since their father, King Odin, had previously proclaimed that both brothers were worthy of the throne. Loki finds himself merely a spectator to Thor's ascension. Resentful, he secretly collaborates with the Frost Giants, revealing to their leader, Laufey, the existence of a hidden passage that bypasses the Bifrost Bridge and leads into Asgard. This revelation prompts the Frost Giants to invade Odin's treasure vault on the day of Thor's coronation, creating chaos. Although the intruders are ultimately vanquished by the destroyer armor guarding the vault, the ceremony is disrupted as Loki desired. Subsequently, Loki goads the already irate Thor to lead his 3 warriors to Jotunheim, one of the 9 realms and the homeland of the Frost Giants. There, they are besieged by the entire Frost Giant clan. Thor, with his hammer, manages to fend for himself, but his companions find themselves in peril. During the skirmish, Loki discovers that he is impervious to the icy assaults, a trait unique to the Frost Giants. This realization leaves Loki in turmoil as his plans to gain accolades, earn Odin's favor, and secure his claim to the Asgardian throne are thrown into disarray. If his true identity as a Frost Giant is revealed, he risks losing everything he possesses. Overwhelmed by fear and anxiety, Loki grapples with his predicament. At this moment of crisis, King Odin arrives astride his 8-legged steed, Sleipnir, descending from the Bifrost Bridge. Thor implores Odin to unite with him to annihilate the Frost Giants, but Odin firmly declines, revealing that he is too old to fight, and even his formidable powers cannot defy the inevitability of death. Through the Bifrost, Odin returns Thor and his companions to Asgard, where a heated argument ensues, culminating in Odin sealing Thor's powers in anger and exiling him to Midgard, the realm of Earth. There, Thor can survive without his divine abilities, affording him time to reflect on his errors. Furthermore, Odin enchants Thor's hammer with a spell that only the pure of heart can wield, and he casts it down to earth as a testament to his son's trials and rebirth. After Thor's exile, Loki attempts to recruit Thor's valiant companions to his side, but they see through his jealousy and depart in discontent. Deeply troubled by the affection others have for Thor, Loki visits Odin's vault, where he confirms his frost giant heritage through the treasure known as the Casket of Ancient Winters. The icy blue hue of his skin serves as a bitter irony against his previously held belief in his Asgardian lineage and his aspirations for the throne. At this juncture, Odin arrives to confront Loki, only to be met with Loki's poignant inquiry. What is the truth? The casket is not the only trophy you brought back from Jotunheim. Is it? What am I to you? Odin responds, whether Asgardian or frost giant, you will always be my son. After expressing his heartfelt sentiments, the weary Odin collapses, succumbing to the uncontrollable Odin's sleep. Faced with the fallen figure of the father he sought to impress, Loki panics. Upon summoning the guards, he spots Odin's lost artifact, the eternal spear, on the ground, and a sinister plan begins to form in his mind. If Thor remains forever in Midgard, and if he can obliterate the frost giants along with Jotunheim, no one will ever discover his true identity. He will still be the second prince of Asgard. Through the glory of defending against external threats, he, the god of mischief, Loki, will ascend as the undisputed ruler of Asgard. However, in truth, as Odin slumbers and Thor is exiled, Loki, now wielding the eternal spear, has unwittingly ascended to the temporary throne of Asgard. During this time, Thor's 3 warriors approach, seeking to retrieve him from Midgard. But how could Loki, now possessing supreme authority, acquiesce to their request? After dismissing them, Loki visits Odin's resting place to pay respects to the great figure who raised him, though not by blood, but as a father nonetheless. It is then that he learns from his mother, Frigga, that the enchanted hammer of Thor, imbued with a curse by Odin, is indeed the key to Thor's return to Asgard. He has not truly been exiled. This is a trial concerning his eligibility for the throne. Upon hearing this revelation, Loki is unable to remain composed. He views Thor as a brother, and while he never intended to harm him, his plans were predicated on Thor posing no threat to his claim. Father, why are you always so biased? The hammer, the throne of Asgard, both favor Thor. After posing this unanswerable question to the slumbering Odin, unwilling to relinquish the power he has nearly grasped, Loki resolves to journey to Midgard and employ his cunning to forever bind Thor there. Meanwhile, the exiled Thor, stripped of his divine powers, is reduced to merely a somewhat stronger version of an ordinary man. As he descends from the heavens, he is fortuitously struck by a vehicle driven by astrophysicist Jane Foster, who is investigating the spatial anomalies caused by the Bifrost. Remarkably unfazed, he stands up after being hit, only to be dramatically subdued by Jane's intern and friend, Darcy Lewis, who mistakenly perceives him as a mere bystander in need of assistance and zaps him unconscious with a taser. Concerned that Thor, despite appearing unhurt, may have sustained internal injuries, they transport the unconscious figure to a hospital for examination. During his brief moments of consciousness, Thor believes the doctor drawing his blood is a threat, leading to an explosive outburst that a dozen people struggle to contain, until he is ultimately subdued by a tranquilizer. Originally, Jane Foster had settled the medical bill and left, as she had pressing research to complete. However, after comparing photographs taken during the peak of the spatial anomaly, Darcy points out a figure in one image that appears to be a silhouette. Upon viewing this, Jane hastily returns, her instincts suggesting that the mysterious man declaring himself Thor might be the figure captured in the photograph, capable of providing the answers she has long sought. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the vehicle Jane is driving comes to an abrupt halt from a speed of 70 or 80 miles per hour. "Oh my God, it's a national hero," Darcy exclaims, covering her mouth in astonishment upon recognizing the profile of the figure blocking the vehicle, shaking with disbelief. Leon, with his formidable frame clad in the armor of the Thunder God, shielded the sun as he fell backward, supporting himself with both hands on the ground. Dressed in a blue and white striped patient gown, Thor extended his hand and inquired, "Hey, my friend, are you all right? Be cautious when crossing the street, otherwise, you might encounter unforeseen misfortune." To this, Leon was no stranger. Chapter 86. Leon, identity is self-given when stepping out. The sunlight, shining in a blinding manner, prompted Thor to raise his hand in an attempt to shield his eyes. Once his vision cleared and he discerned the visitor's attire and the hammer in his grasp, his expression transformed, akin to that of a man who had just lost his beloved spouse. "No. Impossible. That is my hammer. Why is it in your possession?" "Ah, my friend, that is a tale long to tell," Leon chuckled. He then, before Thor's astonished gaze, gleefully wielded the god of thunder's hammer, relishing an inexplicable thrill akin to that of a guilty pleasure. It evoked memories of his time in the world of the boys, where he was caught by Huey while training Starlight in her abilities. This line of thought became increasingly consuming. Leon resolved to find an opportunity to revisit the world of the boys, to pay homage at Huey's makeshift grave and engage in a proper battle ritual with Starlight before it. There remained unexplored territory, particularly regarding Starlight's powers. Since it is your hammer, how could it end up in my hands? And tell me, can you even lift it now? As he spoke, Leon tossed the hammer before Thor. Dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown, Thor rose and grasped the hammer's handle, straining with all his might until his face reddened like a monkey's backside. Yet, the hammer showed no inclination to budge from its resting place. Thud. In despair, Thor plopped back onto the ground, muttering, "Impossible. How can this be? It is undeniably my hammer. Father, you cannot treat me this way. See, I told you, even if I believe that hammer belongs to you, it seems to have no regard for you. I, too, could only wield it due to a certain unforeseen circumstance." With a flick of his finger, the hammer, which Thor could not lift, obediently returned to Leon's grip, as if entirely accustomed to his hold. Despite Leon being utterly fatigued, he understood that without the borrowed might of his hammer, it would turn its back on him. At least for this moment, it belonged to Leon. There is an old saying, love rises with the clock, but its departure leaves the heart restless. Alas, the latter part did not quite apply to Leon, as he often also tended to forget others once the task was complete. Oh my goodness, citizen of the homeland. I am your ardent admirer. Overwhelmed with excitement, Daisy Louise, after disembarking from her vehicle, took only a couple of steps before the weight of her future left her breathless. Upon spotting Leon, her eyes, and even her throat, transformed into shapes of affection. She immediately morphed into an enthusiastic embrace, launching herself into Leon's arms. "Oh, darling, you truly startled me." The hammer that had just returned to Leon's possession was casually tossed aside as he activated Leon's grip with both hands, catching Daisy Louise's exuberant embrace. Jane Foster and Dr. Eric Selvig, who had just stepped out of the vehicle, witnessed Daisy Louise's eager display with incredulous expressions. In a restaurant, Thor gazed despondently at the hammer on the table that he could not lift. Transforming his sorrow into appetite, he began to eat voraciously. Once his drink was finished, he smashed the cup on the ground, loudly demanding another. This rough demeanor led Jane Foster to wonder if he was a Viking who had inadvertently stumbled into modern society. However, she had to admit that he was indeed handsome and robust, rivaling the renowned Leon Stark who sat nearby. "This drink is splendid. Another cup, please." With a loud crash, another cup shattered under Thor's impulsive actions. "Could you refrain from breaking things? All you need to do is raise your hand and call for Itchy, the restaurant server, and she will come." "This is such a waste," Jane Foster remarked, exasperated over both the money and the broken dishes. "Not to worry. I have purchased this restaurant along with the entire town. It matters not if the place is ruined, as long as the people are unharmed." Leon, receiving a personal massage and food from Daisy Louise, waved off her concerns. Such is the advantage of fame. Wherever he went, friends were always there to look after Leon. Do as you please." After hearing Leon's financial prowess, Jane Foster ceased her protests, signaling Thor to indulge as he wished. However, it seemed Thor heeded Jane Foster's earlier complaints as he refrained from further smashing cups. "So, you were found at the epicenter of last night's electromagnetic storm?" Leon gestured toward Thor, who was still consuming his meal. "Indeed," Jane Foster affirmed with a nod. "He claims to be the god of thunder from Norse mythology, having traversed here via the Rainbow Bridge. In reality, he is merely an ordinary man with an unusual temperament and somewhat excessive strength. The existence of the Rainbow Bridge has yet to be substantiated. What perplexes me is that in the photographs taken at the storm center, there is a silhouette, yet we only found him there. With the technological support of Stark Industries, my research could achieve breakthroughs." As she spoke, Jane Foster began soliciting sponsorship, recognizing that this was a rare opportunity before the illustrious Leon Stark. "The Rainbow Bridge does exist. I was exiled here by my father through it, and I must reclaim the hammer to return to Asgard and demand justice from him, as well as confront the threat posed by the frost giants of Jotunheim." Thor ceased his eating, speaking earnestly. "You must be suffering from a delusion. It is a condition that requires treatment." Jane Foster intended to take Thor for a thorough examination at a hospital, but Leon interjected, "He speaks the truth. The Norse mythology on Earth is based on reality. Both Thor and Odin did indeed exist and have visited our planet. This is documented in the library of Kamartash." Upon hearing Leon's explanation, Thor erupted with excitement, slamming his hands on the table. "Indeed, Midgard is home to those with understanding. I am a warrior of Midgard worthy to wield Mjolnir. State your name, since you have asked so earnestly." Leon cleared his throat and began to recite. "I am the Supreme Guardian of Midgard, the disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartash, the strongest human protector, leader of the Avengers, the true master of Midgard's wealth, the twin brother of Iron Man, Tony Stark, the master of the goddess Badet, and the most beloved superhero of the people, the citizen of the homeland, Leon Stark." Upon the utterance of such an extensive title, the other three fell silent, their jaws agape in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to close them. This title was likely longer than some villains' lives. "It's your turn," Leon said to Thor. "Huh?" Thor, slightly bewildered, pointed at himself. "Wait, buddy, with all that, what could I possibly add?" Chapter 87, Leon, is it the most lonely to yearn for love but be unable to attain it? I am Thor, the god of thunder, the son of Odin, the king of Asgard, and the rightful heir to the throne, the master of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor responded somewhat sheepishly. Each of his titles was indeed formidable, yet they were rather succinct. Compared to Leon's lengthy titles, he felt somewhat overshadowed in terms of grandeur. Thus, it seemed that men should have longer titles. "Meow Meow, the master of the hammer? Is your hammer named Meow Meow?" Daisy Louise, who had misheard, chuckled, but then quickly covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, realizing it might be impolite. "Were you just laughing?" Thor squinted, inquiring with curiosity. "No, I have undergone professional training. I wouldn't laugh at anything, no matter how amusing," Daisy Louise retorted, shaking her head while trying to suppress the upward curve of her lips. However, Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig beside her could no longer contain themselves. "Ha ha ha. Why is your hammer named Meow Meow? Is it your pet? I mean no offense, I am simply curious," Daisy Louise politely asked. Once laughter erupted, she found herself less inclined to join in. "It is S.H.I.E.L.D. It is my weapon and companion, not a pet," Thor corrected firmly. The noble demeanor of the Asgardian royal family prevented him from being petty over the hammer's name. Instead, he turned to Leon, who was admiring his hammer and armor. "Leon Stark, the guardian of Midgard. Due to my recklessness, Jotunheim has declared war on Asgard. I must reclaim the hammer of the god of thunder to protect the people of Asgard. Bro, while I believe in the existence of Thor and Odin, that does not mean I believe you are Thor. You must provide adequate proof," Leon stated. "Otherwise, you wouldn't want just anyone claiming to be Thor to have a swing at the hammer, would you?" Leon's rationale put Thor in a quandary. Indeed, relying solely on words to convince a guardian of a kingdom of his identity was rather absurd. However, after Odin sealed his divine powers, he could think of no other means to prove his identity, as this human form was exceedingly weak. "Very well, I will ask you a few questions. Answer correctly, and I shall believe you are Thor. You should know, the library of Camartage holds many secrets of Asgard," Leon proposed. Of course, the mention of the Camartage library was fabricated. Though it housed a plethora of tomes, he had only ever opened the first page of Introduction to Basic Sorcery. Those familiar with the term abandon would understand Leon's meaning. The excuse of the Camartage library was akin to Conan's Hawaiian adventure. Successfully linking himself to the formidable figure of the Ancient One, Leon thought to attribute any ambiguous yet advanced intelligence to her, knowing she would not pursue him for it. "After all, we are all family. There is no need for formality. Go ahead, ask away." Thor wiped his mouth, sitting up straight. He needed to earn Leon's trust. Meanwhile, the trio of Jane Foster appeared as mere spectators, with the waiter Itchy even preparing a watermelon platter for them. Quick questions, quick answers. No hesitation allowed. Leon retrieved a gavel from the system space, a collaboration piece from Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, and struck the table to signal Thor to commence. Bang. First question. What is the average lifespan of the Asgardians? 5,000 years. Correct. Bang. Second question. What treasures are in Odin's vault, and who is its guardian? The box of ice, the orb of Agamotto, the tablet of life, the eternal flame, the infinity gauntlet. The guardian is the destroyer armor. Correct. Bang. Third question. What is the controller of the destroyer armor? The eternal spear, Gungnir. Correct. Bang. Fourth question. Who are the three warriors under Thor? Volstagg, Hogun, Fandral. Correct. Bang. Fifth question. Are you married to Sif? No. Correct. Bang. Final question. What color underwear does Sif prefer? Black. Thor, without thinking, answered the last question and immediately realized he had made a mistake, but it was too late. Leon and the trio wore synchronized expressions of gossiping delight. Without giving Thor time to react, Leon swiftly seized Mjolnir, using it like a sword, gently tapping both of Thor's shoulders, and declared with a serious demeanor, "Congratulations, Thor Odinson, you have passed the test. Now, in the name of Leon Stark, the guardian of Midgard, I acknowledge your identity as Thor. Henceforth, you shall be a member of the Avengers." The Avengers? Why would I, Thor, the god of thunder, join a human organization? Thor's face was a canvas of refusal. As the future king of Asgard, how could he lower himself? "Do you want to forego the hammer?" Leon smirked, casually swinging Mjolnir. "As a fellow guardian of the Nine Realms, I am honored to join the guardians of Midgard, to reclaim his beloved hammer." Thor was willing to bend his principles and boundaries. Thereafter, Leon and Thor deliberated on how to lift the thunderous powers from him. Yes, the power of the god of thunder was indeed formidable. However, the awkward point was that since it was acquired through a bug, Leon was uncertain how to remove it. Previously, when he sent Peter home, Leon had him try to lift the hammer, but it was futile. The armor of the god of thunder seemed to be fused with Leon, resisting all attempts to shed it. Leon considered using super self-regen to morph his shape to slip out through the armor's collar, but the armor morphed with him, tightly enveloping his body. Magic is indeed convenient when it suits you, yet troublesome when it does not. This predicament rendered Leon unable to engage in friendly matches with his companions. That was the most severe consequence. He could only indulge in visual, verbal, and manual cravings, akin to a eunuch. In a more bizarre sense, sprouting that thing from his head was not out of the question, yet not only would the ladies likely recoil, but Leon himself would also feel nauseated. Calling upon his craftsman mentor yielded no results. She was currently on the beach in the Maldives, insisting Leon handle it himself. Despite it being merely a matter of a teleportation array. Brother, I cannot assist you. You must return to Asgard and seek my father's help. After numerous failed attempts, Thor temporarily abandoned the notion of seizing Mjolnir, offering a comforting pat on Leon's shoulder. Alas, gazing down at his long-ensconced companion, Leon sighed deeply. A hint of melancholy in his tone. It seems we have no choice. I already have a plan. Chapter 88, Loki's Deception, Thor's Regret. As Thor is still unworthy of wielding the hammer of the thunder god, having not passed Odin's trial, his calls to Heimdall for the opening of the Bifrost prove futile. Admonished by Odin, Heimdall remains indifferent to Thor's pleas. Helpless, Thor concedes to Leon's proposal and follows his plan. Night falls, past midnight. The hammer, returned to the meteor crater and safeguarded by S.H.I.E.L.D, remains undisturbed, while Thor is nominally apprehended by the agency. Growing impatient, Leon instructs Arcee and Bada to keep a watchful eye, while he himself, after a brief encounter with Thor, slips away in search of amusement. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? System, for the glory of the northern gods. Commence. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Storm Template. Storm Template, superhuman physical attributes, significant overall enhancement, a tenfold increase in lifespan, plasma lightning, plasma remote control, plasma explosions. The extent of capabilities is contingent on individual proficiency and mastery. Note: good child, remember to visit home more often. At first, Leon mistakenly believed he had acquired the Storm of the character Storm from the X-Men, only to realize it was the Storm from the boys. Nonetheless, this Storm Template bestows even greater enhancements to physical prowess, making it particularly suited for someone like Leon, who seeks to attain divinity through sheer corporeal strength. With newfound vigor, Leon felt compelled to unleash a crescent moon slash to celebrate. Alas, this infernal armor. Just as he was ignited with enthusiasm, the Thunder God's armor forcibly subdued him, only fueling his frustration further. In a flash, he found himself embracing a bewildered Daisy Louise, freshly emerged from the shower, clad in nothing but a white towel, appearing in Jane Foster's SUV. Meanwhile, Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig, having received Leon's verbal sponsorship, were wide awake in their hotel room, enthusiastically engaging several S.H.I.E.L.D scientists in a discussion about the peculiar electromagnetic storms triggered by the Bifrost. They were utterly oblivious to the happenings around them. Mr. Leon, Daisy Louise began, only to have her words silenced by Leon's finger. Darling, I'm here. Quick, help me. Before Daisy could grasp the situation, Leon effortlessly lifted her into the air with a single finger. Their ascent was so swift that it left no trace behind. The newly acquired Storm Template significantly enhanced Leon's speed, rivaling that of the Starlight Template. The unique properties of the plasma lightning lent an exhilarating sensation during their flight. With multiple enhancements, Leon's velocity reached an unobservable peak, yet Daisy remained unharmed thanks to the protective biological stance. Thrilled by the speed and adrenaline, she soon lost consciousness, overwhelmed by the rapidity of their flight. Afterward, Leon gently lowered the fainted Daisy Louise to the ground, ensuring a soft landing to spare her from further agitations, as her heart might not withstand it. He then exhaled deeply, his previously melancholic gaze now radiating clarity, as if he had attained profound wisdom. Marvelous. I am beginning to comprehend everything. However, on the first night of waiting, Loki did not appear, and Leon surmised he was preoccupied with consolidating Asgard in preparation for his ascension. It wasn't until 2:30 the following morning that Arcee suddenly whispered in Leon's ear, "He has arrived." Perfect timing. A smirk graced Leon's lips as he cradled the recently unconscious Daisy Louise back to her room, then transformed into a streak of intertwining purple, blue, and gold light, hurtling towards the crater where Thor and Mjolnir lay. a temporary base constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. around the crater created by Mjolnir. In the chamber where Thor was confined, he could barely stifle a yawn when a familiar voice jolted him awake. Thor. Loki? What brings you here? Have the frost giants of Jotunheim attacked? I need to explain to father. Thor, momentarily revitalized, felt a mix of surprise and despair. For he was essentially a prisoner unable to wield Mjolnir. But Loki's first words rendered him speechless. Father is dead. What? I said. Father has passed away due to your actions. You know he was already too old. The ordeal with Jotunheim drained his last reserves. Shortly after banishing you, he succumbed to the pressure and his soul ascended to Valhalla. And no, it shouldn't be this way. Thor's disbelief mingled with genuine emotion. The truth of Odin's mortality was undeniable, and it was no surprise that he would eventually enter Valhalla. I know you loved him dearly. I advised him. But he was too enraged. My words fell on deaf ears. Asgard cannot accept a ruler who caused the demise of its former king. So the burden of responsibility rests on my shoulders. Loki's expression bore a blend of sorrow and desolation, revealing no trace of deceit. Can I return home? Thor's eyes welled with tears, his voice choked with emotion. I am truly sorry, brother. Loki spoke with an unusual heaviness. The terms of the truce with Jotunheim dictate your eternal banishment. Mother refuses to forgive you, forbidding your return. And no. Thor collapsed in anguish. Genuine emotions overwhelming the planned narrative agreed upon with Leon. Guilt and regret consumed him, regardless of the veracity of Loki's words. Thor understood that if he persisted in his previous obstinacy, reality might indeed culminate in this tragic outcome. Even if Mother were to forgive him, Thor would never forgive himself. I have come to bid farewell, brother. I regret not being able to do more for you. Loki's voice trembled with sorrow. No. Thor lifted his gaze to meet Loki's. Sincerity in his tone. I should be the one apologizing. I have consistently disregarded your feelings. You deserve the throne of Asgard more than I do. Thank you for coming to see me one last time, Loki. Upon hearing this, Loki turned away, his expression a mixture of regret and swift acceptance. Growing up alongside Thor, he sensed the genuine sentiment behind Thor's words, which he had longed to hear, but in such a moment, fate seemed cruelly ironic. Yet he was already committed to his path. I'm sorry, brother. May you wither away in this prison of freedom called Midgard. There is no longer a place for you in Asgard. After internally apologizing to Thor once more, Loki appeared to have made a decision, departing without looking back. In the ceiling of the room where Thor was confined, he has left. Should we not seize him now? Tifa, witnessing Loki's departure, grew anxious. No. It was merely an illusion crafted by magic. I sensed no life from him. Baudet, in her Hakimi form, nestled beside Tifa. Explained with unwavering calm, the master mentioned he would likely attempt to lift the hammer. We shall await his return before taking action together. Very well. In the realm of magic and divinity, Baudet undoubtedly possesses a greater expertise than Alcy.